Chapter 1. Transcended, the Third Kazekage has perished. In the vast expanse of yellow sands, the humidity in the air is remarkably low, as the scorching winds carry grains of sand that strike against the window, creating a rhythmic thump, thump. Gazing into the mirror, I behold a visage that could be deemed strikingly handsome, with winered hair that has lingered for some time. At last, Rosha has come to accept the undeniable truth of his transmigration. Transitioning from a two-dimensional character to a three-dimensional existence is an inconceivable phenomenon, one that hitherto existed solely within the realms of fiction. Moreover, Rosha has inherited fragments of memories. Should he encounter a familiar character while perusing a comic convention, spotting a similar makeup or even a silhouette, the character's name would roll off his tongue effortlessly. Rosha is precisely such a character, a high-ranking extra from the early days of Naruto, who met his demise at the hands of Orochimaru before ever making his entrance, only to be replaced by another. Yet, thanks to the later exploits poster animation and his striking resemblance to Garrelbite with an additional pair of eyebrows, it is quite easy to recognize him. Adapting to his new identity has been swift for Rosha. He resolves to make the best of the situation. Judging by his appearance, he is still in the bloom of youth, appearing to be in his early 20s. From an ordinary citizen to the youthful Fourth Kazekage, what more could one desire? His future promises power on par with that of a Kage, a complete family, and a beautiful wife, albeit lost during childbirth. His son, although he has suffered a setback due to the extraction of his tailed beast, is still a source of pride. But these tribulations are trifles. Survive. Steady oneself. I can do this. I am capable. Enduring the assassination attempt by Orochimaru before the Chunin exams, Rosha chooses to disregard the trivialities and cling to Konoha's support. Ideally, during the upcoming Chunin exams, he would stroke the crown prince's head and extol, "This child possesses extraordinary potential. He is destined for greatness. I perceive in this youth the makings of a Hokage. A bit of caution, a touch of survival, and a lifetime of contentment shall ensue." Rosha has meticulously calculated his future. An inexplicable sense of comfort envelopes him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his head, a swirling vortex of starry hues materializing in his mind. Upon closer inspection, it seems to offer glimpses into the mysteries of the universe. Infinite might, boundless possibilities, and vast ambitions lie within. An external aid, a golden finger? After the pangs subside, Rosha is filled with elation. Surely, in this new existence, there must be accompanying enhancements no author, no matter how inept, would dare to craft a tale devoid of such support. Without a golden finger, how could one satisfy the reader's cravings? Having traversed the realms of web fiction for over a decade, I have encountered myriad scenarios and am well-versed in every trope. Focusing on the celestial vortex in his mind, Rosha uncovers only a few succinct pieces of information. Electromagnetic force strength, LV.0. Electromagnetic force precision, LV.0. This golden finger offers tremendous flexibility. All effects are left for the host to explore, and the greater the impact on this world, the more points can be accrued. Rosha cannot help but frown. Many mediocre authors resort to phrases like frowned or knit their brows. Yet this simple micro-expression holds profound significance for Rosha. Is a mark of sophistication, especially since his future son lacks eyebrows. What a joke. Electromagnetic force? What a feeble golden finger. Is it a microwave? While I do not expect a beginner's gift pack, a manual would at least be appreciated. From his transmigration to understanding his identity, from receiving memories to indulging in fanciful thoughts, and finally acquiring a golden finger, so much information inundates Rosha that he struggles to process it all. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolts Rosha from his contemplation. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of his golden finger, he acknowledges that the duck in the pot will eventually belong to him. It cannot escape. Upon opening the door, a wave of hot, sandy air rushes in. The desert, while beautiful, is marred by extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. Standing before him is a youthful boy with striking yellow hair, adorned with a sand ninja headband, whose handsome features mirror Luo Sha's own. There's a hint of urgency and concern etched across his brow. Memories from the original host flood back, and Luo Sha recognizes the boy as Yashimaru, his future brother-in-law, the younger sibling of his future wife, Karura. Before Luo Sha's arrival, he and Karura were still in the courting phase. With his good looks, formidable abilities, and being the direct disciple of the Third Kazekage, he had inherited the magnet release. A promising youth, his relationship with Karura progressed rapidly. Unfortunately, the original Luo Sha was a devoted son of the sand, a man of principles. Their interactions were limited to innocent hand-holding and tender kisses they had yet to wed. And now, the beautiful wife was left to this transmigrator. This unexpected twist brings a peculiar sense of comfort to Luo Sha. Karura is a beauty goddess he could never hope to court in his previous life. Fear not, my wife shall be well taken care of. Striving to mimic the demeanor, actions, and tone of the original host, Luo Sha finds solace in the fact that he is not overly eccentric. His daily behavior is rather unremarkable. What brings you here, Yashimaru? Brother-in-law, it's not me seeking you out. It's Elder Chiyo and Elder Abizthi want you to hurry to the Kazekage's office. It seems they have something of great importance to discuss. Yashimaru stated earnestly, clearly pleased with Luo Sha as his future brother-in-law. Chiyo, Ibiz, the Kazekage's office? Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Luo Sha struggles to process it all. His mind, however, cannot escape the vivid image of Chiyo in a captivating swimsuit, leaving little room for other thoughts. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingers in his heart. Unlike the future Konoha, where elders are referred to as advisors and can even balance the power of the Hokage, the elders in Sunagakure hold considerable authority. Chiyo and her brother are among the few powerful figures in Sunagakure. They are akin to the backbone of the village, second only to the Third Kazekage. Moreover, Chiyo had once risked her life to save his future son, Gura, truly good person, one who has dedicated everything to Sunagakure. For this reason alone, Luo Sha holds no animosity towards Chiyo. Hierarchical distinctions exist everywhere. Sunagakure is established in the desert, akin to nomadic tribes dwelling by water, with the village nestled beside an oasis. The Kazekage's office is centrally located within the village. While some sandstorms are inevitable, during a full-blown sandstorm, at least some protection can be afforded. As a disciple of the Third Kazekage, Luo Sha belongs to an elite class, and his residence is not far from the Kazekage's office. Guided by the memories within his mind, he makes his way to the office. Yashimaru, recognizing the gravity of the situation, discreetly closes the door behind him. His rank does not allow him to partake in this meeting. Assuming a serious demeanor, his sharp gaze scans the surroundings, acting as a sentinel. Though every face is familiar, caution is paramount. After all, ninjas dance upon the edge of a blade. Caution is never misplaced. Here, one might invoke the name of the legendary Uchihamadara. Inside the office, the number of individuals is modest. Drawing upon his past memories and the original host's recollections, Luo Sha easily identifies them. Chiyo, Ibiz, and a striking woman with green hair and orange bangs, her vibrant hair color failing to conceal her beauty. A stunning ember-release ninja, Yakira. Her allure is undeniable. Upon noticing Luo Sha's arrival, Chiyo rises to close all doors and windows, casting the already dim office into deeper shadows. The flickering candlelight dances in the gloom. Chiyo then places her hands on the table, lowering her voice to a raspy whisper. The Kazekage has been missing for 3 days. Let's hear your thoughts. Luo Sha's heart sinks. He recalls that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was none other than the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Is this a trial of hellish proportions? Chapter 2. The Struggle for the Fourth Kazekage. In contrast to the Second Great Ninja War, the Third War sees a greater array of forces involved, with all 5 great ninja villages participating, alongside numerous exceptional individuals emerging. Many events that unfold in the official narrative post the establishment of the Hokage find their origins in the Third Great Ninja War, such as Orochimaru's defection, Obito's descent into darkness in pursuit of a world where Rin exists, and Sunagakure's further decline, relegating it to a mere subordinate of Konoha. The spark that ignites the Third Great Ninja War is the assassination of the Third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest Kazekage in history by the infamous Sasori of the Red Sand. With Sunagakure bereft of leadership, the militaristic land of lightning seizes the opportunity, launching a formidable invasion into the land of wind. I have only just transmigrated and have yet to meet my future wife, and now I am being thrust into the chaos of war. Luo Sha finally clarifies everything before ascending to the Kazekage's throne. He must navigate this perilous obstacle. Upon hearing Kyo's words, the stylishly coiffed Yakura pauses momentarily, then replies, "If someone is missing, of course, we must search for them." Her logic is sound. Chiyo nods slightly, agreeing with this sentiment, before turning to Luo Sha. "As the student of the Kazekage, what are your thoughts?" "No, we must not seek openly," Luo Sha whispers firmly, his expression grave as he counters Chiyo. "At the very least, we cannot search ostentatiously." "Elder Chiyo, is this not your perspective as well? Have you prepared for the worst?" Kyo's heart surges with tumultuous waves as she exchanges glances with Ibiz, finding herself in greater agreement with Luo Sha. "The Kazekage is missing. It is imperative that we search for him. Otherwise, who will manage the village's affairs?" Yakura scoffs, her disdain evident. She and Luo Sha have never seen eye to eye, both being talented ninjas of similar ages, and neither is willing to yield to the other. Humph. Long hair, but short-sighted. Luo Sha curled her lips in disdain, refusing to engage in further debate. Yitsong was not particularly astute otherwise. She would not have fallen prey to Luo Sha's deception and willingly ventured into the trap of Wuyin village. "You, long hair, but short-sighted, was that not an insult to my intelligence?" Yitsong's anger flared, and she was about to argue with Luo Sha when she was interrupted by Chiyo. "In the Wind Shadow's office, no unruliness is permitted." Chiyo rebuked Yitsong sharply, then turned to Luo Sha, calmly inquiring, "Please share your thoughts, you may speak freely." Struggling to muster a sorrowful expression, Luo Sha lamented, "I fear that my teacher may have encountered a tragic fate." Yitsong immediately retorted, "Impossible. Lord Wind Shadow is the strongest Wind Shadow in history. How could he be harmed? Why is it impossible?" Luo Sha countered, then continued, "Lord Wind Shadow is my teacher. There are things I should not disclose, but for the safety of Sunagakure, I must speak. May I ask the two elders, if my teacher is hailed as the strongest Wind Shadow, how does he compare to the Third Raikage?" The two fell silent for a moment before Chiyo calmly replied, "Inferior." Luo Sha pressed on, "And how does he measure up against the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha? Worlds apart." It was not a matter of boosting others' confidence at the expense of one's own. The disparity in strength was undeniable, and Chiyo's eyes had to concede. That is precisely the point. Setting aside the Third Raikage, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were extraordinary talents who maintained peace in the shinobi world for decades. Yet, after the battle at the Valley of the End, they both perished. Even if my teacher is proclaimed the strongest Wind Shadow, to claim he has no rivals in the shinobi world is sheer self-deception. Being a ninja is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Life and death are commonplace. No matter how formidable a ninja may be, they can still fall victim to a shuriken. Yitsong had intended to continue challenging Luo Sha's argument, believing that the Wind Shadow's mastery of magnetism would render him invulnerable to shuriken, but upon witnessing Chiyo's eyes' somber expression, she refrained. The Third Wind Shadow was not a child. It was implausible for him to vanish for 3 days without reason. Surely he was not off playing mahjong in Sunagakure. Chiyo's eyes secretly entertained the suspicion, but was reluctant to admit it. The disappearance of the Wind Shadow around Sunagakure was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to the village. How could one expect the underlings to believe in a future within this organization, if even the leader could meet their demise on home soil? Trust would inevitably erode. Chiyo and Ai's last glimmers of hope, their final struggles, were ruthlessly crushed by Luo Sha's words. In the shinobi world, one is often at the mercy of fate. Unforeseen events abound. Then why can't we search for Lord Wind Shadow? At the very least, if we could recover his body, We might glean information about the perpetrator from the wounds. Chiyo posed another query, her voice growing even more weary. The leader was gone at the very least. They needed to avenge him. Do not search, it is futile. Your grandson never leaves a body behind after a kill. The third wind shadow is likely already preserved in formaldehyde. Of course, Rosha could not voice such thoughts. Instead, she explained, in a ninja world, everyone knows how harsh reality can be and how tense the current situation is. The Second Shinobi World War has long passed. Konoha has spent nearly a decade recuperating, and their strength has returned to its zenith. Hiragakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, even those who did not directly participate in the war, are now flourishing. I can already sense the smell of gunpowder. It only takes a single spark for war to engulf the shinobi world. In contrast, Sunagakure suffered greatly over a decade ago, battling both the land of rain and Konoha, and has yet to regain its strength. If we were to mobilize the entire village to search for our teacher, what would be the outcome? Chiyo's eyes fell into deep contemplation, and the once flamboyant Yi Tsang began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Konoha's leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, preferred a passive approach, but he was still in his prime, and with a history of animosity between the two villages, it was hard to say that Konoha would remain idle. Even if the Land of Wind was resource-poor and had little to entice, who would not relish the opportunity to kick someone when they were down? The Land of Lightning favored military expansion. The ninjas of Kumogakure were domineering in their missions, and upon learning of the Wind Shadow's demise, they would surely launch a massive invasion. The Land of Earth, with Inoki at the helm, had always acted aggressively. Their only reason for not attacking the Land of Wind could only be a larger ulterior motive. With her memories from a past life, Rosha knew that a large-scale search for the third Wind Shadow would undoubtedly result in an invasion by the Land of Lightning. By reverse engineering the answer to the problem, she easily persuaded Chiyo's eyes and the two elders. Chiyo had indeed contemplated the possibility of the Wind Shadow's demise, but a shred of hope lingered in her heart. Thus, she sought out Yi Tsang and Rosha, the two most outstanding young ninjas, to solicit their opinions. On one hand, she wished to reassure herself if both supported a search, Sunagakure would mobilize its full strength to find the Wind Shadow. On the other hand, it served as a test for the two. Whoever could analyze the situation clearly and persuade her would be deemed more suitable as the successor to the Wind Shadow. Undoubtedly, Rosha has successfully persuaded Chiyo, thus securing an early victory in the contest for the position of the Fourth Kazekage. Chapter 3. The Unprecedented Golden Finger. With a clear direction established, the subsequent course of action becomes evident. Chiyo, having served as an elder for many years, possesses profound wisdom and extensive experience. To further evaluate the two candidates, she continues to seek their opinions. Yakura is a steadfast warrior, fervently eager for battle, proclaiming his willingness to lead the charge, advocating for the enduring legacy of the Sand Village through his unwavering dedication. Rosha proffered a plethora of highly constructive suggestions, such as having the reclusive Kalok disguise himself as the Third Wind Shadow to stabilize the morale of the troops. He advocated for the procurement of strategic resources and the clandestine dispatch of elite ninjas from the village to the borders to guard against unforeseen changes. In essence, he emphasized the importance of thorough preparations before the impending conflict. These notions, while seemingly straightforward, were profoundly insightful. They represented essential actions that needed to be taken, thereby demonstrating that Rosha possessed a keen strategic vision. With the assistance of two elders to address any oversights, the position of Wind Shadow was secure. Chiyo was on the verge of appointing Rosha as the fourth Wind Shadow right then and there, but her brother Kalok restrained her, preventing her from acting impulsively. Nevertheless, she remained filled with hope for Rosha, gravely advising, "Rosha, your current strength, even among Genin, can be regarded as elite. However, it is insufficient. You still have a considerable distance to cover compared to your mentor, the esteemed Wind Shadow. Strive to enhance your prowess, for a significant burden awaits you in the future." Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Rosha realized that he was destined for greatness. As long as he refrained from folly, he would indeed become the fourth Wind Shadow. Given the dwindling talent in the hidden Sand Village, his only rival, Yakura, was more brawn than brains, capable of being a mere enforcer but unfit for leadership. Did he truly believe that navigating the world of organizations required no intellect? The position of Wind Shadow was surely his for the taking. As Chiyo gazed at Rosa's retreating figure, silhouetted against the swirling sands and scorching winds, she reflected, what a fine young man he is. Despite the tragic loss of his mentor, akin to a father figure, he remains unflinching in the face of calamity. In the wake of such upheaval, he has managed to suppress his sorrow, articulating numerous constructive thoughts. He surpasses Yakura by far and possesses the fortitude to shoulder the burdens of the Wind Shadow. Kalok nodded, his long brows quivering slightly, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welling within him as he empathized with Rosa's plight. He choked back his emotions, remarking at this moment, his heart must be fraught with anguish. The death of his mentor has thrust upon him an immense weight of pressure. Wiping away the tears that had involuntarily spilled from his eyes, Rosa placed a reassuring hand on his brother-in-law Yakimaru's shoulder, speaking in a low, steady voice. Do not worry. I am fine. Go attend to your duties, Yakimaru, and convey my regards to your sister. With that, he entered his home, firmly shutting the door behind him. Before long, muffled sobs reminiscent of a distressed animal emanated from within, causing Yakimaru to feel a deep sorrow for his brother-in-law. Surely, Rosa had received grave news in the Wind Shadow's office, enough to move him to such despair. At this moment, he likely struggled to maintain his composure, secretly shedding tears in solitude. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to seek out his sister Karuro, determined to remind her to be gentle with her husband. For he was a man easily wounded. Inside the room, Rosa envisioned the swirling galaxy in his mind, realizing that the information he had received had altered dramatically. Electromagnetic force intensity, LV0, electromagnetic force precision, LV0, points, 143. The freedom of his foundational abilities was remarkably high, allowing the host to explore independently. The greater the impact on this world, the more points he would accrue. Luo Sha fell into deep contemplation, pondering the origin of these 143 points. It must be the impact he had on Sunagakure. In the original narrative, Sunagakure was actively searching for the Third Kazekage, which led to his disappearance being discovered by the Land of Lightning, resulting in an invasion of the Land of Wind. His appearance had altered this course of events, preventing Sunagakure from falling into disarray and instead allowing them to prepare for the impending conflict. There exists no perfect disguise. War is inevitable, merely postponed, granting Sunagakure a more proactive stance than in the original plot. Influencing events yields points. Luo Sha began to grasp this mechanism. Next, he sought to explore the specific functionalities of his newfound abilities, which posed no challenge for him. Was it not merely a matter of enhancement? Increasing the intensity of electromagnetic force proved unsuccessful. To elevate it to level 1 required 500 points. Displeased, Luo Sha furrowed his brow and shifted his focus. Success came with the enhancement of electromagnetic precision, consuming 100 points, with the next level demanding 500. In his mind, the swirling cosmos deepened in hue, and in profound contemplation, he sensed a subtle distortion at the periphery. In an instant, the benefits of improved electromagnetic precision manifested within Luo Sha, invigorating him with clarity, making the world appear more lucid than ever. Initially, the chakra he had just begun to wield in the magnet release, sand gold technique, which had seemed obscure, now flowed seamlessly under his command. Moreover, it seemed there were even greater transformations at play. Fixating on the iron kitchen knife of Mikasa, an idea sparked within Luo Sha. The knife abruptly lifted from the cutting board, soaring through the air to hover mere millimeters from his brow, its blade brushing against the fine hairs of his face. A flying sword technique akin to that of Gainya? Or perhaps manipulation akin to that of the domestic classic kung fu hustle? None of these comparisons were quite right. It was akin to the prowess of Magneto. With a slight expenditure of chakra, Luo Sha grasped the knife's handle, a grin tugging at his lips. His shoulders trembling with barely contained laughter, almost bursting into a pig-like squeal. Yet he restrained himself. It was inappropriate to laugh so heartily so soon after the death of the Third Kazekage. Such behavior would be unbecoming. Luo Sha has finally grasped the essence of electromagnetic force, one of the fundamental forces of the universe, alongside the 4 great forces, or perhaps merely 3. The existence of these fundamental forces permeates all things and phenomena. Mastery over these forces equates to mastery over the cosmos, where the birth and extinction of thoughts lie within one's grasp. Magneto is indeed formidable, making a grand entrance with the Golden Gate Bridge, merely wielding the power of magnetism. Even if the comics depict only a simplistic application of it, how terrifying is the perfect mastery of electromagnetic force. By manipulating electromagnetic energy, one can control atomic nuclei, liberating electrons from their atomic core, allowing them to collide and attract one another, resulting in a fusion reaction. At this juncture, uncharged neutrons may escape the atomic nucleus due to this fusion process. This phenomenon is termed nuclear fusion, in simpler terms, akin to the manual creation of a nuclear bomb. By manipulating electromagnetic forces, one can diminish the interactions between electrons and nuclei, rendering atoms unstable and thereby directly obliterating any conceivable object. This process is known as nuclear fission, reminiscent of the light-speed punches capable of dismantling atoms as depicted in the legend of the Golden Saints. Utilizing the concept of quantum field theory to generate pairs of particles from the vacuum, one can invert electromagnetic interactions to acquire antimatter, which can be employed in annihilation reactions. This is referred to as antimatter, akin to the annihilation executed by the deity Beerus, fundamentally erasing an existence. All in all, it is indeed an impressive feat, albeit achievable only when one's abilities have ascended to a higher echelon or even to their limits. For now, Rosha can only emulate Magneto, engaging in basic maneuvers or harnessing high voltage to conjure lightning, dabbling in thunder techniques. Much like Accelerator, without his extraordinary computational prowess, manipulating vectors seems a rather insignificant ability. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and Rosha feels quite content with his progress. Chapter 4. Is a cast iron pan considered a flying knife? The current state of Rosha is quite extraordinary. The advanced application theories regarding electromagnetic force are typically reserved for graduate students or even those in research institutions. He lacks the foundational knowledge in this area. Yet, electromagnetic force seems to belong to him inherently. Despite not grasping the underlying principles, he can wield it effortlessly, with a mere thought and sufficient ability to support that thought. After a few attempts, he is able to utilize it. Much like Daimyo, who may not comprehend the principles behind the dust release, disintegration technique, yet can still decompose the majority of objects with it, Rosha feels a similar sensation. In pursuit of mastering his newfound abilities, Rosha secluded himself for several days, aiming to develop a stronger capability to confront the impending conflict. After several experiments, he discerned the applications of his power and recognized his current limitations. He surpassed the initial capacity of merely moving coins, akin to Magneto. He discovered he could manipulate the vast majority of metals, particularly those most susceptible to magnetic fields. This realization rendered Rosha's magnetic abilities devoid of any flaws, granting him universal applicability. The third generation of Wind Shadows exhibits the strongest control over iron elements. While Rosha's magnetic abilities were initially specialized in gold, particularly sand gold, Gaara also possesses the magnetic release bloodline limit, allowing him to control sand even after the one tail is extracted. The limits of control are difficult to articulate, but simply put, they are approximately 70 kilograms and 150 meters. Within this range, precision is minimally affected. The energy consumed when utilizing this ability can stem from mental strength or chakra, as chakra is a fusion of mental energy and cellular power. This bears a resemblance to Einstein's unified field theory. Currently, directly manipulating metallic elements to recompose them into various weapons remains beyond his reach. Rosha estimates that he must achieve level 3 electromagnetic precision to accomplish such feats. Therefore, the most effective method to enhance his combat prowess is to manipulate shurikens, kunai, and long swords directly, employing electromagnetic force for acceleration, rendering them invincible with unparalleled swiftness. Unless confronted by formidable opponents like Uchiha Madara, who can unleash immense power, or the Third Raikage, known for his extraordinary defenses, Rosha is confident that a single strike could sever the head of an enemy general. To refine his abilities to perfection, Rosha borrowed various iron tools from the village to test which shapes he could manipulate most effectively. He also enlisted his brother-in-law, Yakimaru, as a standard mid-level ninja unit for his experiments. Pointing to a target 100 meters away, Rosha produced a standard sand-hidden shuriken and handed it to Yakimaru, instructing him to throw it with all his might, aiming for the target to gauge his skill. "Brother-in-law, this is simply impossible," Yakimaru protested, muttering. "An average mid-level ninja can achieve perfect accuracy within 25 meters. That is already among the elite. Even a high-level ninja, without chakra-conducting metal in their shuriken, struggles to maintain precision beyond 35 meters. 35 meters is the limit. Even the Uchiha clan of Konoha can only enhance their control within this range without extending their effective killing distance. This effective range, comparable to that of a bow and arrow, far surpasses the mere dozen meters of flying knives, which are limited by their shape and mass. Just throw it without overthinking." Luo Sha urged, giving Yakimaru a light pat on the head. This simple gesture unexpectedly pleased Yakimaru. Akin to a protagonist in a Tang Dynasty novel who relishes being playfully chastised by Emperor Li Shimin. Typically indifferent, Luo Sha's brother-in-law was taken aback by such intimate behavior. It seemed the influence of the Wind Shadow Office had greatly affected him. Feeling encouraged, Yakimaru drew upon his chakra, aimed at the distant target, and forcefully launched the shuriken. The shuriken soared through the air, but as it approached around 30 meters, its speed noticeably diminished, and its trajectory began to waver. At 50 meters, it even followed a trajectory reminiscent of a football's curveball, crashing to the ground like it had been struck by anti-aircraft fire, embedding itself into the yellow sand. How embarrassing for me, brother-in-law, Yakimaru humbly remarked. Today the wind is light, and the direction stable. I consider this an exceptional performance. Analyzing the essence of the situation, it is indeed as Yakimaru stated. The effective killing range is approximately 30 meters. Within this distance, not only is the trajectory stable, but the shuriken also soars at a velocity of around 160 meters per second, which translates to roughly 700 kilometers per hour. Beyond 30 meters, it descends in a straight line. The initial velocity of a bullet is about 400 meters per second, thus illustrating that the force exerted by the arm when throwing the shuriken is evidently inferior to that which gunpowder imparts to a bullet. Furthermore, constrained by the aerodynamic shape of the shuriken, its effective killing range falls short of that of a bullet, indicating that even ninjas have their limitations. Behind him, an array of iron implements lay arranged: shuriken, kunai, longswords, hammers, iron balls, iron blocks, and even frying pans, everything one could need. Glancing at the items behind Rosha, Yakimaru, deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Brother-in-law, have you made a new breakthrough in your magnetic escape?" "Yes, I just achieved it a few days ago." Luo Sha nodded, realizing that his preliminary command over electromagnetic forces did not seem particularly astonishing to others. How splendid! How splendid! Brother-in-law, your prowess has ascended to new heights. You will undoubtedly be able to completely subdue Yutsong. I have long harbored a disdain for that insufferable woman. Yakimaru could not help but feel elated for her brother-in-law. The magnetic release, sand gold, while formidable, lacks the destructive capability to rival the magnetic release, sand iron. Though gold is a precious metal, its hardness is evidently inferior to that of iron. Thus, in the original narrative, Luo Sha could only learn the techniques of the Third Kazekage step by step, amassing a substantial amount of sand gold to triumph through sheer mass. In truth, Luo Sha harbored dissatisfaction with the magnetic release, sand gold. Aside from its potential for numerous wealth-accruing exploits, its lethality and resource consumption were clearly disproportionate. Luo Sha waved his hand, urging calm, for he had yet to display his prowess. Sensing that his brother-in-law was about to showcase something remarkable, Yakimaru quickly fell silent. Stepping aside to anticipate the forthcoming demonstration, the electromagnetic force manipulated the iron objects behind him with an effortless precision, devoid of any sense of delay. The kunai quivered momentarily before being propelled forward by the electromagnetic manipulation, exhibiting no alteration, only sheer speed. Accelerated by this force, it soared 20 meters, surpassing the speed of sound. Shattering the sound barrier, it pierced through the target and continued for several dozen meters before embedding itself in a rock column, leaving behind a mere hole. The sudden sonic boom startled Yakimaru. What had transpired? Was there an explosive tag involved? Soon after, shurikens, long blades, iron hammers, iron balls, kitchen knives, and woks erupted forth in a cacophony of sounds, arranged in a neat sequence from large to small, despite the differences in mass. Their velocity remained unchanged as they traversed the target at twice the speed of sound, embedding themselves in the rock column. Clang, 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 one by one. The iron implements fell, shattering the rock layers and creating a vast pit. Chapter 5. The Challenge of the Scorching Escape Ninja. Yukura, what astonishing speed! What formidable impact! Yakimaru marveled sincerely, his gaze toward Luo Sha filled with admiration. He understood the craft. The mere manipulation of a few iron objects appeared far less impressive than the control of waves of sand and gold. Yet from the perspective of a ninja, this combat style was far more lethal. According to Newton's second law, the acceleration of an object is directly proportional to the net external force acting upon it, and inversely proportional to its mass. The direction of acceleration aligns with that of the net external force. In essence, the force is proportional to the rate of change of the object's momentum, known as the momentum theorem. Thus, the greater the speed, the stronger the momentum. The energy expended in manipulating iron objects is significantly less than that required for controlling vast quantities of sand and gold, due to the speed involved. Both the lethality and accuracy far exceed those of sand and gold. In the silence, one hears the thunder. Amidst chaos, the sole purpose of ninjutsu is to take lives. At this moment, Luo Sha's deadliness far surpassed that of his former self. With a faint smile, Luo Sha remained unfazed by honor or disgrace. He beckoned with his finger, causing various iron implements to merge into the rock pillar, then broke through the sound barrier, swiftly returning to their original positions, a distance of 150 meters. While within his control, this display left Maru astounded. The range of his control was astonishingly vast. What did this signify? It signified that Luo Sha was destined to become a true weapon of war, dispatching foes with the ease of mowing grass. One must ponder. Which ninja departs without a few kunai or shuriken in tow? One could be merrily singing while consuming military rations, only to suddenly find their head missing. Who would one seek redress from? Just days ago, Chio claimed to be an elite among J-nin. Luo Sha contemplated that, by now, he could be considered a quasi-shadow. His techniques were somewhat limited, he lacked resistance to genjutsu, and his chakra reserves were not particularly abundant. Manipulating those heavier iron implements had consumed over 10% of his chakra. There remained ample room for improvement in a short span of time. As Luo Sha pondered the potential development of his abilities, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a commotion. He glanced towards the source of the noise, where his brother-in-law, Maru, was confronting the large-breasted and dim-witted Yakura. Beside them stood a gentle, golden-haired woman with a bob. "What business do you have here, woman? My brother-in-law is developing new ninjutsu. Are you attempting to spy and uncover weaknesses to defeat him?" Maru barked like a small teddy bear, displaying the potential to be the ultimate braggart. Yakura's face flushed slightly as he retorted, "What nonsense about training? Isn't it merely a replication of Lord Kazekage's techniques? I happened to encounter your sister and accompanied her here for a leisurely stroll." "Is that so, sister?" Maru turned to inquire of Karura. Karura gave Yakura a knowing glance before smiling and nodding. Indeed, the young couple had missed one another during their brief separation, and Karura had thought to visit her boyfriend. It was true that she had coincidentally met Yakura along the way. However, Yakura had followed upon hearing that Luo Sha was developing new ninjutsu, harboring a hint of intent to spy. Nevertheless, it is well known that the legendary sage of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, was formidable due to his wood release. Yet, even so, how many could claim to have defeated Senju Hashirama? None at all. Luo Sha waved his hand gently, signaling to Maru to desist. Yet he continued to regard Yi Tsong with a wary gaze. Small circles of influence exist everywhere. Even among the sand-hidden, there are distinct factions. Luo Sha and Yi Tsong are both outstanding representatives of the younger generation, each possessing their own supporters, though Yi Tsong has slightly fewer. Naturally, Yi Chawan stands by his brother-in-law. Luo Sha gazed at Jiao Yuoluo, whose striking appearance and elegant demeanor rendered her an exceptional choice for a wife, perfectly aligning with the conventional preferences of most individuals from the land of wind. "You've arrived," Luo Sha murmured softly, while not an all-consuming love. His desire to wed this woman was unmistakable. Indeed, Jiao nodded, lifting her gaze to Luo Sha's face, which bore signs of fatigue from their brief separation. In a low voice, she remarked, "Yakamura mentioned that you encountered some troubles. I merely wish to see you." "It's not overly troublesome. I can manage," he replied. In the original narrative, the Sand Village had endured without succumbing to destruction, so it was illogical to assume that his own situation would fare any worse. Observing the affectionate exchange between the couple, each song was reminded of the quarrel they had in the office of the Wind Shadow a few days prior, igniting a flare of irritation within him. He scrutinized Luo Sha with disdain, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he derided, the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama indeed reigns supreme in the world of ninjas with his unparalleled wood release. Yet, to liken yourself to such a deity is rather presumptuous, wouldn't you agree? You are merely a successor who inherited the mantle of the Wind Shadow, relying on the wisdom of others. The air was thick with tension. Luo Sha cast a sidelong glance at Yi Tsong and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Yi Tsong straightened his chest, unwavering in his gaze, and replied assertively, "I wish to engage you in a battle, to make you aware of your true capabilities, lest you continue to delude yourself into believing you are akin to the god of the ninja world, becoming a source of ridicule. Just as the idol of the Hidden Mist Village's ninjas is Senju Tobarama, so too does the entire ninja realm acknowledge the formidable strength of Senju Hashirama. The title of the strongest Hokage, held by Sarutobi Hiruzen, is likely akin to the esteemed reputation of the Third Kazekage, a mutual admiration in the realm of shinobi. I possess a clear understanding of my own abilities. I neither overestimate my worth nor underestimate it. Luo Sha shook her head and then spoke calmly. Very well. I grant you permission. Yutsong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, grant permission for what? I permit you to challenge me. Upon hearing this, Yutsong's anger flared even more. He found Luo Sha's nonchalant and haughty demeanor exceedingly irksome. Yachimaru looked at Luo Sha with admiration. The four characters lofty and unattainable etched in his gaze. His brother-in-law was impressive, such a woman, who allowed her bloodline limit to elevate her above others, needed to be subdued with an even greater aura. Regarding Luo Sha's change in character, Jialua was somewhat astonished. She seemed to exude more confidence than before. However, considering the significant matters Yachimaru had mentioned, such a transformation was not entirely unexpected. Human nature is ever so fickle and ever-evolving. Being children of the world, there was no need for excessive formalities. A duel needed to be held atop the purple Forbidden City on a full moon night. Jialua and Yachimaru distanced themselves considerably, intending to observe the battle. Jialua anxiously cradled one arm with the other and expressed, Yutsong is a user of Scorch Release. I've heard she is also an elite among Jonin. I hope nothing goes awry for your brother-in-law. If genuine flames are unleashed and they sustain injuries, Lord Wind's shadow might even reprimand them. What a truly remarkable woman she was. The self-assured Yachimaru patted his chest and reassured Jialua, sister, have no worries at all. Your brother-in-law has significantly advanced in strength, on par with Lord Wind's shadow. Defeating Yutsong should pose no issue. Perhaps you should consider where you two might go on a date after he triumphs over her in just a few moves. Chapter 6. A complete victory over Yutsong in the Wind Country. While other resources may be scarce, places to fight were plentiful, given the vast and sparsely populated terrain. Are you ready? Yutsong stood at a distance, filled with fighting spirit, determined to make the red-haired adversary recognize her prowess today. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Sha maintained an air of nonchalance as he calmly gazed at Yutsong, declaring, I am ready at any moment. Yutsong spat contemptuously onto the desert, where it was swiftly evaporated by the scorching winds. Damn red-haired fool, who does he think he is looking down upon? In a swift motion, Yutsong conjured two shurikens and hurled them towards Luo Sha, their flight reminiscent of drunken butterflies. Despite being a bloodline ninja, he had not neglected the cultivation of his fundamental skills. Subsequently, armed with a kunai, he bent his legs slightly and propelled himself towards Luo Sha, determined to mar his opponent's visage today. In an instant, however, Yutsong's momentum was abruptly halted as his legs sank into the sands, coming to an abrupt stop. A sheen of cold sweat glistened on his alabaster forehead, only to be evaporated by the oppressive heat. Not even a blink of an eye had passed. The shurikens he had cast came to an uncanny halt, just an inch from Luo Sha's throat, neither advancing nor descending. Meanwhile, a sharp dagger emerged perilously close to Yutsong's own throat, its blade reflecting blinding sunlight. His heart raced as he glanced downward, realizing that the dagger he had concealed at his waist had vanished without a trace. What an eerie ability. Taking a life is, in truth, a simple act. No need for a sandstorm's burial or a grand funeral. One merely needs to wield the enemy's kunai or dagger, positioning it before their throat, and await their own demise from the collision. Has your magnetic escape reached a new zenith? Yutsong stammered. Luo Sha stood there, devoid of hand seals, his eyes unwavering. This was the true terror. Had Yutsong hesitated even slightly, or had Luo Sha chosen to exert force rather than merely suspending the dagger, his life would have been forfeit in that instant. Such an uncanny power, an initial glimpse of death. Indeed, it was just a few days prior. Luo Sha spoke calmly, noting that the limitations of the magnetic escape techniques wielded by the Third Kazekage and the original owner were immense. If their mastery of magnetic escape could be likened to a mere leaf, then his command over electromagnetic forces resembled an ancient tree, venerable and grand. From its robust trunk sprouted countless branches, each adorned with a plethora of verdant leaves. Magnetism and magnetic fields represent but a branch of electromagnetic force. Two shurikens in his hands were forcefully transformed into iron butterflies by the magnetic field, not reassembled at the molecular level. For such precision was beyond the capabilities of his level 1 electromagnetic force. The iron butterflies fluttered around Luo Sha, eventually landing gracefully upon his outstretched index finger. He brought his finger to his nose, inhaling the unique fragrance of iron, and smiled, saying, show me your true abilities. With such trivial tactics, you cannot hope to defeat me, nor even approach my prowess. For I am the sovereign of all metals. All metals. This was merely the inception of his electromagnetic prowess. Yet it profoundly astonished Yutsong. Even the formidable Third Kazekage could only manipulate iron sand and exert a slight influence over iron-containing weapons. Had his bloodline limit grown to such an extent? He had long heard that the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan through suffering. But how could magnetic escape be wielded with such finesse? Yutsong silently scoffed, determined to not concede. Casting aside all metallic items on his person, the short blade and the silver hairpin atop his bond. With a huff and a slight blush, he declared, "You said it. Let's disregard the previous duel and start anew." In the distance, watching the battle, Yashimaru pounded his chest in lament, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you've already won." What if there were unforeseen complications in a rematch with Yutsong? In Karura's eyes, she saw only Luosha, a fierce tiger at heart, delicately observing the butterflies. And with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Your brother-in-law will surely prevail." Initially lacking confidence in Luosha, Karura now brimmed with assurance, perhaps influenced by his unwavering self-belief. Yutsong, however, wore a grave expression, as if facing a formidable foe. The calm demeanor of Luosha exerted pressure upon him greater than any adversary he had encountered before, as heavy as a mountain. Swiftly, he formed hand seals and unleashed his technique, scorching escape, oversteaming kill. This technique was akin to sand manipulation, offering great versatility. It allowed him to conjure several fireballs with scorching escape, utilizing them in conjunction with taijutsu for assault or directly launching them at his opponent. Capable of instantaneously evaporating the moisture within the enemy's body or coalescing them to create a grand explosion. True masters typically excel with a single, decisive move. "Huh!" Yutsong shouted as he directed the fireballs towards Luosha, simultaneously leaping and darting in a Z pattern to charge at him. With a faint smile, Luosha exhibited his delicate skill as the iron butterfly danced upon his fingertips, swirling around him in an enchanting display. The electromagnetic force surged into action. A shuriken, flung far away by Yutsong, suddenly pierced the sound barrier, hurtling towards her, intercepting her inevitable path. Straining to bend low and evade the projectile, Yutsong was once again drenched in cold sweat. It was all happening too swiftly. Rosha offered a reflection on the current situation. His ability level was insufficient, imposing significant limitations. To propel metal beyond the speed of sound, one must employ electromagnetic forces to generate a relative repulsion for acceleration, which consequently sacrifices flexibility. Conversely, without acceleration and relying solely on manipulation, one risks losing offensive capability due to inadequate speed, rendering oneself relatively passive. As Rosha contemplated this, several fireballs surged toward him, yet he remained motionless. An immense surge of chakra flowed into the earth, transforming into golden sand. He then utilized electromagnetic force to extract the gold elements from the sand and various metallic substances present in the desert beneath his feet. This amalgamation formed a metallic barrier that shielded him from the scorching fireballs hurled by Yutsong. The barrier, characterized by relatively large molecular gaps, could be described as an assortment of metallic particles clustered together. Once the electromagnetic force was withdrawn, it would disintegrate into a scattering of sand. While its physical defensive capabilities were weak, it exhibited formidable resistance to energy attacks, exemplifying the intricate fusion of ninjutsu and electromagnetic power. The metallic barrier succumbed to the flames of the scorching release, visibly melting at an alarming rate, transforming into a cohesive mass of liquid metal. With a smile, Luosha uttered a few words, "Thank you." Gratitude is indeed warranted. The metallic reconfiguration demanded a precision of electromagnetic force at the molecular level, and Yutsong had inadvertently assisted him. With a singular focus, he commanded all metallic objects within a radius of 150 meters to ascend into the sky. Densely packed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Yutsong looked up to find the sun obscured. Was this the power Luosha possessed at this moment? He then employed electromagnetic force to accelerate the majority of the metal in the sky, causing them to fall towards Yutsong like raindrops, effectively obstructing her every possible movement. By leveraging gravitational pull, the energy expenditure was somewhat mitigated. Had all the metal been transformed into snow, the scene would have been extraordinarily beautiful, reminiscent of a leading lady in a television drama surrounded by a localized snowfall. Alas, such a transformation was unattainable. Chapter 7. The Rise of Luosha and the Art of Flirting. Boom. 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 The sound of sonic booms echoed, drowning out the cacophony of irregular metallic bodies crashing into the desert. Every piece of metal deftly circumvented Yutsong's form, as if the master of human outlines had entirely sealed off a considerable area around her. Should she dare to move even a step, she would be reduced to a sieve. In truth, this is the essence of a ninja. Few possess such formidable physical resilience within the entire ninja realm. Yutsong slumped despondently in the desert, her eyes vacant, lips quivering, her delicate nose twitching, on the brink of tears from Luo Sha's overwhelming prowess. Despite suffering no physical harm, this was precisely a testament to Luo Sha's mastery of control. If her earlier defeat had stemmed from carelessness coupled with Luo Sha's peculiar abilities, this failure left her devoid of any justification. The disparity in strength was all-encompassing. She was certainly no match for the arrogant red-haired adversary, who now likely possessed power akin to that of a Hokage. Yutsong was astounded by Luo Sha's might, while Luo Sha reflected on his shortcomings, striving for further advancement. First and foremost was his chakra. The energy available to drive electromagnetic force was insufficient, evidenced by the fact that the final metal rain had consumed 30% of his chakra. Furthermore, as the quantity and quality of the metals under his control increased, the consumption escalated exponentially. Thus, while it appeared that all the metals were simultaneously descending to besiege Yutsong, they were in fact being electromagnetically manipulated and accelerated in batches, subsequently employing inertia to confine her. In other words, aside from the initial use of electromagnetic force to impart a relative repulsion for acceleration, the metals had lost control in the subsequent phases. The siege on Yutsong was a collaboration of Luo Sha and inertia. His goal was to eliminate inertia while maintaining his deft maneuvering. Striving for perfection would lead to progress. With a newfound awareness of his own strength, Luo Sha contemplated the challenges posed by shadow-level opponents, yet he was confident in his ability to dominate lesser foes. Below the shadow level, they were akin to mere weeds, ripe for harvest. Dismissing such thoughts, Luo Sha manipulated the metallic mass before him, discarding softer materials such as gold, silver, and copper. He twisted the remaining components into the shape of a long blade, employing electromagnetic force to suppress molecular movement and facilitate rapid cooling. He was grateful for Yutsong's assistance. Without her help, he could not have executed such a precise operation. Thus, a razor-sharp long knife was born. He then fashioned a sheath from the discarded impurities, securing the blade in its sheath and suspending it at his waist. The figure of Luo Sha finally stirred, braving the winds and sands as he approached Yutsong. Behind him loomed the resplendent sun. Yutsong lifted her gaze. Her exquisite features, though somewhat haggard, remained a rare beauty among countless faces. As she beheld Luo Sha's towering form, the brilliance of the sun behind him rendered her momentarily dazed, its radiance blinding. Perhaps it was the man, or perhaps it was the fierce sunlight, but in Yutsong's eyes, the two seemed to meld into one. She curled her lips in a wry smile and remarked, "You have triumphed. So, have you come to mock me, the defeated?" A tumult of emotion swirled within her. The two were known as the twin stars of the sand-hidden village, each a reflection of the other. Luo Sha had taken a monumental step forward after the sorrow of losing his mentor, while she found herself stagnant, devoid of progress. "We are both ninjas of the sand-hidden village. Why speak such foolish words?" Luo Sha crouched down to gaze directly at Yutsong, their eyes locking in a moment of intense connection. After a few seconds, Yutsong's heart began to race uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. As Rosha smiled and raised a finger, 2 iron butterflies alighted upon it. "Here is your shuriken. Return to you," she said, placing the iron butterflies in Yutsong's hair as adornments. In that moment, Yutsong, already beautiful, appeared even more enchanting. Observing Yutsong intently, Rosha remarked with a smile, upon closer inspection, "You are quite lovely. Baka, are you only realizing now how beautiful I am?" Yutsong's heart raced as she dared not meet Rosha's gaze, instead lowering her head to fidget with the gravel beneath her. Jiaoluoluo's eyelids flickered. Was she witnessing an instance of emotional betrayal? Unfortunately, the distance was too great to discern the entirety of their exchange. This is how one seduces a brother-in-law. Truly, she is a vixen, Yaxiewen muttered, softly cursing. No wonder she has been causing trouble for her brother-in-law. It appears she has taken a liking to him. Such cunning schemes. Sister, you must not let her succeed. At the very least, do not play the role of the mistress. Ninjas typically adhere to a monogamous tradition. Yet nobles in the capital of the Land of Wind often have numerous wives, a reality Yaxiewen had long since accepted. What are you saying? Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person, Jiao. chided Yaxiuan before hastily approaching her boyfriend, her disordered steps betraying her inner turmoil. Upon seeing Jiaoluo approach, Rosha and Yetsong quickly rose, feigning ignorance of the prior incident. Jiaoluo wrapped her arms around Rosha's, her smile radiant as she addressed Yetsong. Are you hurt at all? Sister Yetsong? Is emotional hurt counted? Yetsong stammered. And no. That's good to hear, Jiaoluo nodded, then nestled against Rosha's shoulder, speaking tenderly. It has been several days since we last saw each other. Yaxiuan mentioned you had something important to attend to, and I did not wish to intrude. If you are not busy now, would you accompany me for a stroll, share some words, and walk together? A declaration of ownership. Surprisingly, the usually oblivious Yetsong comprehended the implications behind Jiaoluo's actions, a pang of bitterness rising within her. Who cares about your red-haired boyfriend? Luo Sha could not help but chuckle softly, realizing that Kururo, with her gentle demeanor reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, possessed a playful side. It was precisely this quality that rendered her even more endearing. Gently patting Kururo's shoulder, he suggested, since we have some free time, let us find a CAF and sit together for a while. Kururo nodded in agreement. Linking her arm with Luo Sha's as they departed from the perilous presence of Yitsong, a woman fraught with danger in every conceivable sense. Who cares about your red hair? It's as if I'm warding off a wolf, Yitsong remarked, watching the two retreating figures while caressing the iron butterfly nestled in her hair. After tidying up her surroundings, she too made her exit. As Kururo clung to him, Luo Sha's mind drifted to the celestial whirlpool of stars. His points had risen from 143 to 169. After expending 100 points, he was left with 43. Due to the various preparations in Sunagakure, the butterfly effect had elevated his score to 78. Remarkably, merely defeating each song and teasing her had yielded a rewarding 91 points, which was exhilarating. In the original narrative, the relationship between Yi Song and Luo Sha was fraught with animosity. They were like two rotting fish pecking at each other. Rivals for the position of the fourth Kazekage, destined to clash. Ultimately, Luo Sha's betrayal led to Yi Song's demise at the hands of the hidden mist shinobi. A tragic end for a beautiful woman. It was precisely because of this that Luo Sha could ascend to power. Now, taking a contrarian approach, he had temporarily subdued Yi Song with his strength, while also teasing her, undoubtedly influencing the course of events. Yi Song was a valuable source of points, and Luo Sha resolved to exploit this potential, to charm women for the rise of Sunagakure, sacrificing his own allure in the process. Chapter 8, Puppet Master? I shall slay indiscriminately. The brother is no longer present in the world, yet his legend endures. In the ensuing days, Luo Sha remained largely reclusive, reflecting on his abilities. However, his clash with Yi Song had become a sensational topic within Sunagakure. The illustrious Yasha Maru had transformed into a great horn, proclaiming to all that Luo Sha had single-handedly vanquished Yi Song, as if it were he, not Luo Sha, who had achieved the victory. Though Luo Sha did not make an appearance, the shinobi of Sunagakure picked up on various hints concerning Yi Song's demeanor, noting that she refrained from any rebuttal. They unearthed a startling truth. Luo Sha's prowess had surged exponentially, and even the elite among the Jainin could hardly withstand a few of his moves. Against such formidable experts, there were many titles, those surpassing Jainin, strategic-level combatants, capable of swaying the tide of local battles. The most familiar among these appellations was that of a shadow-level powerhouse. The shinobi of the sand were stirred with fervor. This signified that Sunagakure had advanced in its high-tier combat capabilities. Following Chiyo, the Kazekage, and the Jinchuriki, a new top-tier warrior had emerged within their ranks. Soon enough, this news reached the Kazekage's office. Chiyo and Erozi were astonished by Luo Sha's meteoric rise in strength and sought him out for an audience. Upon Luo Sha's entrance, their first glance confirmed the veracity of the rumors. Though his visage bore signs of weariness, it radiated a confidence that could inspire belief in others, a confidence that he could indeed prevail. Resplendent and charismatic, this was a deliberate effort on Luo Sha's part. Emotions can be infectious, and so too can confidence. Ascending to the Kazekage seat aligned with his interests, allowing him greater ease in altering the shinobi world and accumulating points. Thus, he aimed to project an image of confidence and strength, showcasing his personal charm, reminiscent of the founding monarchs chronicled in history, akin to a certain art school dropout. Casting his gaze around the office, he noted Erozi, who had transformed into the Kazekage, seated at the center, with Chiyo positioned beside him. Luo Sha inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Elder Chiyo?" With a reassuring nod, Elder Chiyo regarded Luo Sha with a gaze filled with warmth and satisfaction. "Indeed. There are several matters I would like to solicit your assistance with. However, before we proceed, we would like to ascertain the extent of your abilities. How would you describe your current prowess? It is somewhat difficult to articulate, but I can assure you it has significantly improved compared to before. Luo Sha pondered briefly before responding. Elder Chio pressed further. To what degree has it elevated? Perhaps to the height of the 3rd or 4th floor, Luo Sha replied. Elder Chio nodded, appearing to grasp the essence of his words, albeit with a hint of ambiguity. If it were Ryu, she might have exclaimed, Really? I find that hard to believe. Shall we engage in a spar to enhance your combat experience against shadow-level adversaries? It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary mistakes born of overconfidence in the future, Elder Chio proposed, her words laced with a genuine intent to mentor Luo Sha. A war is undoubtedly on the horizon, and the subtle maneuvers of Sunagakure cannot remain concealed from the watchful eyes of others for long. Preparations for the impending conflict are imperative. To feign ignorance and act as if nothing has transpired is a self-deceptive folly. What shall we do when the truth is unveiled and the enemy strikes? Should the elders guard the village gate, while the wind shadow perishes alongside the state? Such a course is untenable. Just as in the myriad tactics of football, Sunagakure's previous strategies resembled a headless chicken, aimlessly flailing until overwhelmed in their penalty area. Now, with the knowledge of the wind shadow's demise, inaction would mean building a defense solely within our own territory, leaving us vulnerable to relentless assaults. What Sunagakure must endeavor to do is to prepare as thoroughly as possible, fortifying defenses while simultaneously strategizing counterattacks, ensuring that the enemy cannot unleash their full might upon us. Luo Sha represents a crucial element in the battlefield. The clash of warriors pits powerful shadows against mere ninjas, creating an overwhelming imbalance. Attempting to utilize sheer numbers to restrain a shadow-level powerhouse would undoubtedly exact a grievous toll. The ninja forces of Sunagakure are already limited. And even if puppet masters were to bolster their ranks, they could scarcely muster a significant contingent. Should the enemy deploy a shadow-level combatant, Sunagakure would suffer devastating losses, leading to a dire state of affairs. Chio, unwilling to pay such a hefty price, envisions that once the war commences, Luo Sha should be thrust to the forefront. This strategy serves two purposes: to sacrifice a formidable enemy general and to allow Luo Sha to accrue accolades, thereby positioning him to succeed the Kazekage. Indeed, Elder Chio is a master of the puppet arts. Luo Sha, with an air of profound curiosity, inquired, May I ask, does Chio's puppet contain any metallic components? Of course. It does. Chio, somewhat perplexed, replied, It is inconceivable for a puppet to be devoid of any metal. The various joints, connecting parts, and even the core framework of the puppet necessitate high-strength, high-toughness metals for their construction. Even the threads controlling the puppet predominantly utilize specialized metallic wires. Without such materials, not only would the puppet lack lethality, but it would also exhibit numerous deficiencies, such as being difficult to control, prone to destruction, and subject to considerable wear. Does this include the human puppet? Luo Sha further probed. Chio slightly furrowed her brows. The human puppet was a unique creation of her grandson, Chishan no Sasori, a matter she preferred to avoid discussing. However, given Luo Sha's inquiry, Chio could only respond, including the human puppet. It is impossible for any puppet to exist without the use of metallic components. In other words, any puppet will invariably employ secret metallic parts. Luo Sha nodded slightly. And the Master of Solitude remarked, In that case, there is no need for me to engage with you, Elder. It would serve no purpose in my training. A true expert in internal conflict, if my opponent is a puppeteer, do not inform me of their identity or number. I am invincible, wreaking havoc, and seeking to surpass all. How wonderful it would be if the predominant force in the ninja world were puppeteers. Chio's expression soured as she exchanged glances with H-Suki. Developing a critical opinion of Luo Sha, his arrogance was palpable, showing a blatant disregard for my standing as a Kaga-level puppeteer. H-Suki, transformed into the wind shadow, cleared his throat twice, attempting to ease the tension. He advised Luo Sha, we acknowledge your remarkable progress and strength. However, do not underestimate the formidable figures in the ninja world. Elder Chio is also a Kaga-level powerhouse, and she is not significantly weaker than your master. Confidence is commendable, but hubris may lead to your downfall. A true elder embodies wisdom. Luo Sha smiled gently, expressing her apologies. I apologize if my words were unclear. I do not intend to target Elder Chio, nor do I harbor any grievances against her. Elder Chio's expression softened considerably. Recognizing that the ability to acknowledge one's mistakes signifies great potential for improvement. Luo Sha is a promising talent, the hope of Sunagakure for the coming decades. And she wishes to prevent Rosha from stumbling due to arrogance. Rosha added, "What I mean is, any puppeteer could never be my rival. Even if all the puppeteers from Sunagakure teamed up, I would remain unafraid." Suddenly, Chiyo sprang to her feet, her brows furrowed with indignation as she glared at Rosha, wishing to leap up and deliver a punch to his knee. "The puppeteers are the backbone of Sunagakure. I will not allow you to insult them in such a manner." Her points increased by an additional 20. Rosha felt a profound satisfaction, as it seemed that the presence of a prominent ninja like Chiyo in the narrative would yield a substantial accumulation of points. Chapter 9. We merely seek to broaden our horizons. What significance does a puppet master hold for the village hidden in the sand? Due to the vast expanse and sparse population of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure suffers from a numerical disadvantage in ninjas, akin to the situation in the Land of Water, placing it at the lower echelons among the 5 great nations. It could be likened to the lesser figures among the notorious 5. During the tenure of the Second Kazekage, the Second Shinobi World War unfolded, and constrained by the limited military strength of Sunagakure, he innovated the art of puppetry. By leveraging the geographical advantages of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure managed to secure its position among the 5 great ninja villages. While ambitions to seize the fertile lands of the Land of Fire were thwarted, at least the village was ensured its survival. It is noteworthy that the techniques of magnetic release employed by the Third and Fourth Kazekage were also inspired by the sand manipulation skills of Shikaku, showcasing significant advancements in research. The puppet masters have made considerable contributions to the safety of the Land of Wind. One could assert that the present state of Sunagakure is paved with the remnants of countless puppets. Therefore, it is understandable why Chiyo would react so vehemently to her. Rosha's words seem to carry an implication of betraying one's own teachings and heritage. "Lady Chiyo, I implore you to maintain your composure." The metallic sand remained unchanged in color as the index finger lightly tapped the table, invoking electromagnetic forces. "Calm down, you implore, but how can I remain composed? It is only because you are a disciple of the Wind Shadow that I have refrained from taking immediate action." Just as Chiyo was about to erupt, she was restrained by Aizu. With his brows slightly raised, Aizu placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Listen, what is there to hear?" Chiyo retorted, but soon realized there was indeed a commotion. The sound of wind and sand swept through, accompanied by the clamor of the sand-hidden village's ninjas. As the ground began to tremble, could it be a sandstorm? No, we must quickly secure the villagers. Damn it, this is so sudden. The desert is fraught with storms and unpredictable weather, which has forged the resilience of the sand ninjas. Cursing under her breath, Chiyo darted past Rosha and flung open the door. As she was about to rush outside, she froze in place, unable to regain her composure. "What's wrong, sister? Could it be that villagers have been unexpectedly caught in the sandstorm?" Aizu questioned, following her lead. This matter could not be ignored. Every villager is a treasure of the village. As they reached the doorway, Aizu was about to speak when he was struck dumb by the scene before him. Centered around the Wind Shadow's office, within a radius of 150 meters, all metallic objects on the ground had gathered together, forming a circle around the office. If one were to divide this circle into 24 segments, they would witness the metallic objects rise into the sky, moving wildly as if they were serpents enchanted by the sound of a flute. This was a true spectacle of the Golden Serpent's dance. The 24 metallic chains intertwined and twisted into various shapes, captivating the attention of all the villagers of the sand-hidden village. BW, what does it mean? The King of Pressure, a marvel of the human realm. After approximately 20 seconds, all the metallic objects ascended in succession, returning to their original positions, concluding this fervent display. Chiyo suddenly turned around. Her eyes filled with an indescribable excitement as she gazed at Rosha, a mixture of despair, shock, relief, and exhilaration swirling within her. The villagers, witnessing the arrival of the third Wind Shadow, fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. "Congratulations to Lord Wind Shadow for your remarkable power. Victory to the Sand-Hidden Village. Victory to Lord Wind Shadow." It is well known that the third Wind Shadow possesses the ability of magnet release, sand iron. Thus, it was evident who was responsible for this extraordinary display. The enthusiasm among the sand ninjas was palpable. Who wouldn't aspire to ally with a formidable leader? Why do the Leaf Village ninjas and the Cloud Hidden Village ninjas exude such confidence during their missions? It all boils down to the formidable strength of their village. The shadow is the face of a village, and given the geographical limitations of the sand-hidden village, which cannot produce a plethora of ninjas, the emergence of a powerful figure becomes paramount. Passing by the office, Yukura stood amidst the jubilant crowd. Feeling out of place as she gazed blankly at the Wind Shadow's office, rendered speechless. Only she knew that the third wind shadow had already passed away. Only she knew that the irritating red-haired individual was undoubtedly seated in the wind shadow's office at that moment. Aizu offered a few encouraging words to the villagers before returning to the office and slamming the door shut behind him. Chiyo and Aizu circled Rosha as if examining a rare treasure. After a lengthy silence, Chiyo finally stammered, Are you now able to control not just sand gold or sand iron? Indeed, I can manipulate the majority of metals, Rosha replied calmly, nodding. The principle is simple. Electricity generates magnetism, which can then be used to manipulate metals. Chiyo's excitement grew, her words tumbling over one another as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What does it signify to control most metals? A puppet master's bane. A bane to weak ninjas. All puppets contain metal, and the vast majority of ninjas in the ninja world heavily rely on physical techniques, kunai, and shuriken arts. With Rosha, the sand-hidden village's numerical disadvantage among ninjas would truly be mitigated. From Rosha's earlier demonstration, it was clear that his mastery over metal is profound and extensive, indicating that against ordinary ninjas and puppet masters, he would dominate entirely. Bring 100, he would vanquish 100. Bring 1,000, he would annihilate 1,000. The weak would have no right to even breathe before him. Thank goodness you are from the sand-hidden village. Thank goodness you are from the sand-hidden village. Chiyo murmured, repeatedly reciting this phrase. Aizu nodded in strong agreement. Had Rosha belonged to another ninja village, a mere few elite ninjas could have easily invaded the sand-hidden village and single-handedly obliterated it. The joy arrived so unexpectedly that Chiyo remained in disbelief. Retrieving a storage scroll and casting down a dozen puppets onto the ground, her hopes soaring as she urged, Quick, let us see if you can destroy them. Wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? Rosha cast a glance at the puppet on the ground, noting its exquisite craftsmanship and superior quality. Not a single bit wasted. Not at all. Qiandai exclaimed with enthusiasm. It's not that we doubt you. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. Rosha blinked, and a few unusual sounds emanated from the puppet as he calmly stated, It's done. Chiyo was momentarily taken aback. There were no seals. No discernible fluctuations of chakra. Was it truly finished? The fingers entwined with threads made a slight motion, and instead of rising, the puppet emitted even louder noises. All joints and essential metallic components twisted into a helix, violently disassembling. With Chiyo's movements, the metal within the puppet clashed together, creating a cacophony of sounds. Clang, clang, clang. Chiyo believed it now. This time, she was genuinely convinced, gasping in astonishment, not just once, but thrice. The shock that Rosha induced in her was of a magnitude that warranted 3 gasps. She had witnessed the birth of a master puppeteer, and Sunagakure truly had hope for prosperity. Chapter 10. Fame and fortune are to me as floating clouds. After a considerable time, Chiyo and Rosha finally calmed their emotions, though she continued to regard him with admiration, recognizing the rarity of such talent emerging from Sunagakure. To them, Rosha's magnet-release Kekkai Jinkai far surpassed that of the Third Kazekage. Provided he amassed sufficient chakra, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite of shadow-level powerhouses. With a true top-tier warrior, Sunagakure could wield immense deterrent power, fearless of other ninja villages. Ultimately, Chiyo regained her composure, pondering for a moment before saying, Since your strength has surged remarkably and your Kekkai Jinkai has evolved, the next task is perfectly suited for you. What task? Rosha inquired, feeling compelled to accept. Kisame opened a drawer, retrieved a document, and slid it before Rosha, stating, Are you familiar with the Land of Craftsmen? Rosha nodded. As he possessed a vague recollection of the Land of Crafts, a faction featured in over 200 episodes of the animation. Following the resurrection of its founder, Qingming, the Land of Crafts once sought to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages, only to be thwarted by his own son, Gaara. With over 200 episodes showcasing Gaara, one might wonder about his prowess. It was rather lackluster, akin to a mere novice, barely on par with the likes of Kankuro. This situation could be likened to the village chief of a remote hamlet proclaiming the establishment of a nation and simultaneously dispatching a diplomatic missive to a distant land, bestowing the title of Kingping and upon the esteemed Chiang Kai-shek. Nearly 3 days later, this fledgling realm was discovered by the local constabulary, which promptly dispatched a small contingent of forces to dismantle the so-called dynasty. Such was the absurdity of the scenario, and thus, Rosha retained a rather vivid impression of the Land of Crafts. It was indeed a rarity to encounter individuals capable of such comedic folly. Rosha perused the documents, while Hai Lao Zhang stood beside him, elucidating, The land of craftsmen boasts the finest lineage of artisans in the shinobi world, along with an abundance of orders, whether it be the 5 great shinobi villages or the samurai of the land of iron. The majority of ninja tools and weapons are entrusted to the craftsmen of this land for creation. With war on the horizon, we previously dispatched numerous teams, disguised as merchants, to the land of craftsmen to commission ninja tools. However, an extended period has elapsed without any word from them. These teams were not lacking in strength and could evade even the strongest of Jainin, yet now they remain silent, with no signs of life whatsoever. Rosha cast the document onto the table, lowering his head in contemplation. To prevent any leaks regarding the Sand Village's preparations for war, the dispatched ninjas were disguised, adopting different identities. This implies that, should there be an actual enemy, it is highly unlikely they are targeting the Sand Village. The current intelligence is insufficient, rendering further analysis impossible. Shall I make a trip to the land of crafts? Rosha inquired, believing that experiencing the situation firsthand would yield clarity. Indeed, Chio nodded, explaining, we are currently unprepared for battle. The capable ninjas within the village are all occupied with their respective missions. The remaining ones either lack sufficient strength or possess too conspicuous abilities, making them vulnerable to exposure and subsequent deduction of our objectives. This mission requires a limited number of participants with high capabilities, and you seem to fit the criteria perfectly. This means that, without revealing his identity, he must journey to the land of crafts, uncover the truth, and return with the necessary tools. I accept, Rosha affirmed calmly. Chio exchanged a knowing smile with him, recognizing him as a promising youth willing to contribute to the village. Sensing Rosha's apprehension, Chio reassured him, this task will be recorded in secrecy, to be revealed when the time is right. The village will acknowledge your contributions, rest assured. It won't be long before you advance further. You are the sole candidate. Yukura is not suited for leadership. What candidate? The Wind Shadow inquired, aware that some truths need not be stated too explicitly. Could this imply a predetermined selection? Luo Sha expressed that the pursuit of fame and fortune seemed as ephemeral as clouds to him. He remarked, Elder, you speak of matters in a peculiar light. Even under the current circumstances, it is my duty to resolve the troubles of our village. As for further developments, I merely wish to postpone that day, preferably for several decades. The triumph of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. I would rather squander my life in idleness than see the villagers and my comrades dragged into the chaos of war. When will Rosha become a Wind Shadow? The truth of the demise of the third generation has been unveiled, revealing the invasion by a formidable army. After achieving notable feats, both Hai and Lao are aware that this day is not far off. Yet, Rosha expresses a fervent wish that this day may never arrive. Longing for everlasting peace in the sand-hidden village, embodying a subtle grandeur. What is enlightenment, if not this? This is true enlightenment. Prompting Chio and the others to applaud in approval. The sand-hidden village is indeed fortunate to have a young man like Rosha, who possesses thoughtfulness, awareness, and strength, a true embodiment of excellence. Luo Sha was exceedingly pleased with a simple display of prowess. He earned points while simultaneously gaining a deeper understanding of the mechanism of the Golden Finger. By individual effort, one could propel the course of history, and any influence on the original plot would yield rewards and points. The most effective way to alter the narrative was to impact the original characters or the influential figures of the major ninja villages. Chio had a decent role. While Zuki's presence was limited, yet they currently held sway over Sunagakure. Every slight influence exerted upon them would indirectly affect their actions in the village, thereby directly altering the dynamics of the ninja world. This was a confluence of the leverage effect and the butterfly effect, resulting in a continuous influx of points. Grant me a chance to display my skills, and I could shift the entire ninja world. With that in mind, he prepared for the task ahead. This mission was of utmost importance. The future of Sunagakure rested upon him. Chio leaped up, excitedly grasping Luo Sha's hand, declaring her support. With a nod, Luo Sha departed the Kazekage's office, seeking out Yashimaru and Karura to share his newfound insights and to inform them of his intent to seclude himself for a few days, hoping they would refrain from disturbing him, as well as ensuring others would not intrude. Yashimaru, of course, readily agreed, thinking to himself that if his brother-in-law was becoming more formidable, it meant he, too, would gain stature. After Yashimaru's departure, Luo Sha confided in Karura about his secret mission, reassuring her not to worry. The implication of not wanting was indeed a subtle form of desire. One need not be a woman to employ such tactics. The secrets of Sunagakure were of lesser importance than his personal allure. Moreover, Karura was genuinely a commendable woman, a true support. well aware of matters that should remain unspoken. Finally, Luo Sha returned home to prepare for the mission. To avoid revealing his identity meant refraining from utilizing the puppet technique, the unique ninjutsu of Sunagakure, as well as his own bloodline limit. While others might find these restrictions significantly impactful on their strength, they posed no challenge for Luo Sha. It was simple. The potential directions for electromagnetism were numerous, and even at a low level, it sufficed to allow him to flawlessly disguise various identities without impairing his capabilities. First, he could assume the guise of a swordsman or samurai, the distinction being that the former wielded their blades by hand, whereas Luo Sha would manipulate his sword through electromagnetic force. On the surface, as a swordsman, the impact on attack range would be evident, yet the overall power and lethality would remain largely unchanged. Chapter 11. Dare to move against me as the sun dipped low in the western sky. A chill autumn breeze swept through the air. A tall figure clad in a black kimono, wooden sandals adorning his feet, and sporting a mane of red hair tied simply behind him, strode through the woods near the land of crafts. His strikingly handsome face bore two 10-centimeter scars crossing each other, which, far from detracting from his allure, lent him an air of gallantry. This was Hiko Seijiro from the land of crafts, or rather, Luo Sha had utilized transformation techniques to embody the image of Hiko Seijiro. The land of crafts, an island nation adjacent to the land of water, was known for its frequent rain. Even under the blazing sun, a lingering dampness pervaded the forest, leaving Luo Sha uncomfortable. The climate of the land of wind and that of the land of crafts could be described as polar opposites, having traversed half the ninja world in just 2 days. He had yet to acclimate. How could a ninja from the desert find himself on a mission in a coastal nation? Casually opening the mission manual, Luo Sha scrutinized it for a moment, his mood less than splendid. There were no leads whatsoever. How was he to complete the mission? Surely he couldn't seize the land of crafts and return to Sunagakure alone. Yet, it wasn't entirely out of the question in the plot. The founder of the land of crafts had harbored intentions against Gaara, which could be interpreted as a prelude to avenging his son. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead. Luo Sha stowed away the mission manual and placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, squinting into the distance. Kazuki. A figure stumbled through the trees, visibly injured. With wounds on his shoulders and chest, his expression haggard and his eyes bloodshot. Even as he fled, he gathered chakra at his fingertips, forming a sharp whirlwind aimed behind him. Close on his heels were a dozen pursuers, each adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden mist village, relentlessly hunting their quarry. The pace was neither hurried nor slow, indicating that Kazuki was nearing his limits. It would only take a little longer for his strength to wane, allowing them to claim victory without a fight. If they could just increase their speed a tad, they could push this Sunagakure ninja to his utmost limits. The lead Jainin, Kagaya Omo, exhibited impatience, urging his subordinates behind him. If it weren't for this group of inept individuals holding him back, he mused, he wouldn't have taken this long to catch a mere chunin. Yes, replied the red-haired girl, Ringo Yui, who was closest to Kagaya Omo, quickening her pace in the woods. The others followed suit, closing the gap on the fleeing Kazuki. Unexpectedly, just as Kazuki was about to enter their attack range, he suddenly surged forward, leaving them in his wake. After all, their failure to catch him would merely result in reprimands, while for Kazuki, a moment's delay could spell the end of his life. A bunch of useless fools. All you can manage are trivial tasks. Kagaya almost scolded his subordinates sharply, channeling chakra into his feet and leaping onto a tree trunk, launching himself forward. Among the Mist Village ninjas, including Ringo Yui, there was no discontent regarding Kagaya Omo's reprimands. Even if there were, no one would dare voice it. Kagaya Omo was a key figure of the Kagaya clan, one of the few within the clan to have awakened the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. His reputation was formidable, having contributed greatly to the village, his prowess rivaling that of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Such a prominent figure reprimanding a few underperforming chunin was hardly a matter of concern. Little mouse, you cannot escape. As he closed in on the fleeing figure, Kagaya Omo let out a cold laugh, extending a hand forward. In an instant, 5 bone shards shot forth from his fingers, akin to arrows released from a bow. There it was, the legendary Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit. Ringo Yui and the other chunin gazed at Kagaya Omo with envious eyes, recognizing the insurmountable chasm that existed between bloodline limit users and ordinary ninjas. The name of Shikatsumiyaku resonated throughout the ninja world. Who among them was unfamiliar with it? With the bone pulse, Kagaya Otsutsuki ranks among the elite of the upper ninjas, capable of contending with the 7 ninja swordsmen. In her eyes, Ringo Yuri radiated a fierce determination. As an ordinary ninja, The only path to acquiring Kagaya's formidable power lay in obtaining a ninja sword and becoming one of the 7. Alas, the ranks were already full. 5 skeletal fingers pierced through Maki's chest, their momentum unabated as they hurtled towards the passing Rosha. In an instant, Rosha unsheathed his blade, which danced with astonishing speed and precision, severing the 5 fingers into mere fragments that scattered with the wind. The sword was then sheathed in a flash, showcasing the demeanor of a true master, effortlessly exuding an air of superiority. In truth, he merely gripped the sword and manipulated it with electromagnetic force, thus achieving a flawless mimicry of a swordsman. Maki collapsed before Rosha, disheveled and coughing up blood, teetering on the brink of death. Kagaya's gaze sharpened, filled with trepidation. He executed a foot brake, refraining from approaching Rosha, despite his mission target lying at Rosha's feet. Before him stood a figure clad in a kimono, with a longer sword than the short blades favored among ninjas. When he drew his sword moments ago, it appeared effortless, devoid of any signs of exertion from his arms or wrists, and without a hint of chakra fluctuation, yet it emitted a dazzling light. The mastery of his technique was extraordinary, delivering strikes at an unparalleled speed. This was undoubtedly the supreme essence of the II technique spoken of in the legends of the samurai of the Iron Country. This individual's swordsmanship was on par with any of the ninja swordsmen in the village, and when considering the distinctive characteristics of his technique, his identity became glaringly evident. He was surely the master of a swordsmanship school from the Iron Country. It was even plausible that he was the legendary general of the Iron Country, the master of II who left ninjas no chance to form hand seals, Mitsuba. In a fleeting moment, Kagaya had imagined it all, unfairly implicating Mitsuba. He gestured to halt his subordinates behind him, his expression grave as he spoke to Rosha in the most conciliatory tone possible. Friend from the Iron Country, this matter concerns our village of Kirigakure. He is a traitor among us, and if you are wise, I hope you will leave here promptly, so that we may avoid any unnecessary conflict. Had the pursuit of Kirigakure truly extended to the land of crafts? Luo Sha lowered his head to glance at the fugitive, his brow furrowing in thought. This young man seemed oddly familiar, strikingly so. Memories surged from the depths of his mind, and he realized that this was none other than Maki, his future right-hand man and the instructor of his 3 children. If memory served him correctly, Maki had been dispatched to the land of crafts, disguised for the procurement of ninja tools. Now, Maki lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His vision blurred. Was he truly destined to perish here? Luo Sha gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, his righteous spirit soaring like the heavens, embodying the essence of a justice-bearer and a bane to evil. Filled with righteous indignation, he proclaimed, when the road is uneven, there are those who will level it. When injustice prevails, there are those who will intervene. I, Saint Roronoa, Himura Kenshin, Jorikara Mihawk, Inami Kazu, Shanks, Sakata Jintoki, Reinhard von Istria, and Zaro, cannot abide by the violation of the samurai spirit through the oppression of the weak by the strong. This matter, I shall take charge of. How dare these wicked citizens lay hands on my people? Chapter 12. The sword god Luo Sha has arrived. Why does this person's name have to be so lengthy? As Kagaya pondered this question, Luo Sha had already made his move, stepping forward to stand before Kagaya. He wielded his blade with one hand and softly intoned, heavenly sword technique, dragon's nest flash. In truth, it was merely the manipulation of electromagnetic forces to swiftly unsheathe and strike at his opponent, the name of the technique being a whimsical fabrication. A flash of cold light surged forth, dazzling to the extreme, momentarily startling Kagaya, whose eyes were momentarily blinded by the reflection on the blade. Drawing upon his chakra, Kagaya unleashed the corpse bone technique, summoning several eerie white bones that erupted from his body, positioning themselves to intercept the trajectory of the descending blade. Once again, a flurry of blade blossoms erupted, both resplendent and perilous. The white bones were cleaved asunder, and seizing this opportunity, Kagaya retreated several steps, gesturing grandly, onward. Luo Sha furrowed his brow slightly. It was certain he would be besieged, even if he wished to conceal his identity at this moment. Dispatching these insignificant foes would be a matter of mere moments, an effortless task. What truly vexed him was that after accelerating, the long blade lost much of its momentum after severing several bones of the corpse bone pulse, failing to instantly slay Kagaya Daigo. It appeared that the corpse bone pulse possessed some formidable qualities, explaining why Jumaro could contend evenly with his less-than-stellar son. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water whip. From the fog behind Kagaya Daigo, a throng surged forth, employing either water techniques or hurling shuriken and kunai. Their coordination was not flawless, yet it was passable. Various water techniques and ninja tools surged towards Rosha like a net cast across the heavens and earth. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Kagaya Daigo's mouth. The samurai of the Iron Country often spoke of the spirit of the warrior and one-on-one duels, which was quite laughable. Could ninjas and samurai truly be compared? With over 10 chunin, alongside himself, an elite jonin, even if a shadow-level powerhouse were to arrive, they could certainly manage to hold their own. Those wielding swords were utterly oblivious to the situation, perishing for naught. Flying heavenly sword style, nine-headed dragon flash. Rosha maintained an unruffled demeanor, exhibiting an unwavering composure amidst the turmoil. His longsword flickered with an ethereal electric glow as he swiftly slashed in multiple directions. In essence, he was augmenting the output of electromagnetic force, wielding the blade with an unprecedented velocity. As the water surged and collided with the sword, arcs of electricity emerged in an instant, followed by a resounding explosion of dispersion. Impossible! How can someone cleave water with a blade? Exclaimed a ninja from the hidden mist village. Others may falter, for their swords lack the requisite strength. Yet I am the deity among swords. Known simply as the sword god. Rosha shamelessly postured, as in the very moment the long knife met the water's tumult, he adeptly harnessed the principle of electromagnetic induction, converting electrical energy into thermal energy. Upon its release, the heat evaporated the water along the predetermined path. Following the chaotic waves, several water whips approached menacingly. With a deft manipulation of his longsword, Rosha traced an eerie arc, entwining several water whips around the blade simultaneously. Suddenly lifting his gaze, he regarded the front with a chilling indifference. Several ninjas wielding the water whips, as if struck by lightning, were paralyzed by the sheer intensity of his gaze, causing them to relinquish their grips and tremble uncontrollably. Kagaya Otsutsuki was taken aback. The aura of death emanating from this individual was formidable. It had long been rumored that certain lethal samurai and ninjas could cultivate their presence to the extent that a mere glance could intimidate foes, leaving them feeling as if they had been electrocuted. The swift intimidation of his subordinates left Kagaya unsettled, particularly as he himself was impervious to the murderous intent within those penetrating eyes. This was a testament to the fact that the swordsman before him was undoubtedly a master among masters, wielding his killing intent with unparalleled finesse, perhaps even surpassing the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. Though a flicker of trepidation coursed through Kagaya, it was quickly eclipsed by an overwhelming desire for battle. For the Kagaya clan was known for their martial prowess. However, Kagaya's apprehension stemmed from a misinterpretation. Rosha's true ability lay in electromagnetism, enabling him to manipulate metal through the principles of electric magnetism. The electromagnetic force was his genuine calling, and previously, he had merely infused his long blade with electricity, delivering a thunderous strike to the ninjas, who were indeed struck by a bolt of lightning. What transpired next left the Mist Village ninjas in a state of shock. Following the water whips, an array of ninja tools hurtled toward Rosha, targeting the vital joints of his body. In their estimation, the pressure exerted on his joints from the rapid succession of strikes would render him incapable of executing such intricate swordplay. However, Rosha defied all expectations. His wrist joints moved with an uncanny fluidity as he unleashed a series of strikes, deflecting the shuriken midair. The shuriken collided with other kunai, creating a cacophony of sounds. A dazzling chain reaction ensued, culminating in the very tools being hurled back towards the Mist Village ninjas. The speed and ferocity of the returning projectiles were unparalleled. Caught off guard, several ninjas found themselves unable to evade the assault, suffering fatal wounds as shuriken sliced through throats or kunai pierced hearts. A cascade of crimson blossoms erupted, hauntingly beautiful in its tragedy, akin to the bloom of the other shore flower. Unbeknownst to them, a cold sweat had drenched the backs of all present, including Kagaya. From the moment the ninjas initiated their assault to the instant Rosha dismantled their efforts, scarcely 2 seconds had passed. In that brief span, Rosha executed over a dozen strikes, each one perfectly timed, each one defying belief. Those present were well versed in the art of combat. They understood that to kill efficiently, one must possess a profound knowledge of human anatomy. For any ordinary individual, it would be impossible to execute such swordplay within 2 seconds. The strain on one's arms and wrists would be insufferable. What astonished them most was that Rosha had merely waved his sword a few times, causing their thrown weapons to collide with one another, ultimately leading to their own demise. What did this signify? It implied that Rosha not only possessed divine swordsmanship, but also an unparalleled capacity for calculation, instantaneously determining the force points and subsequent trajectories of the ninja tools. This was a level of skill beyond human comprehension. Amidst village ninja, whose resolve faltered, was the first to succumb to the pressure, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Trembling, he murmured, "No, not a demon, but a god of the sword, the divine essence of blade mastery." The dreams newly forged by Akiyama Yuki were shattered before they could blossom, only to be replaced by a newfound aspiration. It became clear that one need not wield the 7 ninja swords. Pure swordsmanship alone sufficed to achieve such extraordinary feats. "Coach, I wish to learn this, if I survive today." Kagaya felt an immense weight of pressure, akin to a mountain, rise within him. The swordsmanship of this individual undeniably eclipsed that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, rightfully earning him the title of sword god. There was no comparison to be made. In contrast, the 7 ninja swordsmen appeared as mere pretenders, relying solely on their blades to assert dominance. Luo Sha, with a serene expression and an air of indifference, achieved precisely the desired effect. The extraordinary computational power was merely an illusion. It was, in fact, the electromagnetic force that controlled all the ninja tools, creating a chaotic clash before returning them. Glancing at the crowd, he calmly stated, "There are 7 left." The wooden clogs crunched upon the fallen leaves as he stepped forward, appearing before Kagaya Otsutsuki, brandishing his long blade to strike. In a moment of peril, Kagaya hastily pulled one of her subordinates aside, positioning them as a shield. Blood erupted, claiming yet another life. 6 remain. The grim sound of death echoed in every ear. Chapter 13. The heavens did not bear me. The sword path endures through the eternal night. With 3 swift strides, he claimed a life, his heart unwavering as his hand continued its relentless motion. There was not a hint of chakra fluctuation. To the mist ninjas, Luo Sha was merely a blur, his blade descending again and again without a single blink. In an instant, 3 lives were extinguished. 3 remain. Rosha cast a fleeting glance and noted that only 3 remained standing: Kagaya Otsutsuki, a mere extra, and a somewhat familiar girl who resembled Yui Ringo. Oh, Mishiro, the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, has yet to reach maturity? The trio was utterly petrified, their hearts pounding with fear. When did the Chunin become so undervalued? Among the various ninja villages, Chunin are not the backbone, but rather a vital component, typically requiring several years of arduous effort to attain such a rank. In a mere encounter, not even half a minute had passed, and 6 captain-level ninjas had perished. Kagaya Otsutsuki recalled a deceased shadow-level powerhouse, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, a man whose strength was acknowledged by rival ninja villages. One whose presence alone compelled enemies to retreat unpunished. Slaying Chunin was as emotionless as slaughtering pigs. Perhaps this man before him was a warrior of the same caliber as the White Fang. Unconsciously, Kagaya Otsutsuki took a step back, as the instinct for survival triumphed over the fervor of battle and the pride of the Otsutsuki clan. Victory was impossible. As Luo Sha stepped forward, his long blade flashed, and yet another head fell to the ground. "Rin-Yuri, I command you to block him." Kagaya Daigo commanded sternly, retreating a step. "Yes." Rin-Yuri hesitated momentarily but gritted her teeth in agreement, tossing her red hair and charging at Luo Sha with a short knife, prepared to face death. She refrained from using ninjutsu, for before a master of swordsmanship, there was no opportunity for hand seals. One could either flee or engage in physical combat. Once, her dream was to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, her aspiration was to reach the level of the swordsman before her. To witness the might of his swordsmanship firsthand was worth any price. The long blade swept past. Rin-Yuri's short knife shattered into fragments, which pierced her insides, inflicting grievous damage upon her organs, and she spat out blood. A complete defeat. In Rin-Yuri's eyes, there was a glimmer of relief. Was this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? To die without regret. Why am I not dead? Luo Sha, having sent Rin-Yuri flying aside, strode toward Kagaya Daigo, who felt as though the sound of wooden clogs was crushing his heart, nearly crying out for him to stay back. Flee. There was no escape. The swordsman before him moved with such speed, and facing him with his back turned was undoubtedly perilous. Thus, there was no choice but to fight. Dance of the Early Fern. In a life and death moment, Kagaya Daigo unleashed all his chakra, merging with the earth to transform it into a forest of bones, sharp and dangerous, erupting from his center and growing wildly in all directions. In the original narrative, Jumuru could only perform this technique using the curse seal. Had it not been for his blood disease, he could have nearly killed Gaara. Bone spikes shot up into the sky, thrusting toward Luo Sha, rapidly spreading before him. Kagaya Daigo was resolute in his intent to die today. He would not allow Luo Sha to emerge unscathed. An elite jonin, struggling in a desperate state. could not be underestimated even by shadow-level warriors. Unfortunately, Luo Sha's ruthlessness in battle was beyond the measure of ordinary shadow-level opponents. A futile struggle. Heaven did not create me, Saint Roro no Azaro, nor did it create the likes of Himura Kenshin, Jorikara Mihawk, Inami Ishin, Shanks, Sakata and Toki, Reinhard von Asteria, or Zaro. The path of the sword is timeless, like the long night. Let me show you the ultimate swordsmanship. Infusing electromagnetic force into his long sword, Luo Sha softly intoned. One sword style, 360 troublesome phoenixes. He then swung his sword. The electromagnetic force reached its zenith, ionizing in the air to form a blue phoenix-shaped lightning bolt. Its wings crackling with electricity. A phoenix cry-sword toward Kagaya Daigo, annihilating all bone spikes in its path, crashing into him with a tempest of thunder. Electromagnetic force can be simply understood as a combination of electricity and magnetism. After all, electricity is always accompanied by magnetism. The level 1 precision of electromagnetic force emphasizes the use of magnetism, allowing manipulation of metals to overcome greater foes, while electricity relies solely on power output. However, this does not imply that Luo Sha is limited to using only magnetic capabilities. He can amplify his output, and his electrical abilities can also wield formidable might, albeit at a higher cost. Unlike chakra-based lightning techniques, the electricity generated by Luo Sha is indistinguishable from that of natural thunderstorms. Increasing the output elevates the voltage. Kagaya Daigo fell. Rinyu Yuri, gradually regaining her senses, watched in shock. The absence of chakra fluctuations, relying solely on pure swordsmanship to summon lightning and thunder, indicated that this man's swordsmanship had reached a level unprecedented in history. Had anyone previously claimed that mere swordsmanship could achieve such heights, they would have been met with disbelief. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, how could they doubt? With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Rinyu Yuri felt a profound transformation within her. She understood that she might die in the next moment, but she held no regrets. Luo Sha envisioned the swirling starry sky in his mind, and then swiftly severed the head of Kagaya Tsutsuki with a single strike. To his dismay, his points had only increased by a mere 44. Despite the numerous foes he had vanquished, leaving him feeling as though he had wasted a significant portion of his stamina. Indeed, it became apparent that simple acts of slaying, whether of prominent figures or mere extras, yielded insufficient rewards. It was essential to stir the waters of the ninja world and alter the course of the narrative. With this realization, Luo Sha turned decisively towards Maki, his back to Yuriko Akane, an unexpected maneuver that left her momentarily stunned. "Why do you not kill me?" she inquired, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I was prepared to meet my demise. Have you not cultivated the proper emotions for this? You wield a sword, do you not?" Luo Sha subtly turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Qingyu, leaving her with an indelible impression of her profile. "Unless you have stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, you cannot fathom my solitude. I yearn for a rival, one who can best me in the art of the sword. I can sense your innate talent in both swordplay and blade techniques, and I hope you will achieve greatness in the future, so that you may challenge me." In truth, she hoped that Lin Qingyu would serve as a lever, transmitting her hidden information back to the hidden mist village, stirring the waters to create a chain reaction that would yield greater rewards. A veteran of the old points system. Chapter 14. Dark betrayal filled with aspirations for the future. Lin Qingyu chose to withdraw. During the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade faced off against the demigod Hanzo the Salamander, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. Hanzo, recognizing their potential, spared their lives, allowing them to depart, and bestowed upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, their names echoing throughout the ninja world. "Few can claim to match me in combat." From that moment on, whenever the legendary Three Ninjas were mentioned, Hanzo would inevitably be included in the discourse, and conversely. Discussions of Hanzo would invariably lead to the Three Ninjas. What Rosha desires is precisely this effect. When a shadow-level sword master suddenly emerges in the ninja world, regardless of how the various ninja villages respond, it will undoubtedly influence the trajectory of the narrative. Taking lives is not the objective, accumulating points is. To earn more points, one must skillfully exploit the butterfly effect and the law of leverage. If Rosha were not intent on utilizing himself as leverage to shift the entire ninja world from the position of Wind Shadow, he would have long since fled. Who would willingly engage in a fierce contest with the formidable Third Raikage? As the figure of Ringo Yuri faded from view, Maki felt a profound sense of regret. His team had been relentlessly pursued these past few days, leaving him as the sole survivor. Just when he was on the brink of despair, he encountered a fearsome individual, who, regrettably, displayed a distinctive character by not annihilating the Mist Village forces entirely, though one could not ask for more. Struggling to rise, he pressed his hand against his wound to staunch the bleeding. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he said, "Thank you for saving my life. I am but a chunin with a mission at hand. Please forgive my inability to repay you, as I must relay the news of the ambush back to my village." His words were eloquent, deliberately omitting mention of his village, showcasing Maki's unwavering loyalty to Sunagakure even at this critical juncture. "I am Raza." Maki responded with slight astonishment, quickly regaining his composure as his gaze swept over Raza. The striking figure before him, with long crimson hair, a handsome visage, traditional attire, and a sheathed blade, was starkly different from his own leader. Aside from their similar hair color and shared attractiveness, there was little to connect the two. Most importantly, his leader wielded the magnet release, sand gold, while the swordsmanship of the man before him was undoubtedly beyond his leader's capabilities. As Raza's confidant, Maki was thoroughly acquainted with his leader and knew there were no secrets involving the mastery of sword techniques or any astonishing revelations. He produced his task handbook and tossed it to Maki, briefly dispelling his transformation technique, and casually conjured a pile of sand gold with chakra. At last, Maki was convinced. His mind raced, and he tentatively inquired, "Sir, what is your bloodline limit?" "The bloodline limit has evolved. I can now control the vast majority of metals," Raza casually explained. His identity as a sword master was crucial, yet the individual mattered. At this moment, executing his mission would be significantly smoother with Maki's assistance. Moreover, once they returned to the village, as long as Maki was not foolish, he would surely deduce Raza's identity from Chiyomaki. Ultimately, it was merely a disguise. Revealing it would not be a cause for distress, and if necessary, Raza could adopt many more personas. "Ah!" Maki exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. There had never been any swordsmanship. Everything was a result of directly manipulating the long blade, allowing for exquisite swordplay without straining the joints. Truly worthy of the man he had chosen to follow for a lifetime, Raza's ingenuity was remarkable. With electromagnetic force dispersing, he sensed all that surrounded him. Aside from trees, mosquitoes, and small creatures, there were no discordant elements, no internal traitors. Rosha inquired, "Pray tell, what transpired?" Maki retrieved some trauma ointment and bandages from his pocket. Attending to his wounds as he reported, "A few days ago, our small team, myself included, discreetly infiltrated the land of crafts and batches to procure ninja tools. Unfortunately, the village hidden in the mist had also dispatched a team led by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, accompanied by a bloodline ninja, to acquire the same tools. The allure of wealth proved irresistible. After we obtained the ninja tools, we became targets of the Mist Squad. Following a fierce skirmish, we sustained heavy losses, and all our tools were seized. Perhaps they sensed our intentions, or perhaps they sought to silence us. We subsequently found ourselves ensnared in a protracted game of cat and mouse, with us fleeing and them in pursuit." Having finished bandaging his wounds and recounting the ordeal, Maki leaned against a tree, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained resolute, refusing to succumb to his exhaustion. Rosha lowered his head in contemplation. The 10 squads led by Chunin were contrasted sharply with the opposing side, which consisted of the 7 ninja swordsmen and other Chunin. The national football team certainly could not triumph against the French team. The current situation in the ninja world was tense, and anyone with clear vision could discern that war was on the verge of breaking out. The only question was where it would ignite first. Each of the 5 great villages was, to varying degrees, stockpiling war materials and engaging in an arms race. The leader of the Mist Village, the youthful-faced Yukong, would be foolish not to follow suit. Dispatching 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen along with a multitude of Chunin to procure ninja tools was akin to using an aircraft carrier to go fishing, clearly revealing Yukong's cautious intentions. The land of crafts was adjacent to the land of water, which could be considered the home turf of the Mist Village. This was clearly a scheme of opportunistic predation. What of the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Have they returned to the Mist Village? Rosha inquired. As this detail was of utmost importance, Maki shook his head. "No, they have split into 3 teams and have been relentlessly pursuing us these past few days, aiming to eliminate all witnesses and cover their tracks." The intent to silence witnesses was evident. As long as there were no survivors, it would be a headless murder case, and the Mist Village would escape the infamy of opportunistic predation. Did none of them manage to return to the Mist Village? At least to the best of my recollection, not a single one did. Rosha nodded. The situation was evidently clear. The identities of Maki and his companions had not been exposed. The sudden procurement of a vast quantity of ninja tools by the sand-hidden village was undeniably more significant than silencing witnesses. If the mist-hidden village discerned the identities of Maki and his team, at least a few would surely relay the information back to their village. You have done exceptionally well. This intelligence is of utmost importance to me, Rosha encouraged, patting Maki on the shoulder. It was merely trivial matters. I feel deeply indebted for your assistance, Maki expressed with profound remorse, reflecting on how his superior's precious time and energy had been squandered. Now, we must find a safe haven where you can recuperate, while I handle the remaining affairs. Maki nodded, recognizing that Rosha had made remarkable strides in strength, effortlessly dispatching ninjas as one would slaughter livestock. He mused that his own combat prowess might inadvertently hinder Rosha's performance. After searching diligently, the two finally discovered a secluded cave after sunset. Maki took refuge inside and kindled a fire. "My lord, I wish you all the best," he said, his heart heavy with guilt, knowing that his leader was shouldering all the burdens. "Await my triumphant return." Once Maki had settled his trusted subordinate, Rosha drew his sword and ventured into the enveloping darkness, where the night was ripe for deeds of bloodshed. "Damn it, the black market has encroached upon my territory. I shall not relent until I deal with those morally reprehensible scoundrels of the mist-hidden village." Chapter 15. Reality is more absurd than fiction under the starry night. The wind rustled the fallen leaves, while resilient insects continued their final serenade of life. In the dense forest, Lin Qingyu hurriedly dashed forth, disregarding her injuries. For a ninja, intelligence was always more precious than life itself. The sudden emergence of a formidable, unidentified individual from the land of crafts demanded urgent communication with the mist-hidden village. Otherwise, given her comrades' tendencies, should they encounter that swordsman, it could spell certain doom. Ordinary individuals, if they suffered such grievous wounds with knife fragments lodged within, would undoubtedly be incapable of such vigorous movement. Ultimately, Lin Qingyu arrived at a town, staggering and drawing the attention of passers-by, who, upon recognizing her attire, dismissed the incident as inconsequential. Ninjas, quick to anger, were ostensibly present at the town to procure ninja tools. To avoid drawing too much attention, they had rented an entire inn, which also facilitated the surveillance of potential targets. Maki and his team were thus marked. Before the lights extinguished, the injured Lin Qingyu burst into the inn, and as her pent-up breath finally escaped her, her vision faded to black, collapsing onto the floor. The receptionist had been replaced by someone from the mist-hidden village, who seized a kunai and rushed out to assess the situation. Upon recognizing Lin Qingyu lying on the ground, they confirmed her identity and carried her into the inn's innermost room. Approximately an hour later, Lin Qingyu stirred awake, her hand instinctively reaching to her abdomen, where the bleeding had ceased, though the knife fragments remained unremoved. Among her comrades, none possessed advanced medical ninjutsu. Even a basic healing technique would be considered a luxury. In the room, a dozen ninjas sat in a circle, with two individuals particularly commanding attention. One was Paiba Shirzong, shouldering a decapitating sword, dressed similarly to the infamous Sabuza, though his imposing weapon overshadowed his attire. The other was Suka Yamahogaki, with long orange hair, sharp teeth reminiscent of a piranha, and a stature akin to a small mountain. He was as eye-catching as the colossal sword wrapped in bandages that he carried. Strictly speaking, there was another noteworthy figure in the corner of the room, a young Zetsu, who bore a shark-like visage. At 18, he had stood as an underling in a conference room. Upon spotting the two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Lin Qingyu hastily rose, kneeling on one knee before them, and respectfully intoned, "Sich Nin Lin Qingyu, greetings to the two captains." In an instant, her wounds throbbed anew, and perspiration poured down her face. Pai Bashirzong nodded. Suka Yamahogaki's expression darkened as he gripped his sword's hilt, inquiring, "Speak. Why are you the only one who has returned? What of Captain Huey and the other members of your squad?" The sword, JZ, twitched slightly, its formidable aura pressing upon Lin Qingyu's nerves. She knew that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation would result in dire consequences. "Captain Huey and the others have perished. I am the sole survivor," Lin Qingyu confessed, refraining from unnecessary words and delivering the crucial information promptly. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, igniting a cacophony of incredulous chatter. Who was Huey? An elite jonin with the bone bloodline, his prowess rivaling that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, leading 10ch Nin to eradicate a threat, only to vanish without a trace? Such a scenario defied logic. Skepticism hung thick in the air as Suka Yamahogaki, harboring the most suspicion, drew JZ and pointed it at Lin Qingyu's head, barking, "Liar." An elite jonin accompanied by 10ch Nin. Could he have encountered the full forces of the other 4 great ninja villages, or perhaps the village leader of one of them, in the land of crafts? Such a formidable presence was implausible. Even if it existed, why was it that you alone survived, rather than the strongest Huey? Fabricating a tale requires a semblance of reason. Lin Xingyu felt tears welling up, her expression contorted as she grappled for an appropriate demeanor. I understand that crafting a story must adhere to reason. Yet, the absurdity of reality leaves me powerless. I am equally at a loss. The ninjas in the room regarded Lin Xingyu with doubtful eyes, and frankly, her tale lacked believability. In an instant, a chilling thought crossed their minds. Did Lin Xingyu betray them in the heat of battle? An atmosphere of lethal intent filled the air, as Jay-Z seemed poised to break free from its restraints, ready to end Lin Xingyu's life on the spot. Just as Lin Xingyu resigned herself to her fate, Pai Ba Sherzong raised a hand, halting Suka Yamahogaki's advance. Speak of everything you experienced, without omitting a single detail. Relieved to have narrowly escaped death, Lin Xingyu realized that her own allies could be more perilous than her enemies. Temporarily spared, she understood that any subsequent missteps in her words or actions would surely lead to her demise. Her mind raced, retracing the events as she cautiously recounted. It was around dusk when I followed Captain Huey and other comrades to pursue a fleeing target. We indeed found one. And just as we were about to catch up and eliminate him, suddenly a figure appeared before us. Wait, Suka Yamahogaki interrupted, demanding, was it only one person? Yes, only one. Yuri Ringo nodded slightly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. He was a young man, adorned with a long knife at his side, a cross-shaped scar marking his face, dressed in a kimono, and possessing flowing red hair. He introduced himself as Roraro Village Kenshin, claiming that he could not abide by any breach of the samurai spirit, particularly when the many oppressed the few, and thus he engaged us in combat. The group deliberated among themselves, discerning that ninjas typically favored short blades, leading them to deduce that this Roraro Kenshin was likely a samurai hailing from the Iron Country, as only they donned kimonos and wielded longswords, a remnant of a bygone era. To intrude upon the affairs of ninjas under the pretense of upholding the samurai spirit seemed excessively meddlesome. Wielding the sword of the former dynasty to cleave the officials of the current one, what audacity! Initially, we perceived him as a fool, an intrusive busybody disdainful of decorum, and thus we launched an attack against him. Yuri Ringo raised her gaze, a flicker of fervor and reverence illuminating her eyes, as she recounted. Then he demonstrated, through sheer strength, that he indeed possessed the capability to intervene in this matter. The Ten Chunin unleashed their water-style ninjutsu, hurling shurikens and kunai, forming an intricate web of tactics, only to have him dismantle it with his exquisite swordsmanship in a mere 2 seconds. Throughout this encounter, we sensed not a trace of chakra fluctuation. I would stake my life on the assertion that it was pure swordsmanship. Chapter 16. Will his eyes not dry? Before Yuri Ringo could finish her thought, the blade of the Kenjiki fell, prompting a sense of disbelief. Without any chakra, purely swordsmanship. This is neither ninja nor samurai. Even the Iron Country's general, Mitsuba, could not achieve this. Clang. Bipa Juzong unsheathed his executioner's blade, blocking the descending Kenjiki with calm resolve. Let her continue. Despite the illogical nature of her assertions, they harmonized with her previous words, instilling within me a semblance of belief. Drip. The cold sweat trickled onto the wooden floor as Yuri Ringo lamented internally. Why does no one believe me? Do I need to conjure 10 elite jonin to substantiate my claims? Our reactions mirrored those of 2 adults in disbelief. How could someone achieve such feats without relying on chakra, solely through swordsmanship? Before we could collect our thoughts, he struck with relentless precision, his blade rising and falling without so much as a blink. In the aftermath, only 3 of us remained alive. Relaying this memory was undoubtedly a torment for Yuri Ringo, akin to exposing her wounds to strangers. In the corner, the henchman, Kisame Hashigaki, lifted his hand, voicing his curiosity. With such prolonged focus, won't his eyes dry out? Yuri Ringo replied, is this truly a matter of blinking? I said he kills without blinking, and you inquire about his eyes drying? With a sigh of resignation, she elaborated. He likely doesn't suffer from dryness. He dispatches jonin with a single strike. Even a collective of 6 or 7 ninjas could not withstand him for 5 seconds. Reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Bipa Juzong and Kisame Hashigaki's expressions turned grave. While Yuri Ringo's words seemed absurd, they retained an internal consistency. Furthermore, her mention of the Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, served as a reminder to them. Such feats were indeed within the realm of possibility. For instance, the late Umbu leader, Kakashi, was a master swordsman who required neither flamboyant techniques nor excessive chakra expenditure. A simple strike could extinguish the life of a ninja. Kisame cast a glance at Kisame, and gradually he began to accept her account, gesturing for Yuri Ringo to proceed. Then he gravely injured me and killed one ninja. Apart from him, only Captain Kagaya remained standing. Captain Kagaya, feeling the pressure, tapped into his bloodline limit, summoning a forest of bones to surge towards Roraro Kenshin. He maintained a single-handed grip on his sword, exhibiting no chakra fluctuations, yet his strike unleashed the fury of thunder in the air, transforming into a lightning phoenix. He obliterated the entire bone forest before decapitating Captain Kagaya. The entire ordeal transpired in roughly half a minute. A shadow-level powerhouse. Undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. Kisame and Beepa exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken thoughts of the other. They had witnessed the fierce dance of Captain Kagaya's early Fern technique, a last-ditch effort employed by the Kagaya clan, which demanded immense energy. Even they harbored no confidence in withstanding such an attack unscathed. Silence enveloped the room. In half a minute, a squad led by a bloodline limit jonin had been obliterated. Such an achievement was truly astounding. The absence of chakra fluctuations might be attributed to the man's minimal chakra usage and his peak control, which could explain why Yuri Ringo failed to perceive it. The two leaders were now convinced to a degree, yet one final doubt lingered. Kisame scrutinized the kneeling Yuri Ringo, his piercing gaze making her uneasy, and inquired, "If even Captain Kagaya perished, how is it that you survived? Do not tell me you escaped while he was preoccupied, encountering such a master. Even I would have little chance of fleeing." I asked him why he spared my life. He replied that masters often feel loneliness and hope for someone to challenge them in the future. He deemed me talented, thus granting me mercy. Yuri Ringo explained. Recalling Rororo's profile from that moment, a wave of emotion washing over her. Perhaps this encapsulated the true mindset of a master. A mere mortal like me, lacking in stature, would scarcely understand. Kisame remained silent, acknowledging the possibility. Years prior, Uchiha Madara had spared the Third Kazekage, Noki, and Hanzo had similarly spared the three Sannin and Mitsuba. Thus, an image of a swordsman from the Iron Country, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, characterized by a sense of justice yet a fondness for talent, began to take shape within everyone's minds. Kisame felt a throbbing headache, a shadow-level powerhouse residing in the land of crafts, championing fairness and detesting the oppression of the weak. Yet, they were tasked with the final cleanup. Leaving loose ends could lead to repercussions and Dugura, for the sake of Kirigakure's reputation, would undoubtedly see to it that they were treated to a couple of fine drinks. Kisame turned to Beepa, the other leader of this mission, deciding to pass the buck. What should we do? Continue the pursuit or return to the village? Beepa deflected the responsibility back to the group. Let us brainstorm. Each of you share your thoughts. The group pondered. Continuing the chase could lead to an encounter with this formidable foe, while returning to the village would guarantee no one enjoyed any fine drinks. After a long pause, Yuri Ringo proposed, what if we split up? He cannot abide by the samurai spirit, so we can search separately to enhance efficiency, albeit with increased danger. Beepa nodded. Perhaps Roraro Kenshin had other peculiarities, but for the time being, this was the only course of action available. The sound of wooden sandals echoed a phantom. A ghost with flowing red hair wandered the streets of the land of crafts. The electromagnetic force expanded, creating a faint magnetic field. Insufficient for combat, but ample for sensing various matters. Based on the electromagnetic readings I left behind, it should be right around here. Rosa lifted her gaze towards the sign of the inn, Maple Grove, a name that resonated with her fondness, and stepped inside. The ninja stationed at the counter, upon noticing Rosa's entrance, shooed her away with an air of impatience, exclaiming, "Out, out. This inn has already been secured by us." Such vagabond ninjas clad in the garb of warriors were most intolerable, lacking any sense of decorum. "Hush," Luosha smiled, raising his left index finger before his lips in a gesture for silence. The ninja, perplexed, wondered what was unfolding. Unable to sense the fluctuations of chakra, he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, with a surge of electromagnetic force, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through the air, and his severed head tumbled to the ground. Eyes wide open in eternal disbelief, the sound of wooden clogs echoed, gradually fading away. Chapter 17. The Dance of the Long Knife in Maple Forest Pavilion. As he strolled deeper into the inn, he casually plucked a toothpick from the counter, placing it in his mouth while humming a nostalgic Manon tune. Luosha wielded his knife, lost in reverie. The name Maple Forest Pavilion stirred memories, evoking a classic Hong Kong film he had once watched, a better tomorrow. In that film, the iconic scene of Xiaomaga battling in the Maple Forest Pavilion was accompanied by the stirring melody of Never Forget Your Ambitions. How delightful it would be if a charming woman were in his embrace, swirling around in a dance of love, spiraling deeper into the inn, perfectly aligning with his understated persona. Alas, such fantasies remain unattainable. Who could it be? Hearing the thud of a head dropping at the counter, several ninjas burst forth from the nearby rooms to investigate. The blade flashed once more, and another head fell. Thus, it is said, that choice is more pivotal than effort. Had you chosen to remain hidden, you might have lived another minute, wouldn't you? The crimson surface resembled a chilling frost as Rosha swung his long blade. Expelling the traces of blood, he cleaved through several shurikens, which, in their backward flight, claimed the lives of a few unsuspecting ninjas. In this era, where Shinja Hashirama had perished and Uchiha Madara barely clung to life, he reigned supreme as the true king of slaughter. At this moment, Pipa Shirzong and Suka Sanhushing heard the commotion and led the ninjas in the room outside, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats upon witnessing the scene before them. It had barely been 5 seconds since they heard the noise, yet several nin had already met their demise. Observing Rosha's visage and attire closely, the two were convinced that this was indeed the Arkan Kenshin spoken of by Ringo Yuri. The reality was far more terrifying than the rumors. With one stroke, he severed the incoming water jutsu, the blade plunging into a nin's abdomen, extinguishing a life. Rosha took a step forward, unimpeded by any obstacle. Suka Sanhushing instinctively retreated a step, colliding with a fellow ninja behind him, only to realize that retreat was not an option. Even in the face of an adversary that resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Striving to regain composure, Suka Sanhushing tentatively spoke. Friend, we bear no enmity towards you. Why then do you indiscriminately slaughter our people? Although he was of considerable girth, Suka Sanhushing was arguably the most agile of the seven, aware that if he were to fall prey to preconceived notions of being a mere brute, his end would be lamentable. Clang. He parried a kunai aimed from behind, swiftly retaliating and severing another nin's life. Rosha chuckled. Indeed, we harbor no ill will between us. Yet, what does that have to do with my desire to slay you? The deaths of so many of his underlings were not to be dismissed lightly, as they constituted the very foundation of his future endeavors within the ninja world to earn accolades. Fury ignited within Pipa Shirzong and Suka Sanhushing, their eyes ablaze with indignation. This was no mere display of arrogance, it was a blatant disregard for their existence, treating them as mere weeds to be trampled underfoot. Indifferent to their demise. Swish. Rosha effortlessly dispelled an incoming water dragon bullet, a commendable jutsu, yet ultimately futile, failing to pique his curiosity about the practitioner behind it. Within the Maple Forest Pavilion, the long blade danced, each strike steeped in the blood of adversaries. The wooden clogs echoed against the inn's floor, the scent of blood saturating the air. Behind Rosha lay a chaotic tableau of lifeless bodies, each felled by a single strike. A fate that awaited the vast majority of ninjas who crossed paths with him. Nin fell with ease, while Nin posed a greater challenge. An elite Nin might require a more concerted effort. Yet this was a testament to Rosha's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, the carnage would have been even more staggering and frenzied. Pipa Shirzong and Suka Sanhushing, not the first to confront Rosha, were reluctant to engage, their hearts burdened by unprecedented pressure. Nin were not mere cabbages. Even if they intervened, they could not dispatch them as easily as one might slaughter livestock. No, it was more akin to cleaving through vegetables, as those slain by Rosha seemed to hurl themselves onto his blade, eager to meet their fate. His unparalleled swordsmanship defied logic. As if demons themselves were engaged in combat, the Reaper wielding his scythe, though Pipa Shirzong had never witnessed the legendary Konoha Whitefang's prowess. Today, he was fortunate enough to behold Rosha's mastery of the blade. He would rather never encounter such a formidable swordsman again. Besides Suka Sanhushing, the shark-eyed Kisame Hashigaki exhibited an expression of yearning. This was the swordsmanship he aspired to, succinct, lethal, existing solely for the purpose of taking lives. Thud. Suka Sanhushing collided with the wall, with nowhere left to retreat, while the crimson-haired demon advanced ever closer, just 2 steps away from him. Forcing a smile amidst the overwhelming psychological strain, he managed to utter, "We could still negotiate." All the while, he sought a chink in Rosha's armor. As he severed a flying shuriken and kicked a kunai into the heart of a nin, Rosha advanced once more, his hand steady, his heart unyielding. He gazed forward, smiling, and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" With only one adversary left before him, he had yet to discern any flaws in Rosha. Or perhaps it was that Rosha's entire being was a tapestry of vulnerabilities. Infuriated, Suka Sanhushin glanced at Ringo Yuri and proposed, "You seek this woman, do you not? We barely know her. If we hand her over to you, will you cease your assault?" They were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. And he was well aware that should a confrontation arise, Rosha might not emerge unscathed. Then why not strike? Why linger at such a distance? Ringo Yuri was incredulous. Gazing at Suka Sanhushin, had he truly been betrayed so easily? Was this the honor of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Kisame Hashigaki remained calm. Embodying the essence of a true ninja, willing to sacrifice the relatively insignificant for a grander objective. As Suka Sanhushin's subordinate, he had already dispatched many former comrades. Cleaving through the last of Suka Sanhushin's ranks, Rosha stepped forward, his tone nonchalant. "I am sorry, but she is someone I have set my sights upon. Her life is not yours to dispose of." Killing intent mingled with the sin of blood, surging towards Suka Sanhushin, though he had taken many lives before. This was the first time he found himself in such peril, perhaps the last. His visage twisted with rage, revealing sharp fangs. Suka Sanhushin seized the injured Ringo Yuri and hurled her towards Rosha. Smack! Rosha deflected the girl with a single stroke, only to find something far larger and more lethal approaching him. Chapter 18. If you're a brother, come at me. The great sword Samahata broke free from its bindings. Its serrated edges standing erect, unveiling a gaping maw adorned with bloodstained fangs. Wielded by Suka Sanhushin, it descended with deadly intent. "Die. I have awaited this opportunity. For you to reveal a weakness. Your swordsmanship indeed surpasses that of the ninja world, yet you remain merely a swordsman, lacking the ruthlessness of a true ninja. Without the requisite ruthlessness, one could not stand firm." Suka Sanhushin's face contorted with madness, envisioning the moment he would cleave Rosha's skull open. "Oh, is that so?" Rosha disregarded the threat, too lazy to even lift his gaze. Electromagnetic force, activate. In an instant, the decapitating blade in Pipa Shirzong's grasp broke free, piercing through Suka Sanhushin's back and erupting from his chest. Luo Sha extended his left hand, grasping the hilt of the executioner's blade, and upon closer inspection, he marveled. Is this truly one of the self-repairing 7 ninja blades, the executioner's blade? Indeed, I find it quite appealing. The movements of the pufferfish demon from Shiguan Mountain came to an abrupt halt, its innards ravaged by the executioner's blade, while the great sword, shark skin, slipped from its grasp and fell to the ground. After a couple of feeble twitches, it lay still, cowed by Luo Sha's piercing gaze. Shark skin was not merely metal. Rather, it was more akin to a living entity, once a subordinate of the 3-tailed beast, typically nestled against its belly, tasked with the cleansing of remnants. Thus, one could regard shark skin as a purifying envoy. Currently, the electromagnetic force of Luo Sha cannot directly control or influence the shark's skin, as it is not metallic. However, since it possesses life, it can indeed be slain. The shark skin exhibits a certain spiritual essence, fearing Luo Sha as one would a tiger, lying quietly as if it were a mere nuisance. The watermelon mountain and the pufferfish specter bleed profusely from the chest, clutching their wound with a great hand. Struggling to turn their head, bewildered and shocked, gazing at Biwa Shirzong. "Are we not brothers? Would you wield a knife against me? Do not look at me as though I were a traitor. How could I possibly harm you? Yet this blade refuses to heed my command. Such injustice, more unjust than Do-E's plight." This is the first time Biwa Shirzong has encountered such an anomaly. If he cannot clarify the situation, he may well be branded as an insider. Even if an explanation were provided, it would hold little significance, for in mere moments, death may still follow. Karakashi Kijo and Ringo Yuri share a peculiar expression, having previously suspected others, only to discover that the greatest among them is the true traitor. Aside from me, no other deity shall wield the sword. All who oppose me shall face retribution for their sins. Those who align with me shall receive my compassion. In my presence, blade shall not serve any other master. Should this occur, I, Saint Rorinoa Zoro, will not absolve them of their crimes. With dual swords in hand, Luo Sha glanced at the shark skin on the ground, casually adapting a passage from the 10 Commandments, enhancing this persona with a touch of flair. An invisible electromagnetic force enveloped the shark skin, which sensed the impending danger and obediently retracted all its barbs, feigning innocence, lying still upon the ground like a lifeless fish. Motionless. Biwa Shirzong and Karakashi Kijo, witnessing this, seemed to grasp something profound yet remained even more horrified. Luo Village's Jinshin arrogantly claims the title of Sword God. And it is evident that his prowess in swordsmanship is not the sole reason for this self-assertion. His recent words were undoubtedly directed at the Jiaoji and the decapitating greatsword. Given that the decapitating greatsword has rebelled and pierced the Shiguan Mountain's pufferfish demon, while Jiaoji lies feigning death upon the ground. It becomes apparent that Jianxin possesses the ability to command all weapons named after swords and blades. Thus, this is indeed the sword god. I, a humble subordinate, have come to understand this truth. The group contemplated that if fortune smiled upon them and they managed to escape with their lives today, they would propose renaming the 7 ninja swords, the decapitating greatsword to the head-chopping blade, and the greatsword Jiaoji to the great hammer Jiaoji. Returning to the present situation, the group was once again plagued by a sense of despair. A formidable enemy lay before them, striking swiftly and with lethal precision, dispatching one small foe after another. The possibility of forming seals was non-existent. Such an opportunity would not present itself. They could only rely on physical prowess, yet their weapons had also turned against them. How could they possibly contend with this? There seemed no path to victory, only a waiting for death. The Shigua mountain pufferfish demon, unwilling to succumb to fate, sought to make one last stand. It tore open its own wounds, allowing blood to surge forth like a raging torrent. With every ounce of energy, it squeezed each cell within its body, extracting every fragment of chakra, and laughed maniacally. A shadow-level powerhouse, the god of swords? I refuse to acknowledge this blasphemy. You may call yourself the sword god, but let us see how you defend against this next attack. Shinja Hashirama has imparted a vital lesson. As long as one possesses sufficient chakra, performing ninjutsu does not require seals. Though the Shigua mountain pufferfish demon lacked the necessary chakra, in its moment of desperation, it unleashed a no-seal ninjutsu, more than adequate for the task. Its orange hair suddenly erupted, standing on end like hardened steel needles, sharply enveloping Luo Sha in a torrential cascade. Prepare yourself, Luo Village's Jinshin. I unleashed the technique of needle thousand hands within a radius of 1.5 meters. This technique bore resemblance to Jiraiya's wild lion's mane. At this moment, fueled by the entirety of the pufferfish demon's chakra, its power surged tremendously. Even a high-ranking shinobi or elite shinobi would meet their demise instantly. Those who wield swords and blades shall inevitably perish by their edge. Today, I bestow upon you the utmost glory. With an air of arrogance, Luo Sha pointed one sword skyward and the other downward, softly intoning, Second Heaven, 6 Paths. Kurakara Heavenly Phenomenon. Electromagnetic forces, activate. The large and small blades shimmered with electric light, converging behind Luo Sha to form a towering figure of a thunderous Buddha, standing 16 feet tall, with 3 faces and 4 arms, expressing joy, anger, and sorrow with vivid realism. Each arm wielded a thunderous longsword, exuding an aura of divine might that could seize the very soul. This ostentatious display was, in essence, merely a manifestation of ionization, converging to create a powerful voltage. Yet, who does not revel in the allure of a spectacular technique? The sound of Luo Sha's reprimand was barely heard as the Thunder Buddha behind him swung his sword down. The tempestuous lightning wreaked havoc, obliterating the vibrant orange locks infused with chakra. With a second strike, a powerful voltage struck the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, rendering its muscle tissue, bones, internal organs, and brain tenderized and charred. This was not the trivial lightning technique employed by Qian Yao, which merely served to poke at foes. In terms of destructive power, it rivaled the very lightning of nature. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon fell. Luo Sha gazed ahead as the true master of unarmed combat. Kazaki Shirzong had retreated to the end of the corridor, longing to break through the wall and escape this place. Boom, boom. The Thunder Buddha struck down with 2 swords, decisively annihilating Kazaki Shirzong on the spot, before disassembling once more into ions and vanishing from sight. In the depths of his mind, Luo Sha envisioned a swirling galaxy. Accumulating 455 points, and with a mere addition of 1-1, his score surged by over 100. This remarkable ascent was undoubtedly a consequence of vanquishing so many foes, directly resulting in a significant impact, diminishing Might Guy's future achievements. It would not be long before he could elevate the intensity of his electromagnetic force to level 1. Quite splendid indeed. Chapter 19. The most ninja of ninjas, however, in contrast to the immediate gain of over 100 points. Luo Sha placed greater importance on the gradual accumulation of points marked by 1-1, which seemed to stem from the butterfly effect, persistently taking lives, or, in other words, continually stirring the pot, was not a sustainable approach. The ninja world was finite, and even a single individual could not disrupt it indefinitely. Eventually, the narrative figures would be exhausted. Once Luo Sha's influence over the ninja realm reached a significant threshold, the cumulative 1-1 points would transform into a reliable source of income. Setting this matter aside, Rosha turned his gaze toward Kasame Hashigaki, the shark-faced ninja whom he had deliberately avoided confronting from the outset. At that moment, Kasame appeared somewhat inexperienced. Perhaps it was peculiar to describe a shark-faced individual as such, yet that was the essence of it. Under Rosha's scrutiny, Kasame displayed no fear, returning the gaze with fervent intensity. In the original storyline, Kisame joined the Akatsuki organization and partnered with Itachi Uchiha, engaging in battles with Asuma, Jiraiya, Might Guy, and the AB brothers from the Hidden Cloud Village. His role was substantial, and eliminating Kisame here would undoubtedly yield a considerable bounty of points, perhaps even in the thousands. Nonetheless, from a long-term perspective, such an action would not align with Rosha's interests. On the ground, the injured Ringo Yuri observed Kisame's fearless exchange of glances with Rosha and felt anxious for him, desperately signaling to Kisame, "Wait for my cue." She seemed to implore, "What are you doing staring down a shadow-level powerhouse? He shows no intent to kill you. Wouldn't it be wiser to play it cool?" Perhaps due to their shared resemblance with shark-like features, Ringo Yuri maintained a relatively amicable rapport with Kisame. Most crucially, she was gravely wounded while Kisame remained unscathed. Should Kisame fall, her chances of returning alive to the Hidden Mist Village would dwindle significantly. Rosha smiled, startling Linjingyu and causing her heart to tremble. Such a fierce individual could actually smile. Was he contemplating how to ensnare us? "You are a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, are you not? Ninjas are akin to blades, with their superiors wielding the hilt. Now that I have slain your superior, what will you do?" After a long pause, Rosha inquired softly. Kisame Hashigaki was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate Rosha's question. After a moment of contemplation, he grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth, and replied, "According to village regulations, when a captain falls and the squad faces near total annihilation, the remaining members must prioritize completing the mission. Secondly, they must return any intelligence to the village. Passion exists solely within the protagonist's circle. Most ninjas are merely emotionless machines for carrying out tasks. What, then, is your choice?" Rosha tilted his head, intrigued by Kisame's decision. In the original narrative, Kisame was the epitome of a ninja, deeply sentimental, loyal to his comrades, and possessing a strong sense of professional ethics. Yet compelled to betray his own allies for the sake of missions. After joining the Akatsuki, he formed a partnership with Itachi Uchiha, maintaining a cordial relationship while being obliged to obey Obito and constantly monitor Itachi's every move. The blade of loyalty is still a blade. Every blade requires a master. "I still wish to fulfill my mission," Kisame declared, his shark-like eyes glinting with ferocity, eager for battle. He was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the crimson-haired man before him, having effortlessly dispatched 2 elite jonin and commanded all blades. Yet he believed that a ninja must sometimes act, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable tasks, to perish beneath the blade of a shadow-level warrior. Rather than falling victim to a mere underling's ambush or being betrayed by a comrade, could be considered a noble fate. Thus, Kisame mused, his fighting spirit surging, viewing Rosha as the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. How intriguing. Rosha nodded and bent down to search the body of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon, Pai Pa Shirzong. He unearthed several storage scrolls, probing into them with his chakra, discovering a substantial amount of ninja tools within. The quantity exceeded that recorded in his mission handbook, suggesting that, in addition to the one from Sunagakure, there was also the original purchase from Kirigakure. After securing the scrolls into his belt, Rosha planted his decapitating blade into the ground and squinted, stating, "Your task is to return these ninja tools to the village. I bestow upon you a singular opportunity, an opportunity to accomplish your mission. Unleash your full strength to strike me. If you manage to injure me, you may leave with these scrolls. You have but one chance, and should you fail to meet my expectations, both you and her shall perish." Points 1-1. The increase in speed was somewhat accelerated. Indeed, it was necessary to assert dominance, influencing these narrative characters and altering their convictions to reshape the storyline. Rosha sought to etch an indelible mark upon Kisame's heart. Upon hearing this, Ringo Yuri could not help but inwardly scoff. Kisame's incessant meddling might well lead to his own demise, a fate that she could have avoided. Did he not consider that the 3 elite jonin captains had succumbed after only 2 exchanges? What were the odds that a mere jonin like Kisame could withstand even a single blow? Kisame remained silent, contemplating Rosha's words and his intentions. The disparity in strength between them was vast, and he had initially prepared himself for death. Yet, it now appeared that a glimmer of hope remained. If he could land a decisive blow that inflicted damage, and if Rosha could uphold his promise, he might yet fulfill his mission. What manner of assault could possibly injure the renowned Armor? Kisame racked his brain, striving to devise a strategy. Shoikin and Kanai would undoubtedly be ineffective. Childish tricks would yield little success. Traditional ninjutsu seemed equally futile, for his previous attempts at Suiton had all been effortlessly countered. His shark-like eyes then fixated on the great sword, Samahata, lying quietly nearby, stirring within him a burgeoning desire to experiment. Casting a glance at Rosha and noting his lack of reaction, Kisame confidently grasped the hilt of Samahata and lifted it. A splendid idea, Rosha remarked in admiration. Pouring his chakra into Samahata, he felt the familiar essence of energy awaken the dormant sword, casting aside the fear of death. As its form rapidly expanded, the spines on its surface stood erect, transforming Samahata into a colossal man-eating shark, enveloped in a deep crimson aura reminiscent of a tailed beast's cloak. Chakra surged forth. Yet Kisame grinned widely, reveling in the anticipation of the impending feast. Perhaps, with Samahata, his full-force strike could indeed wound the adversary before him. Ringo Yuri was utterly astonished. Disbelief coursing through her veins. This individual's affinity with Samahata surpassed even that of the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. A strike infused with the entirety of his chakra might truly inflict harm upon Armor, perhaps. Rosha retrieved a pair of nail clippers from his pocket. Pinching them between two fingers as he calmly addressed the formidable Kisame, "Come forth." Chapter 20. This is the smallest blade I possess, nail clippers. Kisame's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. Even as a shadow-level warrior, such an act seemed a profound insult. I am fundamentally different from those Chunin. I am a direct subordinate of the esteemed Lord Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the strength of a jonin. At this moment, with the mighty sword Samahata in hand, I prepared to unleash my full power, and even I felt a tremor of fear. You intend to confront me with nothing but a pair of nail clippers? Feeling a profound insult, Kisame bared his teeth in displeasure, retorting, "You will come to regret this. A true ninja would never underestimate their opponent as you have." Regret? Not a chance. My point soared, a clear indication of the impact my demeanor had on Kisame. Leaving Rosha quite satisfied. He shrugged, offering an apology. "I truly am sorry, but this is the smallest weapon I have on me. I do not carry ear scoops as a habit." An ear scoop. Kisame's heart swelled, mirroring the bulging muscles of Samahata, nearly choking on the realization that in your eyes. I am merely at the level of an ear scoop. Am I to thank you for holding me in such high regard? Sensing the wildness within Kisame, Samahata displayed its ferocity, thrashing and struggling as if it yearned to devour Rosha whole. Roar. Kisame bellowed in fury, swinging Samahata to shatter the hotel wall. Launching a fierce assault toward Rosha, as if to proclaim his dominance. Each serrated edge gleamed with a sanguine radiance, every ounce of chakra absorbed igniting in flames. Samahata surged forward like a crocodile, rolling toward Rosha with lethal intent. With its cavernous maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, it spat forth droplets of rancid saliva. Vowing to consume Rosha alive, promising a grand feast of chakra. At long last, Rosha made his move. Deftly gripping the nail clippers between his fingers and slicing forward with a speed as fierce as the thunderous roar of a storm. The ghostly Kage gaped in eager anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. According to the astute analysis of the captain of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost team, the swordsmanship exhibited by Luo Village's Jianshin was not devoid of chakra. Rather, it was an exquisite level of control that rendered it imperceptible to bystanders. Upon reflection, this was indeed the most logical explanation. In the current ninja world, how could a ninja or swordsman engage in combat without employing chakra? It merely boiled down to the finesse and manner of its application. The great sword of Kage had the ability to siphon the enemy's chakra. Even if it did not make contact with Luo Village's Jianshin, it could at least strike his nail clippers. Upon contact, it would draw away the chakra infused within. Augmented by its own strength and the undeniable disparity in weaponry quality, surely capable of disrupting Jianshin's flawless state. Confidence surged through Kage, who felt assured of victory. Brimming with certainty, it seemed that Jianshin was intentionally holding back. The dormant Ringo Yuri suddenly pondered a possibility. Could it be that Jianshin sought to avoid provoking the Mist Village too severely, deliberately allowing some leeway in order to return the ninja tools to the village? With a surge of electromagnetic energy, the moment the nail clippers met the great sword of Kage, all illusions and confidence held by Kage and Ringo Yuri were shattered in an instant. A flicker of lightning erupted from the nail clippers, transforming into a radiant streak, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. cleaving through Kage's barbs and piercing his scales, leaving a gaping wound several feet long embedded in his flesh. The recoil reverberated through Kage's hands, causing his palms to split and bleed as he was hurled backward, crashing against the wall, which cracked upon impact before he crumpled to the ground. The unwavering assurance of Kage began to wane. He retracted his barbs, reverting to a posture of feigned nonchalance, blood streaming from one side of his body. With a muffled groan, Kage stared vacantly at the sword, disbelief etched on his features. It was inconceivable. His powerful strike, delivered from a position of dominance, had been effortlessly thwarted by a mere pair of nail clippers, defying all logic. Kage had failed to siphon any chakra, and instead, his scales had been torn asunder by the unassuming tool. Kage had fought alongside the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost in countless battles, never once sustaining damage. The hardness of his scales surpassed even that of the beheading sword. A confluence of realizations coalesced into one undeniable truth. Luo Village's Jianshin had ascended to a divine realm in swordsmanship, rightfully deserving the title of the God of Swords. Without the use of chakra, through sheer technique alone, wielding only nail clippers, he had not only parried Kage's assault but had also returned the injury upon him. The defeat was not unjust. How could an ordinary ninja contend with a deity? Kage slumped despondently to the floor, murmuring, "Is this the sword god? The pinnacle of swordsmanship? I have borne witness to it." Luo Sha withdrew his blood-stained hand, raising it before his eyes, only to discover that the blood of the shark's skin was also crimson. In order to ensure that this nail clipper could penetrate the defenses of the shark's skin, while simultaneously inflicting harm upon the wielding demon, Luo Sha had pushed the electromagnetic force to its utmost limits. Shaking off the blood from his hand, he sighed regretfully, "This blood is not mine. It is unfortunate that you have failed to complete my trial." Lin Jinyu's heart trembled. Was death imminent? Luo Sha deftly shifted the conversation, stating, however, "I find you quite commendable. If we were to consider the skin of a fish as a weapon, your innate talent in the art of the sword surpasses that of this girl. Alas, you are but a blade, compelled to strike at your foes without the autonomy to choose the direction of your attacks. A veil of restraint perpetually shrouds you. Between the lines lies a subtle suggestion for the ghost shark to swiftly betray and turn traitor." The dry persimmon ghost shark appeared contemplative. He was not lacking in wit, but rather bound by a strong sense of professional integrity, stubbornly believing that he was destined to be a mere weapon. Luo Sha waved his hand and turned to leave, saying, "Your lives are now yours to command. However, I shall take these ninja tools with me. When you truly become powerful and possess the confidence to withstand a single strike from me, come to the Land of Wind. I have a friend there who will introduce you to me upon your arrival. If you can endure my attack then, I shall return these items to you." Kisame gazed at Luo Sha's departing figure, lost in thought, pondering the Land of Wind. The true aim of Rosha lies in acquiring points and enhancing his electromagnetic prowess. In comparison, even the significance of the hidden sand village pales. It serves merely as a tool to alter the narrative and influence the shinobi world. Since it is a tool, one must be prepared for contingencies. Before the story begins, there was the Third Great Ninja War. After the narrative commences, there follows the plan for the destruction of Konoha, and subsequently, the Akatsuki organization. All of this is perceived by Rosha as mechanisms for harvesting points. Establishing an organization akin to the Akatsuki, subtly manipulating the dynamics of the shinobi world from both the shadows and the light, seems rather appealing. The more chaotic the shinobi realm becomes, the more he profits. And Kisame serves as a prime enforcer, seducing this naive individual beforehand to prevent him from falling prey to Obito's deception. As Rosha envisioned his future schemes, he inadvertently drifted into distraction. Just as he stepped outside the inn, he collided with someone. Chapter 21. The Iron Butterfly. I'm so sorry. A lively and vibrant voice of apology reached his ears. Turning towards the sound, Rosha beheld a boy with orange hair, adorned with the headband of the hidden rain village. Clutching his head in pain, he appeared somewhat familiar. Beside the boy stood a girl of similar age, sporting blue short hair and also wearing the headband of the hidden rain village, complemented by a paper flower. Clad in a black trench coat devoid of the crimson clouds, it was Yahiko and Conan. What a fortuitous encounter! Rosha remained silent, scrutinizing the duo while pondering their presence in the land of crafts, simultaneously contemplating whether there existed any opportunities to extract points. As he recalled, prior to the official commencement of the narrative, the timeline was exceedingly convoluted. For instance, the death of Yahiko stemmed from Hanzo the Salamander perceiving the Akatsuki, founded by Yahiko, as a threat. He deceitfully proposed to borrow their strength to negotiate peace with the fire, wind, and earth countries, and Yahiko, believing in his ruse, acquiesced to his request. However, Upon arriving at the venue for negotiations, they discovered it to be a trap, with Hanzo colluding with Danzo to lay an ambush. Hanzo, using the life of the previously captured hostage, Conan, as leverage, coerced Nagato into killing Yahiko. To save Conan, Yahiko urged Nagato to take his own life. It was then that Nagato truly awakened the power of the Rinnegan, summoning the Outer Path Golem to wreak havoc. Nevertheless, Kishimoto has indicated that after Uchiha Obito's demise, he had once manipulated Nagato, yet Yahiko thwarted him, revealing multiple temporal inconsistencies. The ambush by Hanzo occurred during the mid or early stages of the Third Great Ninja War, while Obito's descent into darkness transpired in the later stages. It is highly probable that Uchiha Madara would not meet his end until after the war's conclusion. Furthermore, the trio of Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan are depicted as prodigies. Even if during the mid-war, Conan would be around 17 or 18 years old, sufficiently competent to attain the rank of elite Genin. Yet, she was inexplicably captured. Much like the protagonist in a melodrama, she could only lament and plead for mercy, rendered powerless to act. Indeed, Kishimoto is merely a manga artist. What does he truly comprehend about the intricacies of Naruto? For an extended duration, Rosha gazed intently at Mihiko, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. This swordsman was peculiar. Most individuals preferred to fixate on Conan instead. The incident had been a mere trifle, and Mihiko chose not to dwell on it. As he attempted to sidestep Rosha and make his way to the inn, he was halted by Conan's grasp. Her complexion was pallid, and her delicate fingers tugged at the hem of Mihiko's garment, her gaze directed anxiously toward the inn, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. What could possibly await them inside the inn? Mihiko dismissed the thought, poised to take a step forward when an unexpected twitch of his nose heralded a grave change in his expression. The scent of blood permeated the air. Steeling himself, he peered into the inn, his heart churning with turmoil. The floor was strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed freely. At the inn's innermost recess stood a grim beheading sword, accompanied by the formidable blade, Samahata, and a grotesque figure resembling a mountain, the watermelon-shaped Fugu demon. At that moment, Mihiko was brimming with confidence, having accomplished several significant feats in the Land of Rain and established the Akatsuki organization, garnering many followers in the process. With a steadfast resolve to achieve peace in the shinobi world without resorting to extreme violence, he understood the necessity of mending relationships among the various ninja villages. Thus, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the key figures within these villages. The 7 ninja swordsmen had long been renowned, their notoriety echoing throughout the ninja realm. How could he not recognize the Samahata, the beheading sword, and the enormous Fugu demon? They lay quietly amidst the numerous corpses within the inn. The perpetrator was likely the very man who had been fixated on him all this while. A chill crept into Mihiko's heart. He had merely come to the land of crafts to procure supplies and sought rest at it, and as night fell, only to stumble upon a scene of carnage. What was he to do? The man bore no traces of blood on his garments, nor did he appear injured. He must be akin to Jiraiya-sensei, a true shadow-level powerhouse, capable of dispatching shinobi with the ease of butchering swine. Mihiko, as merely a genin, could easily be felled by a single strike. The man's unwavering gaze weighed heavily on him. Could he be contemplating silencing him? The shinobi world remained steeped in conflict, and at such a tender age. Would he meet his demise before achieving his aspirations? That was unacceptable. Mihiko's fingers twitched, contemplating a desperate gamble, yet Rosha's piercing look rendered him motionless. In this critical moment, Conan stepped forward, channeling her chakra to manifest a sheet of white paper, folding it into the shape of a rose. Shyly, she presented it to Rosha, murmuring an apology for the collision. "I am truly sorry for bumping into you. Please accept this as a token of my contrition." Luo Sha cast a glance at Xiao Nan. At this moment, Sister Nan, or rather, Miss Nan, was not as aloof as she might have been, owing to the fact that Yahiko was still alive. Receiving the paper flower, she scrutinized Yahiko for a moment and remarked with a smile, "Your name is Yahiko, isn't it? I've heard of you. The deeds you accomplished in the Land of Rain are quite commendable. Is that so?" Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether she intended to harm him. He thought to himself, have my actions in the Land of Rain spread this far? However, considering that even Jiraiya-sensei, far away in Konoha, had sent him a letter of praise, it was not entirely implausible for news to reach the Land of Crafts. He offered a bashful smile, ran his fingers through his hair, and humbly replied, "It was merely some trivial matters. I am quite surprised to receive acknowledgement from others. May I ask who you are?" "I am Luo Village's Kenshin, a wandering swordsman. I am not merely engaging in pleasantries. The endeavors you undertook in the Land of Rain are something a friend of mine has aspired to achieve. A peaceful shinobi world is indeed a noble dream. Rosha offered a few words of encouragement, pondering when Hans would take action against the Akatsuki, and whether it would be possible to spare him while absorbing the organization into their ranks. The thought brought a chuckle, aside from gaining the recognition of Jiraiya. He was elated to receive acknowledgement from other formidable figures, affirming that he was not alone in his struggle. Everyone yearns for validation from others. Do you have a shuriken? Rosha inquired unexpectedly. Uncertain of the context, Yahiko nonetheless retrieved a shuriken and handed it to Rosha. At this moment, the Akatsuki was newly established, with a surplus of individuals but a scarcity of weapons, making it a critical time for various resources. Nevertheless, it was merely a single shuriken. There was no need to provoke a conflict with a shadow-level powerhouse over such a trivial matter. Rosa took the shuriken in hand, played with it for a moment using electromagnetic force, and transformed it into an iron butterfly, which he handed to Xiaonin with a smile, saying, "I apologize for colliding with you. This is a token of my contrition." He then patted Yahiko on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Keep up the good work, young man." Before striding away, Yahiko gazed at Rosa's receding figure under the night sky, murmuring, "It's strange that he gives you a gift after bumping into me." Indeed, it was peculiar. Xiaonin agreed, fastening the exquisite iron butterfly in her hair. "It seems we need to find a new inn." "Yes, we should stick to our previous arrangement and book 2 rooms. Of course, Xiaonin, you still plan to marry someday." Chapter 22. The Ninja World Bounty 2 days later. Under the cover of night, Kasame Hashigaki and Yurito Ringo stealthily returned to the hidden mist village. This mission to procure supplies from the Land of Crafts was also a covert operation sanctioned by the 4th Mizukage, Yukura. With the village's economy strained and strategic resources in dire need, Yukura had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures, yet he maintained his dignity. As those executing the mission were chosen from the Umbu, navigating through the shadows to avoid the patrolling ninjas, the pair slipped into the Mizukage's office, where the flickering candlelight revealed Yukura still engrossed in paperwork. The leader of the Hidden Mist, much like his counterpart in the Hidden Sand, bore the heavy burden of leadership without the prospect of reward. With a youthful visage, Yukura set aside his documents and scrutinized the 2 kneeling before him, expressing his surprise. "I expected you to take another 2 days, yet you have returned so swiftly. How did it go? By the way, where are the others? Are they still in the Land of Crafts? I have cautioned against being overly greedy, urging you to take your gains and not overextend. Such actions cannot be repeated frequently." Not seeing their comrades, Yukura presumed they had been overwhelmed by excessive bounty, leading to Kisame and Ringo's premature return. The 2 sweated profusely, filled with trepidation, unsure how to convey the disastrous news that their mission had ended in ruin. Sensing their silence, Yukura's suspicion grew, and he fixed his gaze upon them, horrified to notice the decapitation swords and the sword of the mist on their backs. His expression transformed. To be part of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a distinction second only to becoming the Mizukage in the Hidden Mist. Suppressing the burgeoning fury within, Yukura clenched his fists, his voice low as he demanded, "What transpired?" The storm was brewing. Kisame and Ringo dared not conceal the truth any longer, bowing their heads as they confessed. "The captain and the others perished, leaving only us alive. I knew it. They must have been too greedy, perhaps attacking a convoy from the Land of Lightning or Konoha, only to be overwhelmed and slaughtered. It doesn't take much thought. With the distance between Konoha and the Land of Crafts, they would certainly have dispatched a significant force of ninjas for protection," Yukura lamented, his voice heavy with despair. Yukura, a relatively gentlemanly figure, refrained from using harsh words, instead murmuring his painful speculations. "What a tragedy. That was the village's money. The current tension in the ninja world means not only have we lost funds, but also 3 elite jounin. What a grievous loss." "Lord Mizukage," Ringo ventured, lifting her head to gauge Yukura's reaction. Seeing no intent to harm them, she interjected, "The captain and the others merely targeted a small merchant convoy. Then how could the entire squad be annihilated?" Yukura questioned sternly. "Was it the Land of Earth they targeted instead of the Land of Lightning or Konoha?" "Here is what happened," Ringo explained, recounting in detail from Kaguya Otsutsuki's encounter with Rosa to Rosa's pursuit to the end, culminating in the deaths of Kiba Shizuku and Suigetsu Hozuki. "Show me the Sword of the Mist," Yukura commanded, furrowing his brow. Reluctantly, Kisame unfastened the sword from his back and handed it to Yukura. By the candlelight, Yukura examined the blade, discovering a long gash along its length. He suppressed its consciousness and probed further with chakra, confirming the presence of a hidden blade within. "Is this Rosa, the one you mentioned, truly that formidable, akin to the legendary White Fang of Konoha?" Yukura lamented, overwhelmed by grief. How could he not feel pained? Just as he had begun to entertain the thought of seizing opportunities, a sudden emergence of a shadow-level powerhouse thwarted his plans. Is this fate conspiring against the hidden mist? With high-level combatants already scarce, relying solely on mid-tier forces like the 7 ninja swordsmen and ice release techniques to maintain their reputation. This expedition had left them bereft of 3 elite jounin and numerous chunin, resulting in both financial and personnel losses. This is unbearable, Kisame reflected for a moment before asserting. I have never witnessed the White Fang in action, but I have felt his strength firsthand. His swordsmanship is perhaps the strongest in ninja history, rivaling shadow-level fighters without relying on chakra. Yukura, torn between sorrow and anger, gradually regained his composure and asked, "Are you aware of the underground exchange?" Kisame nodded. "I am familiar. The underground exchange holds significant influence. Even the nobles dare not encroach. It is said that even the Kage do not disclose the identity of its mastermind. Ninjas from the hidden mist occasionally engage in side jobs while on missions." Kisame scoffed at such duplicitous behavior, yet with everyone participating, he felt powerless to intervene, opting instead to remain uninvolved. Yukura clasped his hands and closed his eyes, stating, "I possess 5 million ryo. You will sketch a portrait of this person and take the money to the underground exchange to issue a bounty on Rosha. We cannot suffer this loss in silence." "What kind of bounty?" Ringo inquired, her brows furrowing. "Of course, a bounty for his assassination." Yukura gritted his teeth, his heart aching so much that he stumbled over his words. Ringo ceased her semantic probing and shifted topics, questioning, "Is 5 million not a bit low?" "Typically, elite jounin command bounties of at least 20 million. A shadow-level powerhouse should start at 100 million, at the very least." Kisame cast a sidelong glance at Ringo, impressed by her insight. Yukura pressed his hand to his chest. "Please, do not bring this up. It makes my heart ache." Taking a moment to breathe, he lamented. 5 million is undoubtedly insufficient, but do we have any surplus funds at present? All we can do is hope for luck. Wishing someone could strike it rich and eliminate that Rosha. We cannot afford to take a loss. Sending someone to hunt him would only mean delivering their head to him. Yukura's personal involvement in the hunt was equally implausible. What would become of the village's affairs? They could only devise a plan through the underground exchange. After a moment's hesitation, Kisame spoke up. "Lord Mizukage, we did bring back the bodies of the captains. They are resting outside the village. Perhaps we can use their remains to gather some funds." Yukura replied, "Are you not even sparing the dead?" "Yet, it is true, sometimes the deceased can be more valuable than the living." Waving his hand, Yukura dismissed the two, saying, "Leave the Sword of the Mist here, and take their bodies to the exchange. Once this matter is resolved, we shall address your missteps." "Understood." Having narrowly escaped a calamity and preserved their lives, the two lowered their heads in acknowledgement and exited the Water Shadow's office. Before departing, Jioge cast a lingering glance at Date J, filled with reluctance. The flickering candlelight danced in the dim room. Inside, Shikazura closed his eyes in contemplation. The demise of 3 elite jounin from the hidden mist village was undoubtedly a significant loss. It would be difficult to keep this matter under wraps for long. He pondered a way to obscure the incident, crafting a plausible excuse that would prevent suspicion while ensuring that the ninjas of the hidden mist village would decisively abandon their mission upon encountering Arkankanki in the future. Such a task was indeed daunting. Chapter 23, The Vicious Cycle of the Ninja World with the Near Annihilation of the Hidden Mist Village's Forces. Arshaw's mission reached its conclusion. He returned to the cave, offering a few words of caution to Maki. Once he had recovered from his injuries, he sought out the remnants of the Sand Village's ninjas nearby, using covert signals. After following them for a while, he returned to the village alone. This endeavor could be considered a secret mission, and the alias of Arkankanki still held value for him, thus it must remain undisclosed for the time being. This encapsulates the entirety of the recent mission. Presenting the scroll containing ninja tools to Chiyo, Arshaw remarked that it was a task of simple difficulty. Chiyo, along with HZ, accepted the scroll and, after a brief examination, expressed mixed emotions. While it is indeed commendable to acquire such an abundance of ninja tools, they were obtained at the cost of lives of our village's ninjas. With war looming, the loss of a dozen ninjas raises questions of fortune and misfortune. The loss of a dozen ninjas was certainly substantial, and this debt would inevitably be settled with the hidden mist village. However, Elder Chiyo, you need not worry. As long as I am here, the village shall encounter no unforeseen calamities. Luo Sha felt a twinge of sorrow, for soon these individuals would become his subordinates. However, for one destined for greatness, the most vital attribute is a steadfast mindset, remaining unperturbed amidst change. Chiyo reminisced about the past. Indeed, she had watched Luo Sha grow. In earlier days, although he was a disciple of the third generation of Fengying, he could only be considered an average talent. Following a conventional path, he would likely achieve the status of a shadow-level powerhouse by the age of 25, far from the confidence he exudes now. Preferring to rely on strategy to enhance his chances of success, this young man shared a bond with Master Fengying akin to that of father and son. Having endured the trials of life and death, truly, one does grow through such experiences. By the way, suddenly, Rosha recalled something and inquired. Since the village's capacity for producing ninja tools is insufficient to meet the needs of all ninjas, why not expand the village's production capabilities and enhance productivity instead of continuously sending money to the land of the craftsman? To be honest, after spending considerable time in the ninja world, Rosha increasingly felt that Sunagakure, along with all the ninja villages, was somewhat distorted. Despite possessing a formidable army, they still had to bow to the daimyo. Particularly for Sunagakure, it holds the least influence among the 5 great nations. Utterly reliant on the whims of the daimyo of the Land of Wind for survival. I know what you were about to say, Chiyo sighed softly and explained. In comparison to creation and the advancement of civilian life, plunder yields benefits more swiftly. After Hashirama Senju established the ninja village system and quelled the chaos of the era, the ninja world did enjoy a period of peace, allowing everyone to recuperate. However, human greed is insatiable, and the underlying conflicts have always existed. They have merely been suppressed. Following the death of Hashirama Senju, the atmosphere in the ninja world underwent a complete transformation. All ninja villages realigned their developmental strategies. Even if one wishes to promote civilian life, other villages would not permit it, as many are poised to reap the benefits. Everyone is fervently striving to enhance their military strength, perpetuating a vicious cycle that has led to the current predicament, where they must prepare for war even while starving. In the past, there have been attempts to covet the resources of the land of the craftsmen. Whoever secures the blacksmiths from the land of craftsmen would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in military logistics. Yet, this is akin to a hot potato or a poisonous cake. The first to act would inevitably become the target of collective opposition from the other ninja villages. Thus, the only option remains to continuously send money to the land of the craftsmen. Luo Sha nodded, recognizing that the circumstances of the 5 great ninja villages were akin to the Cold War era. With an awareness of the benefits of improving livelihoods yet an understanding that such development was unattainable, poverty results merely in hunger, but weakness invites annihilation of entire villages. Making the choice painfully clear, one must cast aside trivial concerns and focus on nurturing ninjas, even outsourcing logistics if necessary. Small nations like the Land of Crafts may thrive as neutral grounds during peacetime, extracting benefits from all ninja villages, yet they would swiftly perish once conflict erupts. For instance, during the Third Great Ninja War, neighboring villages engaged in senseless skirmishes, with the majority of battles occurring within the borders of these intermediary nations. To break this vicious cycle, there are 2 paths, either a handshake towards peace, which is Yahiko's aspiration, or the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse who can assert dominance and clarify who truly holds authority in the ninja world. With nothing pressing on his mind, Luo Sha decided to take his leave, sensing that his recent foray had propelled his strength to a new threshold. Go on, he said. Karuare has been lingering near your home these past few days. I shall seek you out should anything arise. Chiyo waved farewell to Luo Sha, gazing longingly at his retreating figure, pondering how wonderful it would be to have a granddaughter of her own. Upon exiting the Wind Shadow's office, Luo Sha made his way home, nodding to each Sand Village ninja he encountered along the route. His victory over Yekong and his status as the Third Hokage's disciple proved invaluable, for unlike Konoha, the Sand Village had only 2 candidates, Yekong and Luo Sha, with the latter currently in a commanding lead. As he approached home, Luo Sha narrowed his eyes, noticing Karuare, Yekong, and his brother-in-law Yakimaru loitering at his doorstep. Chiyo's intelligence appears to be erroneous, he mused. Brother-in-law, where have you been? Yakimaru called out, waving enthusiastically upon spotting Luo Sha. As Luo Sha drew nearer, Yakimaru continued in a hushed tone, Brother-in-law, that woman Yekong has been frequently inquiring about you, always hanging around. I suspect she wishes to spy on your new jutsu. So be cautious, do not let her succeed. Indeed, Luo Sha nodded and took out several bills, handing them to Yashimaru. Go, buy me a few packs of cigarettes. And the remaining money is yours. Although Yashimaru could not comprehend when Luo Sha had taken up smoking, he cheerfully scampered off to the store. Despite the fact that Sand Hidden Village lagged considerably behind Konoha, some everyday goods were still available for purchase. Once Yashimaru departed, Yitsong stepped forward and quietly inquired of Ka Luoluo, "You undertook a covert mission. Did you encounter any troublesome adversaries?" Luo Sha cast a fleeting glance at Jialuo. Before Jialuo could defend himself, Yitsong interjected, explaining, "It was not Jialuo who mentioned it. I noticed you hadn't ventured outside these past few days. Thinking to challenge you once more, I stealthily entered your home under the cover of darkness, only to find your absence." Points 111. As the darkness enveloped the surroundings, Luo Sha's lips twitched slightly as she stealthily entered my home. "My dear, you are committing a crime," I thought. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Luo Sha and Jia Luo, I felt a twinge of discomfort, instinctively reaching up to adjust the iron butterfly in my hair. "How did the mission go?" Jia Luo inquired, breaking the awkward silence with a voice as gentle as flowing water. "It went well. I encountered the Kagaya clan's bone manipulation ninjas and 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and dealt with them effortlessly." The Kagaya clan. The 7 ninja swordsmen. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. Luo Sha was no longer the same Luo Sha from before. She could defeat me in mere seconds. Naturally, those of the 7 ninja swordsmen would pose no challenge to her. Truly, she was a woman who had bested me. Chapter 24. Enhancement of electromagnetic force. I stood aside, unable to engage in any private conversation with the couple. Unfortunately, this woman lacked the discernment to take her leave. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Luo Sha and the 2 women, an air of discomfort lingered, rendering the conversation rather dull. From within his garment, he produced 2 glass bottles, one large and one small, tossing the larger one to Yitsong while discreetly handing the smaller to Jialuo. "What is this?" Yitsong inquired, cradling the glass vessel beneath the sunlight, its crystalline surface refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. "Sunscreen, a gift I procured for you from the land of artisans," Luo Sha replied. "I thought, given your penchant for back-revealing attire and your years without a change in wardrobe, along with the desert climate of the Wind Country, this would be quite necessary. Hence, I conveniently brought you a substantial bottle." Points 111. How infuriating. Yisong felt a surge of discontent within, questioning the nonchalance of Luo Sha's gesture. "Who said I don't change my clothes? I merely prefer a consistent style." Jialuo too felt a twinge of unease. Why was she receiving a gift meant for herself? Delivered under the pretense of aiding Yitsong? Could it be true, as her brother suggested, that Luo Sha had truly been beguiled? As Luo Sha transforms passivity into initiative, the atmosphere becomes increasingly awkward. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, she excuses herself, citing other obligations. The 2 women, disheartened, share a glance before bidding farewell and departing. Upon closing the door behind her, Luo Sha returns home, envisioning the swirling cosmos in her mind. With the departure of the bothersome woman and having accumulated 532 points, she is finally poised to enhance her electromagnetic abilities and elevate her strength. Everything she possesses stems from her prowess. Without strength, all is mere pretense. And now is not the time for sentimental musings. Settling her thoughts, Luo Sha contemplates where to allocate her 500 points. Elevating her electromagnetic precision to level 2 and increasing its intensity to level 1 both require an expenditure of 500 points. Having already experienced the advantages of heightened precision, she recognizes that level 1 is sufficient for manipulating small amounts of metal and ions to generate high voltage and create lightning. Advancing further could unlock new capabilities at a microscopic level, such as electromagnetic propulsion and railguns. However, her current methods are more than adequate. Even simple manipulation of metal can yield impressive results, yet she lacks strength. Physical strength, mental fortitude, and chakra can all serve as energy sources to fuel her electromagnetic force. But she currently possesses only a chakra level akin to that of an elite Jainin, leaving a significant shortcoming in this regard. According to the principle of the weakest link, her absolute strength is determined by her least developed aspect. With a great battle looming, enhancing her strength is imperative. Resolute in her decision, Luo Sha allocates her 500 points to increase her electromagnetic intensity to level 1. In an instant, the swirling cosmos within her mind releases enigmatic waves from unknown dimensions, entwining with the energy of her own biological electromagnetic field. According to quantum theory, as living organisms undergo metabolism, energy is transmitted in the form of information, with the sole material vessel shared by both being the biological electromagnetic field. At this moment, Luo Sha's biological electromagnetic field operates spontaneously, adjusting itself, with every inch of her skin and every cell responding to the reverse influence of the field, restoring her to optimal condition. Luo Sha meticulously contemplates this state, anticipating that when his electromagnetic precision ascends to a higher echelon, he will be able to autonomously adjust his bioelectromagnetic field, ensuring he remains perpetually in a state of peak performance. The human body is composed of cells, which in turn are constituted of chemical elements. Elements represent a collective term for a class of atoms. He may even take a step further, directly manipulating the atomic nuclei, extranuclear electrons, and protons through countless exquisitely precise operations, allowing himself to become his own deity. What does it mean to be a deity? To act according to one's desires, to wield unfathomable power, to possess omniscience and omnipresence. However, such aspirations belong to the future. One must live in the present. Once the transformation of the body is complete, with all impurities dismantled and reorganized by energy, this should serve as an ancillary effect, enhancing the intensity of electromagnetic power. Rosha performed several sets of movements, experiencing his current state. Every cell within him had been further developed, and his mental strength and cellular vitality had increased at least fivefold. Chakra is a blend of mental and cellular power, allowing him to directly harness these two forces to manipulate electromagnetic energy without the need for an additional step involving chakra. However, when measured in terms of chakra, he now undeniably stood as a true shadow-level powerhouse, with a chakra capacity far exceeding that of Chiyo. The electromagnetic force spread out vigorously, reaching a maximum radius of 300 meters, beyond which it could not extend further, indicating that the radius had doubled, and the area of manipulation had significantly increased. Further testing and capability development proved inconvenient at home. Fortunately, the land of wind offered ample space. After a period of recuperation, once twilight descended, Rosha stealthily exited the village to adapt and cultivate his burgeoning abilities. His primary focus remained on the previously mastered techniques. At present, the precision of his electromagnetic power had not yielded any groundbreaking new techniques, merely reinterpreting old skills in a novel manner. After several days of experimentation, Rosha made substantial progress. In manipulating metals, he increased the maximum mass from 70 kilograms to 500 kilograms, marking the most significant enhancement, primarily due to his heightened adaptability to magnetic materials following his power boost. Conversely, the advancement in accelerating metals was not as pronounced. It appeared that the greater the mass of the object, the more energy was consumed. A steel sphere weighing several hundred kilograms could be propelled to the speed of sound, while a mere coin could only achieve twice that speed, approximately 680 meters per second. It felt as though his abilities were shackled, preventing Rosha from advancing further. And these shackles were a result of insufficient precision. Rosha vaguely surmised that the next enhancement in precision would likely lead to the development of electromagnetic catapult technology. The energy consumption required to generate high voltage remained unchanged, yet the smoothness of operation had significantly improved. Most importantly, his physical and mental fortitude had both increased, relatively speaking. The consumption had been considerably reduced. Now he could also command lightning, becoming the king of lightning techniques, Luo Yongshin. After completing the ability assessment, Rosha gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The following days were filled with bliss and joy. The shadow-level warriors rarely took action, and the various preparation tasks in the village were handled by others. Rosha merely needed to meander in front of Chiyo each day. During his leisure, he would instruct his brother-in-law, admonish the young ninjas in the village, and cultivate his relationship with Karu, teasing Yukura from time to time. Life was delightfully carefree. Until a little over a month later, several ninjas, returning from missions in a state of urgency, stormed into the office of the Wind Shadow, all bearing injuries and appearing disheveled. Subsequently, Rosha was summoned into the Wind Shadow's office. As the messenger ninja departed, Chiyo and eyes wore grave expressions, their brows furrowed with concern. Chapter 25, The Rock Ninja Incursion. Being hastily called and surely indicated that a significant matter had arisen. Pulling out a chair, Rosha seated himself across from the desk and inquired, "What has transpired?" Chiyo, her demeanor serious, replied with worry, "Just now, we received intelligence from the dispatched ninjas. The Wagakure has sent a large contingent of ninjas into the Land of Wind, citing the loss of the Four Tails Jinchuriki as the reason, claiming they are searching for the missing host. They have dismantled several of our strongholds both within and beyond the borders, and the situation is exceedingly tense." Rosha couldn't help but chuckle, jesting, "Deremu truly is a talent, if he wishes to attack us. He could simply say so instead of concocting such a flimsy excuse. The Jinchuriki holds significant importance for a village. Yet one could argue that its value is not as monumental as it seems. In the original narrative, aside from Konoha, The Jinchuriki from other villages are often sent to the battlefield, while Konoha treats theirs like nuclear weapons, concealing them away, which can be attributed to Konoha's overwhelming strength. Take the Third Great Ninja War as an example. Konoha boasted 3 legendary ninjas, Namikaze Minato, Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, each a formidable force in their own right. What about the other ninja villages? They cannot afford to keep their Jinchuriki hidden, lest they be crushed beneath Konoha's might. Even so, using the loss of a Jinchuriki as a pretext to infiltrate the Land of Wind seems rather far-fetched. It resembles a farcical scheme of cross-province abduction. Chiyo nodded, her visage appearing even more aged, realizing that war was approaching sooner than anticipated. It must be due to our recent troop movements being excessively frequent, which has likely drawn the attention of a Wagakure. This team of ninjas might very well have been dispatched by Inoki to gather intelligence. Should they discern our true situation, we can be certain that a Wagakure will seize the opportunity to strike us when we are vulnerable. Rosha lowered his head in contemplation. From this point onward, the original narrative had deviated. It was not the Hidden Cloud village that struck first, but rather the Hidden Stone village that initiated a probing attack. This, however, was only to be expected. For an ordinary time traveler, the situation might be manageable, but as one who began as a powerhouse of the shadow level, the Hidden Sand village remained composed, avoiding chaos amidst the turmoil. The butterfly effect, in this case, favored him significantly. The trials and tribulations were merely transient, and enduring this crisis would alter the dynamics completely, leading to an influx of points. So what should be done now? Should they halt preparations or dispatch someone to stall the forces of the Hidden Stone village? Disguised as the Wind Shadow, Heike clasped his hands, his heart filled with trepidation. At this moment, the Hidden Sand village was ill-equipped for a full-scale confrontation. Should battle commence, it would result in utter defeat. Absolutely not. Chiyo rose abruptly, dismissing Heike's suggestion with conviction, stating, "The Wind Shadow has passed away. This is an undeniable truth. Should news of this leak, it would incite a collective assault. Even if we were to elevate young Rosha to the position now, war would be inevitable. His achievements are not illustrious enough. Not only would our own not rally behind him, but the other ninja villages would also doubt his ability to uphold the Hidden Sand village. Our preparations must not cease. Otherwise, once war breaks out, we shall find ourselves entirely on the back foot." Rosha nodded in agreement with Chiyo's thoughts. The succession of the Wind Shadow is not merely a matter of occupying a position. It signifies a transfer of power, inevitably leading to turmoil within the village. And such upheaval presents an opportunity for the other hidden villages. Even if one were to journey north to Iwagakure and claim the heads of 2 of the formidable Noki, there would still be skeptics questioning one's prowess. Perhaps Noki merely strained his back, and one was fortunate enough to seize his wallet. Humanity is inherently blind, believing only in what it chooses to accept. Ultimately, the weakness of Sunagakure is its original sin. To be weak is to be vulnerable to assault. So, what course of action should be taken? It is unthinkable to allow them to roam freely within the Land of Wind without interference. Given enough time, their true intentions would inevitably be revealed. Yet, one must not be excessively forceful, for Noki is a formidable adversary, should one truly dispatch forces to besiege them. Iwagakure would have justifiable grounds for war. HC looked troubled, his eyes bloodshot. Having masqueraded as the Wind Shadow for so long, he finally grasped the difficulties inherent in the role, burdened with overseeing matters both great and small, leaving him mentally exhausted. When the village is weak, the burdens multiply. What should be done? The answer is to unleash a decisive strike. The combative spirit within Luosha was stirring as he inquired, "How many have they dispatched? And approximately where are they located?" Sensing the eagerness for battle in Luosha's words, Chiyo initially fell into a contemplative silence before unfurling a map of the ninja world. Pointing to a specific location, she conveyed, "According to intelligence relayed by our scouts, they have sent at least 30 individuals, infiltrating from this point in a zigzag formation, gradually advancing into the Land of Wind. Leading them is the elite Jonin from Iwagakure, Maki, known for his swift movements and mastery of swordsmanship. Additionally, there are the formidable bloodline limit user, Bakutun Ninja, all of whom pose considerable challenges. At this moment, they have likely dispersed into several small teams, as their mission is to gather intelligence." Rosha rested his chin on one hand, expressing disdain. "Elite Jonin, Magic Leech? I have never heard of such a pretentious name. It sounds like a mere novice. As for that explosive ninjutsu user, it seems they were resurrected during the 4th Great Ninja War. I didn't realize they were a ninja from the 3rd War. However, it matters little. Let chaos reign." After pondering for a moment, Kaiboza concluded that allowing them to vanish without a trace would be the most prudent approach. He advised, "Be discreet. We are not yet prepared for battle. And I do not wish for this incident to serve as a pretext for war with the Wagakure. You know how obstinate and reckless Inoki can be." Luo Sha nodded, declaring that he was quite adept at dealing with such matters. Chiyo, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, "How many individuals do you intend to take along?" It would be prudent to keep the number low to avoid drawing attention. There was an unspoken thought lingering in Chiyo's mind. Perhaps bringing each song along would help ease the tension between them and unite the smaller factions within the village. Since the objective was to remain discreet, they might as well embrace complete subtlety. Luo Sha chuckled, cradling his head with both hands and leaning back as he spoke with confidence. "It's unfortunate for Yenin village. I've heard that recently. An organization called Hao has been established near their incursion point. The leader of the Hao organization is a shadow-level powerhouse with a strong territorial awareness, mercilessly eliminating any enemies that dare to enter his domain. Due to the disappearance of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Yenin village dispatched ninjas to search, inadvertently trespassing into the territory of the Hao organization. A violent clash ensued, resulting in the complete annihilation of Yin's forces." Listen to that. It sounds rather pleasant. Thus, it can be concluded that we, in Sunagakure, have no connection to this incident whatsoever. No matter how one tries to spin the tale, it cannot be traced back to us. Chiyo nodded, finding delight in the diversion of misfortune, yet puzzled by one matter. Where did you obtain this intelligence? When was this Hao organization established? If their leader is indeed so formidable, we should have heard something. It was established just a minute ago. Creating a new identity can become quite addictive. It's time to unveil another persona. By the way, let us find an organization for Luo Village's Jinshin identity as well. Chapter 26. To roll or not to roll? One must ask, who is the greatest troublemaker in the ninja world following the Chunin exams? Undoubtedly, it is the Akatsuki, causing chaos across the entire realm. Therefore, Luo Sha decided to form his own organization, adopting dual identities both publicly and covertly, exerting influence to muddle the waters to the greatest extent possible. The full name of the Akatsuki is Dawn. What does it signify? The rising sun. Thus, he must overshadow the Akatsuki. The Hao organization, in full, is Tai Hao. What does Hao mean? It signifies being at the zenith of one's power. Most importantly, Luo Sha relished the phonetic play of the character, Ri-Tian. Although the Hao organization currently appears rather meager, consisting of a solitary individual armed with a single firearm and lacking resources or territory, so impoverished that only the sand gold remains, Luo Sha remained confident. As long as he could conjure enough identities and wield his metaphorical hoe adeptly, he would undoubtedly cultivate the Hao organization into a top-tier entity with 1 million members, capable of overshadowing the world. At that point, the fate of the ninja world would no longer be governed by the likes of Kishimoto. Everything would bend to his will, molding it as he pleased, with rewards pouring in like a torrent. Understanding the applause, Luo Sha, having settled trifling matters, casually accepted a reconnaissance mission and set off alone towards the border, hurrying along. Upon reaching the vicinity of his task, he employed the transformation technique, adopting a new persona. With slicked-back black hair, styled so meticulously that even a fly would slip upon landing, a sharply defined face reminiscent of a youthful Zuanlong, gold-rimmed glasses, a collared shirt with a tie, and trousers cinched high, polished shoes gleaming like mirrors, his tall and slender figure was draped in a white coat. Thus, a new persona emerged, that of a promising young doctor. Electromagnetic forces emanated from him, establishing a magnetic field with a radius of 500 meters. Limited by precision and intensity, the farther the distance, the weaker the control. However, by transmitting electromagnetic waves at specific frequencies and receiving echoes, he was able to crudely simulate the effects of radar, while it could not compare to the precision of various military radars from his past life. It sufficed for the ninja world, proving particularly useful for enemy searches. After spending over 2 hours discerning the echo frequencies returned from electromagnetic waves interacting with rocks, sand, ordinary humans, cacti, and animals, Luo Sha began his operation. Beneath the blazing sun, he ran through the desert like a fool, conducting a thorough search akin to an ordinary person mopping the floor. After more than 3 hours, as the sun began to set and temperatures dropped suddenly, he finally made a breakthrough. As the delicate brows of Luo Sha stirred, the frequency of the echo revealed a target comprising 7 uniformly moving carbon-based life forms. Utilizing microwave frequencies, Luo Sha was constrained by the limitations of the wave frequency, rendering him incapable of gauging the temperature of the target. However, the velocity of their movement strongly suggested they were ninjas. Ordinary individuals would not traverse the desert at such rapid speeds. Analyzing the trajectory of their movement, Rosha acted swiftly, preemptively selecting a position where he could encounter them, waiting patiently like a hunter for his prey. After several days of aimless wandering, the reconnaissance team from Awagakure was on the brink of collapse. The harsh environment, with its sweltering heat, relentless winds, and treacherous quicksand, was compounded by the monotonous hues of the desert, which tormented their spirits. A young IWA ninja pondered incredulously how the sand ninjas managed to survive in such an inhospitable environment, then muttered his dissatisfaction. Captain, aimless wandering isn't a viable strategy. We have no leads whatsoever. Moreover, given the scorching temperatures during the day, why don't we gather intelligence at night? His words drew disdain from the other team members, for the temperature differential in the desert was drastic, with nighttime lows plummeting below freezing, making it an unsuitable time for activity. Furthermore, visibility would be severely hampered, diminishing the efficacy of their reconnaissance efforts. Before he could wipe the sweat from his brow, the searing wind had already dried it. Dong Shiren retrieved his water pouch and took a hearty swig, then shot a warning glare at the young ninja who had complained. This mission is a direct assignment from Lord Suchikage. Everyone involved is at least a CHNI. We are all ninjas of Awagakure. We need only to execute our orders. The desert environment is indeed harsh, but the sand ninjas have adapted. Why can't we? I do not wish to hear any more words that could undermine our morale. Understood. The young ninja swallowed hard, acknowledging his error. Dong Shiren pulled out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and reassured the group. Let us continue searching for another 2 hours. 3 days ago, we discovered several sand hideout locations. It stands to reason we can find more now. Captain, look. Suddenly, one of the ninjas pointed ahead, exclaiming in astonishment. Dong Shiren turned to behold a striking sight, as the sun dipped low, casting its golden rays over the vast desert. A mysterious figure clad in white stood with hands clasped behind his back, facing the sunset, oblivious to the onlookers, isolated and proud amidst the sea of yellow sand. He appeared as a solitary beacon of white. The IWA ninjas became acutely alert. The presence of such a figure in the desert was anything but ordinary. Damn it. They finally arrived. Rosha, who had been striking a pose for some time, slowly turned around, his lips red and teeth white, as if the very winds and sands had purposefully avoided him. Lifting his chin, he regarded the others with an air of indifference, a gaze reminiscent of characters found in fantastical novels, and calmly stated, "This is the territory of our Taihao organization. Ninjas of Awagakure, leave this place, and I shall spare your lives." Having come to confront, he wasted no time in laying his intentions bare. "You." The young ninja was agitated. To encounter a mysterious figure in the desert was unexpected. Noting their Awagakure uniforms, the stranger's immediate demand for them to leave was clearly dismissive of their village's significance. Dong Shiren restrained his subordinate and replied coolly, "I know not who you are, nor have I heard of this Taihao organization. We are merely seeking someone. Should you continue your insolence, we shall not hold back." "Insolence? That is precisely what I desire." Rosha retorted, "How bold of you, IWA ninja, to search for someone within the domain of our Taihao organization." Rosha curled her lips, adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, and threatened, "I, Luo Tian Miao Yu Inalu Lakisa's duel, Hia Pikachu Zu Sol, Odinson Misaka Yongshin, do not appreciate repeating myself. Will you leave, or not?" Ninjas from the 5 great hidden villages often embark on missions, frequently encountering ninjas from smaller villages and rogue ninjas. In the absence of conflicting interests, they typically pass by each other without interference. Such arrogance and grandiloquence are a rare sight. This is the first time I've encountered someone so ostentatious. Frowning, I remarked, "What a jumble of names. I only know that this is the land of wind and have never heard of any Taihao organization. It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble. Is that so?" Chapter 27, Electrotherapy. Even our Taihao organization has not heard of it. You are either woefully ignorant or have lost your sanity. It appears you are in need of treatment. Extract chakra, electromagnetic force, activate. With a deep, resonant sigh, Rosha extended a hand and softly intoned, "Electrotherapy, electric shockwave. When faced with indecision, resort to electrotherapy." Before the rock ninjas could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of electricity, generated by an intense voltage, erupted from Rosha's hand, striking several of them in a blinding flash. The ninjas, subjected to the high-voltage shock, experienced immediate and involuntary muscle contractions, spasms, and ventricular tremors, as the current coursed through their bodies, directing metallic ions within their organs and bodily fluids. Their hair stood on end, the intense heat singeing their skin. as their hearts ceased to beat, and the majority of their cells were irrevocably destroyed, leaving them irretrievably dead. There was no pain. All damage was inflicted in an instant. This, indeed, exemplifies the devastating power of high-voltage electricity on living organisms, far surpassing the feeble lightning techniques derived from chakra. Now, if you wish to depart. Your opportunity has vanished, Rosha remarked, tilting his head, his white coat fluttering ominously in the wind. Silence enveloped the scene. Dong Shuren felt an overwhelming shock within, perceiving only a fleeting ripple of chakra before witnessing the demise of 3 of his subordinates. The study of formless ninjutsu had long been a subject of intense research among the various ninja villages. However, after countless experiments, a unanimous conclusion emerged. The formation of seals is akin to a ritual that harmonizes chakra, constructing the framework of ninjutsu. Without the sealing process, the potency of ninjutsu diminishes to a remarkably feeble level. Unless one possesses an immense reservoir of chakra to violently amplify the output, the efficacy of formless ninjutsu remains negligible. What had he just witnessed? Merely a flick of the wrist, a slight fluctuation of chakra, conjured forth several arcs of electricity, seemingly unremarkable, yet possessing a power commensurate with a typical B-rank ninjutsu. When had the ninja world seen such a formidable shadow-level power? The pressure weighed heavily on Dong Shuren. For battles between shadow-level ninjas inevitably reveal strengths and weaknesses. Yet, the ability to effortlessly dispatch ordinary ninjas suffices to classify one as a shadow-level powerhouse. You must have other companions, dozens of them, who have simultaneously invaded my territory. Once I deal with you, I shall ensure they join you on your journey. Rest assured, you will not be lonely on the road to the afterlife. Seemingly intent on provoking the emotions of the rock ninjas, Rosha's imposing presence radiated authority. Gritting his teeth, Dong Shuren made a resolute decision, embracing the inevitability of death, and shouted softly, "Ryotaro, swiftly seek out Captain Mojer and Captain Sho. Perhaps only their combined strength can contend with this individual. At the very least, we must expedite their withdrawal from this area." However, the young ninja, Ryotaro, appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised that the captain, who had just reprimanded him, was now willing to hold the rear. Surely, this person was not an adversary. It was absolutely inconceivable that he could be defeated. There is no however. I am a jounin, and perhaps I can stall him for a few precious seconds. In your case, you might not even last a second. Dong Shuren declared with fervor, having cast aside his own life in the face of this dire situation. Right before my eyes. You discuss who will delay me. Have you considered my feelings in all of this? Rosha nudged his golden-eyed glasses and pointed at Ryotaro, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity. Run. At the moment Rosha raised his hand, Dong Shuren let out a furious shout, swiftly forming hand seals and striking the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a thunderous roar, a stone wall, devoid of any carved canine features, erupted from the earth, standing resolutely before Ryotaro. The high-voltage current crashed against it, sending up a cloud of green smoke. As Rosha squinted his eyes slightly, he discerned a vulnerability in his abilities, the destructive capacity of high-voltage electricity against organisms replete with moisture far exceeded that of his water-based lightning release. However, when it came to the devastation of soil, rock, and other inorganic mixtures, it paled in comparison. Unless he elevated his level to convert high-voltage electricity into an electromagnetic cannon or a light cannon, he would remain at a disadvantage. Ultimately, his capabilities were rooted in physics. While the ninja world's lightning release leaned towards the realm of the fantastical, despite being termed lightning release, it encompassed a myriad of explosive manifestations. "Gentlemen, for the sake of a Wagakure," shouted Ryotaro through gritted teeth as he cast a glance at the East dead man, before making a hasty retreat. There were no melodramatic farewells akin to a television drama. This was the resolute nature of a ninja. Everyone, together. "By time for Ryotaro," commanded East dead man, as he and his remaining 2 subordinates leaped towards Rosha. He had noticed a detail each time Rosha unleashed his electric current. There was a motion of raising his hand. Earth release, rock fist technique. A Chunin formed hand seals, his chakra surging forth to envelop his arms and torso in layers of rock, leaving only his face and joints exposed. Typically, this technique would materialize a rocky fist only on the arms. However, the flexibility of ninjutsu allowed for such adaptations, a luxury that only the inexperienced Jinin would fail to grasp. "Lightning release counters earth release," he declared. "Yet, I have discovered that your lightning release is unlike the ordinary. It bears almost no restraining effect against earth release, and therein lies your weakness. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Awagakure. Perish, brat, the Chunin bellowed, swinging his rock fist towards Luo Sha. Indeed, the principle that lightning release counters earth release was a tenet established by Kishimoto. Luo Sha found himself almost incapable of retorting. The soil contained numerous organic materials that could conduct electricity to a minor extent. However, the earth release you employ is composed of rock, primarily silicon dioxide, which would not conduct electricity unless heated to a plasma state. In a foreign world, one must adhere to the established rules. Acceptance of fate was the only recourse. Rosa slightly raised her head and smiled, saying, "My lightning release is indeed rather unique. However, have you ever heard of the legendary body technique of the shinobi?" The Nin's expression hardened. The body technique was, after all, the exclusive lightning release of the hidden cloud village. Electromagnetic force, activate. High-voltage currents enveloped Rosa's entire arm, stimulating and enhancing her muscle tissue as she unleashed a punch. Electrotherapy, lightning fist. The immense power shattered the Nin's abdomen, and the high-voltage current coursed through his body, ultimately piercing through him, incinerating all internal organs into charred remains. As it happens, I too am proficient in this ninjutsu, Luo Sha softly murmured as he withdrew his fist, only to feel his legs ensnared moments later. From beneath the earth emerged a pair of hands, seizing his ankles and forcefully pulling him downward. The technique known as the decapitation skill had a rather flamboyant name. It was once employed by Kakashi to plant Erjuzi into the ground like a mere radish. Electric therapy, discharge. Luo Sha emitted a cold snort, a layer of high-voltage electricity manifesting upon his exterior, coursing down the arm of the underground ninja and instantly obliterating him, sealing his fate in the depths below. The Eastern ninja was struck with horror, realizing that the act of raising a hand was not a prerequisite for this individual to unleash his lightning techniques. Chapter 28, The Art of Deception. Initially, he believed that the raised hand was a preliminary gesture, allowing him to anticipate and perhaps evade the impending attack. However, the absence of this precursor indicated that the lightning techniques of this formidable opponent were even more inscrutable. A mere thought could summon a bolt of lightning. Unable to withstand the high-voltage current, one could only succumb, particularly for ninjas below the shadow level. There was no escape. If that were the case, why did he allow Ryotaro to flee? He had ample time to intervene and thwart Ryotaro's escape. A terrifying suspicion began to form in the Eastern ninja's mind, rendering his complexion ashen. Did he realize? Alas, it was already too late. Luo Sha adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses with a calm demeanor, articulating thoughtfully. The ninja world is quite small. It cannot accommodate my solitary endeavors. Yet it is also vast, as finding a few individuals in the desert would consume a considerable amount of my time. Nevertheless, I am convinced that with a guide, the task could be accomplished with remarkable efficiency. Dong Siren clenched his teeth, voicing his suspicions. So you intentionally wish for Liang Taro to depart, enabling you to track him down and locate others. However, even if you succeed in finding them, what then? Captain Moj possesses exceptional swordsmanship, and Captain Sho wields the formidable bloodline limit, explosion release. Their combined strength may prove insurmountable. Despite his words, Dong Siren felt an unsettling uncertainty within. The abilities exhibited by Luo Sha are exceedingly enigmatic. His formless ninjutsu possesses formidable lethality and a considerable attack range. If one is caught off guard, encountering him for the first time could undoubtedly result in death. Luo Sha chuckled lightly, shaking his finger to dismiss Dong Sire's speculation. You are only partially correct. It is not that I must release him, whether it be Ryotaro or Huitaro. As long as there is someone to guide me, that suffices. This person could be him, or any one of you. Dong Sire swiftly turned to see Ryotaro, ever dutiful, had already sprinted 100 meters away, reduced to a mere speck on the horizon. Among the rock ninjas on this mission, there existed a clandestine communication system. Before dispersing, the captains had agreed upon a rendezvous point. If Captain Magia and Captain Sho could join forces to defeat the individual before them, that would be splendid. However, Dong Sire was hesitant to take that gamble, fully aware of the low odds of success. Curse that four-eyed brat, Dong Sire muttered, bending his legs slightly to propel himself in pursuit of Ryotaro. He could only hope that Luo Sha's range of attack was not excessively far and that his speed was not remarkably swift, allowing him to catch up with Ryotaro. It seemed this gentleman harbored a deep-seated prejudice against those of us who wear glasses, unperturbed by being called a four-eyed brat. Luo Sha extended a finger towards Dong Sire's back and softly intoned, electrotherapy, electric net. High voltage coalesced in the air, forming currents that shot toward Dong Sire in a precise grid. Electricity and light are both forms of electromagnetic waves, traveling at equal speeds in a vacuum. Therefore, there was no need to employ techniques like Kakashi's or Naruto's, which involve a distant start to amplify the power of a thrust. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is indomitable, only speed is unbreakable. No matter how fast you run, can you truly match the speed of light? Do you think everyone is a Flash? The only way to evade Luo Sha's lightning was to anticipate the direction of the attack before the high-voltage current was fully formed. Otherwise, evasion was impossible. Dong Sire's back was turned to Luo Sha, a reckless move indeed. The electric net descended upon Dong Sire, and the high-voltage current immediately incapacitated all functions of his body, leaving him charred and lifeless on the spot. The cascading high-voltage current fell into the desert, igniting upon contact with the sand. A flash of fire and rising smoke, true electric brilliance. The heterogeneous grains of sand could not withstand the intense heat of the electricity, igniting and melting into poorly formed crystals. Luo Sha ambled forward, casting not a glance at the fallen Dong Siren, and nudged the crystalline formations that had melded from the sand. With a smirk, he remarked, "It seems that even if I were to traverse back to the Tang dynasty, I could swiftly amass wealth, with a mere flick of my wrist. I could purify the impurities and conjure dozens of glass pieces." Kicking the crystal aside, Luo Sha propelled himself toward the direction in which Liang Talang had fled, simultaneously deploying a microwave magnetic field to act as a radar. Half a minute later, detecting the returning echo frequency, a smirk curled upon his lips. He had found you, little mouse. Now, all he had to do was to linger behind Liang Talang, waiting for him to reunite with the others from a Wagakure before unleashing carnage. For an ordinary person, traversing the desert at high speed is a perilous endeavor due to a unique natural phenomenon, quicksand. At first glance, quicksand appears indistinguishable from its surroundings. Yet beneath its surface lies a substance devoid of cohesion. Should an individual tread upon it, the top layer of sand will swiftly sink, leaving them with no foothold and causing them to descend deeper into the treacherous depths. Even a ninja, if caught off guard, risks being engulfed. However, the ninjas of Sunagakure, accustomed to such quicksand terrains, have mastered the art of navigating this perilous landscape, which serves as a crucial defense against external threats. Meanwhile, Liang Talang hurriedly made his way. Captain Dong Si Ren and his two comrades were valiantly resisting the white-clad figure known as Luo Yongxin, and it was likely that their fate was grim. This was time bought at the cost of their lives for the sake of their comrade. Liang Talang could not afford to mourn. Resolute in his purpose, he was determined to relay the information to the remaining two teams as swiftly as possible. Like the youthful Forrest Gump of the movies, Liang Talang's mind was singularly focused. Run. Having narrowly escaped several encounters with quicksand, Liang Talang found himself in a disheveled state, battling against the sandstorm. Relying on his recollections of the previously agreed-upon route, he eventually stumbled upon another team. This was an oasis, where a dozen IWA ninjas huddled together around a crackling campfire. The desert nights were frigid, and with scorpion swarms lurking, it was imperative to stoke the flames. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air as they shared provisions and basked in the warmth of the fire, their faces aglow with pride for being chosen by Lord Suchikage for this special mission. Liang Talang's sudden appearance shattered this tranquility. Who goes there? The IWA ninjas sprang to their feet, forming a defensive formation, showcasing their elite status. It is I, Liang Talang. After hours of frantic running, Liang Talang's strength had waned, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath while raising his hands to signal his benign intentions. In times of conflict, many ninjas would disguise themselves as foes to infiltrate enemy ranks, and thus, each village had devised multiple codes for identification. From amidst the crowd, a ninja brandishing a long sword approached, eyeing Liang Talang with suspicion, lips moving to utter the necessary code. Aware of the protocol, Liang Talang took a moment to catch his breath before reciting the prearranged password. Chapter 29, Casting a Long Line to Catch Big Fish Once Identities Were Verified. Emoji swiftly approached Liang Talang to assess his injuries. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Liang Talang was merely fatigued. Frowning, he inquired, "What transpired? Were you not with Captain Dong Si Rin's team? How did you end up here?" Liang Talang felt compelled to be candid, succinctly recounting the events. While on a mission, a figure named Luo Yongxin, clad in white, appeared, claiming this territory belonged to their Taihao organization. After failed negotiations, he merely raised his hand and instantly killed 3 Chunin. Captain Dong Si Rin, realizing the futility of resistance, chose to hold the rearguard. He continued, It may take a Jonin to delay him for even a few seconds, allowing me to convey this information to you and Captain Sho. A collective gasp echoed among the group, each individual contributing to the collective intake of breath, causing the campfire to flicker. To have dispatched 3 Chunin with a mere gesture, even accounting for overconfidence, such a feat is beyond the capabilities of a typical Jonin. In Iwagakure, only a handful could achieve such prowess. Lord Tsuchikage and the 2 Jinchuriki, disregarding the potential strength of Luo Yangxing compared to the 3 esteemed figures. The threat he posed to the Special Operations Team was undeniably lethal. Elaborate on his abilities, MOG pressed, recognizing the limited options available to ninjas in this predicament. Knowing that abandoning the mission would result in punishment, he felt the weight of responsibility as the leader of the Special Operations Team. He is quite young, proficient in long-range lightning techniques. With a flick of his wrist, he can unleash bolts of lightning, which, while subtle, possess immense destructive power. Regrettably, Captain Dong Siren instructed me to flee and relay intelligence, so I could not witness more. As he spoke, Liang Talang's expression darkened. He feared that Captain Dong Siren had perished in the line of duty. Emoji clenched his fist, veins bulging in his forearm. Technically speaking, the mission of the Special Operations Team could be deemed an invasion. They were intruders in the land of wind, resolving to set aside any ideological dilemmas. Emoji focused solely on the loss of his comrades. An entire squad had been nearly annihilated. What could he do? With no intelligence gathered. Having barely entered the land of wind, a mysterious organization had decimated a sub-team. To return to the village, trembling with fear, and report to Lord Tsuchikage that the enemy was too formidable would surely render him a laughingstock, the subject of derision among even the lower-ranked ninjas. What constitutes a special mission? It is one that could sway the fate of the entire village. The implications of gathering intelligence on the land of wind are self-evident. I shall not allow myself to become a burden to my village. Resolving within himself, Emoji gathered his chakra, transforming it into a cloud of sand to extinguish the fire, drawing his sword and pointing it forward. Everyone, be alert and prepare for battle. We must converge with Captain Sho's team as swiftly as possible. Remaining divided is far too perilous. Captain Emoji, do you seek vengeance for Captain Dong Siren? Liang Talang implored, guilt weighing heavily upon him at the thought that Captain Dong Siren had sacrificed himself due to his own inadequacies. If only he had been stronger, perhaps they could have all escaped. A flicker of discomfort crossed Emoji's features as he remained silent for a moment before offering an apology. I am not seeking revenge for Captain Dong Siren. Our mission is to gather intelligence on the unusual movements in the land of wind. Once we regroup, we will swiftly withdraw from this area to avoid further conflict. However, should the opportunity arise, we will also gather information on this Taihao organization, ensuring that Captain Dong Siren's sacrifice bears significance. With 2 elite Jonin and over 20 Chunin upon regrouping, they would form a formidable force that no shadow-level ninja could easily disregard. At the very least, if they all united in their escape, even a typical shadow-level ninja would find it impossible to annihilate them all in an instant. Understood. Ryotaro's expression was somber. As ninjas often find themselves at the mercy of circumstances, the group extinguished the campfire and erased any traces of their presence, setting off under the veil of night. The moon hung high in the sky. Moments later, Rosha, treading upon the yellow sands, approached from a distance, while scorpions emerged from the earth, only to be struck down by a sudden surge of electricity as they attempted to draw near. Casting a glance towards the buried fire, he shook his head gently and sighed, deeming it a futile effort. Their course did not lead to the land of Earth. It was prudent to flee and regroup, for now was not the time to ensnare their prey. Any object above absolute zero emits electromagnetic waves, though the rock ninjas managed to extinguish the fire. They could not equalize the temperature of the embers with the ambient environment. In Rosha's perception, these rock ninjas were utterly exposed. He refrained from immediate action, curious to see whether they would choose to regroup, return to the land of Earth, or continue with their original plan. Fortunately, the leech did not disappoint Rosha's expectations. The night stretched long, and sleep eluded him. After several hours of relentless marching, the leech finally located another squad's position, but the environment here was less favorable. Upon hearing a commotion, the captain, Sho, resembling a scion with his hairstyle, awoke from slumber, springing forth from his tent with haste. Vigilantly, he questioned the shadows ahead, calling out loudly to rouse his subordinates. Who goes there? It is I, the leech. The leech appeared hurried, followed by a dozen weary ninjas. After confirming his identity, Sho glanced at the leech with confusion, inquiring, what has transpired? Were we not meant to act separately to enhance our intelligence-gathering efficiency? Why have we reconvened? We must swiftly evacuate this area, A shadow-level powerhouse is lurking nearby, claiming this territory as their own. The Eastern Dead delayed him at the cost of their lives, allowing the information to reach us. The leech summarized the situation before preparing to direct the others in a strategic retreat. Once they regrouped, he would assume command, placing him a rank above Sho. Suddenly, Ryotaro froze in place, trembling, his grip tightening around the kunai as he cast a complex gaze towards the leech's rear. What is it? The leech turned to look as well, momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned, filled with regret. Curse it, having hunted geese all day. I was caught off guard by the geese themselves. I became flustered upon hearing of the Eastern Dead's demise, merely confirming his identity without checking for pursuers behind him. A young man, slick-haired and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, draped in a white coat, approached slowly under the moonlight. Chapter 30. The unwarranted blame of cloud concealment. His steps were remarkably light, barely sinking the sand beneath him. Yet, they were also heavy enough that with each stride, the hearts of the leech and his companions trembled in response. Rosa surveyed the rock shinobi, recognizing only two familiar figures aside from Ryotaro. The first was the explosive release ninja, Karyu, who had made an appearance during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The second was the enigmatic Maji, whose identity Rosa recalled after a moment's reflection. Maji was not a mere supporting character or an inconsequential individual in the original narrative. He had once ambushed the team of Minato and Namikaze at the Canopy Bridge, inflicting injury upon Kakashi and engaging in combat with Minato himself. Rosa smiled faintly, bringing his fingers together to lightly tap his temple, murmuring, "Do you know? Just a few hours ago, I was troubled by the thought of how to annihilate you all overnight. The territory of our Taihao organization is not insignificant, and searching for a group of mice in the vast desert would consume a great deal of time. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to find a few, and after releasing one, I followed the trail to successfully locate their nest." Moji's expression darkened, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. As an elite jonin, he was considered a master within the entire ninja realm, capable of escaping from the clutches of an average shadow-level power. However, being insulted and referred to as a mere rat was an unbearable affront. Nonetheless, for the sake of his subordinates and the mission, he endured. Taking a deep breath to suppress the inner fury, Emoji pondered for a few seconds, attempting to negotiate with Rosa. "I apologize. We were unaware that this area belonged to your esteemed organization. How about we both take a step back? We will immediately withdraw from this region and refrain from pursuing the matter of your slaughter of our Awagakure ninjas." The members of the Special Operations Team felt immense frustration upon hearing this. Wasn't this simply a retreat for them? How had it turned into a mutual concession? The explosive release ninja, Sho, was on the verge of erupting but was halted by a glance from Moji, who discreetly signaled with his hands, "Endure for now. We know nothing about this organization or this individual. Gathering intelligence on Sunagakure is of utmost importance. Once we complete this task and report back to Lord Tsukikage, powerful allies from our village will surely come to deal with this Taihao organization." Sho's eyes burned with indignation, yet he recognized the gravity of the situation. Preserving their strength for future endeavors was paramount. The mission entrusted by Lord Tsukikage took precedence. How could they simply allow their adversaries to withdraw unscathed? Luo Sha lightly waved his fingers, gesturing at the crowd with a disdainful glance, proclaiming, "Depart. There are no issues here. However, you have squandered a considerable amount of my time, which, when rounded, equates to a matter of life and death. Therefore, you must pay the price. Among the 20 or so individuals, only one may leave. The rest must remain here, for the scorpions of the desert are eagerly anticipating a lavish feast. Attempting to sow discord? I believe it is more fitting for you to stay here." The explosive release ninja, Hunter, could no longer contain his fury. With a fierce shout, he drew upon his chakra and leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Luo Sha. Explosive release, landmine fist. Unlike Daidara's explosive techniques, Hunter's was akin to a physical ninjutsu, concentrating chakra in his fist to detonate upon contact with the enemy. Its advantage lay in the absence of hand seals and its immense power. Yet it had a notable drawback. Its short range made it susceptible to misses. An explosive release ninja, how intriguing. I wonder how many of my strikes you can withstand. Electrotherapy, lightning fist. Luo Sha softly murmured, channeling chakra to converge upon his left arm, manifesting as a high-pressure electric current, brimming with energy. He then unleashed a powerful punch. Before Sho could close the distance, he was struck by the overwhelming electric current. Fortunately, he managed to envelop himself in chakra just in time, which somewhat mitigated the damage. Nevertheless, he lost all ability to move, collapsing before Luo Sha his body scorched and charred. The gaze of Luo Shan narrowed slightly. This was unexpected. The current he had unleashed was at least 35 kV, or 35,000 volts, a voltage that poses a danger to the human body once it exceeds 36 volts. This intensity surpassed 900 times that threshold, yet Sho remained alive. The nature of chakra is indeed perplexing. Is it a peculiar rule of this extraordinary world? Nevertheless, 35,000 volts were far from his current limit. Lightning release body refinement secret technique. So you are from the village hidden in the clouds. Emoji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. Mastery of lightning release, coupled with such a targeted assault against the village hidden in the rocks, could only indicate a background in the village hidden in the clouds. There were no other possibilities. Emoji's mind raced. A single punch had left Sho gravely injured and on the brink of death. Such power could only belong to someone at least at the Kazekage level. It was rumored that the Third Raikage son possessed formidable strength, a true heir to his legacy. It was also said that the Third Raikage had an equally powerful adoptive brother, who was also the host of the Eight Tails. The individual before him, Luo Yongxi, could very well be one of them, disguised with transformation techniques, aiming to sabotage the actions of the village hidden in the rocks. The territories of both nations bordered each other, with their leaders being quite formidable. Frequent skirmishes had led to long-standing grievances. However, one could not dismiss other possibilities. Perhaps he was merely a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the clouds, fortunate enough to master the lightning release body refinement technique. Of course, there remained one final speculation. The Luo Yongxin before him might very well be the legendary Third Raikage himself, the strongest of all time. In an instant, Emoji's mind conjured countless scenarios, and once again, after San Chuan, the village hidden in the clouds had cast Luo Sha into the fray. Luo Sha was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this was an attempt to shift blame, cleverly inciting discord between the Lei and two nations. Let the conflict ignite. With a decisive step, he crushed the head of Sho beneath his foot, driving it into the ground. The high-voltage current surged forth, utterly incinerating Sho's brain. Suddenly, Luo Sha laughed, a wicked and untamed grin upon his face. Now that you have uncovered my identity, I shall not allow you to escape. All of you must perish. Take my secrets with you to the netherworld. He immersed himself in the performance, fervently squeezing every cell within his body to extract chakra, his hands weaving seals that even he did not fully comprehend. Stop him. He must not complete the seals, roared Emoji, charging forward with his sword, followed by the other ninjas. The overwhelming chakra emanating from Luo Sha suggested a technique of immense power and broad range, a high-level lightning release ninjutsu, and if unleashed, it would spell disaster for them all. It was already too late. Feeling a cramp in his fingers, Luo Sha decided to halt and, with a clap of his hands, bellowed, super electric shock therapy, 9 heavens responding to the thunderous decree of the celestial sovereign. The longer the name, the mightier the spell. As dark clouds obscured the moon and the pristine night sky transformed into an ominous shroud, the desert was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and the winds began to howl. The chakra was transmuted into ions, gathering all nearby free ions within the clouds that swirled ominously above his head. Beneath the clouds, on the earth, charges amassed, creating a formidable electric field. The charges within the electric field surged violently, colliding with air molecules, generating a powerful pulse. Boom, boom. Chapter 31. A second performance. The thunder echoed, and lightning struck from above, cascading down upon Luo Sha, each bolt precisely targeting a member of the Rock Ninja. Luo Sha bathed in the thunder, strolling leisurely as if embodying the demeanor of an emperor. The inspiration for this maneuver stemmed from Sasuke's lightning release, Kirin. The distinction lies in the fact that lightning release employs fire release to form cumulonimbus clouds, subsequently drawing forth lightning for an assault. It requires a longer preparation and exhibits a weaker control over the lightning itself. Luo Sha is distinct. He manipulates ions, allowing charges to coalesce directly. The preceding movement is notably brief, and when chakra is abundant or the intensity of electromagnetic force is substantial. The duration of this preliminary action seldom exceeds 3 to 4 seconds. By entrusting the movement of charges beneath the clouds to nature, he conserves a portion of his physical strength, merely exerting a slight influence, thus achieving perfect control over the trajectory of each lightning bolt. In terms of power and range, it is not greatly inferior to the lightning release, Kirin, yet his mastery surpasses it by far, earning him the title of the supreme deity of thunder. The 9 heavens responding to the primordial thunder. He is the highest celestial deity of the thunder department in the mythology of the Chon Kingdom. In my memory, There exists a manga titled Shaman King, in which a character named Taoran has also utilized this name to designate his techniques. The heart of Luosha stirred slightly, sensing an anomaly in the electromagnetic waves emitted by the demon leech's body. It appeared that during the formation of his seals, the creature had employed a technique akin to shadow clones, retreating its true form beneath the earth. Objects exceeding absolute zero are capable of releasing electromagnetic waves. Shadow clones and water clones, though outwardly identical to the original, also possess power. However, due to their inherent differences, the frequencies of the emitted electromagnetic waves exhibit subtle variances compared to the true form. This implies that many deceptive tactics would be ineffective against Luosha. Electromagnetic forces are nearly omnipotent, and even in the novice stage, one can develop numerous practical abilities. At this moment, he required an individual to relay his message back to the land of Earth, and this demon leech proved to be an apt choice. With a manipulation of thunder, in an instant, he reduced all the ninjas to charred remnants, effectively clearing the area. The ground, heated by the electric surge, released wisps of green smoke, transforming the surrounding region into a murky, crystal expanse. The demon leech, displaying a modicum of cleverness, seized the moment his shadow clone was obliterated to discreetly cast another clone in its place, mimicking the charred appearance of his fellow comrades, thus creating a convincing ruse. He held his breath, striving to steady his heartbeat, hoping to evade Luosha's attention. As the dark clouds dispersed, the bright moon ascended once more. Had it not been for the scattered remains strewn about, no one would have fathomed the surreal events that had just transpired here. It was akin to a dreamscape. Luosha adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, gazing up at the night sky with an air of pretentiousness, deliberately uttering statements designed to mislead. A bunch of fools. My self-created lightning release technique surpasses even the secret art of lightning body refinement, earning the admiration of Lord Raikage himself. Truly, it is akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree, utterly laughable and deluded. Beneath the earth, the demon leech felt a surge of indignation. It was an undeniable truth that his group had been annihilated in a single strike. Even the true self, concealed deep underground, found little solace. For the thunderous strikes upon the sandy surface had heated the sand layers, and he had not burrowed deep enough. It felt as though he were ensconced within a furnace. Luosha shook his head and departed from the scene with an air of tranquility, making his way towards the land of Earth, or rather, the land of birds. The land of wind and the land of Earth, along with the 5 great nations, do not share a contiguous border. Between them lies a multitude of small nations serving as buffer zones, with the rock village presumably emerging from the position of the land of birds. Establishing an organization such as Taihao or the Ritian Group is not a decision arrived at lightly. Fortunate circumstances have arisen, providing some leisure time to address the matter of the organization's base. Thus, the choice fell upon the land of birds. The ninja world bears a resemblance to the New World in one piece. The distances are not particularly vast, and neighboring countries possess entirely different climates and landscapes. The land of wind is characterized by its arid desert, compelling the sand ninjas to dwell near water sources, establishing villages close to oases. In contrast, the land of birds enjoys a temperate climate, akin to perpetual spring, attracting migratory birds each year to rest. The land of birds is also bordered by 2 neighboring nations, the Rain Country, renowned for its incessant downpours, and the Bear Country, famed for its lush forests and miasmic valleys, home to the Star Ninja Village. After a diligent search, a splendid location was finally discovered at dawn, a picturesque site nestled against the mountains and beside water, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Such a place embodies true taste. Luosha nodded in satisfaction, releasing electromagnetic waves to gauge the density and structure of the mountain. He identified a suitable location and commenced his excavation work. With the ability to manipulate high-density, resilient metal ores, he struck the mountain with remarkable efficiency, accomplishing the work of several construction teams single-handedly. The rubble he unearthed was swiftly cast into the lake, startling flocks of birds into flight. After several minutes since Luosha's departure, Magia finally emerged from the sandy ground. Fortunately, he had timely employed his chakra to shield his body. Nonetheless, his exposed skin bore numerous burns. His eyes, filled with sorrow, swept over the corpses at the scene. He had intended to use the shadow clone technique merely to confuse Liangxin, planning to deliver a sudden backstab with his true self. But unexpectedly, it ended up saving his own life. He retrieved a storage scroll and gathered the bodies of all his comrades into it. This was done partly to grant them peace, allowing them to be buried in the Martyrs' Park of Awagakure, which could be considered a fitting resting place. Additionally, the corpses contained a wealth of information, an expert could discern the identity of the murderer, the methods employed, and the approximate strength of the assailant just by examining the types and severity of the wounds on the bodies. These were all pieces of evidence. Having completed his task, Magia composed himself and hurried back to Awagakure 2 days later. "It is Lord Magia. He is an elite ninja of the village," a child exclaimed, pointing at him with excitement. "One day, I too shall become a powerful ninja like Lord Magia." By this time, it was noon, and the streets of Awagakure were bustling with pedestrians. Ninja who had some knowledge of the situation occasionally cast glances at Magia, wondering why he had returned so quickly after being dispatched on a special mission just days prior. As the discussions among the children grew, Magia's heart ached even more. How could he consider himself strong when he couldn't withstand even a single blow from the enemy? Out of 30 nin, 2 elite nin, and 1 nin, he was the only one who returned alive. This was a disgrace. Ironically, in order to bring back vital information, he had to cling to life. Silently, with a darkened expression, Magia made his way toward the Kazekage's office, resembling a mere shell of a person. Thud! In a moment of distraction, he collided directly with the office door, stumbling inside and falling to the ground, unwilling to rise for a long time. Sitting at his desk, the Kazekage, Noki, was handling official business. Beside him was the legendary, long-missing Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Otsutsuki. Hearing the commotion at the door, Noki glanced over, seeing Magia sprawled on the floor. He dropped the documents in his hand and scolded, "How careless can you be? You're a nin now. How can you trip over a doorframe? Get up." Otsutsuki also looked over and teased, "Isn't this the Magia who went to the land of wind searching for me? What? Have you already found something?" Magia remained silent, his fist pounding the ground in anguish as tears streamed down his face, overwhelmed with sorrow. Noki sensed something was amiss. Floating out from behind his desk and hovering in front of Magia, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "What happened? Speak quickly." "They're all dead," Magia finally uttered. As a nin, he knew he shouldn't cry, regardless of the hardships he faced. He wiped away the tears that flowed uncontrollably and recounted the events leading up to this moment, from the mission to infiltrate the Land of Wind, to taking down several sand ninja strongholds, to the split actions that ultimately led to the fearsome descent of Rosha, the god of heaven. Naka's shock grew with each revelation. Thankfully, he had no heart ailments. Otherwise, he might have suffered a heart attack upon hearing that 30 nin, 2 nin, and an elite squad had perished in their entirety. In the original narrative, when the East Death led the forces of Awagakure to attack the Land of Fire, it involved merely 200 or 300 core ninjas who encountered the peak prowess of Namikaze Minato. However, the context here was entirely different. The Battle of Kamui Bridge was a crucial segment of the final confrontation, and all available resources must be mobilized for a surprise attack. Regarding this reconnaissance mission, Noki had dispatched 30 elite ninjas for efficiency, and yet, they had been completely wiped out. It was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, only to miss the target and have the cannon backfire. With such a high casualty rate, how could Noki not be pained? Each nin had fought their way through years of training from the ranks of genin. They carried the hopes of the village and were the reserve forces for the higher-tier nin, 30 of them gone. Having once faced Uchiha Madara, Noki, accustomed to grand battles, suppressed his anger and sorrow, quietly inquiring, "What of the bodies? Did you bring them back?" Magia nodded, producing the storage scroll and releasing over 20 charred corpses that filled a significant portion of the office. Noki and Otsutsuki exchanged glances, simultaneously voicing their conjecture. The clothing shows no signs of burning. It must be lightning release. The heat generated by combustion differs slightly from that of electrical burns. The latter is brief yet immensely powerful, delivering all damage in an instant. The might of a single strike had decimated an elite operations squad. The prowess of the assailant's lightning release could be deemed one of the strongest across the entire ninja world. This individual's strength is on par with mine, Otsutsuki concluded. Alarmed yet relieved that he was not named Nya, Noki fell silent, pondering the implications of such formidable lightning release. The suspect's range could be narrowed down to either the Land of Lightning or Konoha. Each of the 5 great ninja villages specializes in their unique ninjutsu. The wind, lightning, water, and earth countries each excel in their respective elemental techniques, alongside a variety of other bloodline limits. Konoha stood apart, blessed with vast resources and a plethora of talent. Not only excelling in fire release under the Uchiha, but also proficient in the other 4 elemental styles. Is there any other intelligence? Noki inquired coldly. Knowing merely about lightning release is of little use. Magia, casting aside his grief, began to recall additional details. The individual identifies himself as Liu Yongxin, claiming to be associated with the Taihao organization, though I suspect this is a false identity. I witnessed him utilizing the lightning release body refinement technique, which severely injured Sho. I suspect. Suddenly, the thought struck Ma Jie as he recalled the swirling cosmos in his mind. Yunin Village. Noki erupted in fury, slamming his fist onto the desk. To emphasize his ire, he even employed the heavy rock technique, causing cracks to form on the surface. It could also be that others seek to frame Yunin Village. Let us not act in haste. We must analyze the situation further, Otsutsuki counseled. Perhaps the lightning release could have been misused. But can the lightning release body refinement technique also be mistaken? Noki growled, infuriated by Otsutsuki's skepticism. Such techniques do exist in the ninja world. However, that Liu Yongxin severely injured Sho with a single punch. Such a potent body technique can only stem from the lightning release body refinement technique developed by the Third Raikage. Oh, tell me, what other technique could achieve such a feat? Naka's temper flared, yet Otsutsuki's was equally fierce. He offered no deference to Noki, countering. Ninja combat is fundamentally a battle of chakra. If one possesses a similar technique and ample chakra, imitating the Raikage's technique isn't impossible. I still suspect there is something amiss. How could our covert operation be linked to Yunin Village? How could there not be a connection? Noki retorted, pointing angrily toward the east, the direction of the land of lightning. That Raikage is nothing but a brute, acting on impulse. It's no exaggeration to say that every village in the ninja world has spies from other villages. It's an inevitable reality. This matter cannot be separated from that brute. He must have learned of our movements and, in a fit of rage, sent his own son or disciple to undertake this covert action. A farcical organization named Taihao has emerged, a notion so ludicrous that it cannot escape my discerning gaze. Why could it not be the Raikage himself who intervened? Emoji inquired. Daimyo snorted dismissively and clarified. If that brute, the Raikage, were to act personally, do you think you would still return alive? His intellect is not particularly sharp, yet he has not forgotten the necessity of examining corpses. It could only be his son or disciple, Kurabi. I have heard of them. Their potential is remarkable, possessing at least the strength of a quasi-shadow. Unfortunately, youth remains youth, prone to clumsiness. The more Emoji listened, the more he felt something was amiss. While I'm in his survival, I steadfastly maintain my position. There is an enigma here. Old Purple remained resolute, disputing with Daimyo. Must you always contradict me? Whatever I support, you oppose. Daimyo barked at Old Purple. If you persist in your stance, then conduct your own investigation. Present evidence and facts to demonstrate that you are correct and I am mistaken. Until then, step aside. I shall personally lead a team to the land of lightning to confront that brute. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. It is quite common for a village's shadow to venture forth on missions and engage in battle, except in Konoha, where the formidable size and influence of the village render it unnecessary for the leader to risk themselves. Daimyo pushed past Old Purple, storming away in anger to prepare for his journey to the land of lightning, ensuring he brought sufficient manpower. After all, Senju Tobarama had been betrayed by Kin and Jin, serving as a cautionary tale. Chapter 33, A Fortuitous Encounter with Yukura. Let us set aside Daimyo's fury as he prepares to confront the Raikage in the land of lightning. Old Purple, equally hot-tempered, had resolved to take action. Their frequent disputes over differing viewpoints had often been subdued by Daimyo's authority as Tsukikage. This time, however, Old Purple was determined to make a statement. In what region did you encounter Nara Yongxin? Old Purple queried, his gaze piercing into Emoji. Emoji, aware of Old Purple's intentions, hesitated to respond. Typically, a Jinchuriki's missions require the Shadow's approval, granting them less freedom than ordinary ninjas. Speak quickly. Daimyo has already sanctioned my actions. What are you afraid of? Did you not hear what he just said? He wants me to investigate personally and present evidence. Old Purple pressed Emoji further. While he likely understood the general location of the Special Operations Team's incursion into the Land of Wind, possessing precise coordinates would undoubtedly be more efficient. That was merely a moment of anger. Emoji finally relented, revealing the exact location, at the border between the Land of Birds and the Land of Wind, approximately 220 kilometers to the south. But please, do not disclose that I provided this information. Old Purple patted Emoji on the shoulder, lifting him up with reassurance. Do you not trust me? Rest assured. This matter concerns me alone. It was all my idea. As for the location, it was discovered through my investigation. Emoji sighed with relief. Despite Old Purple's fiery temperament, he was steadfast and meticulous, unlikely to undertake actions that would complicate matters for others. He opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, finally uttering. Nara Yongshin is exceptionally strong. Should you encounter him, exercise caution. Old Purple scoffed, declaring boldly, his lightning release is indeed formidable. Am I to be outmatched? No matter how powerful he is, can he surpass a Jinchuriki, surpass a tailed beast? Moj remained silent. A fully transformed Jinchuriki could be likened to a weapon of war, capable of obliterating a small mountain with a single-tailed beast ball, possessing an immense reserve of chakra. Upon reflection, he conceded that the Jinchuriki might indeed be stronger than Nara Yongshin. Several hours later, Daimyo had gathered his subordinates and, with great fervor, set off towards the land of lightning. The efficiency of a decisive individual is truly remarkable. Seizing this opportunity, Old Purple discreetly slipped out of the village, intent on uncovering the truth behind the events, determined to validate his suspicions. Meanwhile, Luo Sha revved his engines, finally carving out a significant section of the mountainside. The remaining details of the layout and decorative style would be reserved for future development. A sense of self-satisfaction filled his heart as he envisioned this place as the headquarters for the organization he would establish, the Ri-Tian Group. The creation of the Ri-Tian Group necessitated the establishment of multiple identities, ensuring his position as Wind Shadow was secure. In the future, he could leverage the influence of Sunagakure to extend his reach throughout the ninja world. The Ri-Tian Group would serve as a disruptor, a supporting role, striving to create chaos. He would emulate the strategies of Chiang Kai-shek, manipulating the map from both sides, treating the ninja world as a mere toy to maneuver at will. A single large cup of coffee would never surpass the combined volume of 10 medium cups, as considering marginal effects and control, the strategy of multiple identities proved more prudent. Returning to the borders of the Land of Wind, he shed his disguise and deactivated his transformation technique. After completing a reconnaissance mission, he headed towards Sunagakure. Moments later, Luo Sha furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual magnetic field response several hundred meters away. Having developed a microwave radar, Luo Sha had grown accustomed to deploying it during his daily activities. Its minimal consumption allowed for early warnings. Why not take advantage of it? The differing temperatures and structures of objects produced varying echo frequencies. Judging by the frequency returned this time, there appeared to be only one individual. Likely a ninja proficient in fire-based techniques. Could it be Old Purple? Had he truly gotten lost? In a state of uncertainty, Luo Sha heightened his vigilance. The Elder Z possessed the ability to wield the same lava release as the four-tailed sun Wukong, which manifested as magma. Although the essence of flames and magma differed, Luo Sha remained incapable of distinguishing the subtle waves emitted by both. His radar ability was still rather rudimentary. Moments later, a swift, slender figure gradually emerged from the horizon, waving toward Luo Sha as she approached. With her dark green bun, orange bangs, and a curvaceous figure, her strikingly beautiful face, seemingly impervious to the ravages of wind and sand, was adorned by her signature back-revealing attire. It was the scorching release ninja, Yitsong. Luo Sha relaxed his guard, realizing that the waves emanating from her scorching release bore a resemblance to those of fire release, nearly resulting in an inadvertent strike against a teammate. Having been playfully teased by Luo Sha for some time in the village, Yitsong's demeanor toward him was noticeably warmer than before. An air of awkwardness enveloped them as they stood before each other, unsure of what to say, with her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against the iron butterfly in her hair. Points 1-1. Sha scrutinized Wei Xiying and was the first to inquire, "What brings you here?" Wei Xiying, with one hand placed on his hip and an arched eyebrow, retorted, "What? Is it only you who can undertake reconnaissance missions? Am I not permitted to venture out for assignments?" The geographical conditions of Sunagakure are not conducive to side occupations, leaving the income of the Sand Shinobi heavily reliant on undertaking missions, with her Sha being an exception. The Luo family may lack the wealth of a mine, and the mine itself may not provide a home, yet wherever he wishes, the vast desert can transform into a gold mine. This is one of the reasons why Chiyo resolutely designated him as the Wind Shadow. The magnetic escape, sand gold, can finally return to its original purpose. It seems that even dozens of episodes on wealth accumulation would scarcely suffice to capture its essence. Rosha remained silent, circling around Yitsong, her gaze incessantly scanning her form, mentally appraising her. Yitsong, feeling increasingly agitated and somewhat guilty under Rosha's scrutiny, turned to face her and continued, "In truth, it was Elder Chiyo who sent me. She expressed concern that you might be facing significant risks alone, given your prolonged absence from the village. Thus, she entrusted me with the task of assisting you." "A mere elite jonin is of no use," Rosha muttered. She had come with the intent to eliminate, targeting the special operations team of Awagakure. Her unique abilities had facilitated the swift annihilation of all adversaries in but a single night. Were it any other shadow-level powerhouse, the mission might have taken 10 days or more. First, one must locate the target, right? I have only been out for 4 or 5 days. And already Chiyo has dispatched reinforcements. She is overly sensitive. Yitsong furrowed her brow, dissatisfied with Rosha's reaction. Before embarking on this mission, she had entertained a sense of triumph, imagining how Rosha would react upon seeing her. She did not expect the grand welcome described in the tales of the warring states, but at the very least, she had hoped for a semblance of support, a reassurance of her significance. Was she truly so unneeded? Do you so dismissively regard elite jonin? Yisong asked, her tone laced with indignation. Rosha nodded, acknowledging that an elite jonin is indeed akin to a super soldier. A month prior, you two were an elite jonin. You have betrayed the working class. Chapter 34. Striving for peace through struggle. If it weren't for the insurmountable odds, each song would have nearly lost control on the spot. Once rivals who merely pecked at each other, now they had grown significantly stronger, even looking down on elite jonin. It was disheartening. Setting aside that topic, Rosha suddenly inquired, have you used the sunscreen I gifted you? She initiated a playful banter. Points 1-1. Yisong felt a wave of embarrassment. He had come specifically to assist her, yet she seemed unappreciative, leading with such trivial conversation upon their meeting. No. Who would covet such a conceited gift from you? The red-haired one? Besides, using chakra to cover my back serves just as well for sun protection. The mystery unraveled. No wonder Yitsong's future daughter, Shizuku, possessed such exquisite skin. Women truly are meticulous. Chakra is indeed a wondrous force. Rosha's gaze was filled with intrigue as he fixated on Yitsong in silence. It was evident that something had changed. A mere glance during his recent circuit revealed that the skin on Yitsong's back had become considerably fairer, delicate, and radiant. This transformation could not solely be attributed to chakra. The previous Yitsong could hardly be described as having a dusky complexion. However, due to his fondness for back-exposing attire, there was a noticeable disparity in the coloration between his back and neck. The more Rosha remained silent, the more her gaze brimmed with skepticism, which intensified Yitsong's embarrassment. Applying a bit of sunscreen was hardly a disgrace. He simply wished to maintain his composure in front of the red-haired individual. Just as he was about to offer further explanations, he was abruptly grasped by Rosha, who pulled him behind her. Hey, are you trying to take advantage of me? Yitsong exclaimed, his cheeks flushed. Rosha's expression turned grave as she gazed toward the horizon. The expansive microwave radar had once again detected movement, the frequency akin to that of Yitsong's earlier echo. However, in a certain sense, it was significantly stronger than Yitsong's. As the source drew nearer, even Yitsong finally sensed the disturbance emanating from afar. The chakra fluctuations were formidable, resembling a dormant volcano concealed beneath a blanket of snow. No matter how much it was suppressed or how unremarkable its exterior appeared, it could not disguise the fact that this sleeping giant had erupted in the past and could do so again at any moment. Who is it? Yitsong instinctively lowered his voice, his heart racing. The immense quantity of chakra was far beyond that of an ordinary Jainin, even surpassing Rosha's capabilities. Let alone his own, there was an insurmountable gap. It was highly probable that it was the missing Four-Tails Jinchuriki, preparing for battle. Rosha stated solemnly, emphasizing that this was not the time for frivolities. The pressing matters at hand compelled her to speculate on various possibilities. Perhaps Old Z had truly lost his way in the land of wind. Or maybe he had been dispatched to investigate the events related to Luo Yongshin after the return of the magic leech to Awagakure. The latter seemed more plausible. She had perhaps lured a significant target. In her mind, Rosha weighed the pros and cons of engaging in battle. She possessed strength on par with the Kage. Yet having previously utilized the alias Luo Yongshin, she was reluctant to reveal her identity. If she wished to remain inconspicuous, she could only rely on her metallic abilities. However, the metallic techniques she had developed were primarily suited for dealing with weaker opponents, and while it might be feasible to subdue Old Z before he transformed, granting him the opportunity to unveil his true power would pose a daunting challenge. If she could not devise new strategies swiftly, a strategic retreat might be necessary. Akin to a gust of wind, engaging in combat was undoubtedly in her best interest. Capturing the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, whether through elimination or extortion of Awagakure, could alter the existing narrative and yield a considerable score. Conversely, refraining from action would be somewhat disgraceful. Having a Jinchuriki from a rival village venture into the Land of Wind was an overt transgression, as the designated leader of the fourth generation within her organization. Failing to take a stand would invite ridicule from her subordinates, leading her to disdain herself. What use was it to don a suit and tie, wielding a mobile phone, if she followed such a feeble leader with no promising future? At that moment, the opponent's volatile chakra surged dramatically but halted approximately 200 meters away. The undulating dunes of the desert obscured their line of sight. Yet, the magnificent chakra, reminiscent of a dormant volcano, stood out like a beacon in the eternal night, a striking presence, as pronounced as the Prince of Pork in a bustling market. The enemy seems to have stopped. What should we do? Yitsong asked, sweat beading in his palms, his anxiety palpable. This was his first encounter with a Jinchuriki outside of his own village. Funfu, a monk from the temple in Sunagakure, had long been a Jinchuriki of the One Tail and shared a profound bond with Shikaku, being regarded by the latter as possessing the qualities of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Shikaku had never erupted in chaos prior to Funfu's passing. We must act decisively. With foreign Jinchuriki encroaching upon the Land of Wind, if we do not take action, they will only become bolder in the future, Luo Sha resolutely proclaimed. A great figure once stated, peace sought through struggle is enduring, while peace sought through compromise is doomed to perish. This profound truth remained etched in his heart forever. Can we truly prevail? Yusong inquired again, his hands trembling slightly, perhaps from anxiety or a tinge of fear. The Jinchuriki, a being regarded as a living weapon of war by the great ninja villages, was an entity he had never witnessed unleashing its full power. However, he was aware that Funfu, who had always remained compliant, was confined within a temple. Once unleashed, it would become a ferocious beast, choosing its prey with ruthless intent. Rosha cast a glance at Yetsong, extending his hand to grasp Yetsong's firmly, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, I want to claim invincibility. For there are indeed several stronger than I in the ninja world. However, a mere four-tails Jinchuriki is no challenge at all. If my abilities in metal manipulation prove insufficient, I shall resort to my lightning techniques and swiftly eliminate Oji. Even if it means sacrificing a chicken to catch an egg, this chicken shall not escape today. Yetsong nodded, seemingly inspired, forgetting to withdraw his hand. He added, I will cover you. No need. I can manage alone. With that, Rosha exerted himself to extract chakra from his cells. A surge of shadow-level chakra radiating into the sky. As long as Oji was attentive to this commotion, he could not possibly remain unaware. This action was akin to shining high beams on a well-lit street at night or a singer pointing at the audience during a concert and greeting, hello, friends over there. Indeed, Oji hesitated for a brief moment in his perception before swiftly darting in their direction, the formidable chakra fluctuations growing ever closer. Upon reaching the summit of the sand dune, Oji finally halted, observing Yetsong's slightly dazed expression beneath his forehead protector. Such overwhelming chakra led him to initially assume it belonged to the renowned Royongsen. To his surprise, it was a powerful figure from Sunagakure, and judging by their youthful appearances, he quickly deduced their identities. They must be Rosha, the magnetic release ninja and disciple of the Third Kazekage, and Yetsong, the scorching release ninja. He hadn't anticipated that Rosha now possessed shadow-level chakra, especially in the desert. It felt rather unfortunate, akin to trespassing into someone's home to steal cucumbers, only to be caught red-handed by the owner. How embarrassing. Releasing Yetsong's hand, Rosha stepped forward, gazing at Oji atop the dune, questioning, if my memory serves me correctly, this territory belongs to the Land of Wind. Four-tails Jinchuriki, you have crossed the line. The confidentiality surrounding the identity of Jinchuriki is such that it can be easily discerned by the discerning, including Naruto, whose reputation as the Nine-Tails host has followed him since childhood. This is why the Akatsuki could effortlessly capture Jinchuriki. And Uchiha Itachi's inquiry into their identities in Konoha was likely just a mere pretense. Oji's pupils narrowed slightly. Rosha's tone was somewhat aggressive, and he had explicitly unveiled his identity, indicating that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Little did he know, in the eyes of the Land of Wind, he was the intruder. Entering foreign territory is not necessarily a grave concern, but the recent ambush on the Sunagakure stronghold by IWA shinobi had left matters unresolved. Oji steadied his mind, responding calmly. I have no intention of engaging you in battle. I have come solely to seek the perpetrator who killed a team of our IWA shinobi. He is a ninja skilled in lightning techniques. How about we both retreat and leave each other in peace? Yet this is our territory in the Land of Wind. You expect me to retreat? Luo Sha stepped forward once more, his presence more imposing than before, and scoffed. Furthermore, Why do the ninjas of Awagakure perish within our wind country? Let us speak candidly. You from Awagakure have entered our territory, claiming to seek someone. Yet your true intentions are all too clear. Now you assert that you are here to find them. Who exactly do you think you are fooling? Old Z's countenance darkened. This matter was indeed unfavorable for Awagakure. It was one thing to gather intelligence, but what purpose did it serve to dismantle the stronghold of Sunagakure? The truth was laid bare. I reiterate, let us both withdraw, and peace shall prevail. That you currently possess the chakra levels of a Kage. You lack the requisite combat experience. In a true confrontation, you would not stand a chance against me. I do not wish to witness a promising newcomer meet their demise here. Old Z's tone grew more serious. It was impossible to eliminate Rosha without consequences. The latter held a unique status as the direct disciple of the Third Kazekage, boasting at least quasi-Kage level strength. This indicated a high probability that Rosha would become the next Kazekage, akin to a crown prince. To eliminate him would be tantamount to declaring war on Sunagakure. The timing and choice of battles were matters that only Noki could determine, while there were indeed disagreements between the two. It did not imply that Old Z was incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation. The ramifications of Rosha's demise were simply too significant. With a light chuckle, Rosha manipulated the metallic particles beneath the desert, gathering them together as he remarked, "You jest if you think I would leave without a fight. This is our territory in the land of wind. Do you not find your demeanor somewhat tyrannical?" Undoubtedly, Old Purple was the invader, and no matter how amiable his tone, it could not conceal the arrogance woven into his words as he intruded upon another's domain and demanded them to vacate. It appeared that a peaceful resolution was out of the question. Old Purple let out a deep sigh as chakra surged forth, enveloping his entire being and transforming into intensely heated magma, forming a layer of molten armor. This was reminiscent of Akainu's elemental transformation. In the original narrative, this armor was impervious even to Naruto's Rasengan, underscoring its formidable defensive capabilities. Rosha tested the defensive capabilities of the armor, manipulating several high-hardness metal spheres. Utilizing electromagnetic force for acceleration, he launched them towards Laozi. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of piercing air echoed continuously. As soon as Laozi heard the noise, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and forehead as several metal particles embedded themselves in the armor. After being subjected to intense heat, they gradually transformed into a fluid state, sliding down onto the sandy ground, where they swiftly cooled. The furrowed brow of Rosha revealed the formidable nature of his physical defenses. A metal sphere traveling at 1 or 2 times the speed of sound, along with shurikens and kunai, struggled to breach his defenses, inflicting only minor injuries, let alone severe ones. It was indeed a challenging situation, befitting an esteemed veteran of the Shadow Realm. Yi Tsong, witnessing this, was equally astonished. The nonchalant display of Rosha's prowess was something she could not hope to withstand herself, for the defensive capabilities of the old purple lava armor were astonishingly high. Old Z, touching the wound on his chest, felt a pang of fear. The lava armor was sufficient to withstand ordinary B-class ninjutsu, implying that Rosha could effortlessly unleash single-target damage on par with B-class techniques. This youth must not be allowed to remain alive. The inevitable conflict between the two villages loomed, and it would be prudent to eliminate Rosha at once. Even if it meant hastening the war, it would be worthwhile. You have provoked me. Old Z growled softly, rapidly forming hand seals. With a thunderous roar, several metallic projectiles surged forth, striking him forcefully. Enduring the pain, he completed the hand seals and tilted his head back, inhaling deeply before expelling a barrage of molten fireballs towards Rosha. As the fireballs met the air, they swelled in size, and by the time they approached Rosha, their diameter had exceeded 2 meters. Yi Tsong's pupils constricted. The same fireballs had now been outclassed, revealing the inadequacy of elite J-Nin. Sensing the intense heat approaching, Rosha chuckled lightly, unleashing electromagnetic force to draw forth a continuous stream of high-density, high-hardness metal particles from beneath the desert. By constraining them in front of him, reminiscent of his encounter with Yi Tsong, he formed an even more formidable shield. The magma fireballs collided with the metallic shield, splattering molten rock, all of which were intercepted by the metal particles, with not a single drop landing on him or Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong glanced sideways. It was this technique once more. The temperature of magma typically ranges from 900 to 1,400 degrees Celsius, while iron's melting point exceeds 1,500 degrees, not to mention. The metal particles Rosha had summoned were not limited to iron, but included metals with even higher melting points. Even so, the metallic shield rapidly melted into liquid metal, demonstrating that the laws of science held little sway in the realm of ninjas. It was likely similar to Yi Tsong's previous experience, where chakra acted as a combustion agent, raising the temperature of the jutsu, Luo Sha surmised. Simultaneously, he grasped Yi Tsong and swiftly retreated, for Old Z had propelled himself forward after expelling the lava fireballs. Like a meteor of fire descending from the heavens, Old Z smashed into the now liquid metallic shield, reducing countless grains of sand to crystalline forms. Thank you. Luo Sha uttered 2 words, inciting a wave of animosity. He manipulated liquid metal to shape several metallic pillars and large metallic spheres, occasionally extracting additional metal from the depths of the earth to fill them. This strategy proved effective. It seemed unnecessary to reveal his true identity to subdue Lao Zi. Unwilling to remain a mere spectator, Yi Tsong suddenly formed a seal and unleashed several scorching fireballs, which collided with Lao Zi. Lao Zi howled at the sky in fury, and a tail fashioned from chakra extended from his back, crashing down upon the sandy surface. The temperature of the molten armor surged even higher, waves of heat radiating forth, as the molten lava blazed fiercely, seemingly poised to ignite the entire desert. Rosha, rendered speechless, cast a glance at Yi Tsong. The girl is indeed a good person, yet regrettably, she is a traitor. I intended to assist you. Yi Tsong felt somewhat embarrassed. Who could have anticipated that my scorching fireballs would not only fail to harm the opponent, but would instead render them even stronger? Chapter 36. Half-tailed beast transformation. Step back a little. He has now begun to draw upon the chakra of the 4 tails. The ensuing battle is beyond your capacity to intervene. With the best intentions gone awry, Yi Tsong understood that further involvement would only complicate matters for Rosha, thus he obediently retreated to the sidelines. It is difficult to ascertain whether the scorch release or the lava release holds superiority as a bloodline limit. But it is certain that Yi Tsong pales in comparison to the old ZG. Remaining here would render him of little assistance. The molecular movement of the constraint metal was swiftly cooled, while metals with higher melting points and greater hardness were placed on the outermost layer, specifically to withstand the old ZG's lava release. With a furious roar, the old ZG transformed his entire body into magma, concentrating heat within his fists, and launched himself toward Rosha, delivering a devastating punch. Luo Sha maneuvered a colossal metal sphere to block Lao Zi's fist. The reaction force did not exceed the limits of Luo Sha's endurance. Although the surface temperature of the metal sphere rose, there were no immediate signs of melting. It appeared that Lao Zi's strength had yet to reach a superhuman level, and for the time being, it remained sustainable. In his heart, Luo Sha made a judgment. As Lao Zi attempted to circumvent the metallic sphere and advance further, he wielded a metal rod like a spear, propelling it at supersonic speed directly into Lao Zi's chest. With a resounding crash, the molten armor adorning Lao Zi shattered, and the residual force of the metal rod sent him hurtling backwards into the vast desert. 1,000 individuals harbor 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, yet in the eyes of 1,000, there exists but one Sun Wukong. If you were the true Sun Wukong, I would instantly turn and depart, harboring no desire to engage in battle. Alas, you are not. Although Teacher Lu has tarnished his legacy, his portrayal of Sun Wukong remains iconic, and the appearance of the 4th tail embodies numerous elements of Sun Wukong, serving as a tribute of sorts. Luo Sha stood immobile, surrounded by colossal metallic spheres and columns, performing a synchronized 3-dimensional dance, gazing imperiously at the distant Lao Zi. In the vast desert, Lao Zi shook his head, rising from the ground, casting a wary glance at the metallic columns beside him, their unassuming assault deceptively formidable. Despite the resilience of his molten armor, which was not significantly inferior to the Raijin Armor of the Third Raikage, he found his defenses breached by these thick and unyielding rods. So, do you fancy the gift I bestowed upon you? Luo Sha inquired with a smirk. It's neither painful nor bothersome, Lao Zi retorted, feigning disdain as he seized one of the metallic columns, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl it towards Luo Sha with vehement force. Behind him, the tail of the tailed beast lashed violently against the ground, roaring in fury, and unleashed several molten fireballs, engaging in ranged combat. Metal is not something you can manipulate at will. With a deft gesture, Rosha pointed at the metallic pillar soaring towards him, causing it to revolve rapidly around a central axis, creating an impenetrable barrier that shattered all incoming magma fireballs. He deftly manipulated several metallic spheres nearby, employing electromagnetic force to impart an initial velocity, while crafting chains from minute metallic fragments, linking one end to the spheres. As he orchestrated a swift dance of the metal chains around them, he infused the spheres with momentum, and when the moment felt opportune, he applied an additional acceleration through electromagnetic means. Brandishing the meteor hammer, he he swung it directly at Old Purple. The sound of breaking the sound barrier erupted with a thunderous roar, heightening Old Purple's alertness. He expelled several lava fireballs, which exploded upon impact with the metallic sphere, achieving no effect whatsoever. Attempting to evade was futile. He was compelled to channel more of the Four-Tails chakra, enveloping himself in a cloak of tailed beast energy, and struck the metallic sphere with both fists. Yet, even this did not fully mitigate the impact. His arms felt as though they were shattering. Half of his body pinned like a nail into the desert ground. To confront diverse adversaries, one must employ varying strategies. In times of effortless victory, intricate maneuvers may suffice, while during challenging assaults, a more robust approach is warranted. Chakra transformed into sand gold, coalescing into a throne of sand gold where Rosha reclined with a tilted head, lightly tapping the backrest, commanding the adjacent metallic pillar to charge at Old Purple. This nonchalant demeanor infuriated Old Purple, who let out a skyward roar and leapt skyward. Legs bent, his entire being ignited with lava, and just as he prepared to launch another fiery meteor towards Rosha, he was struck back to the ground by the incoming metallic sphere. "Get back," he bellowed. With a sharp reprimand, Rosha unleashed his power without mercy, summoning an array of metallic columns and spheres that rained down upon Old Purple, transforming the sky into a veritable storm of meteor hammers. The vibrations beneath Yitsong's feet were palpable, a testament to the weight of the metallic creations conjured by Rosha. Their velocity and force were astonishing, surpassing even the formidable sand iron techniques of the Third Kazekage. While sand iron boasted considerable hardness, it remained a loose collection of grains, lacking in offensive capability. In stark contrast, Old Purple, besieged by relentless blows, found himself compelled to exhaust the chakra of the Four Tails to reinforce his tailed beast cloak and molten armor. Yet he still sustained significant injuries. Blood spewed from his mouth, his internal organs and bones suffering varying degrees of damage. Rosha's blunt force assault could be mitigated by armor, but it could not negate the impact, resulting in inevitable internal injuries. As clouds of dust and debris swirled around him, Old Purple's consciousness began to wane. Realizing that this state was untenable, he finally crossed the threshold of desperation. His chakra erupted forth, an overwhelming force akin to a volcanic eruption, enveloping him and transforming into a massive shadow resembling a four-tailed gorilla, with chaotic chakra swirling about its surface. At this juncture of partial-tailed beast transformation, a Jinchuriki could truly be considered a weapon of war. Yitsong found herself momentarily entranced. It was her first encounter with a partially transformed Jinchuriki. The typically gentle Fubuku had never lost control, nor had the guardian Karasu. Yet, Old Purple struggled to fully harness the power of the tailed beast, his rationality slipping away as he instinctively gathered Yin-Yang chakra in his mouth, forming a high-speed, densely packed black energy sphere known as the tailed beast ball. As Old Purple prepared to unleash the tailed beast ball, a metallic column descended from above, striking him on the head and forcibly closing his gaping mouth. The energy within the tailed beast ball surged violently, breaking through the fragile confines of his mouth and sweeping across the desert, obliterating a small sand dune into nothingness. Yitsong felt a shiver of fear. It was no wonder that Jinchuriki were regarded as weapons of war. Their chakra far exceeded that of ordinary shadow-level warriors. With unparalleled recovery and resilience, even in defeat, they could erupt into a state of tailed beast transformation. One tailed beast ball could lay waste to everything in its path. Casting a glance back at Rosha, she noted his cunning nature. He was truly devious, striking when his opponent was at their most vulnerable. The Jinchuriki were but mere pawns. Rosha had 3 minutes to deliver a performance that would satisfy her, or he would find himself dismissed from the arena. Chapter 37. Have you ever heard of the falling stick technique? Once more, Rosha gently leaned against the back of the chair. Despite Lao Zi having partially transformed into a tailed beast, he remained unable to evade the fate of being mercilessly struck by Rosha. Such a pure physical assault cannot be resisted, regardless of the level of ninjutsu resistance or the strength of chakra. Fortunately, the semi-tailed beast state resembles Susanoo, with the outer layer composed of chakra, which spared him from being crushed to death by Rosha. Roar. Lao Zi, now consumed by fury, unleashed a thunderous roar, completely losing his rationality and entering a state of full-tailed beast transformation. Clenching his fists, he relentlessly pounded his chest. His consciousness was overtaken by the Four Tails. And now, everything within his line of sight became his target as he sought to unleash the pent-up rage from years of confinement. His fist struck the earth with fury, chakra surging forth and transforming into molten lava, rapidly spreading outwards, as the landscape gradually morphed into a sea of lava. Underneath the crimson sand lies the throne of golden grains, posing no significant threat. However, Yitsong finds himself in peril. Compelled to retreat incessantly in an attempt to escape the scene and evade the range of the four-tailed beast assaults, Luo Sha cast a fleeting glance at Yitsong, and with a subtle flicker of electromagnetic force, a golden tapestry of sand soared gracefully before him. "Step up," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Although Yitsong initially hesitated, the weight of those words compelled him to take a step forward, standing atop the golden carpet. He pressed down firmly twice, finding it remarkably solid, as if he were treading upon firm ground. Luo Sha guided Yitsong to his side, settling him on the opposite end of the golden sand throne. The throne was sufficiently spacious that even two individuals seated simultaneously would not make contact. Yitsong leaned outward, a thought striking him, and he suddenly inquired, "By the way, didn't you used to enjoy flying with the golden sand? Why haven't I seen you employ that technique recently?" The answer was complicated. The maneuverability was severely lacking, but at this moment, such concerns were secondary. Luo Sha manipulated the golden sand throne, ascending slowly to escape the molten landscape created by the four tails. Flying was, in essence, quite simple. By gathering metallic particles beneath one's feet and shifting the metal, one could achieve indirect flight, a skill that Luo Sha and his son possessed in the original narrative. However, this mode of flight was heavily constrained at high speeds. The human body could not withstand the strain, and its lack of agility imposed significant limitations. Compared to direct flight through magnetic manipulation, it was akin to a rudimentary version of the somersault cloud, and the disparity with aerial techniques was stark. In an instant, the surrounding terrain was utterly transformed as the four tails clenched his fists tightly, smashing them down upon the molten ground. The lava began to bubble and churn violently, erupting skyward like a volcano. "Lava bending, flower fruit mountain. Do you wish to fly?" Luo Sha suddenly turned his head to ask. "Eh?" Yitsong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. With a serene smile, Luo Sha did not wait for Yitsong's response. Instead, she deftly manipulated a multitude of metallic particles, encasing the sand gold throne in an egg-shaped cocoon, her vision suddenly dimming. Several metallic pillars danced around the colossal egg. Eruptions of lava collided against the metallic giant, propelling it skyward in an instant, reenacting the tale of Kaz, transforming it into a star that no longer bore sorrow. The crimson sand is utilized in a dual capacity. One side restrains the molecular motion of the eggshell, preventing its temperature from escalating excessively, while the other side manipulates several metallic pillars, elevating them towards the heavens. As we ascend to an altitude of 1,000 meters, propelled by the force of impact, the crimson sand withdraws part of the eggshell, restoring our vision as sunlight streams in and a tempestuous wind confronts us. "Are we fleeing?" Yitsong bellowed, for the roar of the wind was so overwhelming that silence was not an option. Luo Sha shook his head and retorted, "Have you ever heard of a stick technique that descends from the heavens?" "What did you say?" "I can't hear you." "If you can't hear, then so be it." Rosha gazed intently at the four tails below, perceiving only a faint black. Yet, the overwhelming chakra emanating from it was palpable even in this altitude. "Prepare to meet your end." Electromagnetic forces surged forth, lifting the golden throne and several metallic columns, ascending into the sky 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. The ninja world possesses an essence distinct from Earth. Upon reaching approximately 5,000 meters, Rosha sensed he was nearing the tropopause, where further ascent posed a threat to life. Analyzing the chakra fluctuations, he deduced the current position of the four tails and adjusted the magnetic poles of the four metallic columns accordingly. Simultaneously, he applied an acceleration, propelling them to supersonic speeds, breaking the sound barrier as they descended upon the four tails, with an initial velocity of no less than 350 ms. And under the influence of gravity, the final speed would only increase. The 5,000-meter descent would transpire in roughly 10 seconds, sufficient to elevate the kinetic energy to extraordinary levels. Within Rosha's line of sight, the four tails, devoid of adversaries, let out a mournful howl toward the heavens, only to be met by the four metallic columns plummeting from above. Before it could react, the ground shook with four resounding crashes as the column struck true, suppressing it instantly. The beast, in its chakra form, exhibited signs of disintegration. A heart-wrenching cry echoed forth, reaching Rosha and his companions' ears mere moments later. It is said that a lion's roar can travel for miles. Astonishingly, the four tails could do the same. "Did we hit? Have we won?" Yekon exclaimed, gripping Rosha's arm with uncontainable excitement. Not yet, Rosha replied, narrowing his eyes as he adjusted the magnetic pole of the final metallic column beside him, ensuring its lower pole was opposite to the upper pole of the 4 columns below. Like poles repel, while opposite poles attract. He then maximized the electromagnetic force, imparting acceleration to the last and largest metallic column. Weighing over 200 kilograms, it shattered the sound barrier, descending at a velocity of no less than 800 ms. With gravitational forces compounding its speed, as it synchronized with the opposing magnetic poles of the 4 columns restraining the 4 tails, its velocity surged exponentially. Luo Sha harbored a premonition that should his electromagnetic precision ascend to level 2, he could effortlessly develop technology in electromagnetic propulsion, rendering the current convolutions unnecessary. For now, reluctant to employ his lightning abilities, yet eager to capture Old Purple alive, he resorted to a makeshift version of a space-based kinetic weapon. With a resounding crash, a metallic pillar collided with the 4 tails, the immense kinetic energy dispersing all chakra and unleashing a formidable shockwave that swept away the surrounding sands. The earth trembled in response. The 4 tails was utterly vanquished, its chakra dissipating as the nearby lava gradually cooled into volcanic ash. Unconscious, Old Purple lay prostrate in the center of the crater. As he maneuvered the sand gold throne to descend slowly, Yitsong leaped down in a hurry, approaching Old Purple's side and lightly prodding him with his toes. There was no response, yet it was evident that he still clung to life. Such is the resilience of a Jinchuriki, Yitsong mused, marveling at the tenacity of life. Luo Sha manipulated the metallic particles, applying electromagnetic force at a swift pace, driving them into every joint of Lao Zi's body, at the very points where bone met bone. Subsequently, he crafted a coffin of sand gold, intricately perforated, to encase Lao Zi within. He patted Yitsong on the shoulder and remarked, "Let us proceed. Our mission has been successfully accomplished, along with an unexpected bounty." This time, Yitsong refrained from complaining about Luo Sha taking advantage of her, trailing behind him with curiosity. What was that technique that descended from the heavens just now? What is its name? The Armstrong Electromagnetic Accelerator-Based Space Kinetic Armstrong Cannon. Such an extensive name. Chapter 38, The Duke's Hospitality and the Return of the World in the Vast Desert. The sand resembled snow as the sun set behind the dunes. Under the twilight, Luo Sha and Yitsong walked side by side, returning to the hidden sand village, exchanging idle chatter. The captured Lao Zi was receiving VVIP treatment, rendered unconscious. Every joint restrained, floating within the sand gold coffin. This time of day marked one of the rare moments of leisure for the inhabitants of Hidden Sand. The sky had yet to darken, the temperature was just right, and many had finished their meals early, strolling the streets and engaging in conversation. As Luo Sha and Yitsong returned from outside the village, they attracted considerable attention, for they were the 2 most outstanding young individuals in the community. Not long ago, rumors had circulated of Luo Sha effortlessly defeating Yitsong, ascending to the status of a shadow-level powerhouse, a claim Yitsong tacitly acknowledged. Yet today, the 2 walked back to the village together, laughing and chatting, showing no signs of tension. They appeared more like a couple in love. Yitsong spoke animatedly, while Luo Sha interjected with affirming remarks from time to time. Female ninjas were already a rarity, and with Yitsong's formidable strength and somewhat sharp intellect, she had a few admirers, but few friends. The golden remaining fighter, after a few guiding words from Luo Sha, finally laid aside all defenses, engaging him in conversation with the demeanor of a friend. Something unusual was afoot. Amidst the crowd, the little brother-in-law, Yacha Maru, who was joyfully cruising the streets, became acutely aware of the situation. He burst through the throng and swiftly approached Luo Sha, waving his hand. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Rosha playfully smacked Yashimaru on the back of his head, chiding him with a smile. "Steady yourself. You are already a chunin." Yashimaru scratched his head, deliberately pushing Yitsong aside to follow Rosha closely. Did my brother-in-law just finish a mission? Why did he return with this woman? It was impossible not to feel concerned. His brother-in-law and sister were a perfect couple, yet Yitsong had intruded. Yitsong shot a glare at Yashimaru, mindful of Rosha's presence, and refrained from escalating the situation. Silently, she turned to the other side, instinctively stroking the iron butterfly resting on her head. "We happened to meet on the way and decided to return together," Rosha casually replied. With a heart untroubled and cheeks untouched by embarrassment, he reveled in the thrill of flirtation, unconcerned that his little brother-in-law had caught him in the act. As long as he maintained his audacity, awkwardness could never catch up with him. "Oh, I see," Yashimaru remarked, casting a glance at Yitsong. This woman was formidable in strength and beauty, rivaling his sister and potentially posing a challenge. However, he reassured himself that precedence would ensure his sister remained the prominent one. He then glanced at the coffin behind Rosha, tapping it twice to listen to the sound within. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother-in-law, what is contained inside?" "A gift for the village," Rosha replied. "A coffin? That seems rather ominous. Has a respected elder from the village passed away? Take a closer look at the person lying inside." Luo Sha smiled as he opened the coffin lid, and Yachimaru leaned in, peering inside. There lay a man with red hair and a red beard, who appeared to be lifeless. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. "Who is he?" Yachimaru inquired, struggling to comprehend why this individual was deemed worthy as a gift for the village. "He is Lao Zi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth," Yitsong interjected, raising an eyebrow. Although she had not defeated Lao Zi herself, she had at least played a role in the encounter, securing a spot at the exclusive VIP event. Yachimaru stepped back in shock, his disbelief palpable. A Jinchuriki represented one of the strongest forces in any village. As long as the vessel was proficient, they could wield power rivaling that of a village leader. With immense strength, vast chakra reserves, and defenses and recovery capabilities that far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas, they could unleash devastating attacks capable of leveling small mountains. This made defeating a Jinchuriki particularly arduous, something even the strongest of shadow-level ninjas struggled to achieve. Once a Jinchuriki transformed into their complete tailed beast form, they were essentially a tailed beast themselves. Only a handful of ninjas in the current world could vanquish a tailed beast. The Third Raikage had once subdued the Eight Tails through sheer strength, severing one of its horns. Long ago, the Third Kazekage had also managed to suppress the One Tail using the properties of sand and iron, but that victory was somewhat dubious. The Tsukikage, Oenoki, wielded the most potent bloodline limit in the ninja world, Dust Release, and had demonstrated the ability to subdue tailed beasts. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned for his mastery of all 5 elemental jutsu, and hailed as the strongest Hokage, had no recorded feats of subduing tailed beasts, yet his power was never doubted. After all, the 9 tails possessed greater strength than the 8 tails, and when unleashed, it was more terrifying than all other tailed beasts combined. Yachimaru, overwhelmed with excitement, forced himself to regain composure, his voice trembling as he asked, "Brother-in-law, how did you defeat the Jinchuriki? Did you strike while he was still in human form?" "Indeed. That must be the case," he thought, convinced that despite his brother-in-law's formidable strength and evolved bloodline, even he would find it challenging to contend with the tailed beast. The Four Tails was not as susceptible to the Kazekage's sand techniques as the One Tail had been. Yitsong lifted her head, casting a proud glance at Yachimaru, hands on her hips. Luo Sha maintained dominance over the Four Tails Jinchuriki throughout the fight. Even when the Four Tails transformed into a tailed beast, Luo Sha subdued him with a single strike. Do not underestimate him. Yachimaru stood frozen, realizing that defeating a Jinchuriki was entirely different from overcoming a tailed beast. The Third Kazekage had only been able to bully the One Tail using sand techniques, which implied that his brother-in-law's strength had already surpassed that of the Kazekage. The strongest in Sunagakure, the dual-flower red staff. Suddenly sensing a shift in Yisong's tone, Yachimaru clicked his tongue, teasingly remarking, "Shouldn't I, as the brother-in-law, take pride in your husband's ability to defeat a tailed beast? What are you so proud of?" He mused that this woman seemed to have developed a sense of ownership, and he felt compelled to inform his sister. Yitsong's cheeks flushed, stammering, "The village has produced a strong individual capable of defeating a tailed beast. As a member of Sunagakure, isn't it natural for me to feel proud?" Yachimaru ceased his teasing, glancing around warily before approaching Luo Sha and lowering his voice. "Brother-in-law, will this news be announced to the entire village?" "Yes," Luo Sha nodded affirmatively. All along, Yachimaru and Yitsong had been at odds, and now, at over 20 years old, she was still merely an elite jounin. Although they were rivals, Yitsong was 2 years younger than Luo Sha. If not for her lack of political acumen and Luo Sha's backing from the Third Kazekage, public sentiment would not have favored him. The 2 sons of the Raikage and the legendary Sannin had been able to contend with true shadow-level ninjas at Luo Sha's age. A quasi-shadow, while possessing certain shortcomings compared to true shadow-level ninjas, did not differ significantly when facing ordinary ninjas. Defeating Yitsong had evidently been insufficient, this time. He aimed for something grander, an encounter with a Jinchuriki, a tailed beast. Was that not imposing enough? Moreover, releasing this information would help bolster the unity among the village's ninjas, elevating their morale and enhancing their combat capabilities. just as the Land of Earth announced the disappearance of its Jinchuriki in the Land of Wind and dispatched a special team to search for him. Luo Sha had swiftly knocked him out and brought him back. This was a powerful counterstrike. Compromise would never yield peace. To obtain anything, one must fight for it with their own strength. Thus, disseminating this news would be wholly beneficial for Luo Sha. Then, brother-in-laws, do you mind if I share this information first? Yachimaru asked eagerly. What, do you enjoy playing the messenger? If you wish, go ahead, Luo Sha chuckled. With Luo Sha's permission, Yachimaru cheered with delight, weaving through the crowd towards the Kazekage's office. As he ran, he shouted, My brother-in-law Luo Sha has defeated a fully transformed tailed beast and captured the four tails Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth. The streets of Sunagakure erupted in excitement. For defeating a tailed beast and capturing a Jinchuriki were feats many could only dream of. The village was vast yet sparsely populated, with a limited number of ninjas, making it inherently challenging to produce true powerhouses. The limitations of specialized professions like puppet masters further constrained their potential. Years of talent had dwindled, and the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War had left the villagers yearning for a genuine strong leader, one who could lead them to seize greater resources. As Luo Sha and Yachimaru approached, the crowd parted, gazing at them with the hope of the entire village. Adoration filled the air, with older ninjas moved to tears, exclaiming, Sunagakure has hope. The significance of having a shadow-level ninja capable of defeating each song and another who could subdue tailed beasts and capture Jinchuriki was profoundly different. The latter could invigorate the morale of the entire village. Luo Sha remained composed, undisturbed by fame or disgrace. He opened the coffin and, manipulating the sand gold, lifted the old purple, displaying his achievements to all. Points awarded, 1111. At this moment, Luo Sha had truly conquered all the sand-hidden villagers. Even the supporters of Yi Song had to concede that Luo Sha was more suited to be the Wind Shadow. Wealth does not return to one's hometown. Akin to a splendid garment worn in the night, Zhou Gong's benevolence draws the hearts of the world. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Luo Sha made his way to the Wind Shadow's office, where Yi Song had quietly been set aside. Upon hearing the cheers and receiving news from Yachimaru, Chiyo, disguised as the Wind Shadow's Hai Lao Zhang, stood at the office entrance, greatly pleased as he observed Luo Sha. His impressive demeanor and remarkable progress and strength were truly astonishing. Even if he were to assume the role of Wind Shadow at that moment, it would hardly cause a stir. With a resounding clang, he placed the old purple back into the coffin and set it heavily upon the ground, producing a tremendous noise. Luo Sha calmly stated, Report to you, teacher, Elder Chiyo. Joan and Luo Sha, during a reconnaissance mission, chanced upon the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, who had infiltrated the Land of Wind with the intent to assassinate the Wind Shadow. After a fierce battle driven by a sense of urgency to protect, I captured him. For now, let us place a label on him. Chapter 39. Because my love for Sand Hidden is profound. With a clang, Luo Sha closed the door, controlling the sand gold coffin as he entered the Wind Shadow's office and took a seat at the desk, narrating his experience during the mission. Chiyo and Hai Lao Zhang settled beside him, fully satisfied with Luo Sha's bravery and decisiveness in capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki, which undoubtedly served as a morale booster for the Sand-Hidden village. The distinction between a leader and a mere fighter is stark. The latter need not make decisions, only to execute commands with prowess. The essential quality of a leader lies in decisiveness. Capability is secondary, regardless of whether one is hawkish or dovish. Indecision is an unacceptable trait. Luo Sha's swift action against the IWA Hidden Village's special team upon encountering Old Purple aligned perfectly with their expectations of him. Though the establishment of the Sand-Hidden Village in the desert was born out of necessity, it had nurtured a spirit of resilience, daring to confront nature and all forces. And what of the IWA Hidden Village? Who cares? What if capturing Old Purple invites an offensive from IWA Hidden Village? Would refraining from action guarantee safety? Compromise cannot yield peace. In the realm of conflict, one must stand firm when necessary. Thus concluded the entirety of this mission. Luo Sha smacked his lips, feeling somewhat parched after his lengthy account. Next would surely be a discussion on how to deal with Old Purple, he mused. Chiyo, with a smile in her eyes and wrinkles on her face, poured a glass of water and handed it to Luo Sha, suggesting knowingly, Luo Sha, did you just mention that you and Yi Song worked well together? How so? Luo Sha, somewhat puzzled, nodded and replied, well, it's manageable. It hasn't caused me much trouble. Chiyo continued, curiosity piqued. What are your thoughts on Yi Song? He possesses considerable potential, with ample room for growth. With focused training over the next few years, he could very well ascend to the ranks of a shadow-level powerhouse. The baseline and upper echelon of bloodline limit ninjas surpass those of ordinary ninjas, making it highly probable that he will attain the status of a J-nin, a feat unattainable by standard ninjas. I'm not referring to that aspect. Chiyo interjected with a sly smile. From a male perspective on females, what do you think of Yitsong? Luo Sha leaned back tactically, his eyes narrowing in confusion at Chiyo's meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. Young, beautiful, and formidable, she should be the dream lover of most ordinary men. However, it is indeed challenging for an average man to dominate her. Precisely, an ordinary man would find it difficult to assert control over her. Chiyo concurred with a thump of her thigh, then inquired, do you think there is any possibility between you and Yitsong? Unlikely. Considering our past relationship was so fraught with tension, he replied. The rapport between Yitsong and Luo Sha's former self could hardly be described as anything less than abysmal. Yitsong's brash demeanor clashed with the former's underhanded nature, rendering them fundamentally incompatible. Yet there remains a possibility. Your current relationship has improved due to your intentional efforts to ease the tensions, has it not? Furthermore, I perceive that Yitsong seems to harbor quite an affection for you. Hai Laozang interjected. Luo Sha deliberately flirted with Yitsong, and was perceived by Hai Laozang as an attempt to alleviate the discord among the village's factions and to foster a sense of unity. A promising youth. Even if he has yet to become a shadow, he already possesses the awareness of one. Thumbs up, please. If you have something to say, do not hesitate. Luo Sha squinted. Indeed, as an elder, you have traversed more bridges than I have tasted salt. You have seen through my flirtation with Yitsong, you old hand. Chiyo and Hai Laozang exchanged a glance, lowered their voices, and said, we wish for you to marry Yitsong. Luo Sha executed a tactical retreat, exhibiting peculiar behavior. Could it be that Jiaoluolo had implored the two elders to deliberately test him? Maintaining a facade of stability at home while displaying vibrant colors externally was Luo Sha's original aspiration. Had Jiaoluolo seen through this? Assuming a posture of a moral gentleman, he solemnly declared, Yitsong is a wonderful girl, but I have Jiaoluolo. If I must choose, the one I shall marry is undoubtedly Jiaoluolo. One could marry both. Or sequentially, Chiyo tentatively suggested. Damn it, to test me, he would stoop to uttering such words. Luo Sha's expression grew more solemn as he once again declined, stating, a lifetime, a pair, my heart is entwined with Jialu, and we are on the verge of marriage. Elder Chiyo, are you not compelling me to err? Chiyo slammed her hand on the table, rising with indignation at his obstinacy, and sternly remarked, if we speak of errors, you have merely committed the same misstep that all men in the ninja world inevitably encounter. Young Luo Sha, let me be candid. You are the appointed next Kazekage, and you must adopt the mindset of a leader in your deliberations. Rosha regained his composure, perhaps not testing himself, but rather curious. He inquired, what does Shadow's mindset have to do with this matter? Chiyo let out a soft sigh, descended from the table, clasped her hands behind her back, and began to speak with measured steps. In the past, due to the competitive relationship between you and Yitsong, the ninjas in the village were divided into two factions. There were those who supported you, and those who backed Yitsong. This was an unavoidable circumstance, given that you are of similar age and comparable strength. Even if you have significantly enhanced your abilities now, subduing the Four Tails Jinchuriki and earning the recognition of all, risks still remain. No one is infallible. When you eventually assumed the mantle of Kazekage, should you make any erroneous decisions that harm the village, the ninjas who initially supported Yitsong may rekindle undesirable thoughts. Would the situation have been entirely different had Yitsong succeeded you as Kazekage? One must ponder. What would you do then? Luo Sha remained silent, confident that his strength would undoubtedly grow, steadily developing without faltering, effortlessly suppressing the entirety of the shinobi world. However, should he be merely an ordinary shadow-level warrior facing such a predicament, he would have only three courses of action. First, to strive for excellence, which is the most challenging. Second, to eliminate the one who raises objections, sending any dissenters to their demise. Third, to eradicate Yitsong, for in the absence of competitors, no one would harbor ill intentions. In all likelihood, he would choose both the first and second options. For a loyalty that is not absolute signifies a loyalty that is entirely unreliable. As for Yitsong, she was a top-tier enforcer, easily manipulated, and the cost of discarding her would be far too great. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, but rather a mere mortal. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke Yitsong. Noticing Luo Sha's silence, Chiyo let out a sigh and gently urged, I understand your disdain for Yitsong. However, mending your relationship with her is merely for the sake of the village. It may seem selfish and put you in a difficult position. But since you can already make sacrifices for the village, why not endure just a little more and marry Yitsong? I will speak to Karu and Yitsong on your behalf. This is all for the village, for unity. Forcing someone to marry another whom they do not love is an immense burden. Chiyo had not experienced it herself, yet she understood. Having witnessed the trials of political marriages many times, the embodiment of the illustrious shadow of the sand, after a moment of internal struggle, resolutely rose to his feet. His spirit soaring like a heroic figure. With profound emotion, he addressed the elder. Elder, there is no need for further persuasion. The true essence of resilience lies in sacrificing oneself for the village. For the sake of unity and harmony within our community, for the Sand Village. What does it matter if I bear the ignominy of being labeled a lecher? Yet, I wish for you and Kururo to understand that my decision to marry Yakura is not motivated by her beauty, her alluring figure, or her youthful charm, but rather by the profound love I hold for the Sand Village. For the sake of our village, I, Rosha, am willing to face peril and embrace 100 deaths without regret. When the time comes, my words regarding Yakura shall be an entirely different narrative, perhaps borrowed from the melodramatic tales of romance. Soon, I shall assume the mantle of leadership over the Sand Village, a daunting responsibility to shoulder, as I will be accountable for the livelihoods of thousands. Is it excessive to take another bride, to reap some benefits? I seek your support, for without adequate recommendations and readership, advancement becomes impossible, and stagnation leads to obscurity. A failed endeavor holds little motivation for me to continue. Perhaps I should return home to manage the family pig farm. Chapter 40. The Inner Sage and Outer King having resolved our internal dilemmas. We must now deliberate on how to address the issue of Old Purple. Young Rosha, you are on the brink of becoming the Wind Shadow. From this moment forth, you must begin to make decisions, choices that will shape the future of our village, regardless of whether these choices are deemed wise or foolish. As long as you articulate a fundamental rationale, we shall support you unconditionally. As everyone settled, Chiyo spoke kindly, though the Sand Village may be weak. It possesses a commendable quality, unity. The two elders merely serve as the Shadow's deputies. In the original narrative, to resurrect Gaara, Chiyo even sacrificed her life to employ the rebirth technique. Prior to that, the two elders staunchly supported Gaara's ascension to the position of Wind Shadow, wielding real power without a hint of greed for authority, far superior to the treacherous high-ranking officials in Konoha, who have long since lost their way. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we shall stand by you. Elder Zuki nodded thoughtfully and added, the pressing matter at hand is to determine how to deal with Old Purple. Be it execution or release, the decision rests with you. Raza bowed his head in contemplation. The fact that the two elders did not covet power was indeed favorable news for him and aligned with his expectations. However, the issue concerning Old Purple posed some difficulties. Capturing Old Purple would merely offend the land of Earth, but not to the point of fatal repercussions. Are there any other potential candidates within the village to become a Jinchuriki? Raza inquired. None. Fubuki was the only one in decades, Chiyo replied, shaking her head. Being a Jinchuriki is not an easy task. I see, Raza reflected. In the original storyline, after Fubuki's demise, Sunagakure struggled to find a suitable host for the One-Tails. Following several unsuccessful attempts, the previous incarnation had no choice but to seal Shikaku within the yet-to-be-born Gaara. After a moment of contemplation, Luosha analyzed. Elimination is not entirely out of the question. It could significantly diminish the strength of the land of Earth. However, we would gain no benefit from it. Once the Jinchuriki perishes, the tailed beast will inevitably resurrect after some time, potentially falling back into the clutches of Iwagakure. Furthermore, to weaken Iwagakure's power, it is not imperative to eliminate Aji. Merely detaining him would suffice to hinder Iwagakure's operations and yield a similar effect. Conversely, allowing him to go free is equally untenable, as we would gain nothing and invite mockery from outsiders, suggesting that we fear Iwagakure. So what is your choice? Chiyo nodded and inquired further. Arsha remained silent, his gaze profound, and retorted, what is the status of the village's preparations for battle? Chiyo and Ebizi seemed to grasp the implications. Arsha likely intended to negotiate with Zuki and Iwagakure for a mutually beneficial exchange to procure urgently needed supplies. Small teams were now stationed at key border points, and the village had dispatched numerous shinobi under various pretenses. However, the material situation appeared grim. The current tensions had rendered military supplies scarce. As all major ninja villages were gearing up for conflict, making acquisition rather challenging. Some villages prepared for offensive wars, while others readied for defensive ones. Illustrating the interconnected nature of these actions, no village could remain unaffected. Sunagakure had escalated its standard state of preparedness to a heightened wartime posture, intensifying its efforts. With a light tap on the table, Rosha calmly stated, "Noki must have arrived at the borders of the Land of Lightning by now. Regardless of the outcome, he will undoubtedly engage in battle with the Third Raikage, if only to provide an explanation to his subordinates." He instructed them to monitor the situation closely. And once the air was thick with the scent of conflict, they would release the news that they had captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, thereby significantly diminishing Awagakure's strength. Rosha firmly believed this would escalate tensions between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Chiyo and Ibizi exchanged glances. Previously perceiving Rosha as courageous and decisive, now realizing there was an unexpected depth to his cunning. After Noki had just battled the Raikage, the situation was already tense, and Rosha intended to claim that Zuki had been captured, inflicting a significant loss on the Land of Earth. The Land of Lightning would likely seize this opportunity to attack the Land of Earth, at the very least probing their defenses. And then, Chiyo eagerly pressed, anticipating Rosha's next move, already suspecting it was merely a ploy to inflate prices and extort the Land of Earth. They would dispatch messages to both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, making a grand show of their desire to negotiate matters concerning Zuki. They would compile a list of their material needs, preparing 2 copies, one for Noki and one for the Raikage. If the Land of Lightning accepted the offer, they would eliminate Zuki or detain him. Should they be willing to double the price, they would deliver Zuki promptly. As for the Land of Earth, their offer must exceed that of the Land of Lightning, otherwise they would not return Zuki. Ah! Chiyo and Ibizi exclaimed in unison, taken aback by Rosha's shrewdness. Rosha was more devious than they had imagined. Not only did he plan to extort the Land of Earth, but he also intended to exploit the Land of Lightning. With their watchful eyes, even if Noki tightened his belt, he would have to acquiesce to Sunagakure's demands. Should Noki decide to abandon the pursuit of Zuki to attack the Land of Wind, it mattered little if he dared to act. The Land of Lightning would not miss the opportunity to strike. Consequently, the Land of Earth would be caught in a two-front war, and for the foreseeable future. An alliance between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning seemed implausible. Brilliant! Chiyo's eyes sparkled with admiration for Rosha's cunning heart. The leader must possess a certain ruthlessness to navigate external affairs adeptly. As for offending the 2 major ninja villages, this was a trivial concern. The ninja world thrived on mutual exploitation, an endless cycle of betrayal. Not scheming against them would only result in repercussions once the death of the Third Kazekage became known. It was impossible to maintain the faade of brotherhood without eventually drawing a dagger. Placing hope for peace in others and praying that opponents adhere to principles of compassion and morality was far less prudent than seizing opportunities to strengthen oneself. Thus, acquiring the much-needed supplies would signify the true completion of their pre-war preparations, with the advantage of their homeland. Even in the face of a full-scale assault from both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, they would not falter for a considerable time. Ibizi nodded repeatedly. While Sunagakure could be besieged, it was improbable that both major ninja villages would launch a concerted attack. Such treatment was reserved for Sunagakure. As the adage goes, pulling one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. If one led all their subordinates to assault others, they must be ready for retaliation. Yet, Chiyo sighed, expressing her reluctance. After all the effort to capture the Four Tails Jinchuriki, even if we can exchange it for much-needed supplies, it still feels somewhat inadequate. The loss of a Jinchuriki would not significantly weaken Awagakure. I have a plan to ensure Awagakure suffers both losses and setbacks, Rosha replied with a smile. His heart is dark as ever. Chapter 41. Devious Ambitions. Oh, what scheme do you propose? Chiyo and Ibizi inquired, intrigued by Rosha's response. Since the death of the Third Kazekage, Rosha's conduct had perfectly aligned with their expectations for the Fourth Kazekage. He possessed political acumen, formidable strength, and a blend of valor and wisdom consistently surpassing their anticipations. Whenever they believed he had reached his zenith, Rosha would unveil an even more remarkable performance, affirming his rightful claim to the title of Fourth Kazekage. At this moment, they were eager to discover how Rosha intended to resolve the impending dilemma. Upon returning Zuki, the future between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth would likely see another clash, with Zuki emerging as a formidable threat once more. Chiyo, have you heard of myocardial infarction? Rosha inquired mysteriously. Chiyo nodded. Those skilled in poison often possess some medical knowledge. Her healing techniques, though far inferior to Tsunade's, still reached a competent level for AJ Nin. Indeed, I once studied this ailment. Some individuals are born with narrowed blood vessels connected to the heart, or their vessels may become obstructed over time, preventing vigorous activity. When exertion occurs, an increased heart rate and blood flow can lead to severe pain due to insufficient blood supply, resulting in symptoms of hypoxia and ischemia, potentially culminating in sudden death. Individuals afflicted with this condition, even if they become shinobi, will see their combat ability drastically diminished, unable to utilize more than a third of their potential. Chiyo elaborated. Myocardial infarction is essentially a form of heart disease. If it is caused by later developments, with the heart's pathways obstructed, I must ask, Chiyo, is there anyone in the ninja world capable of remedying this condition? Rosha posed another question. Chiyo pondered before responding, there should be none. Perhaps Tsunade from Konoha possesses such medical expertise. However, surgeries related to the heart and its vessels carry immense risks. Even Tsunade would likely lack complete assurance. Rosha smiled silently. It was not merely a lack of confidence. Since the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had suffered from hemophobia, and any surgery related to the heart would inevitably involve blood. Delivering a cardiac patient to Tsunade at this moment was akin to sending a pig directly to the slaughterhouse. Please, follow me. Rosha rose to his feet and approached the golden coffin, manipulating the golden sand into a square platform. The still unconscious Laozi lay serenely upon the platform, his joints and bones restrained, while the four-tailed son Wukong, for reasons unknown, refrained from causing any chaos. Perhaps it was overwhelmed by Rosha's celestial kinetic energy weapon, leaving it temporarily incapacitated. Chiyo, the elder, trailed closely behind Rosha, eager to witness his next maneuver. Electromagnetic force, activate. Deep beneath the earth, a collection of high-density, high-hardness metallic particles, weighing approximately 1 or 2 jin, gradually coalesced in Rosha's hand. Chiyo suddenly comprehended Rosha's intentions, and his respect for Rosha deepened. This was not merely malicious. It was malevolence that festered to the core, yet such wickedness was welcomed by them. Rosha produced a shuriken and pierced an artery in Laozi's chest, blood gushing forth. He directed the metallic particles into the ruptured artery. Chiyo, instinctively cooperating, employed medical ninjutsu to staunch Laozi's bleeding and mend the major artery. The human body contains a considerable amount of trace metallic elements within its blood, yet Rosha's precision with electromagnetic force was insufficient for control at that moment. He maneuvered the metallic fine sand to traverse Laozi's arteries, some adhering to the blood vessels to impede the flow of blood, while others were directed to the interior and exterior of the left ventricle, clinging to the heart itself. With the operation complete, Rosha snapped his fingers joyfully, exclaiming, "A meager gain is still a loss. This way, we can minimize our losses. From now on, Laozi would be incapable of vigorous activity. Otherwise, the metallic fine sand concealed within his artery and left ventricle would spell his demise." This Jinchuriki was effectively rendered useless, significantly delaying the energy of a Wagakure. Few are suitable to serve as Jinchuriki. Until a new candidate is identified, Laozi would become a mere hindrance, tasteless yet too valuable to discard. Even if he were to disregard his life and fully transform into a tailed beast in the future, our losses would remain minimal. At that time, I would manipulate the metallic particles within his heart to guide him on his final journey. The four tails would once again meet its end, reverting to a wild state. How awe-inspiring. Remarkable, indeed. Investing vast resources yielded a Jinchuriki who could no longer fight. Upon discovering the truth, a Wagakure would surely be driven mad. I yearned to witness Inoki's expression in that moment. Chiyo clapped his hands in approval, understanding that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Rosha's malevolence was rooted in the welfare of Sunagakure. Those who genuinely adopt conciliatory policies towards potential foes are nothing but internal traitors, betrayers of spirit and reality alike. In the depths of his mind, Rosha envisioned a swirling galaxy, its stars glimmering like distant hopes. With a score of 407, the recent negotiations between the countries of Lei and Tu had concluded, allowing him to alter the original narrative once more. He anticipated accumulating the necessary 500 points to elevate his electromagnetic precision to level 2. However, to enhance strength to level 2 would require a staggering 2,000 points. A pursuit he deemed unnecessary for the moment, fortifying his capabilities to precedence. If he possessed the power to dominate the ninja world now, he would naturally disdain the subtleties of deceit, preferring instead to revel in his own brilliance. Yet, before reaching that pinnacle, a few cunning strategies were still in order. Alas, this wretched ninja world had transformed him, an innocent youth, into a master of subterfuge, a fate most lamentable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Rosha declared, let us summon the ninjas skilled in sealing techniques from our village to apply additional layers of seals upon Old Purple, regardless of their efficacy. Let them stack as many as possible. Furthermore, I would have them investigate the sealing technique employed by Owagakure to contain the Four Tails. I recall that our village's sealing techniques have always harbored flaws. Even the seals on Fukufuku possess imperfections. Shikaku's tranquility is merely a testament to its acceptance of Fukufuku. The question of whether Gaara can be born smoothly is secondary. In the future, I shall certainly not seal Shikaku within Gaara's body. Just look at the dark circles under my dear son's eyes in the original narrative. Nonetheless, it remains imperative to study the advanced sealing techniques of Owagakure. Rosha would not squander any opportunity to enhance his own strength and that of his allies. He was steadfast in his resolve. Chiyo and I nodded in agreement. Summoning the sealing ninjas from the village to attend to Old Purple as per Rosha's instructions. The outcome of the skirmish between Noki and the Raikage was still awaited, and this interim period could be utilized effectively. A few days later, when Old Purple finally revived from his stupor, he was astonished to discover himself thoroughly stripped and enveloped in a plethora of seals. A flurry of ninjas busily attended to him, treating him as a mere test subject. Rosha has been closely monitoring the movements from the Land of Lightning. Dayemu, known for his fiery temperament, led hundreds of subordinates, hastily marching toward the borders of the Land of Lightning. However, awaiting him was the Third Raikage, who similarly commanded a contingent of loyal followers. Dayemu's intentions were unmistakably clear, his target aimed directly at the Land of Lightning, rendering it impossible for them to remain oblivious. Dayemu confronted the Third Raikage, demanding to know why he had dispatched his son and disciple to infiltrate the special operations team targeting Owagakure. Naturally, the Raikage could not admit to such actions, as it was a mere fabrication. With irrefutable evidence in hand, Dayemu grew increasingly agitated at the Raikage's attempts to feign innocence. Both sides prepared for an all-out confrontation, resulting in a stalemate where neither emerged unscathed, each suffering losses among their ranks. It was only after this clash that Dayemu's fury subsided, as he felt he had salvaged some pride for his village. Often, situations do not require complete clarity. Identifying a scapegoat to shoulder the blame and delivering a punitive display can swiftly restore morale among the troops and the populace. Enduring this unwarranted calamity, the Raikage was also troubled, pondering whether Dayemu harbored intentions of waging war against the Land of Lightning. Upon returning to their respective villages, the reactions varied, and the matter was far from resolved. With a forceful kick, Dayemu entered the Earth Shadow's office, feeling a sense of relief for averting a potential crisis, largely due to his decisive actions. Inside the office, his son, Huang Tu, wore a complex and sullen expression, hastily concealing an object behind him upon Dayemu's arrival. What troubles you, Huang Tu? I have just dealt with the audacity of the Land of Lightning. Should that not bring you joy? Dayemu expressed his mild dissatisfaction. I just engaged in battle with the Raikage, and you appear as if mourning a loss. After much hesitation, Huang Tu steeled himself and presented the envelope he had hidden, exclaiming, Father, you must see this for yourself. Only you can make a decision regarding this matter. Dayemu, perplexed, took the envelope, and as he opened it, a small object fell out, a severed pinky finger radiating the chakra signature of Old Z. Instantly, Dayemu's demeanor shifted. He solemnly opened the envelope further to reveal a photograph and 2 letters. The photograph depicted the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, ensnared by sealing techniques, bound to a bed, his right pinky absent, while a young man with red hair stood nearby. A jolt of shock coursed through Dayemu. His hands trembled as he suppressed the photograph, hastily scanning the letter's contents. To whom it may concern, a talented young jonin from our village, Rosha, recently apprehended your village's Four Tails Jinchuriki, who attempted to assassinate our Wind Shadow within the borders of the Land of Wind. Out of magnanimity, our village wishes to forgive your Jinchuriki's transgression and, in the spirit of neighborly love, intends to return him. However, the Wind Shadow has been deeply disturbed and psychologically harmed. Thus, we cordially invite the Earth Shadow, Dayemu, to discuss matters regarding the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the compensation for the Wind Shadow's emotional distress, to be held 7 days hence in the Land of Birds. We hope Mr. Dayemu will not bring too many guards, lest your Jinchuriki suffer further harm. The letter bore a signature at the bottom. Turning to the second sheet, Dayemu noted it meticulously detailed the types and quantities of war supplies, specifically denoting the negotiation's exact location, Sunagakure. Old Z. Diemu let out a furious howl, rage igniting old wounds from his battle with the Raikage as he spat blood in frustration. I merely spoke in anger. And yet you thought it wise to investigate the Land of Wind? If you must go, to be captured is utterly disgraceful. This is an embarrassment not just for the Jinchuriki but for me as well. The list of supplies, or rather ransom, detailed therein was staggering, even for the Earth Shadow. The notion of claiming emotional distress was absurd. Old Z, for all his bravado, could not have directly attacked Sunagakure. He would have merely traversed the borders, lingering in the vicinity of Luo Yangshin, before being captured. Such serendipity sparked suspicion within Diemu. Could Sunagakure and the Land of Lightning be conspiring against him? He cast his gaze back to the photograph, his eyes narrowing in intensity upon the young red-haired figure, wishing he could annihilate him through sheer will alone. Luosha is indeed the disciple of the Third Kazekage. It is quite astonishing that he has achieved the strength to defeat a Jinchuriki without revealing his capabilities. What shall be done now? Anoki suppressed his anger and pondered. His first instinct was to lead his subordinates to the Land of Wind, but he quickly shook his head. The timing was inappropriate. Having just emerged victorious from the Land of Lightning, it would be unwise to venture into the Land of Wind for further conflict. Provoking public ire is not a trivial matter. Thus, he resolved to temporarily acquiesce and seek opportunities to recover the resources. The Jinchuriki is of paramount importance. The sooner he could be replaced, the better. With time, if the news were to leak, unforeseen complications could arise. Not to mention, the brute from the Land of Lightning, who had just fought him, might seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Jinchuriki is akin to a nuclear weapon, wielding immense deterrence. The Land of Earth, having already lost an arm, must brace itself for the predators drawn by the scent of blood. Picking up a finger from the ground, he indeed sensed the chakra fluctuations belonging to Old Z, the Four-Tails. Anoki's doubts vanished, and he growled, "Take this list and prepare the resources for the hostage exchange. Furthermore, keep this matter under wraps. I do not wish for a third party to be aware." A few days later, he instructed, "You and I will head to the Land of Birds with the supplies. Now, under the guise of military exercises, mobilize the ninjas in the village to stand by at the border of the Land of Birds. I do not want any unforeseen incidents to occur. What if it is a trap?" The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, fell victim to the schemes of the Gold and Silver brothers from the Land of Lightning. Anoki still could not comprehend how the legendary Flying Thunder God technique left Senju Tobarama behind. Huangtu took the list and turned to leave. It was best to depart swiftly while his father was in a rage. The sound of objects being thrown echoed from within the room after the door was slammed shut. Losing that batch of resources was not crippling for the Land of Earth, but anyone subjected to such extortion would inevitably feel wrath. A few days later, in the capital of the Land of Birds, within a venue known for its integrity, Luosha, clad in black, sat at one side of the table with his eyes closed in meditation. Beside him was the somewhat awkward and internally conflicted Yitsong, a stylish beauty with a distinct shamate hairstyle. Shio had already discussed the matter with her, and for the sake of the village's stability and harmony, Yitsong had consented. Her heart a tumult of emotions, yet devoid of any dissatisfaction. Luo Sha was appointed as the ambassador for negotiations, while Yitsong served as the bodyguard. Akin to the protectors of shadows, both ultimately being under protection themselves. The atmosphere became rather awkward, and finally, Yitsong, clutching the hem of his garment, inquired, "Do you possess such unwavering confidence that Diemu will indeed come to the negotiations? I have heard he is a formidable individual. What if he disregards the lives of the Jinchuriki and leads an assault against us? He lacks the audacity. I have him firmly in my grasp." Luo Sha gradually opened his eyes, retracted the microwave radar, and smiled, saying, "Now, he has arrived, and there are only two of them." The door of the izakaya was pulled open from the outside, revealing the imposing figure of Huang Tu standing to the side. Diemu floated in from outside. Surveying the interior of the establishment from a lofty perspective, it was merely an ordinary tavern. Upon catching sight of Luo Sha and his companion, he expressed slight dissatisfaction. His face cold as he remarked, "You must be Luo Sha, the disciple of Feng Yang. You look even more unpleasant in person than in the photographs. Where is your teacher? Has he not arrived yet?" The correspondents had specifically requested Diemu to come for negotiations, leading him to instinctively assume that the representative from Sunagakure was the Third Kazekage. Arsha smiled as he rose, calmly stating, "Isn't it clearly articulated in the letter? Due to the assassination attempt, my master is shaken, thus I shall represent Sunagakure in this negotiation." Insult. This was undeniably a personal affront. Currently, among the 5 great shinobi villages, with the exception of Kirigakure, which has seen rapid leadership changes under the 4th Mizukage. The leaders of the remaining 4 villages are still the 3rd Hokage. To summon a disciple for a meeting is nothing short of a humiliation. Does Awagakure not have the means to subdue Sunagakure? Noki scoffed softly. A tremendous wave of chakra emanating from him, imposing and formidable, far beyond mere appearances. Yakura felt as if she were facing a formidable adversary. Cold sweat beading on her forehead, instinctively contemplating the use of her scorch release technique, Naka's oppressive presence was psychologically overwhelming. Such a diminutive old man possessed a chakra reserve surpassing that of the Jinchuriki, even more aggressive, a true powerhouse concealed beneath an unassuming exterior. It was not fear, merely a profound sense of trepidation. Luo Sha, with a calm demeanor, delicately arranged the tea set on the table and brewed a cup of fragrant black tea. Offering it to Yi Tsung with a gentle voice, "Would you care for some black tea? It is likely that this is the pinnacle period for Noki." Indeed. The ability to wield dust release, a technique of extraordinary nature, indicates an immense reservoir of chakra. Observing Luo Sha's unwavering composure, Noki repressed his initial disdain. Her calmness in the face of danger and her ability to withstand his imposing presence spoke volumes. Although this red-haired individual may lack certain credentials, her prowess is undeniably substantial, meriting a place at the same table for discussion. Suddenly, Noki inquired, "My dust release possesses the most formidable offensive capability in the ninja world, capable of reducing most objects to nothingness. Moreover, it requires no hand seals. Are you not afraid that I might suddenly unleash it, exchanging your lies for old seas?" Yi Tsung's throat tightened slightly. She had indeed heard of the destructive power of dust release, and the fact that it does not require hand seals was a truth she acknowledged. Most elite ninja would not survive a single encounter under Naka's command, as they would be reduced to ashes. "You may certainly attempt to see whether your dust release is swifter than my magnetic release." Rosa lifted her head, her gaze intense, locking eyes with Noki. Between atoms exists a force of interaction, whether through the sharing of electrons or the transfer of electrons between them. This force of interaction is known as a chemical bond. Naka's dust release does not disintegrate any object into nothingness, as this would contradict the law of conservation of energy. Rather, it decomposes objects into atomic forms, which are too minuscule to observe. The fundamental approach involves dismantling the chemical bonds between atoms, a feat that, with sufficient advancement in one's abilities, could also be achieved. Even now, there is no need to fear Noki. While dust release does not require hand seals, in the narrative, Noki still requires a moment or two to execute it, and once the cubic form is established, there is a certain delay in the resultant damage. In a mid-lane confrontation, Rosa's network latency is 10 milliseconds, while Naka's is 2,000 milliseconds. Even the pinnacle of players like Faker would find themselves outmatched. The two stared at each other for a considerable time, with even Yakura and Loam sensing the tension between them, their hearts racing as they anticipated a resolution to the negotiations. Suddenly, Noki retracted his imposing aura and floated to the chair on the opposite side of the table, placing his hands upon its surface, appearing as an ordinary elderly man. As if nothing had transpired, Noki remarked casually, "Indeed, you possess great courage. The Wind Shadow has acquired a worthy apprentice. But where is the person I seek? You may not even be capable of bringing them." Luo Sha instinctively recited a line from Infernal Affairs, unable to suppress a chuckle, and remarked, "Old Z is staying at a certain inn in the city. I shall not release anyone without compensation for the mental anguish caused by my teacher's absence." Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to maintain the upper hand in negotiations. De Yi Mu, undeterred by anger, recognized that he currently lacked leverage. He lightly tapped the table, signaling Huang Tu to bring forth the items. The towering figure of Huang Tu immediately stepped forward, placing a dozen storage scrolls he had carried on his back onto the table. "Count them, for my time is limited, and I do not wish to squander it on trivialities. The ransom you seek is all contained within. The storage scrolls are merely a bonus." De Yi Mu expressed his impatience, and the thought of such a remarkable young talent in Sunagakure filled him with disappointment for his village, lamenting that aside from the Jinchuriki, there was not a capable fighter to be found. Raza delved into the scroll with his chakra, meticulously enumerating the supplies contained within, cross-referencing them with the list at hand. Simultaneously, he conducted a thorough inspection of the items to ensure their integrity, wary of any potential subterfuge from the Hidden Rock Village. The requisition materials predominantly included kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and special metals. He did not demand a substantial quantity of provisions or medicinal supplies, as any tampering with these items would be less conspicuous. One could only conclude that Rosha harbored a rather cynical disposition, instinctively inclined to perceive the worst in his adversaries. After his examination, he found no significant issues. Some weapons displayed signs of wear, likely discarded second-hand goods from the hidden rock village, yet still serviceable. The sand shinobi, in their dire straits, could hardly afford to be choosy. Luo Sha remained silent, sweeping his arm to push the storage scroll on the table towards Diyimu. What is the meaning of this? Diyimu furrowed his brow, his large nose twitching slightly in discontent. Everything you requested is contained within, without the slightest concession. Why do you return the items to me? The supplies listed on the inventory could indeed be matched without discrepancy. Rosha positioned her hands on the table, leaning forward as she squinted and remarked, "However, the situation has altered, albeit slightly, since before. Just yesterday, right here, I conferred with representatives from Yunin Village. They are willing to pay the same price to procure 4-tailed beasts from us. Thus, to take away the old purple, this amount is insufficient. They must offer more." The mere thought of this left Rosha in a sour mood. Damn it, those scoundrels from Yunin Village, wishing to purchase 4-tailed beasts, yet only offering such a paltry sum. Do they truly belittle a tailed beast? Are they mocking me? Daimyo, unable to contain his anger, surged forward, his rage palpable. His prominent nose twitched more violently as he emanated an overwhelming aura befitting a shadow-level ninja, causing Yetsong to feel as though he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. He felt like a solitary boat buffeted by tempestuous storms on a vast ocean. Facing towering waves dozens of meters high, a pressure of this magnitude was almost unbearable. Chapter 44, Equal Treatment for Flag with Tsukumo Raising the Price? This indignity is intolerable for Daimyo. He clapped his hands together and then drew them apart, positioning them before his chest in a gesture reminiscent of Tianjin Fan's new Kiko cannon. Chakra surged forth, converging between his hands, enabling him to wield the dust release technique, the original realm separation technique, capable of disintegrating the majority of objects into atomic form. Its offensive power surpassed that of any ninja technique. Even the Susanoo could not withstand it, and its release speed was astonishingly swift. It could coalesce a dust cube in under 2 seconds, completely dismantling an opponent. This was far superior to the advanced ninjutsu that required numerous hand seals. Unfortunately, there were those swifter than Daimyo. With fingers resembling a sword, Luo Sha pointed towards the throat of Noki, simultaneously activating electromagnetic force. The iron forehead protector on Naki's brow suddenly dislodged, its edges sharpened by the electromagnetic pressure, swiftly hurtling towards his throat. As Luo Sha's fingers approached Naki's throat, the forehead protector coincidentally reached its destination, one end clamped between the 2 fingers, while the other, now more formidable, pressed against Naki's throat. At that moment, the preliminary motion of the dust release, original world separation technique, had yet to be completed. Silence enveloped the air. Noki felt the hairs on his back rise, cold sweat trickling down as his mind raced. Magnetic release. The existence of a bloodline limit holds the potential for evolution, much like Konoha's Sharingan. This youth's bloodline limit must have advanced. Sand iron, sand gold, forehead protector, these are all metals. This red-haired youth's bloodline limit should have evolved into a higher form, capable of directly manipulating metals. The forehead protector is made of iron. What of the shuiken and kunai in his hands? Noki dared not ponder further. He only realized that since moments ago, his overconfidence had placed him in peril. He had been too complacent, believing that possessing dust release granted him superiority over the ninja world, only to find himself faltering today. The earth had always been with him. The forehead protector had always rested upon his brow, indicating that Luo Sha had numerous opportunities to strike, with a significant chance of success. Naki's eyes lost their luster, chakra dissipating as his hands fell in defeat, unable to fathom that today he had been schooled by a junior. Never underestimate any ninja. Releasing the forehead protector, he activated the electromagnetic force once more, distorting it into a cylindrical shape, sending it straight down to pierce through the table, completely vanishing into the ground. This action reaffirmed to Noki that Luo Sha indeed possessed a considerable opportunity to end his life. Luo Sha settled into his seat, delicately handling the tea set, and softly remarked, "I mentioned earlier that you might give it a try. It seems that, at least within 5 steps, my magnetic escape technique surpasses your dust release." Noki remained silent. The speed of one's actions was tantamount to life for a ninja. What significance did the formidable offensive power of dust release hold if one fell before even launching an attack? With a sigh, he returned to his seat and instructed the nearby Huang to go to the border and seek out our station troops there. bring back half of the ninja tools and supplies they carry. However, Huang Tu hesitated. If he left, what would become of Naka's safety? Moreover, the border troops were indeed the second layer of protection for Noki. As long as he was not ambushed and swiftly eliminated, the troops would have ample time to respond and come to his rescue. But what? Did he truly think that a shadow-level powerhouse like myself required your protection? Noki huffed in indignation. The border troops are my true safeguard. Based on the technique that young man just revealed, if he truly wished to assassinate me, he likely could succeed. Yet, he refrained from doing so. This indicates that they are genuinely earnest in their negotiations. The forces at the border have become unnecessary. Luo Sha smiled and continued, we merely seek wealth, embodying the virtues of gentlemen, unlike those ruffians from the land of thunder. Huang Tu pondered this notion, realizing its truth, and hurriedly made his way to the border. With their conversation laid bare, Luo Sha truly demonstrated his prowess, leaving De Yimu devoid of any condescensions. Now perceiving Luo Sha as a formidable equal, with time to spare, they engaged in light banter. Luo Sha jestingly criticized the land of thunder, which fostered a sense of camaraderie in De Yimu. Your magnetic release is indeed commendable, but it can only yield unexpected results upon its initial application. Young one, be cautious when we meet next. Even if it means sacrificing 10,000 shinobi, I shall ensure your life remains in my grasp, De Yimu stated calmly. Recognizing Luo Sha's bloodline limit posed a significant threat to ordinary shinobi. In his view, there were only two methods to subdue Luo Sha. One was for a shadow-level expert to take matters into their own hands, a feat not even Old Z could achieve. The other was to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, manipulating a vast amount of metal, which would invariably lead to greater mental and physical exhaustion. Rosha smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to the remark. Instead, he pulled the guard Yetsong to his side, inviting him to sit down. With a beautiful companion at his side, he couldn't resist flaunting it to Ohyuki, who, after all, had reached an age where he was more willing than able. It was not envy that stirred within Ohyuki. He was not one to be captivated by beauty, yet that did not excuse Rosha's display. Taking a grape from the fruit platter, Rosha peeled it and playfully placed it into Yetsong's mouth, who appeared somewhat flustered and less composed. Turning to complain, Rosha remarked, you promised not to bring too many guards. I have only brought my fiancé, Third. This is rather underhanded of you. You've stationed a formidable army at the border. Do you truly doubt the integrity of our Sunagakure? Yetsong blushed, swallowing the grape in silence. Observing the affectionate exchange between the couple, Ohyuki felt a pang of jealousy and retorted with sarcasm, it seems we are all in the same boat. You, young man, have even reached out to the land of lightning, leveraging that to pressure us into acquiescing to your demands. That hardly aligns with the behavior of a gentleman. I suspect you have also amassed troops along the borders of the land of wind. Luo Sha gently shook his fingers, squinting in denial. No. Once the troops are mobilized, they will consume a vast amount of resources. Our sand-hidden village is not as affluent as yours. I have merely arranged for some people to stay by Old Z's side. If I am not seen within a day, they shall package Old Z and send him to the land of lightning. I trust that the Raikage will not overlook this opportunity to retaliate against the invasion of the land of Earth. Even if I perish, at least someone will avenge me. Diamo interjected, damn it, this kid is even darker than I imagined. If he were to ascend to the position of Wind Shadow, the sand-hidden village would become a formidable adversary. A few hours later, Huang Tu returned, delivering the gathered supplies to Luo Sha. Rosha retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to Inoki, stating, Old Purple is staying at an inn in the small town outside the city. I must take my leave now. Rest assured, you can lead your troops to attack the sand-hidden village without fear of encountering Old Purple. With that, he strolled away, arm in arm with Yakura. Inoki clutched the note, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Indeed, the lad had spoken untruths. He had just claimed that Old Purple was within the city. After a long pause, he sighed deeply and instructed, upon returning to the village, remind me to enact a new regulation. From now on, any ninja encountering Rosha during a mission may abandon the task without facing any penalties. Chapter 45. I am the root of Konoha in a turn of events. Inoki eventually located the sealed and imprisoned Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, at the noted location. His body was covered with an array of sealing techniques. It appeared that the ninjas of the sand-hidden village had treated Old Purple as a test subject, subjecting him to various new sealing methods. Fortunately, these techniques were not overly complex and could be unraveled with skill, albeit with some effort. After securing him, Inoki hastened to the border to rendezvous with the troops stationed there before returning to Iwagakure. 3 days later, following a thorough examination, Inoki was consumed by fury. And that night, many in Iwagakure heard the sound of shattering objects emanating from the Kazekage office. For reasons unknown, Old Purple had been rendered utterly incapacitated. While his daily activities presented no issues, any strenuous exertion that required the use of the tailed beast chakra would result in severe chest pain, arrhythmia, fatigue, and dizziness. On one alarming occasion, he even succumbed to unconsciousness. The pinnacle of Iwagakure's combat strength had been reduced to the level of an ordinary jounin. With only a singular opportunity in his remaining life to unleash his full power, at the cost of his own life, entering into a complete tailed beast transformation. Inoki had ample reasons to believe that this misfortune was the doing of that red-haired scoundrel, yet he remained unable to voice his grievances. Should he declare to the entire ninja world that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki had been rendered useless by Rosha, effectively severing a limb from Iwagakure? The role of a Jinchuriki is not one that just anyone can assume. Individuals with such a constitution and talent are exceedingly rare. Amidst the rising tensions in the ninja world, with the specter of the Third Great Ninja War looming, various ninja villages were eyeing each other warily. Even if a suitable Jinchuriki could be found to transfer the Four Tails, a lengthy adjustment period would ensue. The situation might not improve. At least Old Purple had already mastered the use of the Four Tails power, leaving the possibility for one last flourish. The more brilliant the firework, the closer it is to extinction. Accepting such a bitter loss was not Inoki's style. The day after, intelligence regarding Rosha's capabilities was disseminated to all ninjas in Iwagakure. New regulations were also instituted. Any mission that involved an encounter with Rosha would allow for task abandonment without punishment. Furthermore, when executing missions outside Iwagakure, if there was any intersection with the Sand-Hidden Village, all ninjas were to refrain from wearing metallic forehead protectors, switching instead to wooden ones. Had it not been for the lower-ranked ninjas' heavy reliance on physical techniques and tools, Inoki might have even considered replacing all of Iwagakure's ninja tools with wooden alternatives. Rumors circulated that Inoki had secretly issued a mission to seek high-density wood. The commotion in Iwagakure was impossible to conceal from the outside world, and news related to Rosha spread throughout the ninja realm. The ninja world was in an uproar. A top-tier powerhouse had emerged from the Sand-Hidden Village, posing a significant threat to both lower-ranked ninjas and even jounin. Various ninja villages began discussions on how to counter Rosha's metal-manipulating abilities. The answer seemed nearly impossible to unravel. Everyone was aware of Inoki's reputation and the power of the various Kage. How to target and restrict them had long been a topic of discussion among rival ninja villages. True Kage-level strength remains unfazed by targeting and limitations. They may possess weaknesses, but even when constrained, they retain their formidable prowess. This distinction sets apart Kage level from quasi-Kage level. They are not deterred by targeting. In Konoha, Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office, clutching a stack of documents. His expression darkened as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and slammed the papers down. Hiruzen, the Sand-Hidden Village has extorted a supply of military resources from the land of Earth, and their troop movements have been unusually frequent. With a young Kage-level powerhouse like Rosha rising within their ranks, I believe the Sand-Hidden Village is preparing for war, posing a significant threat to us. We should strike first, rally our ninja forces, and engage the Sand-Hidden Village in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm. Having already endured Danzo's counsel to attack the Sand-Hidden Village on 3 prior occasions, glancing through the documents, he found nothing more than reports of troop movements and similar intelligence regarding Rosha. Pressing his hands upon the files, Sarutobi sighed and replied, "Danzo, I have reiterated this many times. This is merely standard preparation for war. The current situation is tense, and what the Sand-Hidden Village is doing is consistent with what every village is doing. There is nothing unusual about it." Danzo, dissatisfied with Hiruzen's dismissive attitude, pressed on. "We must remain vigilant. Hiruzen, have you forgotten the incident over a decade ago when the Sand-Hidden Village coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Fire and declared war on us? That tale could easily repeat itself. We must act first to seize the initiative. This does not justify our assault on the Land of Wind," Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rebutted. "Danzo, I understand your persistent support for expansion, but have you considered what benefit capturing the Land of Wind, or the Land of Earth or Lightning, would bring us? The Land of Fire is vast and rich in resources. We possess everything the other ninja villages have, and more. We have no justification for expansion. It does not align with the village's interests. Moreover, our abundance of resources is a divine favor. as long as we refrain from aggressive expansion, the other villages, even if discontent, will find it challenging to unite against us. However, should we take the initiative and conquer any nation, all other ninja villages will perceive a threat and unite to expel us. We require peace. We cannot project any intent of expansion. As the military adage states, surrounding forces must be vulnerable. As long as we do not corner the other ninja villages, they will not revolt. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. This was why he preferred a defensive stance. Iwagakure could not withstand a full-scale assault from the other ninja villages. Thus, he sought to avert such a possibility. Danzo fell silent for a moment, realizing he could not sway Sarutobi Hiruzen and, reluctantly, escalated his tone. Then let us first eliminate that Rosha. He poses an immense threat to ordinary ninjas. Should war break out, he will be the sharpest blade of the sand-hidden village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, tossing the documents Danzo had provided into the trash. He retorted, Inoki poses a considerable threat to ordinary ninjas as well. Should we send someone to assassinate him too? Danzo, such an act would amount to a declaration of war, inciting further unity among the other ninja villages against us. This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Hiruzen, you will eventually regret your decision. Tobirama, consumed by intense fury, swept away his robes and vanished into the shadows. I am the root that safeguards Konoha. Let me bear the weight of all sins and evils. Chapter 46. Electromagnetic canon. The ninja world was in turmoil, eliciting varied reactions from all quarters. In Sunagakure, Rosha was reaping the benefits from the chaos. Seated comfortably at home, he idly conversed with his two fiancées, watching as points cascaded down like rain from the heavens. What a blissful scenario it was. With Chiyo mediating, Karura held little objection to Rosha taking an additional wife, as it was all for the sake of the village. On the other hand, Yukura feigned discontent while secretly relishing the situation, despite professing his dedication to the village. He was neither entirely averse nor overly enthusiastic. The only source of discomfort was his brother-in-law, Yashimaru, who, as anticipated, had indeed fallen under the influence of that wicked woman. Henceforth, he could no longer confront Yukura with the same bravado as before. One day, as Rosha contemplated the swirling stars within his mind, he noted his points had reached 502, surpassing the significant threshold of 500. With the assistance of Noki and the butterfly effect in play, the transformations in the ninja world were becoming increasingly profound. Remarkably, the time taken to accumulate 500 points was merely half of what it had been previously. Without hesitation, he elevated his electromagnetic precision to level 2. The change was marginal. Yet he received a crucial piece of information. The points required for level 3 precision were equivalent to the strength of level 2, both demanding 2,000 points. As I had surmised, precision equated to authority, while strength represented power. Though strength held slightly greater significance, both were indispensable. I pondered the limits of the starry vortex in my mind, questioning whether it could truly elevate me to the status of the god. Within the depths of Luo Sha's thoughts, a myriad of reflections swirled, accompanied by a subtle sense of regret. Theoretically, the potential of electromagnetic force is boundless. When pushed to its limits through the unification of fields, it could achieve anything that humanity dares to imagine. This is akin to the concept of God in Christianity. The God, omniscient and omnipotent, capable of anything. Humanity is an inherently insatiable creature. Prior to acquiring the golden finger, Luo Sha's ambition was merely to cling to the powerful, striving for survival. However, after obtaining that golden finger, Luo Sha's ambitions burgeoned step by step, with the opportunity to evolve into an omniscient and supreme existence. How could one possibly relinquish such a chance? Luo Sha harbors concerns regarding the points system, based on the points required for ascending levels and his own accrued points. Even if he were to upheave the entire ninja realm, it would be impossible to amass sufficient points to fully develop his abilities. He has become quite familiar with such tropes prevalent in online novels. To attain level 1 requires 100 points, and eventually, level 1 could escalate to several hundreds of thousands, or even millions, perhaps even more. Thus, he muses, before aspiring to become the god, it would be prudent to set a modest goal, such as conquering the entire ninja realm, including those extraterrestrial beings. Excusing himself with the pretext of responsibilities to attend to, he briefed his two fiancées and then equipped himself with tools and apparatus to venture into the wilderness, embarking on experiments to cultivate new capabilities. The weight of the metals he could manipulate and the range of his control had seen significant enhancements, yet in terms of wave frequency, He remained limited to governing electromagnetic waves and utilizing microwaves in a rudimentary fashion. After a series of attempts, he felt a pang of disappointment. The avenues for development appeared rather constricted, leaving him with no choice but to pursue the path of electromagnetic acceleration. Thus, he resolved to first attempt the renowned technique of the railgun sister, the super electromagnetic cannon. The ninja realm indeed possesses coins. Luo Sha flicked the coin in his hand and focused on the pure iron target 100 meters away, hoping not to be too disheartened. Electromagnetic force, activate. There exists a plethora of cannon types: coil guns, rail guns, electric thermal cannons, and heavy connection cannons, among others. Misaka Makoto's technique with the super electromagnetic cannon is akin to that of a heavy connection cannon, making it the most feasible method for Luo Sha to implement. By constraining the electromagnetic force, he simulated 2 rectangular coils around the coin. Subsequently, he amplified the electromagnetic output, the coin. Subjected to the powerful magnetic field generated by the 2 rectangular coils, surged through the gap between them, instantaneously shattering the sound barrier as it hurtled towards the target 100 meters away. The coin, now exceeding the speed of sound, experienced intense friction with the air. Generating immense thermal energy, its exterior rapidly corroded and ignited, trailing a plume of white smoke. After traveling over 30 meters, it vanished entirely. Unlike conventional projectiles that rely on combustion and emit smoke upon firing, the electromagnetic cannon operates differently. Its kinetic energy is derived from electromagnetism, resulting in such high initial velocity that it is the projectile itself that smokes, rather than the cannon. Luo Sha furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the coin's weight, which was approximately 7 to 8 grams. Its initial velocity hovered around 4 times the speed of sound, roughly 1,300 meters per second, rivaling the most rudimentary of electromagnetic cannons. By pushing the electromagnetic force to its limits, he believed he could elevate the coin's initial speed to at least 8 times the speed of sound. However, this would ultimately prove futile. The effective range of the cannon sister's electromagnetic cannon was 50 meters. Yet the coin he launched only reached a distance of just over 30 meters. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? It was possible that while employing the electromagnetic cannon, he achieved a higher initial speed. But it was more likely that the limitations imposed by the technological constraints of the ninja world rendered the coins inferior in quality compared to those in Academy City. This quality encompassed various aspects, such as melting point, purity, and more. He then retrieved a kunai procured from the land of crafts, and, using the same technique and exertion, launched it into the air. Breaking the sound barrier, the kunai's surface displayed signs of combustion due to the intense friction with the air, though it fared much better than the coin, ultimately burning out completely after traversing a distance of over 70 meters. Satisfied, Luo Sha mused that despite the dark reputation of the land of craftsmen, the quality of ninja tools remained assured. Advancing 50 meters, he once again launched a kunai as if it were a projectile, with an initial velocity reaching 4 times the speed of sound. The kunai shattered through a 10-centimeter thick iron plate, leaving behind a gaping hole with a diameter of at least several centimeters, wider than the kunai itself. Impressed by its formidable power, Luo Sha nodded slightly. With such immense kinetic energy, he no longer needed to worry when facing Jinchuriki or ninjas with robust physical defenses. The thought of indiscriminate slaughter crossed his mind. However, there remained potential for further development of this technique, such as sourcing metals with higher melting and boiling points to craft more potent projectiles. He recalled the heavy metal rods he had stored from the last time he subdued the Four Tails. Pondering how much faster he could increase the initial velocity and what the maximum range could be, could he strike an enemy stronghold from 800 miles away? With his current offensive capabilities, he would not shy away from confronting the elderly Uchiha Madara, who could unleash Susanoo. The only challenge would be the illusions. It seemed imperative to develop abilities to counteract genjutsu. As Luo Sha contemplated ways to enhance his skills, his young partner, Yetsong, approached with haste. Radiating fury and a palpable murderous intent, her eyes glared at Luo Sha with anger, as if she wished to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his face. What is it? Have I offended you in some way? Luo Sha questioned, perplexed. Didn't I mention I was developing new ninjutsu? Come on, hurry back. Yetsong's cheeks flushed. Yet she remained unmoved. After a moment of intense glare, she vented, just now, an envoy from the land of rain arrived in the village. Elder Chiyo asked me to call you over. The envoy comprised a young man and woman, and I spotted an iron butterfly atop the head of that blue-haired girl. Chapter 47. The Banquet of Hades. Oh no, this is disastrous. Though lacking in romantic experience, Luo Sha had at least glimpsed the tale of I never expected to reincarnate. Filled with theoretical knowledge. At this moment, he needed to maintain his composure. He must not, under any circumstances, admit anything. With an air of calm, he inquired, "What of the iron butterfly? Is there an issue?" "How could there not be an issue?" Yetzong retorted, pouting as she pointed to the two iron butterflies atop her head, murmuring, "They're identical to the one you gave me before. Crafted from shurikens, who else would do such a thing but you?" Feigned a sudden realization, slapping his thigh and weaving a tail. "Ah, you see, the village is impoverished, as you are aware. Elder Chiyo found my idea rather intriguing, transforming shuriken into jewelry. It should indeed have a promising market. Just recently, Elder Chiyo has already promoted this kind of accessory, selling it throughout the ninja world. Is that truly the case?" Yisong inquired skeptically, gently caressing the iron butterfly atop his head. "More genuine than gold. Would I ever deceive you?" He embraced his young wife, showering her with honeyed words, managing to gloss over the matter. Feeling somewhat weary, he had not anticipated that the fish he had caught would still require further bait. The path of a scoundrel was fraught with challenges. Yitsong remained insistent, yet was soon entranced by the sweet words of Luo Sha, and upon reflection, deemed the matter trivial. After all, matching outfits and accessories were commonplace. The jewelry gifted by Luo Sha held a significance wholly distinct from anything purchased elsewhere. Even if they happened to match, the awkwardness was inconsequential. The affection behind it was unique, rendering any lingering grievances unnecessary. Having resolved this minor issue, Luo Sha embraced his young wife and made his way to the office of the Wind Shadow. Their intimate interactions conveyed to the village's night creatures, cease the frivolous alliances. They bear no real significance. Regardless of whom you support, the outcome remains the same. The results were evident. Aligning with Elder Chiyo and Elder Hai Lao Zhang's hopes for Luo Sha to publicly display his affections. Before entering, Luo Sha subtly released his hold on Yitsong's arm, and she harbored no doubts about it. Meeting with envoys from other villages was a solemn affair. Requiring a degree of gravity and formality, was it not merely the river of Yichin? In the office, Xiaonan and Yahiko were seated on separate sofas. Upon their entrance, Xiaonan lifted her gaze first, scrutinizing Yitsong's head for a moment before appraising Luo Sha with a puzzled expression. He appeared entirely different from her memories. Chiyo quickly rose and bounded to Luo Sha's side, introducing him. Luo Sha, our village's elite jonin, is currently acting as the Wind Shadow, overseeing all village matters during this period. The preparations for battle are nearing completion, and Luo Sha has captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, thereby proving his strength and garnering considerable acclaim. Chiyo and Hai Lao Zhang had thus directly elevated Luo Sha to the position of acting Wind Shadow, a move that garnered no dissent from the village's ninjas. Once the conflict commenced, the title of acting could be dropped, solidifying his role as the official leader of Sunagakure. Yahiko's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the legendary Luo Sha, who defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki and instilled such dread in the Tsuchikage Onoki that he was granted permission to abandon missions upon encountering him, would be so young, barely older than himself. Perhaps this was the essence of true genius. He pondered whether Nagato would ever reach the heights Luo Sha had attained in a few short years, filled with envy yet maintaining an impassive facade. Yahiko was the first to bow in greeting. "Greetings, Luo Sha of Sunagakure. The ninja world has been abuzz with discussions about you recently. I am Yahiko from Amigakure. You may call me Yahiko. This is my partner, Xiaonan." Xiaonan nodded, still cautiously glancing at Luo Sha, wondering if he could indeed be that person. Luo Sha, unyielding in his demeanor, took his seat in the position of Feng Ying and gestured for the two individuals to sit down. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Yahiko? That name seems familiar. Are you a ninja from the Hidden Rain Village? A subordinate of Hanzo the Salamander?" Yahiko, feeling a surge of emotion, was proud to have his name recognized by such a formidable figure as Luo Sha. It was a testament to the value of his efforts. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "To be precise, I do not belong directly to Lord Hanzo's subordinates. Rather, our Akatsuki organization has its base in the Land of Rain. I have come here at Lord Hanzo's behest to invite you to a gathering in the Hidden Rain Village." "Oh?" Rosha's curiosity deepened as he attentively listened, pondering what Hanzo could possibly seek in the Land of Rain, for such a scene seemed absent from the original narrative. Yahi carefully organized his thoughts and spoke eloquently. "As you are aware, during the Second Shinobi World War, although 5 nations, wind, iron, fire, mist, and rain, were involved, a significant portion of the battles transpired within the borders of the Land of Rain. This led to profound suffering among its inhabitants, with civilians enduring immense hardships and failing to recover their vitality even to this day. The conflict between great nations inevitably ensnares smaller ones, reflecting the grim reality of the shinobi world. Just days ago, you captured the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, coercing the Kazekage into paying a substantial ransom for his release. Prior to that, the Kazekage launched an attack on the Land of Lightning for reasons unknown. Presently, tensions among the three great nations are palpable, with the specter of war looming ominously. In a bid to avert a repeat of the tragedies from a decade past, the esteemed Hanzo has specifically invited both Konoha and our Akatsuki organization to act as mediators, urging the three great nations to dispatch influential representatives to the Land of Rain to deliberate on matters of peace. With narrowed eyes, Luo Sha gradually realized that Xiangyu is indeed inviting Liu Bang. Although the timeline of the original plot is somewhat chaotic, there exists a segment wherein the organization founded by Yahiko, known as Akatsuki, steadily gained power, prompting Hans to sense a threat. Under the guile of Danzo from the Akatsuki, he sought to deceive Yahiko and his companions by promising to mediate in the conflict between the three nations of fire, wind, and earth. Upon their arrival at the designated meeting place, a signal was given, leading to the abduction of Conan and the forced demise of Yahiko. This event triggered Nagato's Rinnegan to awaken fully, unleashing the Outer Path's demonic statue in a devastating rampage. It was from that moment onward that Nagato realized the futility of empty ideals of morality and decided to let the world experience suffering, thereby seeking to achieve true nuclear peace. Arsha paused for a moment before inquiring, "Have you previously encountered Hanzo?" This inquiry held particular significance. Yahiko, perplexed, responded candidly, "Indeed. I have met him. He personally entrusted me with this task." He also mentioned that the affairs of the Sand Village are numerous, and that the Kazekage is perpetually occupied with official duties. He expressed that it suffices to have you, rather than seeking an audience with the Kazekage himself. As one of the elder generation of formidable warriors who witnessed the rise of the legendary three ninjas, Lord Hanzo is very eager to meet you, and, during the discussion, observe your remarkable presence. It appeared that this was indeed directed at him, as he was at least one of the targets. If I agree to attend the meeting, will you then need to venture to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning? He questioned. Conan, who responded this time, softly replied, "No. That will not be necessary. The inhabitants of these two nations will be approached by Elder Danzo, accompanied by the Hokage of Konoha." In his mind, Luo Sha envisioned a swirling galaxy of stars, with the accumulation of points pulsating incessantly, growing at a pace even swifter than in previous days. The Shao organization, a prominent entity in the narrative of Naruto, Shippuden, plays a significant role in the unfolding events, and their involvement is bound to influence the trajectory of the plot. There is potential here. Very well, I consented. Our sand-hidden village also yearns for peace. We are more eager than anyone to witness stability and harmony within the ninja world. When is the meeting scheduled? I shall prepare to attend. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Sha provided his response while contemplating a strategy to maximize the benefits of the points system. Mihir exclaimed in delight. It would be wonderful if you could agree. This is because, with the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder under the supervision of Elder Koharu from the Leaf Village, Lord Hanzo believes it is best for both Xiaonan and me to personally accompany you to the Land of Rain, as a sign of respect towards you. Do you truly hold me in such high regard? Luo Sha chuckled. Please wait for a few hours. I have some matters to attend to. Naturally, Mihiko and the others had no objections, while Xiaonan continued to fixate on Luo Sha, watching him depart with Yi Song. There was little to address concerning the village's affairs. Luo Sha outlined the general direction, leaving the remaining tasks to Chiyo and Ebi Zong, ensuring everything proceeded methodically. The leaders were classified into various types, those who employed intellect, and those who relied on brute strength. The former managed all matters within the village, while the latter took charge of physical confrontations. Chiyo and Ebi Zong hoped that Luo Sha would assume the role of the former. However, his aspirations lay elsewhere. Reluctant to expend excessive energy on a mere sand village, it sufficed to grasp the broader direction. The position of the shadow was more symbolic, akin to the alpha wolf of a pack or the captain of a battleship. Having settled matters concerning Karuro and Yi Song, he aimed to prevent discord in the harem. Although Elder Chiyo would likely mediate, thus reducing the chances of conflict, one must tend to their own land diligently. Otherwise, should it fall into neglect or be cultivated by outsiders, regret would ensue. Do you require my company? As the acting wind shadow, you should at least have a few guards with you, Yi Song inquired, his hair tousled as he dressed. What a perilous notion. Rosha lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, and resolutely declared, there is no need. Beneath the shadow level, I fear no one, even if faced with 1,000 adversaries. When confronted with a shadow-level powerhouse, your assistance would be of little consequence. Rather, I would find myself worrying about you. Yitsong nodded in agreement. Kalu Luo remained silent, acknowledging that her strength paled in comparison to Yitsong's, and thus resolved to be a supportive companion. Several hours later, Rosha appeared revitalized. His spirit significantly elevated as he rejoined Mi Yin and the others. Let us depart. We cannot keep Hanzo waiting for too long. Mi Yin nodded. Embodying the decisiveness of a ninja who requires little in the way of provisions, he was ready to set off without hesitation. The distance between Sunagakure and Kirigakure was not excessively great, yet in the desert environment, swift movement was fraught with peril, and the trio's pace was unhurried. Mi Yin's heart swelled with fervor. He had once again averted a potential war, one that could escalate between great nations, a feat far surpassing his previous minor accomplishments. This signified that the Akatsuki organization had ascended to a new echelon. Along the way, Shonen occasionally cast furtive glances at Rosha, hesitating to speak several times before finally succumbing to her curiosity and gently inquired, Lord Rosha, do you happen to know someone by the name of Arkan Kenshin? Rosa's gaze sharpened, and he calmly inquired, what prompts this sudden question? Yahiko, equally intrigued, recalled that their encounter with Himura Kenshin had transpired over a month ago. Even though Kenshin was a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing the 7 ninja swordsmen, it had slipped from his mind. I merely asked out of curiosity, he replied. Conan, noticing that Rosa exhibited no signs of annoyance or resistance, elucidated, approximately a month ago, we encountered a powerful individual named Himura Kenshin in the Land of Crafts. Although I never witnessed him in action, he certainly possesses strength on par with that of a Kage, as evidenced by the fact that 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were no match for him. He gifted me a shuriken shaped like an iron butterfly, identical to the adornment worn by your village's lava-release ninja, Yakura. It is merely a hair accessory, quite common, I believe. Yahiko interjected, eager to hear Rosa recount the tale of how he had defeated the Four-Tails Jinchuriki and compelled Anoki to pay a ransom. Luo Sha pondered for a moment and calmly replied, indeed, I am well acquainted with him. He is a like-minded and very dear friend of mine. Could you share some thoughts about him? There is no need to discuss his abilities. A casual conversation will suffice, as we still have a long journey ahead. Little Nanchi expressed her hopes, while Mihiko perked up his ears. In the depths of Luo Sha's gaze, a hint of nostalgia flickered as he recounted. His true name is quite lengthy, so much so that most people struggle to remember it. Thus, he often refers to himself as Luo Village's Jinshin. Furthermore, he shares certain similarities with you, having originated from an organization dedicated to the peace of the ninja world, known as Taihao. Taihao? Mayahiko's expression shifted slightly. If memory serves. The rationale behind Naka's assault on the Land of Lightning was the suspicion that the Raikage had dispatched disciples who falsely claimed to be members of the Taihao organization to assassinate their ninjas. Does the Taihao organization truly exist? Mayahiko pondered. I had presumed that this organization was merely a fabrication of Noki or the Raikage. Indeed, it exists. Luo Sha observed that Mi Yin exhibited a tendency to engage, and continued, the longing for peace within the ninja world is not solely held by you. Unlike the Akatsuki organization, a portion of the core members of Taihao hail from the major ninja villages. Each of them possesses strength that rivals at least one village's shadow. Many of them actually bear dual identities, if you catch my drift. Mi Yin was taken aback, and thoughts of Jing Tian and Demimi filled his mind. For he had just encountered astonishing news. He had initially believed that the relationships among the 5 great ninja villages were sufficiently intricate, only to realize that he had merely scratched the surface. The depths of the ninja world were far more profound than he had imagined. After the initial shock, Mi Yin fell into contemplation, pondering why Luo Sha possessed such extensive knowledge, and why he chose to divulge so much to the 2 of them. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected that this suddenly ascendant acting wind shadow, the magnetic Luo Sha, might indeed be a member of the Taihao organization. Luo Sha remarked in a somber tone, you possess great potential, strive diligently, young one. Not long ago, our Siyun Jinshin proposed to the leader of the Taihao organization the inclusion of you as an external member. The leader, citing your insufficient strength, rejected this proposal but designated you as a focal point for evaluation. Although Yahweh has ascended to the position of leader within the Akatsuki organization, his youth renders him susceptible to the subtle influences of Luo Sha. From questioning my desire to join the Taihao organization, I was led to ponder why the leader would deny my membership. With our Akatsuki organization involved, would it not facilitate the pursuit of peace within the ninja world? After deep contemplation, I despondently realized that if the core members of the Taihao organization are indeed all shadow-level powerhouses, they must hold significant sway within their respective ninja villages, capable of influencing village decisions. In a moment of confusion, Yahweh experienced an illusion that the peace the ninja world has enjoyed over the past decade is a result of the tireless efforts of the Taihao organization's core members. The most perilous thoughts arise from personal speculation, where clandestine families, such as the Rothschilds, are believed to secretly control the world, deceiving the impressionable youth. Amidst this introspection, not only Yahweh but also Conan found herself ensnared in thought, her mind more perceptive and observant. Could it be that Luo Sha is also a member of the Taihao organization? If so, what role does he play within the Taihao organization? Is it possible that Luo Village's Jinshin is the same mysterious figure who previously attacked the forces of Awagakure? If Luo Sha truly belongs to the Taihao organization, he would already be serving as the acting Kazekage of Sunagakure, indicating the organization's formidable power. Who else in the ninja world could potentially be affiliated with the Taihao organization? These shadowy manipulators of the ninja realm, do they genuinely seek to maintain peace within it? Yahiko and Conan fell into a contemplative silence, repeatedly mulling over these questions, ensnaring themselves in a web of thought. The land of rain and the land of wind can be considered neighboring countries, sharing a section of land that seamlessly merges the climatic characteristics of both nations. The temperature is high, rainfall is abundant, and dense forests abound, creating an environment reminiscent of the tropical rainforest near the equator on Earth in a previous life. Luo Sha had donned a black ensemble early on, draped in a crimson and black cloak, and adorned with a conical hat, which elevated his appearance far above that of an ordinary ninja. After all, he did not require agility to dispatch his foes. He was a human cannon, and any attire that might hinder movement would not diminish his combat prowess. As he ventured deeper into the rainforest, his boots trod upon clusters of grass and splashed through puddles. Suddenly, Luo Sha halted, lifting his gaze to the horizon. "What is the matter?" Yahiko inquired, puzzled by Luo Sha's sudden stop. "There is an ambush ahead, 300 meters out, from the 9 o'clock to the 3 o'clock position. There are approximately 35 to 40 individuals, at least 3 of whom are elite ninjas, while the remainder are of the mid-ranking ninja class." Luo Sha spoke slowly, continuing to advance with an air of calmness, willingly stepping into the enemy's trap. Yahiko and Conan were taken aback, realizing that they were ambushed. Over 30 Chunin and 3 Jonin were not forces that an ordinary village could muster. Indeed, even the entirety of the Akatsuki could barely assemble a comparable force. Yet it was rare for anyone to mobilize their entire contingent for a single operation. In the ninja world, aside from the eccentric and radical Tsuchika Jinoki, no leader would undertake such a high-risk mission. Most strategists would weigh potential losses against the likelihood of success, keeping the risks within manageable limits. What was most alarming was that Luo Sha could detect the enemy's presence from 300 meters away. While ambushers typically aim to conceal themselves and suppress their chakra fluctuations, most ninjas could only discern an enemy within 30 meters, a standard range for shuriken. Yet Luo Sha not only extended this distance tenfold but also accurately pinpointed the enemy's location and approximate strength. Yahiko had no doubt that Luo Sha's observations were precise. Suddenly, Conan had a thought and hurriedly followed Luo Sha, lowering her head and speaking in a hushed tone. "Lord Luo Sha, please do not misunderstand. The ambushes have no connection to us. We were unaware of their presence. We truly only wish to invite you to a meeting in the land of rain." Yahiko then realized the gravity of the situation. If Luo Sha believed they were in league with the ambushes, what might happen to them? The invitation to the meeting could quickly turn into a dire predicament, akin to stepping into a quagmire. Before Yahiko could elaborate, Luo Sha reached out, gently smoothing Conan's disheveled hair, a result of her hurried movement. He spoke softly, "I am well aware that this is not your fault. It seems our whereabouts may have been inadvertently leaked. There are indeed some in the ninja world who wish to see me dead. For now, act as if nothing has happened and follow closely behind me." Conan nodded quietly, obediently trailing Luo Sha, her gaze subtly scanning the surroundings. Yahiko felt a sense of despair, not due to Luo Sha's attention towards Conan, but because of the absurdity of facing an ambush while en route to a peace conference. What a tragic tale. Was it truly impossible for people to understand one another? Yahiko hurried to keep pace, pondering what might unfold next, hoping against hope that Luo Sha's perceptions were mistaken. Yet, it seemed improbable. How could he so confidently articulate the enemy's precise numbers and locations if it were not true? Given the circumstances, witnessing the legendary Luo Sha, renowned for his magnetic release and formidable prowess, confront adversaries would somewhat alleviate his regrets. The Akatsuki, founded by Yahiko, aimed to achieve peace without resorting to extreme force, distinguishing themselves from those who opposed all forms of violence, akin to the contrast between international feminist organizations and radical movements. Now, with Luo Sha facing assassination, retaliating in self-defense and eliminating all enemies would be justifiable, and Yahiko understood this. The trio remained silent as they progressed over 200 meters. Yahiko and Conan's hearts nearly leaping from their throats. Death itself was not frightening. Rather, it was the anticipation of death that instilled dread. Several times, Yahiko considered urging Luo Sha to take a different path, but he recalled the speculations surrounding Luo Sha's abilities, an invincible warrior, and ultimately refrained. Here they come, Luo Sha declared impassively. From the direction he indicated, a dozen ninjas suddenly emerged, launching kunai, shuriken, and a variety of ninjutsu through the foliage towards the trio. A barrage of projectiles was unleashed. Yahiko and Conan were alarmed. The direction was indeed accurate, and the discrepancy in numbers likely indicated that more remained hidden. This multi-phase assault was a common tactic among ninja squads, designed to strike with lightning speed while the enemy was still responding to the initial wave. They appeared to be more than mere amateurs. These were organized and disciplined ninjas from a formidable power. As Luo Sha summoned electromagnetic force to manipulate the incoming projectiles, he noted the weak feedback in response. It was not metal. Had they anticipated his abilities to such an extent? While electromagnetic force could indeed control more than just metal, his current capacity was limited. Yet, he dismissed the concern as inconsequential. Raza's eyes narrowed slightly as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted forth, transforming into countless grains of sand and gold, carpeting the earth beneath him and creating a vast ocean of shimmering sand. The magnetic release, sand gold, still held some utility. At least with the current electromagnetic force, the transformation between energy and matter remained unachievable. Electromagnetic force, activate. An infinite cascade of sand gold rose, converging into a celestial canopy that shielded the three from all assaults. Weapons and jutsu incessantly battered against it, merely stirring up minor ripples. Indefatigable. Yahiko and Conan marveled inwardly at such formidable defensive prowess, particularly as it required no hand seals, effortlessly repelling the enemy's onslaught in the blink of an eye. Their anxiety began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable tranquility, as if standing behind this man rendered them free from the burdens of adversity. The ninja ambushing Raza hesitated. Their initial barrage perfectly thwarted, the high-density wooden weapons proved futile. What should they do next? Chapter 50. The art of rooting out the tongue of malice. Cover your ears. Raza whispered, and dozens of kunai shot forth from beneath his cloak. This attire was not merely for show. It served to carry a selection of ninja tools. Yahiko and Conan were momentarily taken aback but quickly complied, clasping their ears in anticipation of Raza's next maneuver. The microwave radar unfolded, utilizing echo detection to ascertain the precise locations of several enemies. Dozens of kunai pierced through the sand gold barrier, suddenly accelerating to shatter the sound barrier as they hurtled toward their targets. The thunderous roar resonated in an instant, even with their ears preemptively covered. Yahiko and Conan felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. The enhancement in precision allowed Raza not only to wield the electromagnetic cannon, but also to masterfully manipulate metals with remarkable accuracy. The enemies who had revealed their positions faced kunai that barely surpassed the speed of sound, striking their intended targets, whether throat, heart, or brain, without deviation. For those who remained concealed behind colossal trees and various rocks, Raza employed a new ability, the electromagnetic cannon with an initial velocity of Mach 4. Each kunai, generating sparks through friction with the air, reached searing temperatures as they propelled through the forest, obliterating trees and shattering rocks. Every enemy hidden behind cover was eradicated, the tremendous kinetic energy either smashing through their chests, explosively severing their throats, or obliterating their heads entirely. The captivating and resplendent blossoms of death flourished throughout the dense woodland. Fleeting and ephemeral, their bloom shorter than that of the moonlit epiphyllum, a beauty many would never behold in their lifetime. Cherry blossoms bloom but once a season. True love comes but once. If it is merely loneliness, please do not profess your love to me. As the sand gold barrier gradually withdrew, Yahiko and Conan were left in a state of utter shock, trembling slightly. Corpses littered the ground, their expressions eerily serene, from the faces of those whose heads remained intact. It was evident that they had endured little suffering before their demise. The pain was but a fleeting moment. Rosha gently curled her fingers, retrieving a few barely worn ninja tools. Frugality and diligence are virtues, as long as one exercises restraint and conserves resources. Then expends a modicum of chakra to create several tons of gold sand. Wealth is inevitably within reach. This prowess surpasses even the legendary tales, as dozens of well-coordinated ninjas could not endure even 3 seconds. Yahiko sincerely marveled, acknowledging that eliminating a ninja is not as effortless as slaughtering a pig. Even if one possesses immensely powerful techniques, success hinges upon the enemy's inability to flee and the ability to strike them effectively. The swiftness of Rosha's strikes has transcended the pinnacle of ninja prowess. With a single blow, any adversary, regardless of their location, meets their demise. It is no wonder that such extraordinary ability has stirred monumental upheaval within the ninja realm and compelled the formidable Third Kazekage to concede. With such astonishing speed of execution and formidable power behind each technique, any ninja lacking special skills and unable to innovate would merely serve as messengers of death. No matter how numerous they are, a true weapon of war, a foe to thousands, indeed. What is the name of this extraordinary technique, Lord Rosha? Conan inquired softly. Given the sheer might of such a move, it surely bears an equally impressive name. Every time Nagato develops a new technique, he bestows it with a name. This is merely a standard application of electromagnetic force. Launching dozens of ninja tools simultaneously, can it truly be considered a technique? Luo Sha adjusted his conical hat, contemplating for a moment. Since the illustrious fourth Hokage could conjure such extravagant and striking names, he too, as a member of the same lineage, ought not to falter. If he were to choose a name, it would be Green Bamboo Hat, Green Rain Cloak, unfettered by the drizzle. It was rather lengthy. Shannon tilted her head, her finger lightly tapping her cheek. Unfettered by the drizzle was indeed fitting, but the colors of the hat and cloak did not quite match. In time, you will understand that what I possess extends beyond mere technique names. Surely, the mention of something beyond technique names hints at a pseudonym? Shannon could not help but recall Luo Sha's words. The true name of Luo Village's Sword Heart is rather lengthy. As Luo Sha stepped forward, he approached several lifeless bodies, scrutinizing them for any distinctive symbols or markings. He pried open the mouth of one corpse and beheld a familiar black mark upon the tongue, causing his pupils to constrict. It was the seal of the tongue, a specialized technique employed by Danzo to affix a curse mark on the tongues of root members, rendering them incapable of divulging any information regarding him. Indeed, it was a treacherous trap, and one could only commend Danzo for his ingenious use of wooden ninja tools. Though it proved futile in this instance, even with but a single long blade, he could carve his way through throngs of foes unscathed. Yahiko and Conan hurried over to assist in examining the information on the bodies. After a flurry of activity, they lamented, "What a pity. If only you, Lord Luo Sha, could have spared one life. We might have uncovered the identity of your would-be assassin." How could one not feel regret? The ability to sift through the memories of the deceased is a rare gift in the shinobi world, possessed by only a select few. Unfortunately, neither Yahiko nor Conan had this capability. "It matters not," Luo Sha replied dismissively. "Such an assassination bears no weight upon me. Without a certain level of strength, the presence of many is of no consequence." Luo Sha spoke calmly, adding, "Furthermore, even if there are no survivors, I shall still discern the mastermind behind this assassination." Mi Yin and Xiao Nin nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for Luo Sha's extraordinary restraint against ordinary ninjas, the tumult in the ninja world would not have reached such heights, compelling Yimu to issue such regulations. Upon hearing the latter part of Luo Sha's statement, Xiao Nin lifted her head in curiosity and inquired, "Lord Luo Sha, who is it that sought to assassinate you? Is it someone we are acquainted with?" While it could be assured that it was not a member of the Akatsuki organization, the possibility of it being someone they knew could indeed lead to complications. What if they were entangled in the aftermath? Luo Sha smiled gently and remarked, "He is quite a foolish individual. You both know him, and yet do not." Xiao Nin felt a bit confounded, unable to comprehend the meaning behind such ambiguous words. It seemed that these prominent figures often spoke in half-truths, leaving one in a state of partial understanding. Why is it that some leaders prefer to communicate in such an indirect manner? Perhaps it is because when everything is laid bare and one follows their directives, yet the outcome falls short of expectations, the blame inevitably falls upon someone else. Luo Sha has already mastered a fundamental quality of the powerful, never taking the blame. What should we do now? Should we continue forward? Xiao Nin expressed her concerns. She wished for Luo Sha to proceed to the peace conference, fulfilling Yahiko's dream. On the other hand, she dreaded the thought of Luo Sha being assassinated. Of course we must move forward. They are merely a pack of rats. Just consider it a post-meal exercise, Luo Sha replied casually. A mere dozen of them cannot even manage to stretch their limbs. As dusk descended, the trio finally arrived at the outskirts of rain-hidden village. The fine rain fell like needles, and the scenery was charming. Had the sun ever graced this place, it would be a veritable paradise. Within the village, atop a high mound, two middle-aged ninjas stood with binoculars, gazing at the approaching Luo Sha. One had short black hair and donned a dark cloak, his countenance cold and calculating. The other wore a gas mask, revealing only his eyes, obscuring his emotions. They were Danzo and Hanzo. Through the binoculars, they observed Luo Sha, who walked steadily towards the village entrance, each step measured, neither hurried nor slow, as if the previous assassination attempt had occurred eons ago and was long forgotten. Raindrops danced upon his hat and cloak, and he strode forth with an air of confidence that seemed to transcend time itself. It appears that your roots have proven utterly ineffective. He does not appear to be injured, Hanzo remarked, holding the binoculars steadily. A bunch of useless fools, Danzo scoffed, his gaze dark and voice gravelly. Yet, this was anticipated. Rumors suggested that his magnet release could manipulate all metals. It was likely he carried some with him. A dozen ninjas armed with wooden weapons would be of no consequence. To truly eliminate him, only the likes of us could do so. Or perhaps a relentless wave of thousands of ninjas. Even his chakra must eventually dwindle. Now, we have merely confirmed this hypothesis. Hanzo lowered the binoculars and cast a glance at Danzo, speaking calmly. Since the outcome was foreseen, why then deploy an elite squad to their demise? Even though you control the roots, you are not the Hokage. This must be a significant loss for you. The likelihood of a squad of ninjas killing Luo Sha was not non-existent, but it was so minuscule as to be nearly impossible. Danzo's expression remained impassive, as if the demise of his subordinates held no weight. Sending expendable pawns to eliminate a shadow-level powerhouse was not a new endeavor for him. Eliminating this possibility rendered their deaths meaningful. Now, it is up to you, Brother Hanzo. I hope your poison proves effective against him. I have sacrificed a whole squad and provided you with a set of specialized gas masks from the roots. I trust you will not let me down. With that, Danzo turned to leave, slightly displeased at being reminded that he was not the Hokage, and awaited Hanzo's promising news. This is the advantage of having a powerful ally. Even as merely an assistant to the Hokage, Danzo's roots operate independently from the Hokage system, beyond its jurisdiction. Should casualties arise, he could easily visit the prominent clans of Konoha to recruit talented civilians, swiftly replenishing his ranks. Hanzo, however, faced a different circumstance. The Land of Rain was a small nation and one of the main battlegrounds of the Second Shinobi World War, making it difficult to find promising recruits. Hanzo gazed at Danzo's retreating figure, his expression profound, hoping his decision would not prove erroneous. Were it not for Danzo's promise of a substantial supply of military resources, gifted talented orphans, and aid in quelling the threat posed by the Akatsuki, he would not have waded into such murky waters. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo raised the binoculars again, observing Luo Sha, who had just entered the village. In his line of sight, the red-haired youth suddenly raised his head, his expression cold and his gaze sharp, peering directly at Hanzo, before tilting his head and slowly pointing a single finger. Hanzo quickly averted his gaze. Realizing his surveillance had been detected, what keen observational skills. No wonder the roots had met their demise. Trembling with trepidation, he muttered in admiration, such a commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority. Seeking death, he swiftly descended the mound to greet Luo Sha and his companions, extending a warm welcome. Magnet release Luo Sha. We are remiss in not greeting you properly amidst such inclement weather. Please forgive us. Turning to Yahiko, he praised, well done, Yahiko. Having Magnet release Luo Sha here means the peace conference is already halfway secured. Luo Sha remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Hanzo. The mask he wore was indistinguishable from his memories, appearing to be crafted from metal at first glance. In truth, it had been replaced with a wooden facade, merely a disguise. It seemed he was on guard against himself. Hanzo possessed the ability to release a paralyzing toxin through mere breath. Thus he donned a gas mask to prevent others from succumbing to poisoning. This power was acquired in his youth, when he had a venomous sac of the deadly pufferfish implanted in his abdomen. Unaware of any fluctuations in Luo Sha's chakra, Hanzo believed he remained undetected. As this mask was custom-made, it could transform the paralyzing toxin of the pufferfish into an odorless, tasteless gas, allowing one to be poisoned unbeknownst to them. courtesy of the friendship of Danzo from the Shinobi Alliance. Believing himself to be concealed, Hanzo laughed heartily, leading a few individuals toward the reception room, saying, "Mayakon, your friend has been residing in the Rain Village for quite some time. Why not seize this opportunity for all of us to gather together?" Magnet Release Luo Sha is indeed one of the few top-tier elites in the ninja world, and is scarcely older than you. I have also made some progress in water release, and I could offer you some guidance. Luo Sha cast a slight sideways glance. Hikaru's companion must undoubtedly be Nagato, the one who had the Sharingan transplanted by Uchiha Obito, a formidable figure. At present, Uchiha Obito is likely still alive, for the Rinnegan holds paramount significance for him, and it is highly probable that he has dispatched the black and white Zetsu to clandestinely monitor Nagato's every move. However, what does it matter? Obito is merely a shadow of his former self, confined to the ICU, his strength reduced to merely 2 or 3/10 of its peak prowess. Rosa smiled gently and addressed Yuhiko, suggesting that since he was a dear friend, they might as well invite him over. This peace conference offered an excellent opportunity to encounter many prominent figures from the ninja world and broaden their horizons. Yuhiko nodded, inquiring about Hanzo's specific location before departing, leaving Conan to accompany them. In Hanzo's heart, a cold smile emerged. The youth remained naive, genuinely believing in the authenticity of this peace conference. There had never been an invitation extended to the Land of Earth or the Land of Lightning. Only Rosa had been summoned, a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Danzo and Hanzo. Their intent was to eliminate Rosa and the 3 members of the Akatsuki. As they guided Rosa to the reception room, Hanzo meticulously observed every movement of his. He couldn't help but regard Rosa with a degree of disdain, too young, too simplistic, oblivious to the treachery of human nature. Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, utilizing chakra to assess the surroundings was fundamental knowledge. Clearly, the ninja world's adulation of this red-haired youth had inflated his ego, leading him to believe that possessing magnet release rendered him invincible, neglecting the most basic quality of a ninja, caution. Little did he realize that many formidable warriors did not meet their demise in grand battles, but rather perished in the shadows of various deceptions. This serves as yet another pointed critique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Luo Sha settled down and cast a fleeting glance at Hanzo, casually inquiring about the whereabouts of the individuals from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Was it not under the mediation of you and the esteemed Elder Danzo of Konoha that our 3 great ninja villages convened to discuss matters of peace? In Chapter 52, the Hidden Blade revealed, Hanzo maintained an impassive demeanor and replied nonchalantly, "The ninjas from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have been summoned by Elder Danzo of Konoha. They should arrive shortly. Perhaps tonight or at the latest by tomorrow." Before their arrival, I have long heard of the newly ascendant magnetic user, Luo Sha, from Sunagakure. But due to the vast distances, I have been unable to witness his prowess in person. Now that we meet, it surpasses mere hearsay. Indeed, he embodies the reputation, exuding an impressive presence and remarkable strength. Luo Sha chuckled. "Of course, I rely on my looks for a living." The microwave radar extended, detecting a more chaotic echo returning from Hans than before. Luo Sha did not hold his breath in concentration. Instead, he wielded electromagnetic forces to establish a high-temperature thermal barrier within his respiratory tract, effectively intercepting and electrolyzing all toxins. As long as he contained the thermal energy and electromagnetic forces, preventing them from contacting his respiratory system or internal organs, he would encounter no issues. Achieving such precision was a relatively simple endeavor at this stage. The toxin of the mountain pepper fish is a neurotoxin capable of swiftly paralyzing the victim's nerves, resulting in motor impairment and sluggish reactions, thereby limiting their capabilities to less than 50%. After being filtered through a specially crafted mask by Tuanzang, the toxin becomes colorless and odorless, although its potency is significantly diluted. It requires a sustained inhalation for several minutes to manifest its true effects. Discussing toxicity without regard for dosage is akin to engaging in deceitful antics. After a brief exchange, Yuhiko led Nagato into the room, prompting Luo Sha to cast a few more glances. The wine-red hair bore a slight resemblance to his own, while the youthful visage featured eyes devoid of pupils, surrounded by rippling patterns. Though not particularly robust, he appeared far removed from the gauntness observed at the story's inception. He was merely an ordinary boy. Nagato had only taken on that emaciated form after overexerting his physical potential to summon the Outer Path's Geto statue in his battle against Hanzo. In the depths of Rosha's mind, 2 conjectures lingered. First, the Rinnegan's overwhelming power, akin to that of a fierce beast. Render the outer path stave a path technique excessively taxing on chakra. Given Nagato's frail constitution and diminished vitality, he found himself incapable of fully harnessing the Rinnegan's potential. Second, the Rinnegan had yet to achieve complete synchronization with Nagato, resulting in excessive consumption of energy. Conan had previously mentioned that Nagato's abilities were gradually being unveiled. Perhaps one theory held true, perhaps the other, or perhaps both were valid. Nevertheless, Rosha had resolved firmly in his heart. He must eliminate Hanzo today to prevent Nagato from becoming a mere shadow of his former self, an outcome that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the ninja world. Even if it attracted the attention of Uchiha Obito, the risk was deemed worthwhile. Concurrently, he aimed to operate under the guise of the Taihao organization, intent on wholly assimilating the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's involvement had become so pronounced following the onset of the narrative that it rivaled even that of Naruto, the protagonist. Thus, Rosha needed to continue feigning cooperation with Hanzo for a few more minutes, allowing Yahiko and his companions to unveil Hanzo's true nature. In the moment of their disillusionment, he would seize the opportunity to strike. At the moment when Rosha observed Nagato, both Yahiko and Nagato simultaneously took their seats. The arrangement of the reception room featured a table for two. Hans occupied the main seat, while Rosha and Conan entered concurrently, settling down on the left side of the table, which was sufficiently spacious. Yahiko, being Nagato's close companion, took a seat directly opposite Rosha. Nagato was also assessing Rosha, the legendary figure capable of compelling the Tsukikage Noki to concede. It was astonishing to see such strength embodied in one so youthful. He pondered whether, in a few years, he might possess similar power to assist Yahiko in realizing his aspirations. Rosha responded with a smile. The similarity in their hair color evoked a sense of familiarity in Nagato towards Rosha. At that moment, Hans the Salamander suddenly lifted his head, his gaze reflective as he recounted the past. Meeting with the magnetic release Rosha today reminds me of an incident from a decade ago, calling to mind several individuals from years gone by. Yahiko and the others felt a stirring within. Was this not the second great ninja war that transpired 10 years ago? It was during that tumultuous period that they, too, became orphans, their loved ones mistakenly identified as spies and slain by the Leaf Ninja, ultimately leading them to seek guidance under Jiraiya to master ninjutsu. Surely, he must be referring to that event. Nagato's eyes glistened with emotion as he interjected, Lord Hans. You must be speaking of the battle with the legendary three ninjas of the Leaf, correct? Indeed, Hans nodded, noting the rapt attention of the group. He released another wave of toxic gas and continued his narrative. Over a decade ago, the major ninja villages turned the land of rain into a battlefield, resulting in untold suffering for its inhabitants. Moved by the plight of the common folk, I challenged the three most exceptional young ninjas from Konoha, declaring that if I were to triumph, they must cease to inflict any further harm upon the people of the land of rain. The duration of that battle has long since faded from my memory, yet the brilliance displayed by those three youthful geniuses remains vividly etched in my mind. Though I ultimately emerged victorious, I recognized their potential and strength, sparing their lives and bestowing upon them the title of the legendary three ninjas. Nagato and the others were deeply touched, in unison expressing their admiration. Lord Hans, you are truly benevolent. In Luo Sha's heart, there was a sense of disdain. Perhaps Hanzo had once embodied righteousness, yet human nature is ever-changing. The savior of yesteryears may, in the present, transform into a harbinger of death. Moreover, even if Hanzo had harbored intentions to eliminate the three ninjas, he lacked the audacity to act upon it. To dare raise a hand would be to invite the wrath of Konoha. No matter how fond Saratobi Hiruzen was of a passive approach, he could not remain indifferent while his cherished disciple was threatened. Rosha feigned curiosity and inquired. At that moment, Hans tilted his head, gazing at Rosha with an expression imbued with a sense of admiration for the younger generation, and replied in a low tone, precisely, at this very moment. Was he not implying that Rosha bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Sannin? Yahiko and his companions held a special affection for Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, as he was their esteemed mentor. Upon his return to Konoha, Jiraiya would often send letters praising their actions and encouraging them. Yahiko, astonished, cast a glance at Rosha, pondering if this meant that Lord Rosha was indeed a kindred spirit akin to Master Jiraiya. Such a remarkable similarity. Rosha furrowed his brow slightly. While Orochimaru could be considered a cold, handsome figure and Tsunade a beauty of formidable presence, with Jiraiya included, the average aesthetic appeal of the Sannin would indeed plummet, rendering comparisons to himself rather unflattering. Hans nodded, retracting his gaze, and lamented, You are a youthful genius, having achieved fame at a tender age. The difference lies in your unparalleled prowess. At an age comparable to theirs, you possess strength that commands respect within the shinobi world. Alas, Yahiko and the others felt somewhat bewildered. Could these esteemed figures not convey their thoughts in a more straightforward manner? The back of Rosha's hand trembled slightly, a sudden alertness washing over him. Hans cast a disdainful glance at the four, rising and stepping deliberately to the center of the parlor, his hunched back gradually straightening. The aura of a demigod from the ninja realm emanated from him. With each step, Nagato and the others felt their minds shaken, their thoughts growing ever more muddled. Was this the might of conqueror's haki? Or perhaps the oppressive presence of a formidable ruler? Conan could no longer hold on and collapsed into Rosha's embrace. Her eyes glazed over. As the plot unfolded, Hans looked down from his elevated position, surveying Rosha, who sat cradling Conan. His gaze held a mix of pity and, more predominantly, malice, as he coldly remarked, "It is a pity you do not comprehend the essence of restraint and caution. Not just you, but all three of these young ones shall meet their demise here today." The parlor contained only 3 tables. Hans occupied the main seat, with Rosha and Conan having entered together and seated themselves on the left, while the good brothers sat on the right. The table was sufficiently wide, and the distance originally separating Rosha from Conan was a full meter, yet now all space seemed to vanish under Hans's toxic influence. Yahiko and Nagato, sitting across from them, felt their consciousness fade, their bodies paralyzed, as though they had fallen into a hazy dream, slumped over the table. Their eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, confusion, disbelief, regret, guilt, as they gazed towards Hans, standing in the center of the parlor, and at Conan across from them. Why must this happen, Lord Hans? Yahiko's ideals crumbled as he muttered, recalling the once noble Hans, who had spread the virtues of righteousness throughout the ninja world, now committing such an act of betrayal. I do not understand why this is so. Love, no, peace was not what I envisioned. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Yahiko and Nagato, Rosha felt compelled to restrain himself. Winning over a woman paled in comparison to more pressing matters. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struggled to gently push Conan away, arranging her in a more aesthetically pleasing and comfortable posture against the table's edge. A paragon of virtue. Yahiko and Nagato's favor towards Rosha increased by 1-1. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at this ninja world. After all, what could they do when their performance shone so brightly? Being from the land of rain? The fault lay not with me, but with this world. Hans turned leisurely, one hand behind his back, gazing down at the slumped Yahiko and Nagato, remarking coldly that the Akatsuki had grown too swiftly, reminiscent of his own past. I have no doubt that, given sufficient time, you could rise to the level of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Yahiko's eyes were devoid of light, yet a flicker of hope lingered as he naively mused. Although we are not ninjas from Amidst, we are still from the land of rain. If we could truly grow strong, wouldn't he that help stabilize our homeland? Perhaps, Hans replied, leaning down to meet Yahiko's gaze. But who will hold sway over the land of rain then? You or I? At that moment, Yahiko grasped the reality. Hans valued dominion over the land of rain far more than peace. It was naive to think that establishing the Akatsuki in the land of rain would allow them to coexist harmoniously. Even relocating to the neighboring land of birds would not guarantee such an outcome. Viewing the situation without a divine lens, Hans had committed no wrongdoing. Embracing diversity while excluding rivals were the 2 best choices, and he had chosen the latter. Nagato's head rested on the table, clearly seeing the tears streaming down Yahiko's face, the silence around them echoing with the sound of shattered dreams. Why can't people understand one another? The Rinnegan faintly shimmered, its power seemingly attempting to breach the barriers posed by the neurotoxin. Rosha remained seated, lowering his head as he solemnly inquired, Hans, I pose but a singular question. Have you ever genuinely entertained the notion of convening a peace conference? Hans was acutely aware of his own intentions. This inquiry was merely a means to inflict further anguish upon Yahiko and Nagato. By shattering everything, he could then reshape their worldview anew. Never have I harbored such thoughts. My objective has always been these 3 young souls. As for you, magnetic release Rosha, you are merely a pawn in my scheme, assisting in the resolution of matters at the behest of another. Crack. Yahiko and Nagato's hearts were left desolate. I sincerely apologize, Lord Rosha, for the trouble I have caused you, Conan said, leaning against the table and turning her head in regret. She truly resembled an angelic figure. If you wish to express your apologies, it is entirely unnecessary. My friend, Armin Kenshin, has remarked upon the beauty of your origami flowers, delicate as the orchids in a secluded valley. Once the toxins are neutralized, do grant me a bloom as well. Rosa rose slowly, no longer appearing poisoned, and calmly gazed at Hans, softly yet sternly declaring, "Hans, today, only one of us shall leave this courtyard alive. I shall not permit you to toy with the dreams of the youth. I, Rosha, am the harbinger of justice." Hans cast a dismissive glance at Rosha, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "You can only indulge in your heroic fantasies for now. Since the moment you entered the reception room, I released a neurotoxin and have been observing your every move. Within mere minutes, you failed to perceive any abnormalities or react accordingly. Undoubtedly, you have succumbed to my neurotoxin. That you can still stand is a testament to your formidable willpower. However, what can you truly accomplish in your current state? The toxin will paralyze your nerves, rendering your movement sluggish and extracting chakra nearly impossible. Even if I were to be afflicted by the venom of a peppered pufferfish while simultaneously protecting 3 others, I, Rosha, could still eliminate you, the treacherous one, with but a single hand." Rosha deftly recited in Land's iconic line, firmly believing that his fate would never be akin to you two saving me. Hanzo shook his head dismissively, slowly exiting the reception room, and commanded, "You are merely struggling in your final moments. I harbor no interest in engaging you." He ordered, "Send them on their way, in 1 minute. I wish to see the corpses and heads of all 4 of them." At Hanzo's command, a dozen ninjas from the hidden rain village, lying in ambush outside the reception room, surged into the chamber, unleashing a myriad of ninjutsu. The expressions of Yahiko and the others turned to despair. To perish at the hands of their enemies was one thing, but to fall to mere fodder was utterly intolerable. Nagato's Rinnegan, hidden beneath his crimson hair, emitted an otherworldly glow, seemingly striving to break free from all constraints and operate autonomously. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Rosha, rising like a tempest. Waves of golden sand poured forth, engulfing all adversaries, relentlessly crushing the rain ninjas into mere fragments. Casting a glance at the trio, Rosha remained silent. Retrieving a long blade from the ground, and, stepping upon the golden sand, he slowly exited the reception room. Behind him, the sand coalesced, forming an impenetrable pyramid, completely shielding the reception room within, unassailable by any force. Rosha, wielding a long knife, pointed it towards Hanzo, and remarked indifferently, "I have already stated that I shall slay you on the spot. You should not have sent them to their demise. Now, Hanzo, do you have any interest in engaging me in combat?" Hanzo's eyes widened in horror, uncertainty flooding his mind as tumultuous waves surged within him. Why? Why did his pepper fish toxin fail to take effect? How could this man still possess the capability to fight, effortlessly dispatching all of his subordinates in an instant? Catching sight of the sand gold tower behind Rosha, Hanzo suddenly regained his composure. No, his nerve toxin had indeed proven effective after all. What he manipulated was not metallic ninja tools, but rather sand gold, a secret technique passed down from the Wind Shadow lineage, possessing considerable power, yet undeniably lacking in precision compared to the manipulation of ninja tools. A sonic boom erupted as a kunai was launched at an initial velocity of 4 Mach. Prepare to receive this electromagnetic cannon with an initial velocity of 4 Mach. In an instant, the kunai pierced through Hanzo's chest, leaving a gaping wound several centimeters in diameter, akin to Kakarot being impaled by a magical energy cannon. With a thud, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Hanzo's body transformed into a wooden stump, a substitution technique. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Rosha realized that for the first time, after mastering the manipulation of electromagnetic forces and achieving speeds that reached the pinnacle of ninja capabilities, no one had ever utilized the substitution technique before him. Hans was the first. Since his arrival in this world, Rosha had delved into the enigmatic skill from the early chapters of Naruto, but after comprehending its principles, he found it utterly mundane and discarded it like a worn-out shoe. The so-called substitution technique does not involve swapping places with a wooden stake at the moment of being attacked or immediately after. Rather, it requires anticipating the enemy's assault before it occurs, allowing the practitioner to evade to the side while leaving a wooden stump to mislead the opponent, thus positioning themselves for a counterattack. The latter is merely a common illusion technique, fitting within the realm of substitution ninjutsu. The former, however, deserves a different name: heavenly hand power. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Indeed, Hans burst forth from the side, forming the final hand seal. Inhaling deeply before exhaling, a torrent of water, transformed from chakra, more voluminous than certain aquatic phenomena. Waves upon waves surged forth, utterly reshaping the courtyard's landscape, culminating in the appearance of an enormous elliptical water sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, ensnaring both Rosha and Hans within its confines. As Hans had previously stated, he was highly adept in water style, and at this moment, he moved swiftly through the water, soaring with freedom. In the depths of the watery sphere, Luosha remained composed, locking onto the erratically darting Hans, launching several electromagnetic projectiles. The initial velocity sustained at a remarkable Mach 4. However, unlike before, the speed of the kunai diminished rather than accelerated, barely evading Hans's grasp. The density of water far surpassed that of air, resulting in a resistance over 800 times greater. Although Hans was astonished by Luosha's immunity to poison, he felt a sense of triumph, silently reveling in the thought. Did you ever imagine, Luosha, that your magnetic abilities would be severely constrained? This is the essence of my combat style. Without his customary metallic scythe, for facing the magnetic Luosha, Hans bore no metallic items. Instead, he drew forth a bone blade gifted by Shimura Danzo, transforming into a piercing arrow within the water, seemingly unaffected by its resistance. A torrent of chakra erupted, coalescing into a golden sand shield that protected Luosha, thwarting Hans's advances. Undeterred, Hans reminded himself that he could breathe freely underwater while Luosha could not. He believed that his opponent would not endure much longer. As long as he continued to strike, Luosha's demise was inevitable. For a ninja, the crux of ninjutsu lies in the act of killing, rather than mere display. As long as the enemy is vanquished, even the most despicable tactics are justifiable. Hans surged forward a dozen times. Yet minutes passed without any sign of Luosha succumbing to asphyxiation, nor did he exhibit the slightest difficulty in breathing. Surely, this gray-haired fool must possess 8 lungs. Or perhaps he, like me, can inhale underwater? Hans shook his head in disbelief. That was impossible. Luosha was simply enduring. A stream of bubbles escaped from Luosha's mouth and nose as he secretly chuckled, feeling as though he were blissfully utilizing a VIP pure oxygen respirator. The chemical formula for water is H2O, comprising 2 hydrogen atoms, H2, and 1 oxygen atom, O. Although it appears that hydrogen atoms are more abundant, they constitute merely 11. 19 of a water molecule, while the oxygen atom accounts for a substantial 88. 79. It is known that upon electrolysis, water decomposes into 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, which can subsequently recombine to form an oxygen molecule, denoted as O2. Luosha ingeniously employed electromagnetic forces to construct a miniature electrolytic device within his own mouth and nostrils, effectively decomposing water into its elemental gases, oxygen and hydrogen. The buoyancy of hydrogen, being lighter than oxygen, allows it to ascend effortlessly within the water and poses no harm to the human body. Although an excessive concentration of hydrogen in the air could lead to asphyxiation due to oxygen deprivation, Luosha was on the brink of attaching an oxygen tank, rendering any risk of suffocation moot. A minute quantity of hydrogen combined with an appropriate amount of oxygen invigorated Luosha, leaving him feeling remarkably revitalized, as if his brain had undergone a rejuvenating spa treatment, far surpassing the refreshing effects of a bottle of vitamin lemon tea. It would not be an easy feat to exhaust Luosha. Observing that not only was he not suffocating, but he also appeared remarkably energetic and radiant, Hanzo could no longer contain himself and, with no reservations, soared towards Luosha, poised to strike with a decisive blow. With a smile, Rosha awaited this very opportunity, extending one hand forward, harnessing electromagnetic force, and commanding it to move. Voltage concentrated, generating a high-voltage current that radiated outward from Rosha's core. Unprepared, Hans collided directly with the gun's muzzle. The water surrounding him was charged with electricity, subjecting his entire being to a barrage of voltage. Trembling uncontrollably, froth escaped his mouth, his nerves paralyzed, unable to maintain the structure of the great water prison. The enormous, elliptical sphere of water shattered, dissipating into waves that crashed down, collapsing nearby structures, and even permeating the gilded sand tower crafted by Rosha. Lighting a candle, the 3 of them gazed at the infiltrated golden tower, their faces etched with sorrow. Hans, a master of water techniques, could it be that Rosha was at a disadvantage? Stepping through the puddles, Rosha advanced, and several shurikens flew from beneath his cloak, hurtling toward Hans. Struggling against the odds, Hans attempted to shift his body but was still struck by one of the shurikens, impairing his mobility. It was impossible. You actually wield lightning techniques. How could anyone from the sand-hidden village possess such formidable lightning prowess? Hans slowly rose from the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he braced himself against Rosha's impending assault. Luosha gazed up at the moon, whimsically proclaiming, "It is a battery. I have concealed a battery beneath my cloak." The mere thought of this made him chuckle. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sam had managed to eliminate Hanzo while carrying a battery on his back, truly a stroke of genius. So that is the case. Hanzo nodded in understanding. I thought as much. How could the denizens of Sunagakure possess such extraordinary mastery of lightning techniques? It defies the very principles of our craft. Luo Sha brushed off the moisture clinging to him, letting out a sigh, and remarked with indifference, Hans of the Salamander, the legendary figure of the ninja world, I must say. Meeting you in person has proven less impressive than your reputation. You are even weaker than I had envisioned. Do you see that cloud in the night sky? The one that obscures half the moon? In approximately 3 minutes, it will completely drift away, allowing the moonlight to bathe the earth. I have a fondness for moon gazing, which means you have precisely 3 minutes remaining. Within these 3 minutes, should you fail to escape or inflict harm upon me, you shall meet your demise. The score increased by 4. Hans, filled with rage, recalled a decade ago when he had liberated the legendary Sannin, a tale that had since become a celebrated anecdote. Yet, 10 years later, had he truly been so underestimated by a mere junior? This was intolerable. Chapter 55, The Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Magnet release Luo Sha. I have come to understand why you were able to compel Noki to concede. Your confidence exceeds my expectations, reaching a level of arrogance that is unbecoming of a ninja. I hope that after descending into the underworld, you will not regret this moment of hubris. Hans maintained an air of superiority, as if imparting wisdom from his experiences. Fearful that Luo Sha might not restrain himself and instead strike him down in a single blow. The score increased by 2. The playful demeanor of Luo Sha, reminiscent of a tabby cat toying with a captured mouse, seemed to elicit a modicum of satisfaction. Hanzo proved to be far weaker than anticipated. Once the poison of the pepper fish became ineffective, he was merely an ordinary shadow-level warrior, at least in his own estimation, with a blade in hand. He approached Hanzo with deliberate steps. Luo Sha intoned, "Are you attempting to instruct me? Who do you think you are?" The demigod Hanzo, after all, was merely a treacherous coward. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Hanzo was forced to acknowledge that the red-haired adversary before him was the strongest foe he had encountered in decades, one capable of threatening his very life. Rapidly forming hand seals, he propelled himself backward, and in an instant, a powerful electromagnetic cannon erupted from Luo Sha's position, shattering the knee of Hanzo's injured leg. With a crack, Hanzo fell to one knee, struggling to rise, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He clapped his hands together, invoking the summoning technique. Chakra surged forth, manifesting into a brilliant summoning array, from which a colossal pepper fish emerged, its tail crashing down upon the earth, launching Hanzo into the air. Riding atop the pepper fish, Hanzo rekindled his fighting spirit, inhaling deeply and unleashing a torrent of crashing waves, the synergy between the pepper fish and Hanzo rendering them as harmonious as fish in water. In the depths of his heart, Luo Sha felt a surge of revulsion. He was a man of simple tastes, enamored by the fluffy and the adorable, and found no appeal in the slick and slithery. His fondness lay with felines and canines, while fish held no allure for him. Moreover, the mountain pepperfish, which Halfzong possessed, bore a skin riddled with pits and blemishes, resembling a toad, hardly qualifying as anything but grotesque. With a resounding slap upon the back of the fish, Halfzong signaled it to unleash a plume of purple mist, a toxic gas far more potent than its diluted counterpart, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Luo Sha, your ability to withstand the diluted toxins indeed surprises me, but I wonder how you shall defend against this undiluted venom. The moment you exhibit any signs of poisoning, a vicious cycle shall ensue. Tonight marks your demise. Halfzong stood atop the mountain pepper fish, filled with a sense of grandeur, feeling truly invincible in this moment. Without the semi-divine creature, could he still claim such a title? Before the toxic fumes could reach him, Luo Sha harnessed the power of electromagnetism, enveloping himself in a layer of electric heat, effectively isolating himself from the external environment. The air within this electric barrier would sustain him for over an hour. As the visible purple gas approached, it was abruptly halted by an unseen force, undergoing electrolysis and evaporation. Halfzong, taken aback, scarcely had time to react as Luo Sha stepped boldly into the purple haze. A torrent of chakra surged forth, morphing into a colossal hand that obscured the moonlight, descending upon Halfzong with an overwhelming force. Water release, water dragon bullet. Halfzong swiftly formed hand seals, invoking an advanced water technique, as waves transformed into a water dragon. Surging towards the golden hand, layer upon layer of sand and gold resisting its descent. Just as Halfzong began to feel at ease, believing he had thwarted this onslaught. An explosive sound shattered the air. Two electromagnetic cannons pierced the sound barrier, emerging from the purple mist with blinding speed. One shattering Hafsung's knee and the other piercing the belly of the mountain pepperfish. This was the essence of Luo Sha's strategy, striking from unexpected angles while maintaining an air of cunning. The mountain pepperfish let out a mournful cry, flung into the waves, thrashing uncontrollably. Though the wounds created by the electromagnetic blast were not lethal to its massive form, the pain was undeniably acute. Luo Sha emerged slowly from the toxic mist, softly uttering, "Beast, you must be properly disciplined." Great wilderness prisoner's finger, casually conjuring the name of a technique. Chakra surged forth once more, transforming into golden sand, which fused with the colossal golden hand suspended in midair. Together, they reformed into an immense, robust middle finger, measuring over 10 meters in length, descending from the heavens to press against the body of the peppered fish. It forced the creature beneath the waves, pinning it to the earth, and with a resounding crash, the ground shattered, entombing the fish within, its body cleaved in two. It was now a lifeless fish. Hanzo trembled, filled with an inexplicable sorrow and rage. The peppered fish was his dearest friend and comrade. Without it, he could never have forged his illustrious reputation. Now, with the fish's demise, he cried out in anguish, "I will make you pay." His voice rose to the heavens, fury consuming him like the loss of a beloved father. No longer conserving his chakra, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, commanding the waves beneath him to transform into water dragons that surged toward Luo Sha. Electromagnetic force. Activate. A high-voltage current enveloped his long blade as Luo Sha swung it, slicing through the water dragons, which exploded into droplets as the current evaporated the water along its predetermined path. Hanzo found himself momentarily stunned. Such swordsmanship did not seem to belong to a ninja from the land of wind. Luo Sha cast a disdainful glance at Hanzo, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The blade pivoted and plunged into the water, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through the currents, striking Hanzo and rendering him incapacitated. The waves gradually receded. Two electromagnetic cannons shattered the sound barrier, obliterating Hanzo's shoulders, leaving his arms and legs utterly destroyed. He was at the end of his rope. When Kakarote vanquished the original Piccolo Daimao, he was left with but one arm. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, he defeated the second Piccolo, having rendered all his limbs unusable, relying solely on a single rocket punch. Hanzo, however, was no Kakarote. He knelt upon the ground, his arms dangling limply like strands of noodles, struggling to rise for another battle, yet utterly powerless. The protective sand gold tower that shielded the reception room gradually faded away, as it was no longer necessary. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan had been anxiously waiting in the pitch-black chamber for over 10 minutes. Upon seeing light, their hearts raced uncontrollably. The sand gold tower, a safeguard laid down by Luo Sha, was now dissipating, signifying one of two possibilities. Either Luo Sha had triumphed, rendering the tower obsolete, or Hanzo had prevailed, breaching the tower's defenses with the intent to eradicate them completely. After a prolonged period of relief, the poison had significantly diminished, and the three young ones crawled to their feet, casting hopeful glances towards the outside, where light was nearing visibility. Conan turned away, covering her face, then stealthily glanced back, torn between curiosity and fear of witnessing something unsettling. As the sand gold tower vanished entirely, their vision was finally restored, and upon beholding the scene before them, their minds felt as though struck, leaving them momentarily dazed. Chapter 56, Hanzo's Decapitation. What is Hanzo's title? He is known as the demigod of the ninja world, a figure rivaling the legendary duo of the past. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo led the village of Amidst, engaging in battles against multiple great ninja villages. Yet he managed to safeguard both the Land of Rain and his own existence. His strength speaks volumes. Yahiko and his companions, orphans of the Land of Rain, grew up hearing tales of Hanzo. Even at this moment, when betrayed by Hanzo, they could not deny his formidable prowess. Undoubtedly, he stands as a titan atop the current ninja world. Yet now, he lay like a dog, limbs shattered, kneeling before Luo Sha, accomplished in mere minutes. In stark contrast, aside from a few water stains, Luo Sha bore no blood, not even a tear in his garments. The shock experienced by Yahiko and his companions was akin to a terrifying revelation, a chilling gasp of awe. With a thud, Hanzo collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the darkened sky as a solitary cloud drifted away from the luminous moon. The flawless moonlight cascaded gently, illuminating every inch of the earth, cool as water. You have won. The ninja world produces talent across generations. Hanzo of the Salamander, find myself outmatched by your strength. To perish at the hands of such a formidable opponent is, indeed, a worthy end. Lying there, Hanzo's heart felt an unusual calmness. He had been defeated. Yet he sought to preserve some semblance of dignity. Suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, he coughed up blood and chuckled. Magnet release, Luo Sha. 10 years ago, I bestowed upon 3 young men from Konoha the titles of the Sannin. As I meet my end, allow me to perform one final act of goodwill. Today I, Hanzo of the Salamander, relinquish the title of demigod of the ninja world to you. Luo Sha looked down upon Hanzo with disdain and remarked, Yield it to me? You truly jest. That which I desire, I shall procure myself. This title of demigod was seized by my own hand, not bestowed by you. Hanzo smiled bitterly, feeling a deep sorrow. Indeed, a defeated foe holds no right to confer titles upon others. Furthermore, the title of demigod in the ninja realm seems rather diminished. Luo Sha added thoughtfully, You are well aware that in a one-on-one encounter, you are unlikely to match the prowess of Inoki, the Tsukikage, or surpass the Third Raikage. At the very least, you cannot emulate the legendary duo of the ninja world who once dominated all formidable opponents. Their feats were mere embellishments of mutual admiration. Hanzo remained silent. Indeed, with the augmentation of the salamander, he possessed a distinct advantage over certain Kage-level adversaries. Yet in a direct confrontation with the Kage of other great ninja villages, the disparity would be negligible. The title of demigod often serves as a facade for the inadequacies of those who seek to vindicate their failures by imposing such labels upon themselves. It is not that our forces lack strength. Rather, it is commonplace to exaggerate the challenges encountered after setbacks and to laud the enemy post-defeat. In truth, the demigods of the ninja world do not merit your esteemed status, and your aspiration to ascend as the deity of the ninja world seems rather illusory. Hanzo resigned himself to this reality, recounting, in our youth, figures such as myself, Inoki, Sarutobi Hizashi, the Third Raikage, and previous Kages had all reached the zenith of our abilities. We too contemplated challenging those monumental figures. Yet, as you are aware, none of us attained the heights of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan approached with heavy steps, standing behind Luo Sha. Their expressions complex as they gazed upon Hanzo, whose words bore the weight of impending demise. Once a formidable protector of a nation's citizens, he now found himself compelled to strike down those who posed a potential threat due to their latent capabilities. Luo Sha cast a glance at the 3 youths and posed a final question. Hans, if you were granted a second chance, would you still choose to attempt to kill them? Yes, he replied resolutely. They represent an unpredictable element in the land of rain. My only regret is allowing myself to be swayed by the deceitful words of others and turning against you, Hans affirmed, declaring that his dominion over the land of rain superseded all else. The 3, Yahiko and his companions, were left utterly despondent. Luo Sha shook his head. Realizing that a re-election was inevitable, Hans could scarcely escape death, whether at the hands of Nagato or Uchiha Madara. With a swift motion of his blade, he severed the head of the demigod Hans, whose demise was remarkably tranquil. The crimson sand spread out its microwave radar, surveying every subtle movement in the surroundings. And all echoes appeared remarkably normal. Had Danzo fled in advance? It mattered little. Aside from the sealing technique of the 4 symbols, there was no threat to himself. In Luo Sha's heart, there lingers a glimmer of hope. If Danzo could persuade other formidable warriors to stir the winds of the ninja world, how splendid it would be for them to take action against him. Much like the ninja world's version of Shinganbao, with a simple plea of fellow Taoist. Please wait. The narrative could shift dramatically without any exertion on his part. He sincerely wishes for Danzo to prove more capable. Rosa turned, gazing at Xiaonan with a smile and said, Now that Hans is dead, the crisis has been averted. Could you grant me the favor of a paper flower? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor somewhat shy as her eyes wandered to the tips of her shoes. She summoned her chakra, skillfully folding a delicate paper flower, which she then offered to Rosa. Thank you ever so much for your assistance, Lord Rosa, she expressed gratefully. Luo Sha took the paper flower, inhaled its fragrance, and bid farewell to the 3 individuals. I had anticipated that this would serve as a turning point towards peace in the ninja world. Regrettably, it appears to be nothing more than a plaything for certain power-hungry individuals, which is truly disheartening. Nevertheless, having met the 3 of you young souls has rendered this journey worthwhile. Let us continue our efforts for peace, dear youth. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned away without a hint of reluctance, silently counting in his heart. 1, 2, 3. It is time for them to call for me. Wait. Nagato extended his hand, attempting to halt Luo Sha, speaking urgently, "Lord Luo Sha, could you spare us a few days?" Luo Sha turned and inquired, "Oh, is there something amiss?" Nagato cast a fleeting glance at the despondent Yahiko, clenched his fists, and with a trembling voice, pleaded, "A decade ago, the ravages of war spread to the land of rain. In our desperate bid for survival and to usher in peace for the ninja world, we sought the guidance of Master Jiraiya of the Leaf Village, learning both the arts of ninjutsu and the principles of humanity under his tutelage. Following the conclusion of the war, Master Jiraiya departed from the land of rain, and we, in pursuit of our dreams, established the Akatsuki organization. We resolved to construct a bridge of communication between people, aspiring to realize the dream of peace in the ninja world not through extreme force. Yet, despite the passage of years and some modest achievements, we have found ourselves unable to advance further, ultimately leading to the dire situation we face today. Esteemed Lord Rosha, I perceive you to be akin to Lord Jiraiya, embodying both strength and wisdom. It is my desire to seek your tutelage and inquire about the profound essence of peace. My efforts have not been in vain." Luo Sha smiled gently, gazing at Nagato, and inquired, "Is this your personal decision, or a collective one among the three of you?" After a moment of hesitation, Yahiko resolutely replied, "This is our joint decision, Lord Luo Sha. We implore you." Conan nodded in agreement, a girl who often preferred to go with the flow, lacking in strong opinions. Chapter 57. Throughout history, benevolence and virtue have often caused harm. There are numerous paths to achieve the goal of peace. Rosa gazed at Mihiko and remarked, "You are akin to Jiraiya, both being exceedingly extreme idealists. You remind me of a friend named Charles, who has always aspired to construct a bridge that would connect the hearts of different races." Luo Sha effortlessly befriended Professor Charles, the Great Fork, and his current developmental trajectory is aligned with Magneto and Misaka Makoto. It is indeed reasonable for him to cultivate a friendship with the Great Fork. Yahiko raised his head, filled with hope, and inquired, "Did he succeed?" Luo Sha reminisced for a moment about the creation of the Fork's Battle Police by Professor Big Fork, who has produced numerous films, including prequels, and is likely to continue in the future. However, the narrative has consistently revolved around conflicts among mutants. The notion of mutants ultimately achieving complete understanding with humanity could indeed be realized in the films, aligning with the political correctness prevalent in Hollywood. Yet, Luo Sha harbors skepticism regarding this possibility. Thus far, he has not attained true success, and I believe that even after his passing, he will not genuinely achieve it. Nevertheless, if one were to consider his progress as a phase, he has succeeded to some extent, only to encounter the current impasse you find yourselves in. Luo Sha paused momentarily before continuing. For the time being, one might consider my friend and Jiraiya to be of a similar ilk. Their pursuit along this path is entirely justifiable. Both possess formidable strength and influence, and whatever they say or do invariably yields significant results. However, you are different. You lack the prowess of Jiraiya, and you do not have the backing of Sunagakure, which inevitably confines your foundational potential. In the short term, finding solace in each other within the land of rain is the best outcome you can hope for. You must understand that true understanding between individuals is an impossibility. There are no two flowers in this world that are exactly alike. Thus, no bridge can exist that allows for universal communication among all people. Your dreams are destined to remain unfulfilled. Yahiko, perplexed, turned to his close companion Nagato and retorted, "But Lord Luo Sha, Nagato and I can understand each other. Within the Akatsuki, there exist many like-minded allies. Each person is unique, while one may uncover numerous commonalities between two individuals. How many shared traits can one discover among 10 million? Yahiko fell silent. Perhaps this encapsulates the reason for the Akatsuki stagnation. Rosa once again struck a blow to Yahiko's heart. If there comes a day when the Akatsuki organization flourishes, it will not be due to the universal acceptance of your ideals. Rather, it will stem from the enhancement of your strength. As individuals are instinctively drawn to align themselves with the powerful, among these newcomers, the number of those who genuinely resonate with your beliefs will be scant." Nagato pondered for a moment. Indeed, such a phenomenon had already begun to manifest within the Akatsuki. Some individuals appeared united in purpose yet lacked true passion, diligently attending to their tasks without fervor. "What shall we do, Lord Rosa?" Nagato inquired, his expression clouded with confusion. With a gentle tap of his index finger against his temple, Luo Sha expressed his frustration, stating that if one were to truly elaborate, the discourse could extend endlessly without respite. Absolute peace remains an idealistic notion, constrained by societal and temporal limitations, and thus will perpetually elude realization. Consequently, those of us who aspire for peace must settle for a relative tranquility. Competition fosters progress, and war represents an advanced form of competition, a continuation of political strife. In order to attain a semblance of peace, it is imperative to confine such competition within manageable boundaries. This aligns with the aspirations of a friend within my Taihao organization. Advocating for harmony amidst differences, wielding the law in one hand and a sword in the other. With formidable strength, we aim to dominate the shinobi world, establishing universally accepted laws that all must adhere to. In essence, we envision the unification of all nations and villages within the shinobi realm into a cohesive community, thereby restricting conflict to this collective entity. Historically, resources were acquired through warfare. However, in the future, negotiations will be the battleground for resource allocations, necessitating concessions and compromises from all parties, ultimately arriving at a satisfactory boundary for everyone involved. Those who transgress will face appropriate repercussions. Nagato contemplated the viability of Luosha's assertions, recognizing their familiarity. Such systems exist among the major shinobi villages, great nations, and even within various commercial organizations, all characterized by competitive dynamics. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this represents one of the more attainable forms of peace, significantly simpler than erecting bridges of communication. However, does this not equate to employing strength to intimidate all? The fundamental inability for individuals to understand one another remains, and in the event of significant disputes, war may still erupt. Yahiko continued to be ensnared in his stubborn thoughts. Luosha narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that persuading an idealist was indeed no simple task. In contrast, Nagato appeared somewhat intrigued. It might be wise to forego Yahiko and focus instead on courting Nagato, for it was impossible to accumulate all the points oneself. Choices must inevitably be made. Throughout history, benevolence has often led to the suffering of others, and righteousness has seldom been genuine. Do you not see how the lion and tiger gain renown through their hunts, while the unfortunate elk finds no compassion? In this world, the strong have always preyed upon the weak, and even the most reasonable arguments become futile. Luosha recited a line of poetry on the spot, pointing out, "This is where you differ from Jiraiya the most. Weakness is the original sin, when you tread upon a narrow path and inadvertently crush an ant. The companions of that ant surely suffer in mourning for their fallen friend. Yet, have you ever heard an ant express its grief to you? No, you have not. The weak possess no voice. If you aspire to protect them, you must become the strongest among all, enacting codes and establishing rules to restrain the powerful. Peace is an art of politics, a delicate balance. To attain peace, one must be willing to sacrifice something." Nagato felt increasingly moved. This approach is indeed feasible. At least, there once existed hope for such a state of peace in the shinobi world. In the past, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, alongside Madara Uchiha, could have dominated the shinobi realm. If they had chosen unity over the system of shinobi villages, would the outcome have been entirely different? Nagato's imagination wandered far and wide. As for Yahiko's dream, it could be pursued further after achieving this superficial peace. One cannot become a fat man in a single bite. I humbly request Lord Luosha to stay and teach us the specific methods. I am willing to take you as my master. Yahiko was finally persuaded. Realizing that perhaps his ideals had deviated from the start, absolute peace is destined to remain unattainable, serving only as a goal to strive toward. I too wish to take you as my master, Nagato added, bowing his head, having intended to do so from the beginning. But Yahiko is the elder brother. I feel the same way, Conan echoed. Luosha laughed heartily, wishing to emulate Li Shimin with a declaration that all heroes of the world should fall within his grasp. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, "Very well, from this moment forth, the three of you shall be my disciples. I shall spare no effort in teaching you how to seek peace. As they were to be disciples, a hierarchy must be established. Nagato, you are slightly taller, so you shall be the eldest brother." Chapter 58. The Rain Country division of the Day Sky Group, although puzzled as to why height dictated their rank, surely seniority in apprenticeship or age would suffice. And considering that he appeared to be marginally taller than Nagato, Yahiko held no objections, accepting the teacher's decision. The pursuit of knowledge was paramount. Rankings were but trifles. Why quibble over such matters among good brothers? With priorities set, Luosha cast aside concerns over appearances, as there were no pressing issues in Sunagakure, and commenced the training of Nagato. Nagato was the focal point. Unlike Yahiko, he was less opinionated, possessed considerable potential, and was not an extreme idealist, making him the most cost-effective choice for guidance. Yahiko, on the other hand, seemed more of an afterthought, presenting challenges that were difficult to navigate and yielding minimal returns, thus he was set aside. Teacher, there is something I have long wished to ask you, Conan hesitantly began. Luo Sha-sensei, are you a member of the Taihao organization? You seem quite knowledgeable about it. Nagato and Yahiko perked up. Indeed. Luo Sha had mentioned the Taihao organization numerous times, often referring to it with phrases like a friend of mine or another friend of mine. They had heard whispers about the organization before, particularly when Ohyuki launched an attack on the Land of Thunder. Suspecting that the Raikage had dispatched disciples to fabricate an assault by the Taihao organization against the IWA shinobi. Indeed. I am one of the core members of the Taihao organization. Luo Sha nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Among the core members of the Taihao organization, each individual possesses strength that rivals my own. You may have heard of some of their names: Luo Siyun Jianxin, Luo Yangxin, and my friend Charles. They are all integral members of the Taihao organization. Xiaonan blinked in skepticism and asked, Isn't Luo Siyun Jianxin just your alias? Not at all. I replied. My alias within the Taihao organization is Takizawa Rolade. Luo Village's Jianxin is indeed a dear friend of mine. Luo Sha shook his head in denial. Nagato's brows quivered as he discerned a striking detail, softly remarking, It seems that within everyone's name, there exists the character Luo. This is because the leader of the Taihao organization is named Daluo, with the signifying vastness, implying boundlessness. Luo denotes a net, symbolizing inclusiveness. Thus, Daluo Wuyang embodies the essence of embracing all existence. The second leader is referred to as Xiaoluo, while the third leader is known as Cirinaldo. This hierarchical imitation necessitates that the names or aliases of core members invariably contain the character Luo. The flamboyant musings of Luo Sha suggest that vests must be harmonized to achieve aesthetic appeal. It is already quite commendable not to have added extraneous embellishments to every vest. Luo Sha further remarked, Luo Village's Jianxin once proposed to the leader the idea of admitting you as peripheral members. Although the suggestion was declined, I shall once again present it to the leader in due time, with the endorsement of 2 core members. I am confident that your acceptance as peripheral members is now a foregone conclusion. Everything I have just articulated embodies the organization's aspirations, which we have been striving toward in silence. Young ones, endeavor and toil for the noble cause of our organization's peace. I firmly believe that once you achieve success and elevate your capabilities, you too shall ascend to the ranks of core members. Nagato Yahiko felt a surge of emotions, exclaiming, I am not alone on this path. However, another question soon arose. If one were indeed to become a core member, what name should be adopted? Is it Luo Min or Luo Yin? Long Luo or Mi Luo? Mi Luo is acceptable. With that, Luo Sha began his formal teaching duties. First up was Nagato, who was relatively easy to persuade. Luo Sha directly appointed him as the leader of the Rain Village, the spokesperson for the Sun Group in the Land of Rain. He would oversee all matters pertaining to the Rain Village, wielding immense power, including but not limited to disciplinary actions, rewards, promotions, and salary adjustments. All peripheral members of the Sun Group in the Land of Rain were required to heed Nagato, the top authority, undoubtedly impressive. As for whether the Rain Village would follow Nagato, it was quite simple. The Akatsuki trio already held significant prestige in the Land of Rain, which was why Hanzo felt apprehensive. Teacher Luo Sha, the Rain Village has always been led by the demigod Hanzo. Will they listen to me? Nagato expressed his doubts concerned. Sha gently patted Nagato's head and encouraged him. Believe in yourself. You are capable. As for those obstinate individuals, leave them to me. I shall present them with an offer they cannot refuse. Nagato nodded, feeling more confident with the teacher by his side for support. However, he cast a worried glance at the somewhat uneasy Yahiko and expressed, But what about Yahiko if I become the leader of Amigakure? The Akatsuki organization has always been under Yahiko's command. How can I, a mere double-flowered red stick, become the spokesperson? Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. Yahiko forced a smile and replied, I am fine with it. Nagato, your strength surpasses mine. You are indeed more suited to be the leader. As close brothers, it does not affect our bond who takes the helm, yet the sense of loss is inescapable. Luo Sha gazed at Miyan, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, Miyan, you bear an even greater responsibility, one that far surpasses that of Nagato by 100-fold. Miyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, Teacher Luo Sha, what significant task does the organization wish to entrust to me? Unifying the shinobi world and implementing the rule of law is the paramount objective of our Taihao organization. Before we can achieve this unification, the Hidden Rain Village, along with the Land of Rain, will serve as a testing ground, with Nagato as the executor. Meanwhile, you shall be the explorer, tasked with delving into the legal codes and systems of all nations and shinobi villages throughout history. You must integrate this knowledge with the ideals and principles of our Taihao organization to craft a comprehensive and practical legal theory, continuously refining and updating it. Additionally, it is imperative to consider the ideological development of all Taihao members within the Land of Rain. While absolute peace may be unattainable, we must nonetheless strive towards it as our ultimate aim. Ideological development is crucial, and you will serve as the ideological committee member for the Taihao Organization's branch in the Land of Rain. In simpler terms, you will be a scholar, an unwavering idealist. Those who prefer comfort may as well remain where they are. A fire ignited within Yan's heart as he realized the magnitude of the responsibility he bore. A pioneer of peace, an explorer of the unknown. How magnificent that sounds. Teacher, what about me? Exclaimed Shannon eagerly, embodying the limitless spirit of youth. Luo Sha encountered difficulties and had a desire for Xiao Nan to undertake financial responsibilities. However, the thought of Xiao Nan's prowess as the god of paper in the original narrative left him feeling apprehensive. She was a voracious figure, a true behemoth deserving of an 8 million-year sentence. Observing the dismal spirit of the citizens of the Land of Rain, he decided to assign her this task. The cultural committee member of the Taihao Organization's Rain Country branch, concurrently serving as the Minister of Culture for the Land of Rain. This role bore significant weight, second only to Yahiko, and even surpassing Nagato in hierarchy. A friend of mine, Luo Shuren, once remarked that the sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. Rather, I find them to be a mere cacophony. This illustrates that a poor spirit can adversely affect the work dynamics of all, thereby impeding the pursuit of peace. Chapter 59. The Tremor of Sunagakure. The affairs of the Land of Rain have thus been settled for the time being. The stubborn factions unwilling to submit to Nagato's rule were entirely dealt with by Luo Sha, leaving the remaining shinobi to understand one fundamental truth: those who recognize the times are akin to Lin Junjie. In the Tranquil Rain Hidden Village, Luo Sha devoted his time to instructing 3 individuals, while the news of the demise of the demigod Hanzo did not remain concealed. Within mere days, this shocking revelation permeated the ninja world, igniting a tumult of reactions. Hanzo, who had once single-handedly opposed several major ninja villages during the Second Great Ninja War, was felled by a rising junior, an occurrence deemed unfathomable. In Sunagakure, after Elder Chiyo settled the matter, Karura and Yakura moved into the Luo Sha household simultaneously, aiming to quell the discord within the village. In a bid to diminish Yakura's influence, Chiyo and Ebi Zong had refrained from assigning her any missions lately. The ninja world harbors peculiar traditions. It is often observed that a female ninja, regardless of her prowess before marriage, experiences a significant decline in mission frequency post-nuptials, with many transitioning into full-time homemakers, much like Hinata and Sakura. Amidst the ongoing turmoil, this phenomenon stands as one of the rare, heartwarming aspects of the ninja realm. On the 6th day of his absence, Yakura found herself reminiscing, clad in a backless outfit. She pushed open the window and gazed longingly towards the direction of the Land of Rain, the evening breeze laden with sand tousling her hair. The streets, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, were bustling with villagers and returning ninjas, and in a moment of nostalgia, Yakura recalled their past. Only 2 months prior, they had been at odds, yet today, they stood on the cusp of becoming betrothed. It felt surreal yet remarkably fitting. Indeed, one's destiny is shaped by personal efforts. Yet it must also heed the course of history. That red-haired one has yet to return, Karura remarked, approaching from behind and leaning against the window ledge. It will be some time before he comes back. A peace conference of such magnitude requires extensive deliberation, with numerous clauses to be debated. The sudden emergence of a childhood friend into their lives was impossible to overlook, yet opposing it seemed futile. Historically, golden-haired individuals have often been seen as failures. Yakura withdrew her gaze, closing the window, her ears tinged with red as she stammered, "I was not thinking of him. I was merely admiring the sunset. Do you not find a day's evening glow exquisite? Besides, my union with Luo Sha is purely a political arrangement devoid of any romantic sentiments. Do not overthink it, Karura. The sunset lies to the west, yet you are gazing towards the northeast, where the Land of Rain is located." Karura pointedly exposed her contradiction. Even if they were to share a husband, their bond had yet to evolve into that of true sisters. They were more akin to reluctant acquaintances. and Karura found amusement in Yakura's embarrassment. As Eileen Chang once noted, the pathway to a woman's heart is often through her emotions. Yakura unwittingly verified this, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze evasive, her mind racing until she finally stuttered a feeble excuse. I was observing the office of the Wind Shadow. Yes, indeed. You know I am a formidable ninja, unaccustomed to such a tranquil existence. I was merely contemplating if Lord Wind Shadow and the elders could assign me a couple of tasks to stretch my legs. Indeed, she affirmed, nodding with certainty. Karura remained silent, realizing that Yakura, as Luo Sha had previously remarked, was not particularly astute and struggled even with deception. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Just as Yakura contemplated escaping this tension, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence, alleviating the discomfort. She straightened her appearance and hurried to open the door. Big sister, Yakimaru, her younger brother-in-law, stood outside, his face alight with joy. Upon seeing Yakura, his expression faltered into one of dismay. Having previously spoken ill of her, he feared the repercussions should she discover his past remarks. Your sister is inside, Yakura replied with disdain, expecting it to be the return of the red-haired one. No. My lady Yakura, you are also my sister, just slightly less than my biological sister, Nakamura flattered, his words dripping with honeyed charm, gesturing with his fingers for emphasis. What brings you here? Karura inquired, approaching with curiosity. Yakamura cast a glance at Yakura, his face brightening once more as he announced. Elder Chiyo has sent me to inform you both to visit the Wind Shadow's office. It seems there is news regarding your brother-in-law. Yakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her heart racing with unexplainable anticipation, all emotions vividly etched upon her features. What news could it possibly be from the red-haired one? The two women swiftly locked the door behind them and hurried to the Wind Shadow's office, their minds racing with countless possibilities. Upon arriving, they steadied themselves and pushed the door open to find flickering candlelight, taking their seats before Chiyo. Chiyo and Ebi Zong appeared visibly agitated, clearly already aware of the news. Shocked by Luo Sha's remarkable feat in a world where Hanzo had orchestrated deceit and ambush, how could Luo Sha have emerged unscathed to counter such a formidable opponent? Elder. Lord Wind Shadow, what news do we have from the red-haired one? It cannot be that he has taken a new wife in the land of rain. Yakura inquired urgently. Having contemplated this possibility on her way 6 days prior, she should not have allowed him to brush off the matter of the iron butterfly. Although she had later confirmed with Elder Chiyo that mass production of the iron butterfly was indeed underway, doubts lingered in her mind. Karura's eyes met Chiyo's. An entire conversation conveyed within their gaze, with Yakura having voiced what she wished to ask. With a resounding slap, Chiyo struck the table, displeased with Yakura's inquiry, rebuking her. Yakura, you are soon to wed Luo Sha. How can you cast such aspersions on his character? I do not expect you to be utterly reverent, but at the very least, you ought to present a united front as a couple. Luo Sha is, without a doubt, the most dedicated and promising young individual I have encountered over the decades. His every action is driven by a desire for the stability and prosperity of the village. Even if he has erred, it is with the village's interests at heart. Perhaps there are feelings that have developed between the two of you now. But had it not been for the village's sake, he may not have consented to this marriage in the first place. Yitsong remained silent, her thoughts tangled, as if she were reading from a different script. Wasn't it Luo Sha who ardently pursued me, sweet-talking and employing reason, compelling me to reluctantly agree to this marriage? Surely, there must be some hidden truth in this matter. Before Yitsong could untangle her thoughts, Chiyo and Kai Oldzang exchanged a solemn glance. And Chiyo began to speak earnestly. Our scouts have just returned with news. The peace conference is a ruse. Hans merely intends to use it as a pretext to deceive young Luo Sha into the land of rain, where he plans to kill him. Boom. The two women's minds went blank, realizing they had stumbled into a deadly trap. Hans, who is he? A demigod of the ninja world. Renowned for his prowess during the Second Great Ninja War, he faced many foes yet remained unscathed. Regardless of his motivations for targeting the red-haired youth, he is a demigod. A seasoned, formidable shadow-level shinobi with decades of fame, laying an ambush for a newly emerged shadow-level youth in his territory. What might the outcome be? The latter would most likely perish. Yitsong's expression was complex, reminiscent of Maggie Chung's character in the classic film In the Mood for Love. Upon learning of the tragic fate of her beloved, her lips twitched, caught between a smile and a grimace. You're not deceiving me, are you? Tears welled in her eyes, a silent plea as she choked out. Elder Chiyo, he must be safe, right? He can utilize magnetic release. Numbers mean nothing to him. Hans is just an old man. He couldn't possibly defeat him. As she spoke, Yitsong's voice faltered. After all, this was Hans, the demigod. The toxins of the pepper fish are indeed lethal, and who could remain unaffected, if not for Hans's strength? How could the land of rain have survived amid the great nations? Yet here I am, unmarried, facing the prospect of living as a widow? Smack. Chiyo clapped her hands on the table, rising with excitement. Not only is he unharmed, young Luo Sha possesses keen insight and uncovered Hans's scheme amidst the minutiae. When the plot was revealed, the two engaged in a fierce battle, and in mere minutes, Luo Sha dispatched Hans without sustaining a scratch. In the original narrative, Chiyo was often jovial and fond of jesting. Now that Sunagakure's preparations for war were nearly complete, she seemed to regain her playful spirit. Yitsong stood frozen for a moment, then burst into laughter. Indeed, he is my man. With a mere wave, he has slain a demigod of the ninja realm. I knew he would succeed. Chiyo continued with joy. Luo Sha's renown must have already spread throughout the ninja world. I suspect the major ninja villages will be in greater turmoil now. First capturing a Jinchuriki, then slaying a demigod. It's been ages since the ninja world has seen such an exceptional young talent. We must spread this news far and wide. If Luo Sha had slain the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages, I would worry about a full-scale retaliation. Even though Sunagakure is battle-ready, the strain would be palpable. However, Hans is different. He represents a pinnacle of experience and prestige. Without Hans, the land of rain is insignificant. When will he return? Kururo pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Calculating the timeline, Luo Sha must have slain Hans a few days ago. If he returned immediately, the speed of news spreading could hardly surpass his journey. Yitsong perked up her ears. Kai Oldzang cleared his throat and explained. Luo Sha has matters to attend to in the land of rain. He likely won't be back for a few more days. The two women sighed in relief. As long as there were no unforeseen accidents, they could bear the weight. 2 hours later, the news of Luo Sha's slaying of the demigod Hans spread throughout Sunagakure. The sand ninja were filled with fervor. Is this not the next leader of our village? Strong and formidable. Following a leader like him ensures a bright future. Many seasoned ninja who had witnessed Luo Sha's growth took to the streets and taverns, recounting his exploits. Chapter 60. You will regret this. I am the Hokage. Konoha. The luminous full moon hung high in the dark sky, casting silvery light upon the streets. Halt. Who goes there? The patrolling ninja suddenly became alert, peering into the shadows. It is I. The sound of footsteps ceased as Shimura Danzo emerged from the darkness. His expression darkened. My sincerest apologies, Elder Danzo. The patrolling ninja was filled with dread. His face pale, he had inadvertently crossed paths with one of Konoha's most untouchable figures. Offending the Hokage might allow one to survive. But those who crossed Danzo were said to vanish without a trace. What grave sin had he committed? Do not worry, continue your patrol. Danzo glanced at the ninja dismissively, regarding him as inconsequential, devoid of any worth to be absorbed into the root organization. He turned away, heading towards the Hokage's office, leaving the patrol ninja shaken. The Hokage's office was ablaze with light. The ninja world was currently in turmoil, and many matters required attention. Danzo pushed the door open, and by the candlelight, he observed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hunched over his paperwork. Well, Hiruzen, it seems you have aged considerably. Is there something you need, Danzo? Hiruzen looked up. Setting aside his work, Danzo was always one to seek out Hiruzen in the dead of night, engaging in long discussions that often ended in discord. You have heard of the events in the land of rain, haven't you, Hiruzen? Danzo settled into a chair, closing his eyes as he posed the question. Yes. Hiruzen nodded, filled with nostalgia. I never imagined that the old rascal Hans would be slain by a young man. I still vividly remember when he led the Rain Ninja in battle against us, the Wind Country, and the Iron Country. What a sight he was. Tsunade and her companions gained their fame through their confrontation with Hans. Who would have thought that he would resort to such treachery? Using the guise of peace to carry out assassination? It seems fitting that he met his end at the hands of a young man. Perhaps justice prevails in the end. Contemplating this, Hiruzen found himself puzzled. Why would Hans target Luo Sha? Logically, fostering a peace agreement among the 3 nations would benefit the land of rain, allowing it to recuperate. After all, even the Wind Country has yet to fully recover from the Second Great Ninja War, and the land of rain is in an even worse state. What gave Hans such confidence, or what entangled interests lay beneath? Hiruzen was bewildered. Danzo opened his eyes, smirking coldly. I have long warned you that we cannot allow the magnetic release Luo Sha to grow. He will become a significant threat to us in the future. Had you heeded my advice and engaged in war with the Wind Country sooner, he would not have had the opportunity to mature. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, countering. It is indeed surprising that Luo Sha could slay Hans. His strength and potential likely surpass even Orochimaru and his ilk at this moment. However, Danzo, when was the last time you urged me? Has it not been nearly half a month? Did you truly believe that half a month's time could allow someone to grow to such heights? Had I heeded your counsel and sent someone to assassinate him, it would not have been Hans who perished, but rather our own people. Danzo found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had acted too late. Shifting the topic, he indignantly declared, "This matter is in the past, Hiruzen. I am here today for another reason." "Oh, pray tell, is it that the route lacks personnel once more, and you wish to recruit from the various clans again?" "It has hardly been a fortnight since the last attempt," Sarutobi Hiruzen mused with a furrowed brow, puzzled by the frequency of Danzo's recruitment drives. "That is not the case," Danzo replied, shaking his head. "Although Root has suffered considerable losses this time, I have devised a method to replenish our ranks. Persistently troubling the clans is not a sustainable strategy. Hiruzen, we both understand that the sole reason Amidst has sustained itself thus far is due to Hans's presence. Without him, the village is inconsequential. Our ninjas recently ventured into the land of rain on a mission, and none returned. I suspect they fell victim to Hans's lethal hand while he still lived. Though lives have been lost, we must settle this score. I propose we assemble our forces and march into the land of rain. Currently, Amidst is leaderless, presenting us with an opportune moment to seize this nation and expand our territory." Danzo's heart raced with fervor. Just days ago, he had orchestrated Hans's downfall, and now he envisioned leading his subordinates to claim Hans's domain. "Brotherhood is but fade," Hiruzen countered without hesitation. "It is inconceivable. Konoha has always prided itself on its commitment to peace, and now is not the time to initiate aggression." Danzo, lamenting the unfortunate reality and exasperated by Hiruzen's obstinacy, retorted, "Hiruzen, how long will you remain in denial? The Wind Country behaves thus, and so does the Rain Country. While the Wind Country may still be considered a major power with its geographical advantages, what does the Rain Country possess? Without Hans, it lies defenseless, ripe for the taking with minimal effort. Moreover, if we can draw the war-weary land of rain into the embrace of the land of fire, granting them our protection, would that not be an act of mercy? Who would dare to refuse our hospitality? Have you contemplated the consequences of such an action, Danzo?" Hiruzen rose abruptly, glaring at Danzo as he articulated, "Indeed, the land of rain could be easily subdued. But what of our front lines? While we often engage in skirmishes with these smaller nations, it does not imply that there are no lines of defense within our own homeland. The land of rain lacks strategic depth, and its future development is not our concern. That falls to the daimyo. Capturing the land of rain would only serve to provoke the ire of other major powers, yielding us no tangible benefits. Furthermore, a more dire consequence looms. Once we subjugate the land of rain, we will border both the wind and earth countries, losing our buffer zone. Should conflict arise, we would have no room for retreat, leading to increased friction and altering the balance of power within the shinobi world. Nothing you propose is feasible." Danzo's frustration boiled over as he spat. "The second Hokage's choice of you, Hiruzen, was a grave mistake." With clenched teeth and a fierce glare, he seethed. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen." "I am the Hokage, Danzo," Hiruzen finally asserted, reiterating a phrase he had often repeated. As Danzo stormed away in a huff, he slipped into the shadows, heading toward a secluded training ground behind the village. "To restore Konoha's greatness, it seems I must take matters into my own hands." In the quietude of the post-rain forest, damp and dark, Danzo meandered through the woods. After navigating a convoluted path from memory, he arrived at a highly concealed cave entrance. The gloom was palpable, and the air was thick with the sound of distant lamentations. As he approached, several venomous snakes slithered out from the cave, coiling and hissing as they advanced toward him, determined to prevent his entry. "Do not mistake this cave for an ordinary one. Many have met their demise within," he mused. A flurry of shurikens flew forth, pinning the snakes to the ground. Danzo crushed their remains beneath his foot before stepping into the cave. Once inside, the darkness gave way to a vast, naturally formed cavern, revealing signs of human excavation. The chamber was filled with an array of instruments, and numerous corpses and organs were preserved in various vessels, the air heavy with the scents of nutrient solutions and formaldehyde. Before a stone altar, Orochimaru, with his long hair cascading down, was dissecting a corpse. Hearing the disturbance at the cave's entrance, he lifted his head, his dark golden slit-like eyes meeting Danzo's gaze. Upon recognizing Danzo, he licked his lips with a sinister grin. "It seems your plan has faltered, Lord Danzo. I received news of Hans's demise via magnetic release this morning." "Humph, that fool Hans, despite his scheming, fell victim to a counterattack. It appears his prowess has significantly diminished since a decade ago. Danzo's expression soured. He was acutely aware that Hans's abilities had not improved, yet he reassured himself, perhaps this turn of events is a blessing in disguise. The orphans we intended to send to Hans can now be integrated into Root. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed slightly. It seems Root has suffered considerable losses. However, this cannot be compensated with mere substitutes, as they will be integrated into Root. The cultivation solutions and pharmaceuticals must be of superior quality, which will incur substantial expenses. Danzo's gaze turned cold as he regarded Orochimaru, harboring a persistent suspicion that Orochimaru was manipulating him for research funding. 2 million today, 3 million tomorrow. Even if I were to change my name to Shimizu Kenrin, I could not sustain this. Regret washed over Danzo. Investing in Orochimaru's research felt akin to pouring resources into a bottomless pit, where returns were disproportionately meager. With a baleful glare, he admonished, Orochimaru, I expect results from you swiftly. My patience is not boundless. If you cannot demonstrate your worth, you will be rendered a useless tool. I believe I am the only one in Konoha capable of providing you with such funding and experimental materials. Orochimaru maintained a facade of calm, mentally calculating that Danzo was nearing his limits of tolerance. To continue extracting funds without delivering results was no longer feasible. Their partnership was straightforward. One provided resources. The other conducted research, and any breakthroughs were to be prioritized for Danzo and Root. It is time to unveil something new, Orochimaru declared. I happen to have a recent success in my experiments that I have yet to share with you. It is no exaggeration to say that this represents a significant technological breakthrough. Your previous investments will yield returns. What kind of breakthrough? Danzo questioned skeptically. Aware of Orochimaru's tendency to be evasive, akin to squeezing toothpaste, nothing emerged unless pressed. In the realm of would release, Orochimaru smiled. Confident that this fortuitously acquired specimen would yield at least several hundred million in funding. Danzo's face twitched suddenly, revealing the fabled would release. The very essence that once dominated the ninja world. Did this not imply that he could either gain a would release ninja as an ally, or even master the technique himself? Once a breakthrough was achieved, subsequent research would progress rapidly. Approaching a vessel filled with nutrient solution, Orochimaru gazed at the peacefully slumbering youth within as though appreciating a work of art. His voice trembled and was hoarse as he remarked, this is an extraordinarily serendipitous success, so much so that I initially believed him to be a failed specimen. Since embarking on the study of the first Hokage's cells, he had conducted over 300 human transplant experiments, all unsuccessful, as the cells of the first Hokage were too domineering. Even when attempting to suppress certain unique wills within these cells, no one could endure the strain, until a week ago. In truth, it had been a month prior. One must occasionally present something tangible to secure further funding. Danzo caressed the glass vessel, greedily scrutinizing the young man inside. Yearning to know, is this the boy who possesses would release? When will he awaken? I want him to join my Root. Indeed, it was he. Orochimaru nodded initially, then firmly declined Danzo's proposal, stating, I cannot give him to you just yet. He is the only successful specimen I have. I require him for numerous upcoming experiments, including your previously envisioned Sharingan transplant plan. His existence will significantly streamline our efforts. Danzo, perplexed, inquired, what connection does the Sharingan transplant plan have with would release? Here it comes. Securing funds is akin to fishing. One must first cast out a bait. Orochimaru whispered, as we have concluded through numerous experiments. Non-Uchiha individuals who undergo Sharingan transplants tend to become conduits, their chakra perpetually depleted. However, I have discovered a peculiar relationship between the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan, one that is both repulsive and harmonious. Possessing the first Hokage's cells will greatly diminish the chakra consumption associated with the Sharingan. My proposal is to use him as a foundation, to continue studying the first Hokage's cells, and subsequently perform a dual transplant of both the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan for you, granting you the powers of both. Danzo was greatly intrigued. The powers of the Senju and Uchiha, traditionally destined to oppose each other, could now be his to wield. However, a sobering thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask calmly, how much more will it cost? Not much, around 500 million, for once the experiment is completed, the returns will be extraordinarily substantial. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his cheek, inflating the figure in his mind fivefold. 500 million was indeed a modest sum. Danzo frowned. In comparison to the potential returns, the investment seemed reasonable, but the issue was that he was devoid of funds, having already depleted his resources. Thus, only one option remained. I currently lack the money, but I possess a plan that can generate funds swiftly. Not only will it secure the necessary finances, but upon its success, you will also acquire a wealth of living experimental material, freeing you from the anxiety of hiding in a cave day after day. What is it? Orochimaru, intrigued, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why should the second Hokage conduct human experiments with impunity while he could not? By covertly controlling the Rain Village. I believe with our combined strength, it will be an easy feat in the dim light. Orochimaru and Danzo exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts converging. Chapter 62. Who holds authority in the Land of Rain? There were no issues on the Sunagakure front. Should war suddenly erupt, a complete collapse within days was improbable. Thus, Rosha opted to remain in the Rain Village, training Nagato. For Rosha, both Sunagakure and the Rain Village served as tools for accumulating points, leverage to ascend at the gambling table of the ninja world. Since they were merely chips, their value varied, with Nagato in the Rain Village. Its worth certainly rivaled that of Sunagakure, warranting a greater investment of his energy. Within the village head's office, Nagato was overwhelmed with the administrative duties of the Rain Village. One cannot comprehend the value of household essentials until one is in charge. The challenges of leading the Rain Village far exceeded those faced by Yahiko in the Akatsuki. Problems were ubiquitous, and yet, it often felt as if none existed. Exhausted, Nagato ultimately resolved to consult his mentor. Clutching several reports, he made his way to the small river behind the village. Luo Sha reclined leisurely upon a chaise lounge, a fishing rod resting before him, secured by a stone, inviting any willing catch. Beside him, the enchanting disciple Xiaonan diligently studied a comprehensive anthology of shinobi songs and dances, sensing the subtle vibrations conveyed by the radar. And analyzing the rhythm of approaching footsteps, he discerned it was Nagato. Without opening his eyes, Luo Sha calmly remarked, "Ah, Nagato, have you encountered a dilemma?" "Noble Master Luo Sha, I indeed face an insurmountable challenge," Nagato replied with a respectful nod, accustomed to Luo Sha's piercing insight that rivaled the famed Byakugan. "Pray, share with me." Nagato retrieved several task reports and positioned himself behind Luo Sha, addressing him with deference. "Firstly, the daimyo of the Land of Rain has dispatched envoys demanding that we offer tributes of wealth and various resources. Should we fail to comply, he threatens to deny the legitimacy of our hidden Rain Village." Luo Sha slowly opened his eyes and let out a cold laugh. "The daimyo of the Land of Rain is indeed quite miserly," he remarked. "During the time Hanzo presided over the hidden Rain Village, did the daimyo ever send envoys? If so, how did Hanzo respond?" Nagato gathered his thoughts and replied, from the documents in the office. "It is evident that the daimyo did indeed send representatives in the past. However, after being met with Hanzo's stern treatment during the initial encounters, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Under Hanzo's rule, the hidden Rain Village effectively severed ties with the jurisdiction of the Land of Rain. And how stern was this treatment? Essentially, he disregarded the daimyo's envoys, leaving them unattended, refusing to respond or offer tribute. Then let us be even more unyielding than Hanzo. Luo Sha beckoned, and Nagato, ever perceptive, leaned in to absorb Luo Sha's counsel. "I pay no heed to the current daimyo's name, his age, or his progeny. Within 3 days, I demand his demise. Following that, within another 3 days, I expect to witness the ascension of a new daimyo. Should the daimyo perish and, within 3 days, the potential successors fail to determine a victor, then aid the second most likely contender in eliminating the foremost heir. Once the new daimyo is established, if no overture is made towards us within 3 days, we shall eliminate him as well. We shall proceed with a relentless campaign until no one dares to assume the mantle of daimyo in the Land of Rain, or until the daimyo acknowledges the supremacy of Amidst over the Land of Rain. Let them comprehend who holds the reins of power in this realm." Nagato was taken aback. Even anticipating Luo Sha's inclination towards an iron-fisted approach, he could not fathom it would be so severe. Hesitantly, he stammered, "Master, but he is a daimyo, a descendant of the gods. If others learn of our intentions against the daimyo, Amidst will become the common enemy of the ninja world. The ninja world bears a striking resemblance to the Warring States period of Japan. Daimyo are indeed daimyo, and ninja villages are akin to the shogunate, existing in a nominal hierarchy. However, the relations between the 5 great ninja villages and their respective sovereign nations vary. The Raikage of Kumogakure stands on equal footing with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, while the Hokage is of lesser rank. As for Sunagakure in the original narrative, it was but a hound for the daimyo of the Land of Wind, rewarded with a bone when favored and kicked when displeased. In order to alter the current predicament, Rosha must first suppress the influence of the feudal lords, and the Land of Rain serves as a testing ground. As a threefold capable youth nurtured under the Crimson Banner, Roshan resolutely refuses to allow anyone to exert their dominance over the people. Pulling Nagato to the side to avoid Conan, Roshan admonished him fiercely. Nagato, have you forgotten the earnest teachings I imparted to you? Have you forsaken your aspirations and the goals of our organization? To attain genuine peace in the ninja world, a system of checks and balances must be established, ensuring the equitable distribution of resources, where each individual receives due rewards commensurate with their contributions. Should there be surplus capacity, we should intensify our support for the weak and the impoverished. However, before that, do you not perceive the absurdity of the existence of the feudal lords? They contribute nothing to the nation and, driven by personal whims, recklessly meddle in the affairs of the state and the normal functioning of the ninja villages. They extort and oppress, lacking both strength and capability, yet they ride high upon the backs of commoners, ninjas, and the likes of us, solely by virtue of being alleged descendants of the divine. The Land of Rain has suffered under the feudal lords for far too long. Nagato, moved by these words, felt his eyes well up with emotion and replied with contrition, "You are right, master. As you once stated, the Land of Rain belongs to all its people, not merely to the feudal lord's personal possession. For the sake of our grand endeavor, even if the feudal lord is indeed a descendant of the divine, I am willing to bear the wrath of the gods." Luo Sha was quite pleased with Nagato's response. It was unpretentious and indicative of a promising individual. He encouraged him further, saying, "Act decisively. If you remain undetected, it cannot be deemed a crime." The ninja world had deteriorated to an unacceptable state. And to effect meaningful change, one must wield power with a bold and uncompromising approach. Power is synonymous with strength. And now is the time for us to reclaim the authority that rightfully belongs to ninjas. In contrast to the warped systems of the ninja world, Luo Sha found the notion of the strong transcending the mundane in fantasy literature to be far more reasonable, bewildered as he was by the thought processes of ninjas. Nagato presented several reports, seeking Luo Sha's insights on each, and Luo Sha generously imparted his knowledge, striving to provide clear answers. Even if one could not fully grasp the intentions behind the sayings of great figures, Luo Sha hoped that the ninja world could evolve towards a more normal existence. To hell with the will of fire. In comparison to the greats, they are worth little. Their conversation extended for several hours, during which Luo Sha's point steadily increased, surpassing the threshold of 1,000 due to their prior interactions. As noon approached, a ninja suddenly rushed in from a distance, interrupting their discourse to report, "Leader, an outsider from another village has arrived. He wishes to represent the Grass Ninja Village in establishing a mutual support diplomatic relationship with us. He seeks to discuss the specifics with you." Grass Ninja Village? Nagato pondered for a moment, recalling it as a small ninja village neighboring the Land of Rain. Could it be that they had come to establish ties following the recent changes in the Land of Rain? With the teacher present, he could not make a decision on his own, and thus looked to Luo Sha for guidance. Luo Sha bowed his head in contemplation, pondering over a volume of Naruto. It seemed implausible that all events within the ninja world could be encapsulated within its pages. Perhaps the Hidden Grass Village indeed shared a cordial diplomatic relationship with the Hidden Mist Village? He casually inquired, "What does the envoy look like?" The response described a figure with alabaster skin, exuding a somewhat chilling aura, and possessing an exceptionally long tongue. Chapter 63, Shinra Tensei, White Skin, a cold demeanor, a lengthy tongue. "Orochimaru, you are truly a despicable wretch." Luo Sha immediately became vigilant, primarily due to this particular trait, which inevitably evoked thoughts of Orochimaru. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru employed the technique of transformation to masquerade as a ninja from the Grass Village, managing to infiltrate Konoha. Even though his appearance differed significantly, he retained various characteristics that were unmistakably his own. Most astonishingly, no one in Konoha recognized this cunning individual. This is akin to the trope in period dramas where a male character dons female attire, rendering them unrecognizable, or the comedic art of disguise, where a mere blemish on the face transforms one into an entirely different person, eluding recognition. Remarkable, isn't it? Can we truly ascertain that this is a ninja from the Grass Village? Luo Sha inquired, mindful of the need for caution. Indeed, I have encountered this ninja before, and the transformation is not particularly drastic. Raza squinted slightly, pondering the art of concealing one's appearance. Could it be that the envoy from the Grass Ninja Village was intercepted midway by Orochimaru? Noticing Raza's unease, Nagato, perplexed, inquired, "Is there a problem, master?" "The issue is indeed grave. It is highly probable that this individual is a mere guise of Orochimaru. In any case, the visitor does not come with good intentions. Rosha responded calmly, contemplating Orochimaru's motives. Scientific endeavors are not without foundation. Orochimaru must have already commenced his forbidden experiments. At this moment, upon learning of Hanzo's demise, he might very well set his sights on the Rain Village, seeking to usurp my position. After all, I too have been eyeing the Rain Village. We are kindred spirits. Nagato gasped in shock. The cold and formidable Orochimaru, renowned alongside my mentor Jiraiya, oh my goodness. A decade has passed, and Jiraiya must have attained the strength of a Kage. Furthermore, Nagato is aware that Orochimaru is the most extraordinarily gifted among the legendary Sannin. From their very first encounter, Orochimaru had harbored intentions of eliminating him. Fortunate it was that Jiraiya was present, for otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Even now, Nagato harbors a degree of trepidation towards Orochimaru. What shall we do, master? Nagato queried anxiously. There is no need for fear. With me present, I have already dealt with Hanzo. Why should I fear Orochimaru? Moreover, it may not even be Orochimaru himself. Let us first meet him and see, Rosha reassured. Rosha calmly reassured Nagato, acknowledging that his current adversities stemmed from the formidable Jinchuriki, along with ninjas possessing exceptional recovery and defensive capabilities, as well as those wielding a myriad of chaotic skills. Against a conventional shadow-level ninja, he would merely be subdued, at least not gaining the upper hand. In this moment, Orochimaru's raw strength might not differ significantly from his initial presentation in the narrative. Yet he could not possibly master such an extensive array of forbidden techniques, for knowledge demands accumulation. With Rosha's assurance, Nagato swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, there was no reason to fear Orochimaru, as he was not without support. Confronting Orochimaru would be a trivial matter. Employing a transformation technique, he morphed into the likeness of Kira Yamato from Mobile Suit Gundam, sporting medium brown hair and clad in a blue and white pilot's uniform. Now, it was time to meet Orochimaru. Nagato couldn't resist stealing another glance. This was the persona of his mentor, Takizawa Rolla Yamato. In the office, Orochimaru had been waiting impatiently, formulating plans for his imminent actions. Silently eliminating the leader of Amidst and usurping his position would undoubtedly present some challenges, as the current leader of Amidst should possess at least a Jonin strength. Aside from Inoki of the Stone Country and Rosha, the newly ascendant magnetism user from Sunagakure, it was improbable that a typical shadow-level ninja could exert such overwhelming pressure on an ordinary Jonin. Thus, resorting to poison was the only recourse. Several small snakes stealthily slithered from his feet and coiled up his sleeves. The venom of these serpents was not significantly inferior to Hanzo's salamander toxin. The door creaked open, and upon catching sight of the visitor, Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock. It was Jiraiya's disciple, endowed with the Rinnegan. A fortuitous turn of events? A desire to possess those legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths surged within Orochimaru, a longing he had harbored for many years. Had it not been for the potential repercussions on his relationship with Jiraiya, he would not have refrained from acting sooner. Of course, the primary reason was that the youthful Nagato had yet to unlock any of the Rinnegan's abilities, and even now, his mastery remained tenuous. You are the envoy from the Village of Grass? Nagato feigned composure, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms, realizing it was indeed Orochimaru. The sensation of being scrutinized by a venomous serpent was one he had experienced a decade prior, an unforgettable encounter. Indeed, the leader has learned of the new leader's ascension in Amidst and has dispatched me to negotiate a friendship agreement with your village. Orochimaru cast another glance at the Rinnegan, lowering his head as he rasped, reflecting on his foolishness a decade ago for not decisively striking against this boy. An undeveloped Rinnegan was still a Rinnegan, the only pair in the ninja world. That can't be right. Rosha, standing beside Nagato, chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "The envoy from the Village of Grass visited a week ago and has already signed a friendship agreement with us. Advisor, strategist, assistant?" Orochimaru scrutinized Rosha, recognizing him as at least a Jonin, and replied nonchalantly, "You must have made a mistake or been deceived. Throughout, only I was sent by the leader to finalize the friendship agreement. To attempt to deceive Orochimaru is a grave error. The envoy was personally eliminated by me. How could I be unaware? Then it appears that I have erred," Rosha replied with an apologetic smile, acknowledging Orochimaru's shrewdness. Observing Rosha's intent to engage Orochimaru in a game of wits, Nagato felt a sense of ease and refrained from interjecting. "Did your village leader convey any specific instructions?" Rosha inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru responded, "The leader hopes to establish a friendship agreement with your village, primarily concerning 5 aspects, meticulous and precise. For we are indeed such astute ninjas." Rosha nodded and engaged in a contest of wits with Orochimaru. "I have heard that the leader of your village has not been in good health lately. Is that true?" Orochimaru replied, "Thank you for your concern. He has been in excellent health." "Luo, that is good. For one nearing 60, must certainly pay attention to their health. Although the leader is still in the prime of life at this moment. I shall convey your regards to him." "Luo, I have once again misremembered. I also hope that the leader of your village does not indulge excessively in the pleasures of the flesh. For his reputation as a libertine has indeed reached our land of rain. This is beyond my capacity to admonish. Yet my recollection suggests that the leader is not one to be swayed by such distractions, devoted solely to his duties." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Orochimaru observed that Rosha had finally dispelled all doubts. He then produced a letter and handed it to Nagato. "This is a personal correspondence from the leader of my village addressed to you." The small serpent coiled around his arm, ready to strike and incapacitate the two, while a smile played upon Orochimaru's lips. Suddenly, Rosha's expression turned severe as he grasped Orochimaru's arm tightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "At last, a flaw has been revealed. Did no one inform you that the leader of the hidden grass village is a woman?" Orochimaru's smile abruptly ceased, realizing the oversight in his meticulous plans. In a moment's notice, a small snake sprang forth from his sleeve, but was met with a sudden force that propelled both Orochimaru and the 2 small snakes out of the office. Nagato extended one hand, panting heavily, and uttered, "Shinra Tensei." The door and walls crumbled in response, sending Orochimaru hurtling backward, landing several meters away. "Stand down. He is not someone you can contend with." The ninjas outside, eager to assist, were all deterred by Nagato's command. If the target was indeed Orochimaru, even he would struggle to intervene, let alone the ordinary ninjas. Understanding the pain of losing one's own, Nagato began to empathize with Rosha's sentiments. As Rosha stepped forward, the devastation wrought by Nagato's technique, aside from the damaged walls, did not disturb the earth significantly. The destructive power was starkly inferior to that of Nagato post-plot initiation, with at least a 15-year disparity. The current Nagato's ability to unleash such a technique as Shinra Tensei was already remarkable. It was more than sufficient to contend with ordinary Chunin and Jonin. Orochimaru, devoid of any semblance of a skeletal structure, contorted his body to an unimaginable degree as he rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his form. His tongue flicked across his cheek, his eyes glinting with greed as he gazed at Nagato, rasping, "Years have passed. Have you already developed the powers of the Rinnegan? It ought to be more than this. If the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths were only at this level, it would indeed be quite disappointing." The ninja world boasts about the 3 great dojutsu, the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan. However, Orochimaru had conducted profound research on the Sharingan and, as a disciple of the Third Hokage, possessed some understanding of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. The Byakugan merely holds an advantage in its consistent activation probability and higher starting point. Yet, the potential exhibited by the Sharingan is evidently superior to that of the Byakugan, disregarding the Tensigan, as this analysis is from Orochimaru's perspective. Surely, the Rinnegan cannot be inferior to the Sharingan, can it? Nagato stepped out of the room, approaching Rosha, while maintaining a wary disposition towards Orochimaru. He tilted his head and quietly inquired, "Master, I recall that the leader of the Grass Ninja Village is indeed a man, is he not?" The Akatsuki organization possesses a clear understanding of the intelligence regarding surrounding forces. Rosha lightly tapped his temple with a single finger, jesting with a smirk. "Oh, I might have misremembered. In truth, I have never recalled that place, Kusa Village. What a heap of rubbish, unworthy of my memory." Orochimaru's lips twitched, his teeth grinding audibly. His gaze sharpened with malice, realizing he had been outwitted. He glared at Rosha, menacingly proclaiming, "Quite the clever young man you are. Once I seize Amigakure, I shall deliberately reserve a spot on the wall of my office, specifically to display your human specimen." Rosha smiled silently, for at least the current Orochimaru lacked such prowess. He exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato, who understood the unspoken intent. This was a test of one's capabilities, a preliminary examination. Suddenly, Orochimaru's sleeves quivered, unleashing 3 or 5 venomous serpents that lunged at Rosha with their jaws agape, revealing their fangs. The Phantom Serpent Limb, a unique C-rank ninjutsu created by Orochimaru, featured fewer serpents and less variation than the Phantom Snake Hand. Nagato propelled himself forward, intercepting the venomous snakes effortlessly, brandishing a kunai to sever them with remarkable skill, clearly demonstrating his considerable ability. The pupils of Luo Shan narrowed slightly, recognizing that Orochimaru possessed a considerable skill set. The offensive and destructive power of his hidden shadow snake hands technique may have been somewhat inferior to that of typical C-rank ninjutsu, yet it excelled in speed of execution. He was undoubtedly a man of profound thoughts. Upon witnessing the severance of his snake limb, Orochimaru remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground, invoking the Earth-style, Earth Dragon technique. Chakra coalesced into a massive dragon's head, erupting from the earth and unleashing a torrent of soil towards Nagato. The true target was Nagato's Rinnegan. The other shinobi, including his own playful aide, were of no consequence. Orochimaru was acutely aware of what was paramount to his own existence. Nagato extended one hand forward once more, chakra surging forth as he softly intoned, Shinra Tensei. It was formidable, yet not unmatched, as a repulsive force emanated from Nagato, hurtling towards Orochimaru. The torrent of soil collided with the repulsive barrier, manifesting as a semicircular shield, the invisible and intangible repulsive layer now laid bare before the onlookers. Arsha gently shook his head. Nagato, after all, lacked combat experience and had quickly revealed significant information. Orochimaru's actions were evidently a probing attack. If I am not mistaken, Orochimaru's next move will likely be another test. A commendable ability to displace matter within a certain radius, creating repulsive forces? With a flick of his long tongue against his cheek, Orochimaru remarked, a commendable ability indeed, but gathering such limited information is insufficient. Increasing his chakra output. The torrent of earth expelled from the dragon's head intensified, exerting noticeable pressure even on Nagato. He too augmented his chakra output, and the repulsive barrier surged forth, completely obliterating the flow of earth, which collided directly with Orochimaru. Utilizing the repulsion, Orochimaru was propelled backward, executing a graceful roll mid-air before landing deftly. He swiftly formed hand seals once more, invoking wind release, great breakthrough. Though merely a C-rank ninjutsu, with ample chakra, it could wield formidable power. To further probe the capabilities of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru expended considerable chakra. A powerful whirlwind erupted from his mouth, wreaking havoc upon Nagato, sweeping up debris, gravel, and remnants of walls. Earth release, earth flow wall. With chakra surging forth, Nagato rapidly formed seals, raising two towering earthen walls devoid of canine heads to shield against the oncoming vortex. Thanks to the Rinnegan, Nagato possessed mastery over 5 elemental chakra types. However, since the narrative's inception, the Rinnegan had been developed to a high degree, rendering such conventional tactics unnecessary. Yet, at merely 15 or 16 years of age, Nagato had only just begun to master the Shinra Tensei. The whirlwind was halted by the earthen walls, much to Orochimaru's delight. His choice not to employ repulsion might stem from limitations or perhaps be a ploy to provoke me into attacking. Expelling a long sword from his mouth, Orochimaru charged toward Nagato, while his other hand transformed into a multitude of venomous snakes, lunging at him. After approximately half a minute, both combatants exchanged several blows. Nagato found himself increasingly fatigued, narrowly escaping peril each time, relying solely on Shinra Tensei to sustain his life. As Rosha clicked his tongue, he mused that Orochimaru was hardly holding back, yet his demeanor suggested a more tentative approach. Nagato, at this moment, appeared to be at the level of an elite jonin, aligning closely with Rosha's expectations. After Nagato executed the Shinra Tensei once more, Orochimaru's aura abruptly shifted, his neck elongated in an uncanny manner as he lunged forward. Sword in mouth, directed at Nagato. Every angle, speed, and timing was perfected to an extraordinary degree, and Orochimaru's heart surged with exhilaration. His eyes of reincarnation would soon be his. The younger generation, after all, still had much to learn. That Shinra Tensei had a cool-down period of at least 5 seconds, and beyond that initial use, there should be no further significant applications. If there were, he would concede defeat. The long sword, akin to a shooting star, could sever Nagato's neck in an instant. With no means of evasion at that critical juncture, Nagato remained unflustered, for he was aware that the man behind him would intervene. Chapter 65. A true man must pilot a Gundam. The electromagnetic field was perpetually active. Even at the brink of death, Nagato felt no hint of disturbance, indicating that Uchiha Madara had not dispatched any observers to monitor him. Or perhaps the Watchers were confident in his ability to rescue Nagato. Rosha surmised it was the latter. Excluding extraterrestrials and lunar beings, there was no one in the ninja world capable of suppressing him. Should Nagato perish, Rosha would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. However, his strategy was to pursue a sustainable route. Nagato was a valuable resource that could be continuously exploited and must not die. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt as if the sword in his mouth had acquired a life of its own, uncontrollably veering to the side. His teeth were loosened from the force. The blade, which should have severed Nagato's head, vanished into thin air, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Throughout the ordeal, Nagato remained unfazed, with the teacher present. There was no room for fear. He fought against Orochimaru not merely to survive, but to showcase his own capabilities. As his neck retracted, Orochimaru returned to his normal state. Casting a wary glance at Rosha, the peculiar figure who had initially deceived him and whom he had subsequently underestimated, there was something unusual about him. He could not possibly be merely an advisor or a simple aide. Rosha held the sword he had seized with one hand, bringing it before his eyes. He plucked a strand of hair and placed it against the blade, giving a gentle breath. The hair snapped effortlessly, severed by the wind. Such a sharp sword. In the entire realm of shinobi, there could scarcely be another like it. Rosha marveled sincerely. The blade he had crafted himself could be exchanged. He would present it to his beloved, Yakura, as a token of their bond, a judicious application of resources. Indeed, this was the Kusanagi, a name reserved for only the sharpest and most resilient of swords. Orochimaru rasped, his dark golden serpent-like eyes narrowing slightly, pondering how his own sword had mysteriously found its way into the hands of this individual. Nagato relaxed, retreating behind Rosha, bowing his head in shame, and murmured, "Teacher, I am no match for him." Luo Sha remained unfazed, acknowledging that at this moment, Nagato was unlikely to triumph over Orochimaru, a formidable figure renowned in the ninja world. He waved his hand dismissively, stating that Orochimaru had long been a powerful adversary. However, he encouraged Nagato not to be disheartened. For the potential of the Rinnegan had only been superficially tapped, there remained vast expanses of growth ahead. 15 years hence, you could undoubtedly overwhelm him with a single strike. Nagato felt a slight sense of relief, yet a flicker of doubt lingered. Could his potential truly be so immense? The thought of defeating Orochimaru with one blow was almost unfathomable. Meanwhile, a torrent of thoughts surged through Orochimaru's mind, from which he could glean at least 3 insights from Luo Sha's words. First, that he was a pillar of support for Nagato. Second, that he seemed well aware of the Rinnegan's latent capabilities. And third, that he recognized Orochimaru for who he was. With a flourish of his sword, Luo Sha pointed it toward the ground and calmly addressed Orochimaru. "The Kusanagi, is it?" "Indeed, I hold it in high regard. I am willing to exchange it for something of great value." The abilities exhibited by Luo Sha were exceedingly enigmatic, causing Orochimaru to hesitate and refrain from acting impulsively. With a smile that lacked sincerity, he remarked, "All things are assigned value from the moment of their inception. This Kusanagi sword, after much toil and effort, has been sought after by me. I wonder, what do you wish to offer in exchange?" "Your life." The long sword of Rosha pointed towards Orochimaru, who coldly proclaimed, "Surrender the sword to me, and you may yet live." Nagato gazed at Rosha's silhouette. Whether Orochimaru lived or died was ultimately at the discretion of his master. However, in regard to that single statement, it was undeniably imposing, one worth noting, as it might inspire the creation of a book in the future. How effective is the art of pretentiousness? The accumulation of points has become a habitual practice for the likes of Orochimaru, and even though he maintains an outwardly calm demeanor, the frequency of his point fluctuations reveals his growing ire. For over 3 decades, there have been many who sought my demise, yet all have met with failure. You shall not be the last. With a flick of his tongue across his cheek, Orochimaru's annoyance manifests, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. In his youth, provoking an opponent with taunts was a common tactic. However, now as a formidable shadow-level ninja, it is audacious for anyone to dare challenge him, especially knowing he is the notorious Orochimaru of the Hidden Leaf. Such audacity can only stem from either confidence or folly, yet in either case, it is intolerable to Orochimaru. Snakes, though cold-blooded, do not shy away from striking back at those who dare provoke them. Perhaps many have attempted this, but I am not one to be easily thwarted. I possess great confidence in my blade. The long sword in Luo Sha's hand pointed menacingly at Orochimaru, who continued to provoke, contemplating whether to eliminate Orochimaru at that very moment. The allure of immediate profit weighed against the potential for enduring stability was delicately balanced on the scales of his mind. Ultimately, the decision hinged on Luo Sha's assessment of Orochimaru. Should he prove as unyielding as Yahiko, the choice to strike would be made without hesitation. Luo Sha possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. A fleeting glance towards Nagato was cast, wary of an unexpected attack, when suddenly, Orochimaru decisively formed hand seals, unleashing a surge of chakra, earth-style, heavenly fall. A bronze-hued stone slab, intricately adorned with carvings, materialized above Rosha and Nagato, its radius spanning 7 to 8 meters. The sunlight was abruptly obscured, the sky darkening ominously as the stone descended, bearing down upon the two. Unfazed, Nagato remained still, aware that such trivial tactics would not thwart his master, after all. If Hanzo could withstand the assault, what was this? Chakra surged along the blade of the Kusanagi, which radiated a resplendent brilliance, its sharpness further enhanced. In a flash, the sword cleaved through the descending slab, shattering it into fragments that scattered harmlessly aside, perfectly avoiding Rosha and Nagato. Serpentine forms slithered forth. Snakes, known for their prowess in ambush, surged towards Rosha as Orochimaru rapidly formed more hand seals. Several colossal serpents materialized, lunging fiercely at Rosha, their momentum promising at least a catastrophic fracture upon impact. Orochimaru reveled in his confidence, believing that such a swordsman was quite manageable. He could engage in guerrilla tactics from a distance, summoning countless serpents simultaneously. Once his opponent grew weary from the onslaught, it would herald their demise. It was baffling that a swordsman, seemingly so limited in range, chose not to close the distance for close combat, instead waiting for Orochimaru to make the first move. He had never encountered such a foolish swordsman before. The crimson chakra surged forth, transforming into golden sand, which was then manipulated through electromagnetic force. Adeptly controlling a variety of metals within a designated range, golden sand, ninja tools, iron implements, and ores. Mimicking the most rudimentary form of Susanoo, a metallic version emerged, consisting solely of a skeletal torso and 2 skeletal arms. I, Takizawa Rora Yamato, shall ascend to the heights of a Gundam. The skeletal right arm clenched into a fist, sweeping forward to strike down 2 colossal serpents that charged ferociously. The serpents, sent flying in a painful arc, howled in agony, their flesh mangled and bones shattered, colliding with the bewildered Orochimaru, before continuing to soar backward for several meters, crashing into the earth and carving deep furrows. Where, I ask, is the promised swordsman? With a subtle glance towards the 10 o'clock direction, Rosha stepped forward confidently. Moreover, I find myself increasingly assured in my mastery of the Gundam technique. In the chasm, Orochimaru pushed aside the massive serpent's corpse, rising to his feet with one hand on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His serpent-like eyes, filled with uncertainty, gazed upon the metallic skeletal half-figure enveloping Rosha. Each metallic rib extended at least 2 meters, revealing a composition of various metallic instruments, with the outer layer embellished by intricate details of gold dust at the joints. Soon a village, magnet release Rosha? Orochimaru inquired cautiously. The manipulation of metal and the use of gold dust against foes are unmistakable tactics, inevitably leading him to associate them with the recently prominent Rosha. Despite the differences in appearance, with Hanzo having just perished, if the opponent harbored ambitions, supporting a faction and secretly controlling Amidst would not be out of the question. It seems as though my intentions have been discerned. Rosa lightly tapped his temple with a single finger, feigning distress while remaining utterly unconcerned. Takizawa Loride was merely a fade, discarded to protect the true self, revealing this singular guise to obscure others. With a powerful stride, his metallic fist thunderously descended upon Orochimaru. Yet, I still wish for you to address me as Takizawa Loride. Boom. Orochimaru deftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the blow as the metallic fist struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a deep crater to form. Such formidable abilities. Possessing high defensive capabilities while also maintaining immense strength, with an attack speed that was by no means inferior. I finally comprehend why Hanzo met his demise at your hands. However, the manipulation of such a vast quantity of metal must certainly demand a significant expenditure of chakra. Orochimaru retreated a few steps, his gaze sharp as he analyzed the situation, harboring a hint of envy. If only he could possess such a powerful bloodline limit, he would undoubtedly be even stronger at this moment. Far less than you might imagine, Rosa replied with a smile, revealing that he had long been developing advanced applications of electromagnetic force in pursuit of greater offensive power. At this moment, the technique of the towering construct appeared to be merely a simple assemblage of metal, devoid of any technical intricacy, yet it served as a commendable application. Strength, defensive capability, and striking speed were all harmoniously balanced. During attacks and movements, electromagnetic propulsion could be utilized, even if the sheer size resulted in diminished output and significantly reduced initial velocity. it could still yield enhanced defensive strength. The instantaneous consumption of electromagnetic propulsion actually exceeded that of maintaining the towering construct by several times, rendering this combat style even more efficient in terms of stamina compared to previous methods. If the colossal serpent proves insufficient, shall we then attempt this maneuver? Orochimaru taunted, extending his tongue to lick his cheek, a sinister smile gracing his face. With swift hand seals, chakra surged forth as he set up a grand formation. From his mouth and within the formation, thousands upon thousands of venomous snakes emerged, slithering toward Rosha, converging in a chaotic onslaught, transforming the scene into a veritable nest of serpents. This technique is known as the serpent's array of 10,000 snakes. Faced with such a multitude of venomous serpents, can your attack speed truly intercept them all? Or will you encase yourself entirely in metal, fortifying against my onslaught before launching a counterattack? Orochimaru cackled, unperturbed even when confronting the Rosha who had slain Hanzo and coerced Noki into submission, instinctively seeking to test Rosa's capabilities. Behind him, Nagato was about to rush in with a powerful Shinra Tensei but was halted by Rosa's command. Stand down. With your current abilities, attempting to repel all the snakes simultaneously would surely cost you your vitality. Nagato halted, his eyes clouded. His master seemed to possess a deeper understanding of the Rinnegan than himself. Indeed, Shinra Tensei did have a mode of overclocking, amplifying range and potency beyond ordinary parameters. However, once employed, it would not only consume greater chakra but also diminish one's lifespan, resulting in extended cooldown periods. Filled with emotion, Nagato realized that Rosha, much like Jiraiya, was a deeply caring mentor. Curious about how I will counter your move? Then, let us await the spectacle. Rosha elegantly held up his left hand in a delicate gesture, resting it against his chest, while his right hand gracefully supported the left. With an air of solemnity, he softly intoned, the art of high attainment, free mode, quicksand hell. Chakra surged forth, transforming into golden sand that repelled all venomous serpents, and as it continued to swell, it swiftly engulfed the entire swarm. The golden sand flowed incessantly, compressing and grinding against the serpents concealed beneath, until none remained alive. Orochimaru, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, became overly engrossed in Rosha's newly demonstrated ability, neglecting the traditional techniques of the Wind Shadow lineage. Though this was of little consequence, forming a single hand seal, he connected with the corpses of the snakes, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. The technique, akin to the corpse explosion technique, detonated the sand sea, sending fragments of sand, snake remains, and shrapnel flying in all directions. Fortunately, Nagato and the others from the Rain Village had retreated in advance, sustaining no injuries. The explosion created a mist of golden sand and blood that obscured everyone's vision, causing Nagato to feel a twinge of anxiety. He wondered if his teacher, situated at the epicenter of the blast, would emerge unscathed. The battle had been ongoing for some time when Konan and Yahiko arrived, rushing to Nagato's side, filled with concern. "Where is teacher Rosha?" they inquired. Nagato pointed ahead, where the golden sand and blood mist had yet to dissipate. Konan and Yahiko remained silent, recognizing that Nagato had refrained from intervening, likely due to Rosha's restraint. Such was Rosha's nature, deeply valuing the safety of his disciples. Orochimaru, too, observed the movements within the blood mist, and suddenly struck by an unprecedented sense of danger. He immediately summoned a vast amount of chakra, streamlining his hand seal formation. After forming several seals, he struck the ground. Summoning technique, Rashomon, a towering stone gate, inscribed with demonic faces and reaching several dozen meters in height, rose from the earth, resembling a gate that separated life from death, shielding Orochimaru behind it. The art of high attainment, free mode, missile fist. From within the golden sand and blood mist, a colossal metallic fist erupted, shattering the sound barrier as it surged toward Orochimaru. In an instant, it collided with the Rashomon, unleashing a force so tremendous that it cracked the stone gate, progressively widening the fissures until a gaping hole emerged. The iron fist smashed through Rashomon, continuing its relentless assault on the caught-off-guard Orochimaru. Bones shattered, flesh and organs were reduced to pulp, and his entire form was propelled several hundred meters away, out of the village. Meanwhile, Rosha, encased in a metallic skeletal form, emerged unscathed from the mist of golden sand and blood. He turned to offer a brief admonition to his three young companions before launching himself, maneuvering a high-fidelity Susanoo, in pursuit of the metallic fist's trajectory. In the original narrative, Orochimaru was renowned for his immortality, perpetually oscillating between defeat and resurrection. his survival skills unparalleled within the ninja realm. While it was not imperative for him to eliminate Orochimaru, it was essential that the latter understood who the true master was. Despite his numerous rebirths, Rosha possessed the capability to vanquish him time and again. Before anything else, however, he needed to ascertain whether Orochimaru had truly met his end. Chapter 67. The negotiation falls apart with a skeletal arm swung to clear the obstructing trees. Rosha strolled through the forest, startling birds into flight as he activated his radar to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. A return signal indicated the presence of a suspected human entity at the 2 o'clock position. Rosha swiftly darted to the scene, and upon arrival, his brow furrowed slightly at the sight before him. A shattered corporeal form lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any trace of life, as if its flesh and bones had been entirely extracted. The technique of the Snake Sage. A rather overpowered ability within the narrative of the Hokage, one of Orochimaru's standard resurrection capabilities, was in play. Faced with Naruto, who had unleashed the power of the tailed beasts, Orochimaru, despite having lost an arm, was still able to emerge unscathed from his mouth, far surpassing the ordinary body-switching techniques. Additionally, this skill was mastered by Sasuke and Kabuto as well. It was likely that he had activated this ability after employing the summoning technique or prior to the battle, thereby establishing a permanent state of death substitution for himself. Rosha speculated. Such a cautious individual indeed. Suddenly, several massive serpents lunged at Rosha from his diagonal rear, bearing their venomous fangs. In an instant, his metallic skeleton reassembled, his arms disintegrating to fill the gaps between his ribs, forming an indestructible iron barrel. The colossal snakes collided forcefully with the iron barrier, their fangs shattering upon impact, followed by a thunderous explosion that splattered blood and flesh upon the metal surface. Just as I anticipated, that is how you shielded yourself from the blast. Truly commendable, Rosha. Your reflexes are remarkably swift, allowing you to evade my ambush. Orochimaru emerged from the earth, approaching Rosha from behind, clapping in admiration, increasingly impressed by Rosha's magnetic prowess. This was undoubtedly superior to the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and most other bloodline limits in the ninja world. Perhaps it could not match the absolute offensive power of Dust Release, but its versatility was unparalleled. I am eager to explore this further. The iron barrel reformed into a half-skeletal shape as Rosha slowly turned around, calmly stating, "To withstand a punch and remain unscathed is commendable. However, I find myself puzzled. Who instilled in you the confidence to reappear before me? You ought to be quite weakened at this moment." Orochimaru's pallid complexion rendered his state of weakness undetectable at first glance. Yet the fluctuations in his chakra hinted at a disparity compared to earlier. Rosha, our conflict does not necessitate a fight to the death. Not only is there no active conflict between Konoha and Suna, but should a confrontation arise, there remains the potential for collaboration between us. Orochimaru offered amicably, not out of fear, but rather due to Rosha's formidable display of strength, which made him a challenging opponent, especially as he was in desperate need of Rain Village. Points 111. Collaboration. How do you propose we discuss it? Rosha stepped forward, pleased with the accumulation of points, aware that in the original narrative, it was Orochimaru who eliminated his predecessor. Now, any interaction with Orochimaru would inevitably alter the original storyline, making it logical for his points to increase. Seeing that Rosha did not immediately attack, Orochimaru recognized that Rosha had absorbed his words and continued eloquently, "If you surrender the Rinnegan to me, I shall provide you with a wood-release ninja. Furthermore, I can supply various resources for the development of Rain Village, be it personnel, ninja tools, or medicines, at my utmost capacity, requiring nothing from you in return. The price would be a 50-50 split of the village's profits. In addition to some tasks I would require Rain Village to undertake. Such terms are unacceptable." Rosha shook his head. The wood-release ninja must refer to Yamato, and he had not expected to succeed so quickly. Yet, without the sage body, the wood-release paled in comparison to the Rinnegan, rendering any competition futile. The rejection was anticipated, as Orochimaru sensed that Rosha did not particularly care for Rain Village. His true interest lay in the Rinnegan or Nagato. "And how would you prefer to negotiate then?" Orochimaru inquired, making a concession. "I could offer you a portion of my waste," Rosha declared, stepping forward once more. An overwhelming aura surging forth, pressing down upon Orochimaru. The negotiation had collapsed. "Rosha, you are indeed an intriguing and assertive individual," Orochimaru mused, his expression suddenly turning serious as he formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. Chakra surged forth, transforming into a summoning array. and from it emerged a colossal purple serpent with horns, its tail sweeping through the air and shattering several trees. Orochimaru stood atop the massive serpent's head, gazing down at Rosa with derision, stating, "However, it seems you've forgotten, Rosa. Battles between ninjas do not solely involve ninjas. Summoned beasts are also crucial combatants." The summoned serpent, Wan Shi, appeared dissatisfied, its serpentine eyes glaring at Rosa, growling, "Is this brat the enemy?" Orochimaru, quick to understand Wan Shi's sentiments, preemptively assured, "Eliminate him. And I shall prepare 100 living sacrifices for you afterward." Saying this caused Orochimaru a pang of regret. While Wan Shi was undeniably powerful, its temperament was fierce, demanding a fee for each appearance, and their needs often clashed. If not for his urgent desire for Rain Village, he would never have summoned Wan Shi for this battle. Wan Shi's serpentine gaze scrutinized Rosa, the metallic skeleton surrounding him striking a familiar chord. It countered Orochimaru's statement, asserting, "Whether or not you can dispose of him is irrelevant. I require 100 living sacrifices, not one less. Should there be even a single shortfall, I shall consume you whole." "Very well," Orochimaru conceded with a reluctant nod. As Wan Shi assessed Rosa, Rosa too scrutinized Wan Shi, calculating in his mind. The serpent's immense size suggested an astronomical weight, and as a serpentine creature, its scales would inevitably rub against the ground. If the scales were not sufficiently hardened, the serpent's weight could cause severe abrasions. Given Wan Shi's mass, its scales must possess a hardness exceeding that of steel. Bullets would be inconsequential, and even mortar fire would likely be ineffective. If Fukasaku could hold his own against Shikaku, Wan Shi's close combat capabilities would surely surpass that of Fukasaku, and had Rosa encountered Wan Shi previously, he would surely have met a grim fate. Chakra surged forth, transforming into a throne of sand and gold, lifting Rosa high into the air, quickly elevating him above Orochimaru. Wan Shi's tail curled and launched forward, its massive form exhibiting remarkable agility as it charged at Rosa. Boom! The metallic skeleton disassembled, augmented with a portion of sand and gold, reconstituting into a shield that was immediately pierced by Wan Shi's assault. Seizing this opportunity, Rosa ascended to a higher vantage point, looking down disdainfully at Wan Shi and Orochimaru, declaring, "I prefer not to converse while elevated. Orochimaru, you have compelled me to employ this technique." The metallic rod used to vanquish the four-tailed Sun Wukong emerged from his storage scroll, floating before Rosa. Let the world experience pain. Those who have never endured suffering cannot comprehend fear, nor can they grasp the essence of reverence. Thus, Orochimaru, feel pain, contemplate suffering, embrace it, understand it. I hope you never forget the agony brought forth by my strength, and thereby learn the true meaning of reverence. The metallic pillar descended vertically, directing its focus towards Orochimaru and the myriad serpents. A palpable sense of crisis, reminiscent of being ensnared by the fully realized Nine Tails, enveloped Orochimaru's heart, stirring an inexplicable tremor within him, as though an impending calamity loomed ominously. "This does not bode well, Orochimaru," he mused. The myriad serpents, their serpentine eyes fixated above, restlessly thrashed their tails against the ground, their instincts urging them to flee. "It should be fine, myriad serpents," Orochimaru reassured, suppressing his unease. "In the realm of shinobi, an abundance of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and sealing techniques exists, many of which I have yet to encounter. However, I firmly believe in an immutable truth, equivalent exchange, to gain something. One must relinquish something else. The more formidable the technique, the greater the chakra required. Ultimately, the essence of a shinobi's battle is a contest of chakra. Although possessing more chakra does not guarantee victory, it significantly enhances one's chances when other variables are relatively equal." The myriad serpents, perplexed by Orochimaru's words, gazed upwards, noticing that the position of the red sand appeared to have ascended slightly. "So what exactly are you trying to convey?" they inquired. Orochimaru extended his tongue, brushing it against his cheek, and concluded, "I can sense no fluctuation of chakra from him at this moment. This indicates that he is merely bluffing, attempting to make a hasty retreat. Our task is to bring him down. We must place our faith in science." "Ah, I see." The myriad serpents acquiesced, coiling their bodies and fixing their serpentine gazes upon the red sand above, preparing for a serpentine strike. Orochimaru, harboring contempt, thought to himself, "Red sand. All your petty schemes are transparent to me. You think you can escape now that you have no means to counter the myriad serpents? Not so easily." The virtual orbital coil was already established. The projectile was fully loaded. The trajectory was adjusted. The electromagnetic field was primed. Luo Shao pushed the electromagnetic force to its zenith and softly intoned, "From this moment forth, let the world experience suffering. Prepare yourself, Orochimaru, for the super electromagnetic cannon. Only my railgun. Sparks of electricity danced upon the metallic pillar. Propelled by electromagnetic force, it instantaneously shattered the sound barrier, roaring forth at a staggering initial velocity of 6 Mach towards Orochimaru. The rapid friction between the pillar and the air caused a dramatic rise in temperature, igniting flames and trailing smoke as its speed escalated. In truth, executing this maneuver did not necessitate a trajectory from above. Luo Sha had considered multiple factors, hence the decision to strike from an elevated position. After surpassing an initial velocity of 6 Mach, the pillar would travel a considerable distance in an accelerating state before its kinetic energy began to wane. If calculations were precise regarding the impact point, and the pillar possessed sufficient hardness and heat resistance, it could unleash its strike from tens of kilometers away. By launching from above, not only was visibility maintained, but the acceleration phase was also utilized, and it allowed for a degree of dramatic flair. Strength may be fleeting, but style endures. In that fleeting moment before the metallic pillar descended, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, realizing too late the peril of his underestimation. Luo Sha's abilities exceeded his imagination. However, it was already too late. With an initial velocity of 6 Mach, approximately 2,000 meters per second, the metallic pillar collided with the myriad snakes in an instant. It cleaved the serpentine mass in two, pinning it mercilessly to the ground with no possibility of defense. Upon impact, the pillar reached a velocity of approximately 8 Mach, or 2,600 meters per second. Utilizing the kinetic energy formula, the energy carried by a 1 kilogram metallic pillar at the tip was calculated as EMV 1 by 2,600, yielding around 4.04 million joules, comparable to the energy released by 1 kilogram of TNT, which is roughly 4.2 million joules. The metallic pillar weighed just over 500 kilograms. As it severed the serpentine mass, the pillar struck the earth with immense energy, creating a deep pit approximately 10 meters deep and 15 meters wide. This area marked the epicenter of energy release, where everything, soil, trees, rock, and the serpentine bodies, was instantaneously reduced to ashes. The energy radiated outward from the core, engulfing Orochimaru's form in a brutal conflagration, while colossal trees toppled like mere twigs. Severed in multiple sections, a portion of Orochimaru's body vanished into thin air, and the mortally wounded serpentine mass instinctively retreated to the dragon cave, letting out a final anguished roar. Increase the payment. Unfortunately, Orochimaru could not hear it. In the forest, wild beasts, birds, and insects were caught in a calamity. Within 100 meters radius of the core, the area transformed into a hellscape, with virtually no survivors. Between 100 and 200 meters, the devastation persisted, impacting all within reach. Although robust creatures managed to endure, dust rose, obscuring the sky, as the celestial kinetic weapon proved far from the legendary prowess, yet not as feeble as imagined. During World War II, a 2,000-pound shell carried just over 400 kilograms of explosives, not an astronomical figure, yet when used effectively, it could obliterate a building and affect an entire block without issue. Within the rain-hidden village, the trio of young ninjas, along with all the rain shinobi, trembled at the sight of this apocalyptic spectacle. Nagato, with keen vision, discerned a figure in the sky, several hundred meters away, recognizing it as his teacher. With admiration shining in his eyes, he murmured, "Such overwhelming destructive power, even the legendary tailed beasts would pale in comparison." Possessing this level of strength, it was no wonder that a goal of unifying the shinobi world was set forth. Peering through a narrow lens, Nagato's imagination ran wild. His teacher had once proclaimed that to achieve true peace within the shinobi world, one must possess overwhelming might. And the objective of the organization was undoubtedly to unify the shinobi realm. His teacher had also mentioned that each core member of the organization was on par with him, perhaps with elements of mutual embellishment, yet the exaggeration should not be excessive. The known core members of the Taihao organization included De Luo, Xiao Luo, Si Luo, Teacher Luo Sha, Luo Village Jinshin, and Luo Yongxin. The latter three had proven their formidable strength within the shinobi world. What of the three leaders? Surely, there were other core members of the organization yet to reveal themselves. The Taihao organization was indeed formidable. Nagato felt a sense of pride in being a peripheral yet core member of the Taihao organization. Yahiko's gaze was complex as he looked toward the figure seated upon the golden throne of sand in the distant sky. With such power, it could indeed instill great fear in others. First, achieving temporary peace, then striving toward the ideal of lasting harmony was undoubtedly a commendable path. The score incremented by 111. The golden throne descended slowly. As Luo Sha surveyed the devastation below, this attack would rival the strike that had defeated the Four Tails. Chapter 69. The flickering lightning at your fingertips. Unlike the last time, which employed gravitational pull and magnetic polarities after prolonged preparation, this instance merely entailed a straightforward ascent followed by the firing of a super electromagnetic cannon. Even with considerable fatigue and mental strain, the speed of execution was exponentially faster. The previous destruction, constrained by the desert environment, lacked vividness. This time, within the forest, the potency of this strike was immediately apparent. Do not underestimate the destructive capacity of 400 kilograms of TNT. Conventional missiles carry a similar yield. The atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, known as Little Boy, had a yield of merely 15 kilotons, indirectly claiming the lives of 240,000 people. This super electromagnetic cannon could match the power of 137 little boys. The score did not surge dramatically, leading Luo Sha to conclude that Orochimaru was still alive. He mused on the extraordinary survival abilities of the Snake Sage. Even outside the core zone of energy release, this strike resembled a conventional missile, and yet Orochimaru persisted. Luo Sha was at a loss for words in his praise for Orochimaru's resilience. Through Luo Sha's observations, a mass of vaguely human ashes was scattered by the wind, revealing a fissure beneath. Luo Sha approached slowly, gazing downward. Below, the severely weakened Orochimaru lay, battered and depleted, his spirit languid. Clearly, after employing the substitution technique, he had retreated into the crevice, only to be affected by the subsequent energy release. Luo Sha lightly clapped his hands, and then chakra transformed into a glimmering gold sand, encircling Orochimaru with a disdainful gaze. "I am quite curious," he remarked, "if I were to kill you once more, would you still manage to escape through that peculiar substitution technique?" Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he surveyed the encroaching golden sand. Acutely aware that the repeated use of the Great Snake technique had severely drained his vitality. Having endured a fierce battle followed by the aftermath of a fierce struggle, he was now at the brink of exhaustion, vulnerable enough that even a mere Nin could effortlessly extinguish his life. In stark contrast, Luo Sha appeared unfazed, his demeanor serene, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Though his attack had seemed formidable, its toll was not nearly as taxing, and he remained vibrant and spirited. How to fight? It seemed impossible. Perhaps if he faced death once more, he might not return to life, and even if he did, the threat of weakness could lead to a permanent demise without Luo Sha intervening. At this moment, Orochimaru's only means of resurrection was the Great Snake technique. Far from the invincible capabilities he possessed at the onset of the narrative, lacking the powers of corpse reincarnation or cursed seal resurrection. Struggling, Orochimaru managed to pivot his body and crawl atop the golden sand, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Truly, you are impressive, Luo Shakuin. A single strike from you is comparable to a tailed beast, or perhaps even stronger. This is how you defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki, is it not?" Despite his utter defeat, with his life hanging precariously in the balance, Orochimaru maintained his composure, eschewing hysteria and instead offering praise to Luo Sha. The Konoha forces had long speculated that Luo Sha had captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki by overpowering him. At that moment, Orochimaru grasped the truth. With such an infuriating combat rhythm and technique, Luo Sha had undoubtedly triumphed over the Four Tails. As Luo Sha smiled, he manipulated the sand to bring Orochimaru down to the ground. Lying there, Orochimaru slightly turned his head to survey his surroundings. He had died too swiftly to take in the scene before. Now, after a careful examination, he truly comprehended the formidable power of that strike. In terms of its central area, its destructive capability surpassed that of the tailed beast bomb, and its range extended far beyond many others. Perhaps only the Nine Tails could unleash such a potent tailed beast bomb. Turning his gaze, Orochimaru looked up at Luo Sha, who appeared to be around 10 years his junior yet possessed such strength. Was this the true might of the bloodline limit? In that moment, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming desire to possess a powerful bloodline limit himself, be it dust release, magnetic release, the Rinnegan, or the Sharingan. Knowledge is indeed power. Yet before one reaches a critical threshold where knowledge can be directly transmuted into strength, tangible power remains more practical. Suppressing his inner yearning, Orochimaru felt a sense of release and smiled, saying, "Luo Sha, I am eager to understand why there was an electric spark on that metal pillar. I am familiar with the nature and form transformations of the 5 chakra types, yet I cannot grasp the principles behind your technique. By my calculations, it should have been impossible for you to execute such a powerful attack, both in terms of speed and destruction, yet you achieved it nonetheless. It was merely a metal pillar, yet the devastation it caused eclipsed that of a tailed beast bomb. 1,000 questions linger in my mind. Luo Sha's technique has utterly overturned Orochimaru's understanding, making him feel as though the decades of research and knowledge he had acquired were in vain. In a vague sense, Orochimaru experienced an illusion that Luo Sha's technique was the true embodiment of knowledge, and the electric spark on that metal pillar represented the essence of truth. The electric light dancing at your fingertips is my unwavering belief, eternal as my super electromagnetic cannon. Rosha did not respond. Instead, he curiously observed Orochimaru and retorted, "Are you not concerned that I might kill you right now? What purpose does worry serve?" Orochimaru rasped, "If you truly wish to slay me, you could have done so just moments ago. It appears, as I suspected, that you too believe there exists a possibility for collaboration between us. The distinction lies in who assumes the dominant role. Undoubtedly, the current dominion rests with Rosha, whose malevolence rivals that of Orochimaru, perhaps even surpassing it. And his sheer strength exceeds that by a considerable margin. Even if you are aware, it is of little consequence until you can directly exchange knowledge for power. Understanding the principles of my techniques will yield no advantage." Luo Sha retrieved some medicinal items and tossed them to Orochimaru, calmly stating, "It would be more pragmatic for you to delve into the study of bloodline limits, whether it be the Sharingan, the Byakugan, or even the dust release of Inoki. Luo Sha harbors a profound interest in these 3 bloodline limits. The potential of electromagnetic force is indeed boundless, however. He currently finds himself constrained as merely a level 1 level 2 practitioner, incapable of overwhelming the ninja realm. Moreover, Orochimaru's shift to investigate other bloodline limits is certain to trigger a series of cascading effects. Why is there no mention of wood release? Orochimaru astutely recognizes the significance of the Rinnegan in Luo Sha's possession, which is understandable. Yet, why does he neglect to mention wood release? Judging from the accomplishments of the dual titans of the ninja world, it is evident that wood release surpasses the Sharingan. Yet, while Luo Sha includes dust release and Byakugan in his considerations, he conspicuously omits wood release. Luo Sha, with a sense of calm, remarked, "In time, you shall comprehend that wood release is not as formidable as you envision. It is merely a common form of bloodline limit. The true power lies with Shinja Hashirama, not the wood release itself. Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan, can elevate his prowess to surpass that of a Kage, while Yamato, utilizing wood release, is merely a J-nin. Without the sage body, wood release is of little significance." He paused, expressing a desire for support, lamenting the lack of recommendations recently, to the point of feeling despondent. Chapter 70. I merely wish to hold your hand, never to let go. Wood release does not possess the might one might imagine. Orochimaru, skeptical of this assertion, pondered how Luo Sha, an outsider, could confidently critique the bloodline limits of Konoha. He must possess some hidden knowledge. After consuming various concoctions that Luo Sha had provided, Orochimaru gradually regained some vitality. Unsteadily rising from the ground, he refrained from further aggression and instead stood beside Luo Sha, inquiring, "So, how do you intend for us to collaborate?" Though termed a collaboration, Orochimaru was acutely aware that he had effectively been recruited. Luo Sha held what he coveted, yet it remained out of his grasp. "Before we proceed with this collaboration, I, as Takizawa Rolla Yamato, wish to extend an invitation for you to join an organization," Luo Sha stated calmly. This marked a small step for the individual, yet a momentous leap in history, signifying that the core members of the organization would no longer consist solely of his aliases. An organization? Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. "Are you serious? Do you not perceive the chaos in the current shinobi world? There exists a competitive rivalry among all ninja villages, rife with deception and peril, engaging in conflict over trivial gains. Any sign of weakness invites a collective onslaught from all villages. The ninja world is akin to a cake, where the 5 great villages, in their folly, squabble over a minuscule share, their efforts disproportionately outweighing their rewards. And what, pray tell, do you propose?" Orochimaru responded calmly. Unlike the youthful Nagato, who could be swayed by lofty dreams, it is not merely about what I intend to do. It is about what we shall accomplish together. Luo Sha shook his head, extending his arms with a bold declaration. "Join our organization. How? Our ambition is to conquer the entire shinobi world." to redefine the rules of the game and shift competition from the battlefield to other arenas. We shall expel those undeserving beneficiaries and collectively expand our dominion. How organization? That name rings a bell, Orochimaru remarked, licking his cheek with his tongue. Just days ago, Inoki led an assault on the Land of Lightning, claiming that disciples of the Raikage disguised themselves as members of the How organization to attack the forces of the Land of Earth. I had assumed this was merely a fabrication by Inoki, but could there be truth to it? It sounds exhilarating. While collaboration between us is conceivable, I presently lack a compelling reason to join the How organization, as you have effectively secured the position of the Fourth Kazekage. I am a formidable candidate for the Fourth Hokage. I have no incentive to defect to the How organization. Orochimaru shook his head in refusal. I have no qualms about sacrificing a portion of my interest to assist you, but betraying my village is out of the question. That sacrifice is too great. You cannot become the Fourth Hokage. That role could be filled by Jiraiya, Tsunade, or another, but it will never be you. Rosha thrust a metaphorical dagger into Orochimaru's heart. Why? Orochimaru questioned. In terms of strength and capability, I am the most exceptional among the legendary three. There is no reason for the old man to overlook me. Jiraiya hails from a common background, and Tsunade is a princess of the Senju clan. Their ascendancy to Hokage would contribute to the long-term stability of Konoha. Although you two come from humble beginnings, your temperament diverges drastically from that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is precisely for this reason that you will never inherit the mantle of Hokage. Rosa elucidated that the competition for the position of the Fourth Hokage is rife with various conspiracy theories. Kishimoto is an exceptionally talented manga artist, yet politics remains his Achilles heel. However, this is of little consequence as readers are there to interpret and fill in the gaps for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose Minato as the spokesperson, and a prevalent theory posits that Minato's youth and relative lack of assertiveness allowed Hiruzen to retain a significant degree of power without relinquishing too much authority. Even after his abdication, Hiruzen could still meddle in numerous affairs of Konoha, with Minato being receptive to his counsel. This notion certainly holds traction. Rosa contended that Orochimaru's failure in the election stemmed from another reason, a lack of kinship. The term lack of kinship has historically been one of the most significant factors influencing candidates and heirs. A spokesperson naturally desires a successor who mirrors their own qualities. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Minato represent a cohesive archetype of idealists embodying a pacifistic ethos. In stark contrast stands Orochimaru, who conspires with Danzo. Clearly diverging from Hiruzen's faction, truly a successor of the Senju Tobirama lineage. Moreover, joining the How organization does not compromise one's identity within Konoha. One merely needs to adopt a new persona. Look at me. I did not betray the Sand Village, yet I too became a member of the How organization. Rosa further advised. Upon joining, Orochimaru astutely recognized a crucial point. Rosa is not the founder of the How organization. Like himself, he too is an interloper. That is acceptable. But I wish to understand the developmental trajectory of the How organization, Orochimaru rasped. This How organization is quite audacious. After all, even the appointed Fourth Kazekage has joined. They covertly dominate the ninja world, transforming it into a unified entity, dividing interests through peaceful means in pursuit of lasting tranquility. Dividing interests through peaceful means would undoubtedly have a profound impact on Konoha. If I were to succeed as Hokage, I would vehemently oppose such a notion. Orochimaru scoffed. Konoha is currently the greatest beneficiary of the ninja world structure. Any redistribution of interests would surely lead to significant losses for Konoha. You would ultimately agree. As we plan to eliminate certain individuals from the equation. Rosha chuckled and added, provided that you can succeed the Hokage. Some individuals? Orochimaru queried. When the 5 great ninja villages divide the spoils, who could possibly be cast aside? There is no room for exclusion. Even the smaller ninja villages combined yield little profit. For instance, the Daime. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. This was no mere reallocation of interests, it was a radical upheaval. Traditionally, the term ninja world refers to the 5 great ninja villages and their smaller counterparts, a notion grasped by the vast majority of ninjas. It was only now that Orochimaru comprehended the true meaning of Rosha's words regarding the ninja world. It encompassed everything on this land. The idea of ousting the Daime was a concept previously unimagined, yet it harbored considerable potential for implementation. It is no exaggeration to assert that Konoha currently possesses the strength to eliminate the Daime, albeit at the cost of temporary economic hardship, which could provoke a united backlash from the other ninja villages. An intriguing proposition indeed. Let us hope for our success. Orochimaru remarked with satisfaction, if we oust the daimyo, all ninjas shall reap the benefits. Their hands clasped together, both ambitious schemers forged a temporary alliance of mutual interests. I wish to hold your hand like this, never letting go. Can love remain perpetually pure, devoid of sorrow? Chapter 71. You should have mentioned this earlier. What were we fighting for? In the core of the organization, every member's name must include the character Luo, such as Luo Yangshin, Luo Village Jinshin, and Luo Lade. You need to adopt a pseudonym for yourself. Luo Shao advised that the members of an organization must present a unified front. Let us call it Shi Luo, he proposed, and when operating under this guise, I shall endeavor to refrain from utilizing my snake-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru squinted, contemplating the many clandestine activities he needed to undertake, finding solace in the anonymity a disguise would provide. Excellent, Luo Shao nodded. As for the risks of exposure associated with the disguise, he deemed them inconsequential. Whether or not he was discovered would not impede his plans. One may be revealed, yet two shall emerge. As long as I can don my disguise swiftly enough, pursuit will not catch up with me. Do you have any recent thoughts on your research? Luo Shao inquired, seeking to identify the most suitable focus for Orochimaru. Currently, I am delving into wood release and the Sharingan, though my foremost desire remains the pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru responded. These are merely trivial pieces of information. He added before posing a question of his own. What is it? Do you have a concern? The issue is far more significant than you might imagine. Luo Shao gently stroked his chin and remarked, as for wood release, let us temporarily set it aside. Upon your return, you may conduct experiments utilizing that successful case. You will discover that wood release is not as formidable as it seems. The Sharingan, particularly the legendary Meijiki Sharingan, is a far superior choice. Surely, you have heard of its prowess, as it was the very power that allowed Uchiha Madara to dominate the ninja world, rivaling even the esteemed Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the allure of the Meijiki Sharingan, as he yearned to uncover its secrets. Should the research on wood release stagnate, he would undoubtedly redirect his focus toward the Sharingan. Rosha continued, however, the kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses a significant flaw. While it can indeed empower an ordinary ninja to wield strength comparable to that of a Kage, its potency diminishes with increased usage, ultimately leading to irreversible blindness. Is there such a secret? Orochimaru questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. How could you, an outsider, possess a deeper understanding of the Sharingan than I, a native of Konoha? Noticing Orochimaru's doubt, Rosha fabricated a tale of a friend, asserting, among the core members of the Hao organization, there exists a member of the Uchiha clan. And this is his first-hand experience. What is the maximum duration for utilizing the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Orochimaru inquired, recognizing the significance of the question. If the limit is 50 years, it is akin to having no limit at all. The frequency of use dictates the outcome. With frequent application, one may find their vision completely squandered within a year or two, resulting in both blindness and the loss of ocular prowess. Yet, Orochimaru's inquiries only deepened. You wish to know why Uchiha Madara was seemingly unaffected, correct? Rosha retorted. Orochimaru nodded, recalling that records from Konoha indicated that Uchiha Madara had exhibited unparalleled strength for at least a decade, during which the world was engulfed in conflict. It was implausible that he could have refrained from utilizing the Sharingan, because the kaleidoscope is not the pinnacle of the Sharingan's capabilities. Rosha cast a glance into the distance and elucidated. Uchiha Madara had a younger brother named Izuna, who also awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. He was the one slain by Senju Tobirama. After Izuna's demise, he bequeathed his eyes to Uchiha Madara, merging the ocular powers derived from their bloodline. Thus, Uchiha Madara acquired the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, a gift that transcended the limits of the bloodline, rendering the term bloodline limit somewhat trivial. As for the precise method of achieving the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, I am uncertain. Perhaps Uchiha Madara merely absorbed the ocular power of another pair of eyes. Or perhaps he directly replaced his own. In any case, this is a topic you shall need to investigate further. Orochimaru felt a tumult within. He had not anticipated such complexities in the Sharingan. Observing Rosha's earnest demeanor, he sensed sincerity rather than deception. However, this raised a pivotal question. If Uchiha Madara possessed the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, how could Senju Hashirama, relying solely on ordinary wood release techniques, suppress him? Gaining insight into previously undisclosed secrets, Orochimaru suddenly grasped that he had strayed from the right path in his research. While Hashirama's cells presented a valid avenue of study, his preoccupation with wood release was a diversion from the essence of the matter. The peculiar force that elicited an aversion in ordinary individuals might indeed harbor the true mystery of Hashirama's cells. Without the proper direction, no amount of effort would yield fruitful results. Upon my return, I shall conduct my own experiments, if your words ring true. It would indeed be a tremendous boon to me, Orochimaru mused hoarsely. Adhering to his usual practice, he would typically question which aspect of his research had faltered, rather than doubting the entire direction of his inquiry. Without Rosha to correct his course, he feared he might have galloped recklessly down the erroneous path of wood release, only to abandon it in utter failure at the end. Among comrades, the organization boasted a wealth of circulating information. One could secure assistance from others by offering something in return. Whether it entailed sharing intelligence or providing aid, be it in the form of combat or capture, our organization thrived on the principle of mutual benefit, fostering connections through the exchange of interests. Rosha chuckled, expressing that the ability to listen is all that matters. An exchange of interests? Orochimaru nodded, affirming his preference for this notion, stating that in this world, only interests are eternal. The concept upheld by the How organization is undoubtedly of a higher caliber than merely discussing dreams. By trading what one does not need for what others require, everyone involved can experience growth and progress through repeated exchanges. With a flourish of his hand, Rosha extracted chakra and conjured an abundant quantity of sand gold, manipulating electromagnetic forces to extract the gold within, accumulating a weight of over 100 kilograms. I understand that money does not equate to everything. For instance, in our sand-hidden village, certain wartime supplies cannot be purchased regardless of wealth. However, it is indisputable that having money can alleviate many troubles. Perhaps in the future, I may require your assistance, though it may not be the case. Until then, please accept this gold as a small token of my appreciation. Wishing you every success in your research. Raza gestured towards the gold, generously proclaiming it as if it were merely a pile of scrap metal. His previous self could only produce gold dust, while the subsequent refining process demanded immense energy or manpower. However, he was different. Electromagnetic force could extract all the golden elements with a mere flick. Perhaps there would be some impurities, yet the purity would undoubtedly not fall below 85. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched slightly. Gold, a precious metal, held significant value in the ninja world, retaining worth that surpassed the currencies of the 5 great nations. This over 100 kilograms of gold was worth at least several tens of millions, and Raza casually gave it away, as if they were trifling gifts. Was this the benefit of joining the H organization? Brother, had you mentioned earlier that joining the H organization came with such advantages, there would have been no need for conflict. As a humble brother, Orochimaru is willing to serve the H organization, indulging in smoking, drinking, and even braving fire and water without hesitation. With Raza's goodwill, Orochimaru returned laden with rewards. The journey was somewhat convoluted, but the outcome was favorable. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Raza, in good spirits, made his way back to Amidst. Teacher, has Orochimaru perished? Nagato inquired hopefully, believing it would be best to eliminate the venomous snake as soon as possible. He must have died. The power of that move was the mightiest I have ever witnessed. Yahiko interjected. If it had struck Amidst, half the village would need reconstruction. No matter how formidable Orochimaru is, he could not possibly withstand it. Having experienced the Second Shinobi World War, the 3 young ones had witnessed many great figures in action. Hanzo, the newly emerged Sannin, who fought in a manner reminiscent of traditional ninjas. In contrast, Raza had galloped towards the later stages of the wind-shaping narrative, and whether he could emerge victorious was another matter entirely, yet he undeniably exuded an air of sophistication. Conan occasionally glanced at Raza, her eyes gleaming with admiration, who, at the moment of peril for the 3 young ones, stood forth to confront and challenge Hanzo, who drew their sword when Orochimaru coveted Amidst, causing him to falter. Indeed, it was none other than myself. Orochimaru did not perish. I have invited him to join the H organization, and henceforth, he shall be a core member of it. Raza stated calmly. The 3 young ones exchanged puzzled and astonished glances. Just moments ago, they had been at odds, and now they were shaking hands in reconciliation? But teacher, Yahiko exclaimed, Orochimaru just coveted Nagato's Rinnegan. Isn't this inviting a wolf into the fold? According to the teacher, core members and peripheral members maintained a somewhat hierarchical relationship. While they were part of the teacher's faction, they would inevitably have to interact with Orochimaru. He coveted not only the Rinnegan, but also my magnet release, as well as the Sharingan and wood release. Luo Sha cast a glance at Miyin and the contemplative Nagato, elucidating. But why does Miyin seem even more perplexed? It appears that there is no possibility for collaboration here. The organization we are part of seeks to find common ground while respecting our differences. Our aspirations are lofty and, correspondingly, more challenging to achieve. Therefore, we must unite all those who can be united. The personal thoughts of Orochimaru are inconsequential. As long as his actions contribute to our objectives, he is our ally, or at the very least, a partner of mutual interest. Rosha gently patted Nagato's shoulder. Speaking with earnest gravity, remember, in the realm of adulthood, there is seldom a clear distinction between right and wrong. My decision to take you three as disciples is rooted in the potential I see within you. If you were truly unworthy of cultivation, our paths would never have crossed. Nagato nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. It is a simple yet profound cause and effect relationship. Genuine kindness in this world is never without reason. Regardless, Rosha acts for the benefit of the three of them, having invested significantly in their futures. He harbors no ulterior motives, merely wishing to influence them in hopes of future returns. This is the essence of the teacher-student bond. However, gratitude remains paramount, while exceptional talents may be common. True mentors are rare. It is far easier to add embellishments in times of prosperity than to offer aid in times of need. But how should we interact with Orochimaru? What is his alias? Nagato pondered for a moment before inquiring. In the organization, his alias is Shi-Luo. For minor matters, if he is willing to offer compensation, then assistance can be rendered. Yet, one must remain vigilant. Should he find an opportunity to act against you three, even if I manage to eliminate him afterward? Resurrecting you would require considerable effort. Rosha advised the three individuals that the potential threat posed by Orochimaru to the trio could not be dismissed. With two prime mineral deposits at stake, it would be unwise to let a flood wash away the Dragon King's temple. Yahiko's pupils narrowed. The resurrection of the deceased was merely a slight inconvenience, yet the path laid out by the organization under AO was indeed formidable. In the following days, the focus shifted to the reconstruction efforts in the Rain Village. Even though Orochimaru had only demolished an office, Rosha seized the opportunity to implement sweeping reforms in the village. The structure of the ninja ranks, avenues for advancement, the welfare of the populace, and the future direction of the Rain Country were all established with a clear vision. Concurrently, he endeavored to mentor the trio, imparting his understanding of the philosophies of great leaders. The three were more than willing recipients, increasingly recognizing the truth that knowledge is born from practice and that authority stems from strength. An idealist like Jiraiya was to be avoided. While such aspirations could serve as a guiding star, it was imperative to engage in tangible actions rather than merely dream aloud. Rain Village gradually began to adhere to a more structured approach, allowing Rosha to finally return to Sand Village with a sense of relief. Teacher, can't you stay a few more days? Being by your side makes me feel as though I learn something new every day. And I have begun to see through the essence of the ninja world, Nagato implored, tugging at Rosha's sleeve, with Yahiko and Konan following closely behind. At this moment, Yahiko finally grasped the rationale behind Rosha's choice of Nagato as the spokesperson. Indeed, Nagato was far more suited for the role than himself. I cannot linger any longer. There are matters awaiting my attention in Sand Village. Remember, should you encounter any uncertainties or troubles, do not hesitate to send someone to Sand Village to seek me out. Rosa gazed fondly at the three little ones as she bid them farewell. In just a few days, her points had reached an impressive 1,200. And it wouldn't be long before she attained the coveted 2,000 mark. Indeed, Nagato and Orochimaru proved to be invaluable resources, and her investment had been worthwhile. Here, Teacher Rosa. This is for you. Konan once again crafted a paper flower, holding it aloft with both hands as she presented it to Rosa. Rosha accepted the paper flower, glanced at it, and smiled, saying, "This rose is exquisitely crafted." Afterward, she placed the paper blossom atop Xiaonan's hair. Adorning her head were an iron butterfly and two paper flowers, while Xiaonan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, contemplating that it was not a rose, but rather another flower strikingly similar to it. After bidding farewell to the three little ones, Rosha donned her conical hat and ventured into the rain, retracing her steps. The journey remained silent, and several hours later, as she reached a dense forest, she suddenly halted, unfurling a microwave radar, sensing something amiss. With an air of indifference, she remarked, "Having followed me for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourself?" There was no response, save for the sounds of wind and rain. Alongside the rustling leaves and the hurried movements of creatures within the thicket, all else fell into a profound silence. Rosha gently brushed the edge of his conical hat. then turned to gaze at a colossal tree 100 meters behind him, declaring with a hint of disdain, "Your concealment skills are indeed formidable." Initially, I was unable to detect any signs. However, after I employed the technique of the high ascendants, imitating the Susanoo of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and conversed with Orochimaru regarding the eternal kaleidoscope, you revealed two critical flaws. It was these very discrepancies that allowed me to fully memorize your fluctuations. While they bear a striking resemblance to ordinary trees, there are subtle differences that cannot be overlooked. With that, a kunai shot forth from beneath his cloak, breaking the sound barrier as it hurtled towards the giant tree. Chapter 73, The Black and White Abyss. Just as the kunai was about to pierce through the colossal tree, two figures, one black and one white, suddenly emerged from within the bark, and the kunai subsequently penetrated the tree, sending splinters flying. The black and white abyss, or rather, the black abyss and a swirling white abyss. Rosha squinted slightly, realizing that the number of individuals present exceeded his initial estimation by one. The only one he had identified was the swirling white zetsu, known as Obito. As for the black zetsu, he had never perceived its presence from the outset. It merely emerged alongside the others. Such formidable stealth capabilities. Indeed, if struck by such an attack, he might genuinely face death. The swirling white zetsu, Obito, leaped about in agitation, circling the colossal tree that had been shattered. He then turned to Rosha and greeted, "Hello, my name is Obito. And this beside me is Black Zetsu." The latter, Black Zetsu, cast a cold, disdainful glance at Rosha, seemingly wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Having been concealed beside Nagato, the two had fortuitously discerned Rosha's extraordinary traits, subsequently shifting their focus toward him. The secrets of would release. The mysteries of the Sharingan. Each time Rosha unveiled a fragment of knowledge, Black Zetsu felt a tremor within. These secrets were indeed known to him, and even to Uchiha Madara. Yet how could this outsider, Rosha, possess such insight? Moreover, Black Zetsu harbored a subtle apprehension that this seemingly unremarkable red-haired individual knew far more than he could fathom. Was this knowledge acquired from the sages of the three great lands, or from elsewhere? Black Zetsu was unable to ascertain. He only understood that he must ensure this red-haired figure never encountered Uchiha Madara, for such an encounter could jeopardize his grand scheme to rescue his mother. "Hello, I am Rosha," he introduced himself. Luo Sha similarly waved to a Fei, and observing his exuberant personality, it seems he must be the unique white Zetsu who saved Obito. "I am curious about one matter. Given your immense strength," a Fei suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired solemnly, "Do you, then, engage in the act of defecation?" Luo Sha found himself in a perplexing situation. What kind of question was this? Beautiful maidens do not engage in the mundane act of defecation. And as a handsome man himself, he certainly would not. How did you acquire such extensive knowledge? Heiju, shrouded in mystery, cautiously inquired. It was unfathomable how a red-haired individual from the Sand Village could possess such profound secrets of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that this young man's identity as a Sand Village native was merely a fade, concealing his true lineage as a member of the Uzumaki clan? As a distant relative of the Senju clan, he could indeed be considered a descendant of Indra, and such records within his clan were not entirely implausible. Heiju's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Had it not already been stated? Surely you must have heard that within our organization, the HOW, there exists a presence of Uchiha clan members. Furthermore, our HOW organization boasts a long and storied history, making it unsurprising that we possess knowledge of certain secrets. Luo Sha casually remarked, "Don't ask. If you do, it's merely a friend and another friend." However, to my knowledge, there exists no organization named HOW within the ninja world. Black Zetsu resembles the enigmatic figures from the world of Conan, his expression inscrutable, yet his tone betrays a profound skepticism. Just because you are unaware does not imply non-existence. This is a most classic phrase, often employed on platforms such as Douyin, Bilibili, and Tieba, typically uttered when one finds oneself at a loss for words, yet wishes to engage in futile argumentation. Its audacity rivals the notion that existence itself justifies validity. Luo Sha chuckled, remarking, "Just as the world is oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Madara still exists, so too are you unaware of the existence of our organization. How? Until the box is truly opened, you can never ascertain whether the cat within is alive or dead, or perhaps there is no cat at all. One must not dismiss the possibility of an entity's existence simply due to ignorance. Moreover, has anyone truly paid attention to your existence all along? Eliminate him, eliminate him." The final words of Rosha heightened the vigilance of Black Zetsu. This red-haired individual undoubtedly possessed knowledge of something significant. He was aware of the plan, at the very least. He recognized his own identity. Should his true identity be unveiled, it could potentially allow Uchiha Madara to proceed with the original scheme, yet absolute trust would be irrevocably lost. In the crucial moment, he aimed to seize the fruits of success and resurrect his mother. Black Zetsu's murderous intent surged, no matter the cost. Rosha must be eliminated today. At the very least, he must not be permitted to meet Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, the entire plan would be jeopardized. Afei, eliminate this man. He poses too great a threat, Black Zetsu urged his companion, while recognizing that aside from his exceptional stealth and immortality, his combat prowess was rather lackluster. Ultimately, he was merely the hastily crafted third offspring of Kagaya Tsutsuki, lacking the superior genetics of his two elder brothers, who boasted extraordinary combat abilities. He was even outclassed by his two nephews. But why must we kill him? We have only just met. He is so intriguing and surely has his own quirks. We could become great friends. Afei inquired, still struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. He was privy to the secret that Madara was not dead. Should that alone warrant a death sentence? Black Zetsu suppressed his fury and retorted. The most critical factor is that this red-haired individual is aware of our secrets. Ah, indeed. Afei nodded vigorously. Recalling Madara's admonition against revealing his identity or allowing outsiders to know of his existence. Rosha's earlier remarks clearly indicated he had uncovered something crucial. Regrettably, we have just begun to forge a friendship, and I haven't had the chance to discuss the art of defecation with you. But for the sake of Lord Madara, you must perish. Afei lamented, before launching forward, chakra coalescing in his hands to form two wooden spikes aimed at Rosha. Rosha stepped back, his chakra transforming into golden sand, forming a wall that stood before him. The wooden spikes pierced into the golden sand wall, absorbing its chakra and growing wildly, erupting into sharper branches that jutted out beyond the wall. Would release, insertion technique. With the loss of chakra to sustain it, the golden sand wall crumbled into grains, scattering upon the ground, while Rosha had already retreated a considerable distance. This peculiar wood release of the white absolute possessed a strange ability to absorb chakra from the golden sand, proving to be at least more advanced than Yamato's technique. Suddenly, countless saplings emerged from the forest floor, growing ferociously, rapidly transforming into bizarrely shaped trees. The branches sprouted swiftly, resembling tentacles, reaching out towards Rosha, attempting to confine all his movements. A smirk played upon Black Absolute's lips. After all, he was merely an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, while Afei was no ordinary white absolute. And within the dense forest, they would hold the advantage of terrain. A cold glint flashed. Rosha drew forth the Kusanagi sword, seized from Orochimaru, its brilliant blade cleaving through the tendrils that reached out towards him. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not halt the relentless advance of the wood release. Though his speed in felling trees was commendable, he found that Akatsuki's wood release grew even swifter. Intrigued, he resolved that if the problem could not be resolved, then it would be best to eliminate the source of the problem itself. A powerful electromagnetic cannon discharged, tearing through the branches and trees in its path, hurtling towards the vortex of White Zetsu. Akatsuki, caught unaware, White Zetsu barely evaded as Black Zetsu launched himself forward, merging with Akatsuki in a deft roll that narrowly avoided the blast. The rate of branch proliferation visibly diminished, allowing Rosha to sever the surrounding wood release and advance towards the dual entities of Black and White Zetsu, his movements measured and deliberate. That was close. He nearly met his demise. Akatsuki lay prone, still counting his blessings for surviving, acutely aware of his lack of combat experience. Fool, Black Zetsu cursed from the sidelines, commanding Akatsuki like a foreman directing laborers. Knowing you're on the brink of death, why not rise and continue the fight? Let him approach. I am not the one who will perish here. As the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu possessed no formidable power aside from the Black Heart technique capable of slaying 6 paths Madara. However, he was granted the gift of immortality. His body resembled fluid, easily severed, yet capable of reconstituting itself underground. Ultimately, he would emerge unscathed. Those who laugh last, laugh best, he mused, reflecting on the demise of his 2 rebellious brothers and his troublesome nephews, while he himself remained alive. Really, it's not like I wanted to fight him. It was a futile endeavor. Akatsuki muttered, releasing his chakra, summoning an endless surge of trees that burst forth from the earth, blocking Rosha's path. The once quaint forest scene took on a more sinister tone. Black Zetsu felt trapped. Compelling Akatsuki to eliminate Rosha seemed overly ambitious, with the odds slim and even defending against Rosha's onslaught proving a challenge. Yet, he had no choice. He had to see this through. even as tears streamed down his face. Rosha wielded the Kusanagi sword, expertly maneuvering it around him to deflect all would-release attacks as he strolled leisurely. Studying the nature of this technique, Hashirama and Madara both mastered would-release. Whether he could match them in the future remained to be seen, though it would undoubtedly aid in accumulating points. Before that, he needed to prepare thoroughly to present himself as the most formidable contender. The growth rate of Shinja Hashirama's would-release was astonishing, capable of absorbing chakra and exerting a suppressive effect on tailed beasts. A trait likely shared by Uchiha Madara's. Yamato was of no consequence. He was merely an annoyance. This variant of White Zetsu's would-release undoubtedly stemmed directly from Hashirama or the Divine Tree, exhibiting both rapid growth and chakra absorption capabilities, which were somewhat impressive. However, such abilities were insufficient. Rosha did not utilize chakra to forge gold. Instead, he harnessed electromagnetic forces to extract various metallic substances buried deep within the earth, coalescing them into a colossal sword measuring several meters in length. This sword, while grand in appearance, lacked any inherent sharpness. Without electromagnetic force, it would disintegrate into mere grains of sand. He then infused it with high-voltage electricity, augmenting its destructive potential significantly. With a swift motion, Rosha unleashed a long sword imbued with high-voltage electricity, severing everything in its path, including the relatively fragile wood of the would-release technique, which was, in truth, pierced by the electric current. The dry wood lacked conductivity. However, the issue lay in the fact that a phase would-release was anything but dry. The current flowed along the damp earth, extending towards the black and white entities, striking both with tremendous force. Ouch! It hurts. My skin feels as if it has turned to charcoal. Afei exclaimed, dismayed at the sight of his half-electrified body. I just polished and waxed it a few days ago. In a state of panic, he lamented, isn't this ruining my appearance? Silence, fool. Black Absolute retorted, delivering a punch to the other side of Afei's face, urging, hurry and strike back with a more powerful would-release. If he gets any closer, it will be far worse than just being scorched. Having previously observed Rosha's battle against Hanzo, Black Absolute knew of the purported battery concealed beneath Rosha's cloak, cursing internally at its astonishing endurance. Gazing at Black and White Absolute, Rosha narrowed his eyes. Their resistance to high-voltage electricity surpassed his expectations. While Black Absolute was not entirely unaffected, the impact of the current was minimal. Truly, he was worthy of being the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Vortex White Absolute, after being struck, merely exhibited charred skin and sluggish movements. The original White Absolute had been effortlessly dispatched by the second son with a single Amaterasu, marking it as one of his greatest feats. This Vortex White Absolute, in terms of combat capability, chakra volume, and uniqueness, surpassed the original. In the original narrative, it could serve as an exoskeleton for Obito and manipulate the great Yamato's would-release techniques, appearing more akin to a direct creation of the God Tree than the original White Absolute. All right, it's time. Afei's expression turned serious as chakra surged into the earth. Would-release, Hell's Turmoil. Around Rosha, several saplings burst forth from the ground, rocks breaking the surface as they rapidly grew into a massive thorny tree. Centered around Rosha, it spiraled and constricted upward, intent on strangling him. This technique resembled the one Afei had employed while possessed by Obito to obliterate the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village. Yet he found he could still utilize it without Obito's prowess. The long sword, spanning several meters, disassembled into 9 black metallic rings that surrounded him, countering the onslaught of the thorny tree. The colossal tree continued to constrict and compress, and despite the electromagnetic support provided by the rings, they exhibited signs of impending collapse, struggling to withstand the pressure. A commendable technique, indeed. Luo Sha surveyed his surroundings. Afei's would-release was indeed fascinating, perhaps the closest to the dual prowess of would-release. With his palm facing inward, he extended one hand before him and then clenched it suddenly. High-voltage electricity was once again infused into the metallic ring, its electromagnetic force manipulating the ring, which rapidly expanded outward, crashing through and severing the thorny giant trees. What to do? It seemed this move couldn't stop him either. Vortex White Absolute exclaimed in alarm, delivering a punch to Black Absolute's face, cursing, "It's all your fault. We were getting along just fine, on the verge of becoming friends. If you hadn't provoked me to strike, how would this have escalated?" As Luo Sha stepped forward, he emerged from the lethal grasp of the would-release, Hell's Chaos. Surrounding him, the Kusanagi sword whirled, severing the extending branches and vines of the would-release with precision. With a single-handed motion, the Kusanagi sword fell into his grasp, electrified with high-voltage energy, its chakra-enhanced blade radiating a brilliant, dazzling light. With a swift stroke, Luo Sha's sword cleaved through the air, its brilliance akin to a meteor from the heavens, severing the entity known as Black and White Absolute in twain. No, it was more accurate to say that Black and White Absolute, sensing imminent peril, chose to separate proactively. This is dire. The expression of the swirling White Absolute shifted dramatically. He had always been the one to take action, yet now the threat was upon him. Was he truly to be struck down in a single blow? With his sword held horizontally, Luo Sha executed another strike, causing Black Absolute to break apart into two segments, crashing to the ground. Like the infamous Frieza meeting his demise at the hands of Trunks, Black Absolute wore a visage of disbelief. How could this be happening to me? Moreover, why did he feel pain? The wound inflicted upon him was not as easily mended as he had anticipated. Chapter 75. Unconventional celestial art. Seizing the moment while Luo Sha was preoccupied with his pursuit of Black Absolute, the swirling White Absolute swiftly darted aside, navigating through the earth and trees with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, Rosha wielded his two swords, cleaving Black Zetsu into 8 fragments, and then focused intently on observing Black Zetsu's reaction. The swirling White Zetsu held little promise for points. Rather, it was a fortuitous moment to scrutinize Black Zetsu closely. The dismembered Black Zetsu felt excruciating pain emanating from every wound, and reluctantly transformed into a fluid to silently escape underground. Upon reassembling, it still sensed profound damage. Though devoid of visible wounds, the sensation of bodily harm was palpable, and the lost power, the chakra, was recovering at an agonizingly slow pace. As if it could never return, Black Zetsu was struck with terror, feeling as if it had been struck by lightning. The prospect of death loomed. A few more strikes from this red-haired adversary could indeed prove fatal. Immortal and unyielding, with formidable regenerative capabilities, Black Zetsu had relied on these traits for survival. Lurking in the shadows of the shinobi world throughout history, without any power, it would have long been vanquished and sunk into the sea within a concrete barrel, unable to cause chaos any longer. The realization that Rosha could inflict harm was utterly disconcerting. Rapidly traversing underground, Black Zetsu rejoined the swirling White Zetsu, abandoning any previous airs of authority. With utmost caution, it cast a wary glance at Rosha, its once formidable aura now diminished, noticing the unusual demeanor of its companion. The swirling White Zetsu was perplexed and, while retreating, whispered, "What transpired? You seem quite fearful of him." Black Zetsu, shrouded in secrecy, hesitated before finally responding. "This Rosha, he appears to wield senjutsu. Senjutsu can indeed inflict harm upon me." Another reason to eliminate Rosha had emerged. Senjutsu? Luo Sha's ears twitched slightly as he raised his hand, examining it from various angles before finally realizing the truth. The Tao Jade, forged from the convergence of the 5 elemental chakra and yin-yang release, remains susceptible to the constraints of sage arts. It can withstand ordinary ninjutsu but is not immune to the power of sage techniques. Kaguya Otsutsuki, utilizing yin-yang release along with fragments of her own will, birthed the entity known as Black Zetsu, her third offspring. While it is ageless and immortal, its essence of life cannot surpass that of the Tao Jade. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, is not immune to sage arts. The 2 rebellious sons, Naruto and Sasuke, employed sage techniques to seal Kaguya on 2 occasions. As for Sakura Haruno, she is merely a decorative presence. Even if Kakashi's ninja dog, Pakin, were to join forces with Naruto and Sasuke, it is likely they could still seal Kaguya. Why is this so? Because Kaguya is an extraterrestrial being, and chakra cannot truly be regarded as the energy of the ninja world. It is an invasive force from another realm. The indigenous energy of the ninja world is, in fact, natural energy, which lacks a direct application system. However, when combined with chakra, it gives rise to sage arts. For a being like Kaguya, seeking to govern the domain of sage arts, which is inhabited by a local hybrid, seems rather presumptuous. Within Luo Sha's mind lies a conjecture. Electromagnetic forces permeate all existence, even in fantastical realms such as the world of Hokage. While certain aspects may deviate from Newtonian principles, the overarching laws remain intact. The high-voltage currents he generates through electromagnetic manipulation, although distinct from lightning release, fundamentally share the same essence as the natural phenomenon of lightning. When augmented with chakra, even without the ability to enhance potency or enter sage mode, it still embodies certain characteristics akin to mystical arts. Luo Sha gazed at Heibaiju, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "So it is this that you fear. Yet, it is understandable. Even your mother is not immune to the powers of the. To withstand does not equate to immunity. While the might of may not rival that of the six paths, it possesses the fundamental qualities necessary to inflict damage upon the Tao-seeking jade, and that is sufficient. Ju's expression shifted dramatically, his visage contorting in terror as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know this? How could you know this?" Initially, he had intended to inquire why Luo Sha wielded, especially since he bore no trace of the three great celestial realms. Otherwise, he would have been unable to perceive it. However, with Luo Sha's revelation, those queries became trivial, mere trifles. I have stated before, my knowledge extends far beyond what you can imagine. Should you desire to learn more, I can divulge further details, such as the origins of your mother and the reasons for her arrival in the ninja world. With a light tap of his index finger against his temple, Luo Sha coldly remarked that his ability to inflict harm upon Kurizetsu signified the latter's lack of research value. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Kurizetsu had utterly lost his composure, no longer embodying the poise of the shinobi world, but rather descending into hysteria. Stripped of any power, Kurizetsu, once proud to be the offspring of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the shadowy puppeteer of the ninja realm, found himself diminished. His two brothers and two nephews, Obito and Shursui, along with countless formidable warriors that had emerged over the years, were all dismissed by Kurizetsu with disdain. He firmly believed himself to be the mastermind, convinced that with sufficient effort, he could guide and manipulate them at will. Poor Tom, a mere pawn in his grasp. What use is mere strength? One must possess wit to navigate this world. Now, the last vestiges of Kurizetsu's pride and composure were stripped away by Luo Sha. Aside from the three great sages, he remained unremarkable. Kill him, swiftly. Kurizetsu bellowed at the possessed vortex white Zetsu in anger, wishing he had the power to wield a blade against Luo Sha. Afei landed another punch on Kurizetsu's face, indignantly protesting, "I've told you time and again, without the strength. Why can't you comprehend? None of us can endure this any longer. We must devise an escape plan promptly. If you are lost in delusion, allow me to rouse you from it." The expression on Luo Sha's face subtly shifted, as if contemplating an escape. How delightful it would be if he could flee directly to Uchiha Madara, allowing himself to engage in a form of entrapment, to mercilessly assault the solitary elder. Black Zetsu found it incredibly challenging to track him, while he retained a modicum of confidence in White Zetsu. Had it not been for the desire to employ a strategy of feigned retreat, he would have eliminated this White Zetsu long ago. "No, you possess something." Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and spoke with a fierce tone. "Unlike other White Zetsus, you originate from the very body of the divine tree. If you could inhabit a ninja adept and would release, or one with a greater reservoir of chakra, you would wield an even more formidable would release. It is certain that such power could vanquish him." Afei felt a moment of astonishment, realizing his own potential, before he could fully comprehend. He sensed a breach of control over his own body, as the other half of Black Zetsu transformed into a fluid form, gradually encroaching upon the portion of his body occupied by Vortex White Zetsu. An unending flow of chakra coursed into Afei, temporarily enhancing the wood release derived from the divine tree. "I feel invigorated, thank you, Taro." Despite being temporarily drained from the transfer of power, Black Zetsu felt a sense of satisfaction akin to a man who has just completed an intense workout and is now enjoying a cigarette. "Accept this, Afei. This is my final chakra." Chapter 76. Dismantling the Gundam used that technique against him. Black Zetsu's spirit was somewhat waning, yet his tone retained an air of vitality, urging him on. "Very well." Afei nodded, extending his hands as he swiftly formed seals. Chakra surged forth, causing the ground to tremble, and a colossal Buddha statue erupted from the earth below. Towering nearly 100 meters high, this statue emanated an imposing presence, with nearly 100 arms forming a grand circular halo behind it, complemented by 5 tentacle-like wooden appendages. The statue stood majestically amidst the forest, dwarfing the surrounding trees that stood at a mere 20 to 30 meters, creating a stark contrast akin to a 3-story villa beside Ultraman. Black and White Zetsu stood atop the giant's head, gazing down upon Luo Sha in the dense thicket. White Zetsu cheered with exuberance, incredulously examining his arms, exclaiming, "I can actually perform such a powerful ninjutsu. Unbelievable, I have always been this strong, merely awaiting the discovery of my potential." "Silence yourself. It is only by transferring my chakra to you that you can execute this technique. Moreover, have you not realized that your chakra is nearly depleted?" Black Zetsu spoke weakly, clearly exasperated by Afei's erratic demeanor. "Oh, indeed. Vortex White Zetsu muttered, seemingly recognizing the truth of his dwindling chakra. So, what becomes of this technique? Is it a matter of succeed or perish? Casting a glance at Luo Sha below, recalling the techniques he had observed from him. A sudden wave of uncertainty washed over him. The red-haired adversary had clearly not fought earnestly moments ago. In the loudest voice possible, he uttered the most cowardly words. Hey, I'm not particularly inclined to engage in battle with you. Shall we simply cease hostilities and return to our respective homes? Black Zetsu, lamenting his unfortunate situation yet raging against his companion's cowardice, delivered a punch to White Zetsu's face, scolding him. Must you not display a shred of resolve? You are currently wielding would release, and it is a highly advanced technique. There is no need for fear. Rosha gazed up at the wooden Buddha statue, squinting his eyes slightly as he chuckled. I have long asserted that would release is merely an exceedingly ordinary form of bloodline technique. Though it is a statue of the Buddha, this particular one likely possesses not even a fraction of the power of the transformation atop the thousand-handed Hashirama. In comparison to his wooden mastery, it is perhaps slightly inferior, merely a hollow fade. Kurizetsu glared angrily, directing his counterpart, Wazutsu. He is belittling you. Why not act swiftly and demonstrate the might of would release? Reluctantly, Wazutsu manipulated the wooden figure, channeling the energies of the 5 elemental chakra into the Buddha's crown, swiftly conjuring an unknown ninjutsu to bombard Rosha. Kurizetsu brimmed with confidence. Hashirama's wooden techniques could contend with the tailed beasts and hold its own against the complete Susanoo of Uchihama Dara, representing a superior form of ninjutsu beyond the wooden dragon technique. Inheriting from the divine tree, Wazutsu's would release, even if feeble, should still prove formidable enough to threaten an ordinary shadow-level warrior. With electromagnetic force unleashed, Rosha extracted metallic materials buried deep within the earth, reassembling a makeshift Susanoo, or rather, a Gundam in free mode. The skeletal arms crossed over his chest absorbed the onslaught of the 5 elemental techniques before thrusting outward, repelling the assault. The convergence of 5 chakra energies surged through the forest, ravaging countless trees and wildlife. Controlling the free Gundam, Rosha launched himself at the wooden figure, a fierce determination propelling him forward. Stop him. Kurizetsu's expression shifted dramatically. The 5 techniques unleashed were at least on par with conventional B-rank ninjutsu. Yet their rapid deployment yielded no effect whatsoever. Wazutsu nodded, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and unleashed another 5 techniques, simultaneously maneuvering 5 tentacle-like arms to strike at Rosha. As Rosha deflected one of the arms, a flicker of electromagnetic energy surged through him, transforming the left arm of his Gundam into a blade, charged with high voltage, severing a wooden limb effortlessly. Just as I suspected, it is nothing but an empty shell. To rely on such a grand contraption to vanquish me is rather naive. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Sha gazed upward at the Buddha statue, his mind engaged in contemplation. The celestial transformation of the Buddha atop Senja Hashirama is a feat of divine arts, not to be mentioned lightly. Even Hashirama's wooden technique could stand on equal footing with Susanoo, whether in terms of strength, speed, or durability. In contrast, the wooden figure of Uchiha Bido, though enhanced with 5 elemental ninjutsu, pales in comparison to the prowess of Hashirama's technique in all aspects of might, velocity, and resilience. When battling against ordinary ninja forces, the disparity is not particularly pronounced, yet in direct confrontation with oneself, the limitations become apparent. Is this a gap in the inherent quality of the wood release? Or rather a difference in the quantity of chakra? Luo Sha posits that both factors are present, yet the latter holds greater influence. The chakra of Senja Hashirama is as vast as the ocean. Even when combined, the powers of Black and White Zetsu cannot compare, not even by a fraction. With an equal amount of chakra, 2 wooden figures were crafted. One, larger in stature, adorned with flamboyant skills. The other, significantly smaller, unpretentious, relying solely on sheer force. While the former may perform adequately against weaker foes, it is evident that the latter proves more effective against formidable adversaries, especially considering that the chakra utilized by Black and White Zetsu is lesser than that required for just one of Hashirama's wooden constructs. This realization led to a degradation in the quality and resilience of the wooden statue. Understanding this, Luo Sha cast aside all trepidation, propelling himself towards the head of the statue where Black and White Zetsu awaited. Aura. Black Zetsu was taken aback, desperately draining the statue's sustaining energy to unleash greater power. 5 arms flailed wildly, unleashing relentless ninjutsu upon Luo Sha. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, taking on a Cthulhu-like essence. The techniques of the towering figure surged forth unopposed, as two metallic arms struck like dragons, practicing forms such as Shingi, Bagwazang, Yimaquin, and Wongbakwan, dispersing all incoming attacks and ninjutsu alike. Some of the shattered ninjutsu were deliberately directed towards the giant Buddha, resulting in a series of explosive sounds as the statue trembled. Riddled with damage. Not only can we pilot mechs, but we are also adept at dismantling them, Rosha declared. He must not be allowed to ascend. Black Zetsu exclaimed in terror. Vortex White Zetsu nodded, gritting his teeth and resolutely launching a ninjutsu that severed the arm upon which Rosha was advancing. Shall we take this opportunity to flee? White Zetsu suggested, feeling a surge of fear as their ultimate techniques were swiftly dismantled in less than 10 seconds. Black Zetsu hesitated. Caught in indecision, Rosha leapt into the air, propelled by his wooden arms, ascending before the black and white figures. The swirling White Zetsu, instinctively maneuvering the colossal Buddha, unleashed several powerful ninjutsu techniques. The towering figure disassembled, forming a circular shield that deflected the ninjutsu before dispersing once more, revealing the menacing Rosha behind. There was no chance of escape. The technique known as Freedom Mode, M01 Scorpion Tiger, manifested as a 20-meter-long blade composed of reconstituted metal, charged with high-voltage electricity and enhanced by chakra, resembling a pseudo-sage art. With deft control, Rosha slashed through the air, obliterating the illusory Buddha statue. Chapter 77. The Path of Escape. We are doomed. At the moment the massive statue collapsed, the swirling White Zetsu screamed in panic, helplessly plummeting downward. A kunai pierced the sound barrier, cutting through the air and rain with a trail of white smoke in its wake. The electromagnetic cannon erupted, shattering the sound barrier as it shot forth. The swirling White Zetsu, alarmed, quickly adjusted his falling posture, stretching out his body. Boom. The electromagnetic cannon penetrated the Black Zetsu's half of the body without obstruction, traveling several dozen meters before its energy waned and it plunged into the ground, leaving behind a plume of smoke in the air. The Black Zetsu, bewildered, thought, "Why am I always the one getting hurt? Damn it." Fortunately, this shot from the electromagnetic cannon could hardly be classified as a pseudo-sage technique, causing minimal harm. With a mere thought, he recovered from his injuries. Another shot from the electromagnetic cannon was fired, having already locked onto the trajectory of the Black and White Zetsu's movements. The moment they hit the ground, they rolled backward in a lazy tumble, narrowly evading the projectile, vanishing into the trunk of a massive tree. Quite impressive, their ability to survive, managing to evade my attack. However, without the means to retaliate, their fate was sealed. They could only flee. I will track you down, locate you, and then eliminate you. Chakra surged forth, coalescing into a throne of sand and gold. Rosha, unencumbered by the royal garb, reclined in a relaxed position, propped on one arm. What remained was to play the part. Just as he had previously spared Linning and Yuyuri and let go of Yin-In Village's Ryotaro. Employing electromagnetic force, he left behind undetectable metallic particles on them, memorizing their unique wave frequencies. Additionally, any object with a temperature above absolute zero emits electromagnetic waves, ensuring that wherever the swirling White Zetsu ran, these instinctively released waves would trace a path. A strategy of feigned retreat, luring the serpent from its den? A remarkably simple tactic, yet simplicity often yields the greatest utility. The essence of conspiracy and planning lies in evasion of complexity. One misstep could lead to utter failure with no margin for error. With the release of electromagnetic force, Rosha sensed the White Zetsu's presence, a smirk gracing his lips as he pointed. A high-pressure current, intertwined with chakra, surged forth like an electric serpent gliding through the air, striking the tree that concealed the Black and White Zetsu. The colossal tree, struck by lightning, erupted with a resounding crack, leaving the Black and White Zetsu tingling all over, especially the Black Zetsu, who felt an indescribable thrill, suppressing the tremors coursing through his body. The Black Zetsu swiftly burrowed underground, darting about erratically to confound Rosha's perception. With his limbs still twitching uncontrollably, the swirling White Zetsu muttered in pain. How can his battery last so long? How many bolts of lightning has he unleashed by now? In truth, he could hardly keep track. We may have been deceived. The Black Zetsu pondered, feeling despair. While it was true that the Sand Village lacked proficient lightning-based ninjas, it did not mean that he was incapable of using lightning techniques. Although the magnetic release was a formidable bloodline limit, as a shadow-level powerhouse, mastering an additional ninjutsu technique would not be detrimental to him. The Black Zetsu's thoughts began to crystallize. Indeed, whether facing Hanzo or Orochimaru, or even in combat with them, Rosha had utilized lightning abilities. Unlike typical lightning ninjas, Rosha appeared more inclined to use lightning to augment magnetic techniques, maintaining a singular focus without any variation in nature or form. Yet, this made sense. Magnetic release was already a robust bloodline limit, and further refining lightning techniques would yield little benefit. Simple utilization for assistance would suffice. The Black Zetsu's conviction grew stronger. Yes, it must be true. Rosha was indeed a dual-element ninja, primarily magnetic with a secondary affinity for lightning. The swirling white Zetsu, disheartened, lamented, "How could he deceive us?" I even wanted to befriend him and discuss the art of defecation. As they conversed, a slender metal rod suddenly shot down from above, piercing through 6 or 7 meters of earth and impaling the black and white Zetsu's bodies. The imperceptible metallic particles clinging to the rod gradually shed, embedding themselves within the black and white Zetsu. Pain, pain, pain. The swirling white Zetsu felt an agonizing surge coursing through him, but just as he was about to scream, the black Zetsu covered his mouth. Gripping the metal rod with one hand, the black Zetsu forcefully wrenched it free, the barbed end scraping away some of the internal components of the white Zetsu's body, causing him to bite down on the black Zetsu's hand in retaliation. With no time to settle scores with the white Zetsu, the black Zetsu swiftly dragged this burden away, realizing their location had likely been compromised. Indeed, after they had moved a considerable distance, several metal rods descended from the sky, piercing the ground where they had just been. "It seems he can sense our location. This won't do," the black Zetsu fretted. The opponents soared above while they traversed underground. Unable to create distance with their speed, they found themselves in a precarious situation, with the possibility of being caught by Rosha leading to certain death. Could it be because you exposed yourself? You were never one to get hurt. Is it possible he can hurt you and also sense you? The white Zetsu questioned, casting doubt upon the black Zetsu's concealment skills. "Did you bring the enemy here?" The black Zetsu remained silent, acknowledging the possibility. Rosha seemed to wield sage arts, and those who mastered such techniques possess heightened sensory abilities. Perhaps it was indeed due to his exposure. What to do now? Seeing the black Zetsu offer no defense, the swirling white Zetsu grew increasingly irritated, muttering, "This is all your fault. You insisted I engage. Now, because of you, we cannot fight back nor escape. I haven't even had the chance to relieve myself. And already I must accompany you to death." Silence. The black Zetsu hissed quietly, regaining composure. His attack frequency is not rapid, which means sensing us is also a considerable challenge for him. What we must do now is disrupt his perception and then flee. At this point, the black Zetsu no longer aspired to eliminate Rosha. Escaping was the priority. "He senses you, not us," the white Zetsu insisted, determined to avoid blame. The black Zetsu refrained from arguing, instructing, "I will transfer the last of my chakra to you. When we surface together, you will attack him. While he is preoccupied with evasion, we will make our escape." Understood, the white Zetsu nodded, content with the prospect of merely surviving against Rosha. Chakra flowed once more. Albeit faintly, at least it provided a semblance of foundation. Minutes passed as both gradually regained a modicum of chakra. 1, 2, 3. As the moment approached, the black and white entities separated once again, emerging simultaneously from 2 distinct locations. Black Absolute served as bait while White Absolute launched a surprise attack. In truth, Rosha was only capable of sensing White Absolute. When White Absolute lifted his gaze to the sky, he spotted Rosha seated regally upon the sand gold throne, which caused a slight pang of disappointment within him. Attacking him with ordinary would-release techniques would likely prove futile, wouldn't it? Chapter 78, in 115 Ah. Has he chosen to reveal himself? Rosha mused, observing the 2 color-shifting moles that had suddenly surfaced from the ground. He had intentionally created an illusion that made it challenging to perceive them, all to allow Black and White Absolute to seize the opportunity to escape from him. No matter the outcome, he was determined to meet Uchiha Madara. Whether he could eliminate him was irrelevant, as his primary goal was to reap the benefits. Black Absolute, lacking combat capabilities, had emerged unexpectedly, clearly intending to disrupt Rosha's perception, thereby confirming that Black Absolute was the bait while White Absolute was the primary attacker. Pretending not to notice the swirling form of White Absolute, Rosha immediately focused on Black Absolute, subtly manipulating electromagnetic forces and releasing chakra. An electric serpent cleaved through the air, striking Black Absolute with pinpoint accuracy, causing him to tremble and spasm uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, White Absolute formed hand seals, hastily expending his recently restored chakra to unleash would release hellish chaos. 5 tender sprouts burst forth from the earth, growing wildly under the infusion of chakra, quickly maturing into a massive thorny tree. In a spiral motion, it surged upwards towards Luo Sha, threatening to ensnare him completely. Only at the critical moment, as the attack approached, did Luo Sha react. The sand gold throne disassembled and reformed into enormous hands that pushed the thorns away. The chakra, which constituted the sand gold and held it together, was partially absorbed by the thorns, leaving Luo Sha flustered and somewhat disheveled. Now was the moment. Black and white absolutes' eyes glinted with determination as they swiftly burrowed underground, exerting themselves like a dog paddling away from danger. They were as swift as a wild beast. An arrow released from its bow. In a fleeting moment, Black and white absolute felt an exhilarating rush, realizing this was perhaps the fastest they had ever fled, given that they were closest to death than ever before. After a considerable time, nearly exhausted, Black Absolute slowed his pace, and they regrouped. Black Absolute's eyes took on a lifeless quality as he murmured, "We must have shaken him off, given the time that has elapsed without attack." White Absolute, reluctant to acknowledge his companion, reflected on how it was Black Absolute's sacrifice that had allowed their escape, and replied with a dismissive grunt, "I believe we have indeed evaded him. If you are unsure, why not take a peek?" Black Absolute fell silent, hesitating for a moment before venturing upwards, cautiously peeking around to assess their surroundings before promptly retreating underground. "We haven't seen him. We must have temporarily shaken him off, but we cannot afford to be careless. Let us continue our journey underground." "Where is our destination?" White Absolute inquired. Black Absolute contemplated for a moment. Being pursued by Luo Sha was tantamount to a death sentence. However, returning directly to Uchiha Madara was also not advisable. Even in his current frail state, residing in the ICU, Madara still held a fearsome presence that could linger for several minutes during critical moments. Black Absolute surmised that those fleeting minutes would be sufficient for Madara to eliminate Luo Sha, or at least to subdue him. However, the concern remained upon their encounter. It was uncertain who would meet their end first. Luo Sha could easily utter a few words that would reveal Madara's manipulation. Would Madara not retaliate with fury? After all, he was the second son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, reincarnated with Indra's chakra, making his chakra inherently unique. He had also absorbed the chakra of Senja Hashirama, awakening the Rinnegan. It was difficult to ascertain whether he could directly eliminate them. Let us wander aimlessly for a while, ensuring we have completely evaded Luo Sha before returning to Lord Madara. Black Absolute decided, opting for a middle ground. Indeed, we must not create trouble for Lord Madara. White Absolute agreed, loyal and steadfast, unlike Black Absolute, who always seemed on the verge of betrayal. With a frown, White Absolute added, "When we meet Lord Madara, I shall certainly inform him of your misdeeds. Our task was merely to monitor Nagato. Being discovered by Luo Sha was unfortunate, but we could have fled at that moment. Why did you insist on engaging him? Nearly costing us our lives? Had we fled then, we would not be in such a predicament now." White Absolute argued passionately, "I am cowardly, and I have my reasons." Black Absolute felt an overwhelming urge to silence White Absolute, realizing he had forgotten how talkative this companion was. An incessant chatterbox, he could not refrain from commentary. If he divulged too much, it would jeopardize their safety. After scrutinizing White Absolute for some time, Black Absolute finally suppressed his murderous intent. Given their current state of exhaustion, it would be exceedingly challenging to deal with White Absolute's incessant ramblings. Moreover, even if White Absolute let slip a word or two, it would not matter. With his superior intellect, Black Absolute could always find a way to cover up the blunders, as long as he prevented a direct encounter between Luo Sha and Uchiha Madara. The two of them moved stealthily, with White Absolute continuing to chatter away. In an unusual turn of events, Black Absolute engaged in conversation, discussing everything, including the art of defecation. He felt a sense of superiority over this simple-minded companion, believing that through their extensive dialogue, White Absolute would inevitably forget the details of their prior encounter. Once they were assured that they had successfully evaded their pursuers, Luo Sha unleashed a dazzling display of electrical energy that outshone even Super Saiyan 2, instantly obliterating the wood release, hellish chaos. With his feet planted firmly upon the sand gold, he gracefully descended to the ground, releasing electromagnetic forces to trace the path left by the two underground. Among the traces, White Absolute's path was the easiest to follow, while Black Absolute, though not entirely undetectable, still emitted faint electromagnetic signals that were oddly elusive, likely due to the peculiarities of their unique world. Additionally, Luo Sha had embedded tiny metallic particles within their bodies. remnants he had casually extracted from a nearby metal ore. These particles were likely indium from the fifth period of the periodic table, a rare metal on Blue Star. Symbolized as in. Naturally occurring indium possesses two isotopes, one being in 113, a stable nuclide, while in 115 undergoes decay. The particles they left behind were probably in 115, capable of emitting minuscule rays that posed negligible harm to humans. Though rays are not electromagnetic waves, they essentially consist of high-velocity electrons, which Luo Sha could sense more easily than microwaves. "I found it," Luo Sha murmured, focusing intently as he opened his eyes and began to follow the trail left by black and white absolute, one that only he could trace, moving steadily and deliberately in pursuit. It was evident that they were intentionally taking a convoluted route, perhaps to throw off their pursuers or simply to meander about. But Luo Sha paid little heed to their intentions. This afforded him an opportunity to recover his stamina, having expended a significant portion of his energy dismantling the statue. After all, his ultimate objective was to confront the most formidable hermit in the ninja world at that moment. Chapter 79, Autumn Pear Syrup, Enough Already. In the hidden depths of the Rain Country, within a secluded underground cavern, a famished mouse, having endured prolonged hunger, cautiously emerged from a dark, damp corner, seeking sustenance to survive. This emaciated creature scuttled about, yet found nothing. By chance, it lifted its head and beheld the entirety of the cavern. The dark stone walls were adorned with various human-like sculptures, their materials difficult to discern, whether stone or wood. Upon a stone throne sat an elderly man, frail and decrepit. His long, pale hair cascaded to his waist, with a fringe obscuring his right eye. His skin was withered, akin to centuries-old bark, devoid of vitality. His eye sockets were sunken, and his lips, parched, clung to his toothless gums, resembling a figure on the brink of death. Behind him, two weapons were crossed atop the throne, a sickle and an enigmatic fan embellished with swirling patterns. Further back loomed an enormous, humanoid figure of ambiguous material, exuding an aura of profound danger. The mouse, upon merely glancing at this presence, instinctively sensed peril. Its fur bristled as it attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by an overwhelming force, pinning it to the ground in terror. Slowly, Uchiha Madara awakened, his eyes revealing the swirling tomo of the Sharingan. Fixating on the quivering mouse, he murmured, "Have Kaguya and Akatsuki not returned yet? No matter, it has been years since I have savored such delicacies." With that, he rose and approached the skeletal mouse, which, in its futile attempt to escape, succumbed to unconsciousness. Madara, unfazed, seized the mouse, swiftly dispatching it before relishing in its flavor. Savoring the crunch reminiscent of chicken. Feeling rejuvenated, he mused that, despite the life force transmitted by the golem, there was still nothing quite like actual sustenance. After a period of contemplation, he closed his eyes to meditate, embodying the essence of an elder. Time passed, and Madara sensed a presence. Reopening his eyes to the empty space before him, calmly inquiring, "Have you returned?" This time it has taken longer than usual. The weary figure of Kaguya emerged from the depths, kneeling before Madara, and humbly confessed, "I apologize, Lord Madara. We encountered some complications, but they have been resolved." Madara nodded, satisfied that the matter had been addressed, emphasizing the importance of Nagato and his plans, ensuring nothing would go awry. Madara had always believed that Kaguya was a product of his awakened Rinnegan and mastery over the Six Paths techniques, a continuation of his will. In the original narrative, he had even imparted the so-called Six Paths techniques to Obito, who could only create the black rods, leaving aside the manner in which Kaguya had once felled Madara. The mere fact that he could do so indicated Madara's absolute trust in Kaguya. Thus, when Kaguya claimed there was nothing to worry about, Madara took him at his word. However, a voice interrupted, pointing out Kaguya's deception. "We were not merely toys to be played with. Had it not been for my wood release to restrain him, we might have been slaughtered." Akatsuki, emerging from the shadows, accused Kaguya of misleading Madara. Kaguya, seething in the unseen corners, cursed Akatsuki for his meddlesomeness, contemplating silencing him permanently. Yet the situation remained manageable. "Now, what precisely transpired? Please elaborate," Madara urged, casting a discerning glance at Kaguya, though his suspicion was only slightly piqued. However, Kaguya's absolute trust began to waver, for this was the first instance Kaguya had attempted to conceal something. "Nothing significant. We merely encountered Rashi from Sunagakure on our return. His sensory abilities are formidable. Even when we employed the wood golem technique, we could not withstand him for more than 3 minutes. Fortunately, we ultimately evaded him." Fearing Akatsuki's further interjections, Kaguya recounted the entire ordeal following their encounter with Rashi. This should be secure, Kaguya reassured himself, feeling confident that nothing remained to be disclosed. Sunagakure's magnet release, you say? Madara mused, recalling that Sunagakure was the most powerful village beyond Konoha, which had only received a single-tailed beast during Hashirama's distribution. Even though the one tail was among the strongest, its singularity could not compensate for the numerical disparity against the others. If ordinary shadow-level ninjas range from Diamond 5 to Diamond 1, the remaining tailed beasts would be Diamond 2, while the one tail stands at Star 5, with the 8 tail at Star 1. As for the 9 tail, even if split in half, each segment could still achieve a score of 500, illustrating the vast chasm in strength. The magnet release must be a bloodline limit created by that rascal, Rashi. Emulating the one tail's abilities, Madara continued to ponder, recalling that Rashi was the second Kazekage, a figure of some renown. Over the decades, Madara had kept an eye on significant events in the shinobi world from a lofty perspective. Indeed, Kaguya nodded, adding, Rashi is a newly rising young ninja from Sunagakure. His bloodline limit has progressed beyond that of the third Kazekage, even surpassing the essence of the one tail. However, compared to you, he is merely a grain of sand. Kaguya refrained from mentioning the term peak, knowing full well that the peak of Madara's power would easily overshadow Rashi. Yet age remained Madara's greatest affliction, once a dominant force in the shinobi world, now relegated to mere survival within a cavern. Madara's doubts dissipated, after all. Rashi was merely an ordinary shadow-level ninja, even if he possessed exceptional skills. Only you, Hashirama, occupy my focus. You must believe in my unwavering loyalty. At the sound of Akatsuki's laughter, Kaguya sensed impending trouble. However, with Madara present, he could not simply eliminate Akatsuki without consequence. Indeed, my lord, Akatsuki chimed in. That magnet release user, Rashi, is quite formidable. Not long ago, he decimated Hanzo and became the true power behind the Rain Country. He even took Nagato as his apprentice and recently clashed with Orochimaru from Konoha, managing to subdue him. They planned to study the secrets of the Sharingan, aiming to create an eternal Meijiki. Akatsuki, typically loquacious and erratic, suddenly spoke with clarity. Kaguya felt as though he were plunging into an abyss, wishing fervently to silence Akatsuki. Stop speaking. Chapter 80. The informant Akatsuki Uchiha. Madara's gaze suddenly deepened. Nagato was of paramount importance. A decade ago, when Madara transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato, he dispatched numerous white Zetsu to vigilantly monitor and protect him day and night. It was only in recent years, after Nagato had attained the strength of a Jonin, that the surveillance had slightly relaxed, with only a few white Zetsu dispatched daily and occasionally sending Akatsuki's black Zetsu to check in for a few days. It was akin to a weary father, who could no longer fight, cherishing the child he had laid in life. My child, when you received the Sharingan, the forest of the Rain Country whispered your name under the night sky. Nagato, I take pride in watching you grow day by day into the vessel of the Rinnegan. Remember, we have always conquered this ninja world through power. I believe you will swiftly unlock the potential of the Rinnegan. But know this, true strength lies in the spirit of self-sacrifice that dwells within your heart. One day, your life will reach its conclusion, and I shall be crowned as king. Such was the extent of Madara's concern. Black Zetsu knelt, trembling as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Akatsuki had unleashed too many revelations, requiring time to formulate a response. After a few seconds, under Madara's penetrating gaze, Black Zetsu explained. I thought Nagato's apprenticeship to Jiraiya was not something to be overly concerned about. Madara was not particularly invested in Nagato's tutelage under Jiraiya. In fact, he welcomed it, knowing that Jiraiya could guide Nagato through his most challenging developmental phase. How could it be the same? Nagato, under Jiraiya's guidance, was pure-hearted, while Raza is cunning and ruthless. Currently, Nagato was capable of eliminating feudal lords and potential candidates without a flicker of remorse. Fixated on trailing Raza of the magnet release in his quest to unify the ninja world, Black Zetsu muttered his discontent, unwittingly twisting the knife further into Black Zetsu's heart. Madara narrowed his eyes. In his memories, Nagato, like Hashirama, had been a very naive child, easily manipulated. How had he strayed so far? To eliminate feudal lords was once merely a fleeting thought for Madara, but Raza was indeed formidable. Moreover, the ambition to unify the ninja world had once been Madara's own dream, although Hashirama had never agreed. It mattered not. Nagato's eyes held Madara's contingency plan within them. He could never truly escape Madara's grasp. The notion of unifying the ninja world aligned perfectly with Madara's intentions. Rosha would likely need the power of the tailed beast to achieve this. Perhaps, Madara mused, he wouldn't even need to prepare a backup plan to guide Nagato anymore. Everything possesses duality, and Madara maintained a positive outlook, recognizing the brighter side of the situation. Black Zetsu exhaled in relief, believing he had evaded scrutiny when suddenly a profound sense of dread enveloped him, as if being observed by a primordial beast. Madara's gaze fixated on Black Zetsu, articulating each word with precision. However, the Manjiki Sharingan, and even the eternal Manjiki, cannot be overlooked. I am curious about what Rosha has discussed with Orochimaru. Black Zetsu, inform me, reveal it to your master. Madara was not unfamiliar with Orochimaru's name, having heard it several times over the years. The disciple of Tobirama, who was akin to his master, was rumored to share a similar disposition, indulging in scientific pursuits, though his innate talents were regrettably constrained. Rosha, having knowledge of the Manjiki, was not particularly surprising. Many within the ninja world were aware of Uchiha's Manjiki. However, that he knew of the eternal Manjiki astonished Madara, for even in Konoha, only a select few were privy to such secrets. Now, this knowledge was in the hands of an outsider, who sought to collaborate with a traitor from Konoha to study the Sharingan. What lay beyond the eternal Manjiki? Was it the Rinnegan? Did he possess that knowledge as well? Rosha claimed he knew how to evolve the Sharingan into the Manjiki and the Manjiki into the eternal Manjiki. His hypothesis was that the fusion or exchange of two pairs of Manjiki from blood relatives would unlock the eternal Manjiki. Black Zetsu dared not utter a word. Quaking in fear, Madara remained silent. To date, he was the only recorded individual to have awakened the eternal Manjiki. And the method he employed was not far from Rosha's conjecture. How did Rosha come to know this? Did he possess even more knowledge? Suddenly, Madara recalled the stone tablet within the clan grounds, which inscribed that the fusion of Uchiha and Shinja powers could yield the power of creation, namely the Rinnegan. Did Rosha also possess this information? For the first time, Madara took a keen interest in a third party outside of Hashirama and Izuna, a curiosity that even Tobirama and Nagato had never experienced. Arise. From now on, any matters concerning Nagato and Rosha must be reported to me at once. Black Zetsu. I do not wish for such incidents to occur a second time. Madara cast a disdainful glance at Black Zetsu, softly warning him without stating the consequences of a second transgression. To Madara, Black Zetsu was merely a relatively important tool, when that tool harbored differing thoughts. It was time to discard it. Just as the Uchiha had done before, he would part with no hesitation. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu rose. Perceiving the doubt in Madara's tone, he was no longer afforded absolute trust. His heart seethed with bitterness. Akatsuki, be cautious while walking the night. Should I find an opportunity to catch you alone, you shall see what I shall extract from your heart. What of the continuation of will, akin to a parent-child bond? Who sealed Kaguya? The treachery and fratricide of the Warring States period were all too common. Madara suddenly realized he had grown complacent and aged, beyond himself and Hashirama. Even the continuation of will was not something to be trusted implicitly. Just as matters were on the verge of resolution, Akatsuki suddenly lamented, how disappointing. You are simply letting Black Zetsu go. He is still concealing many things from you, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's eyes brimmed with tears, trembling hands searching for his weapon. Oh, you say? Madara glanced at Black Zetsu, slightly tilting his head. Hiki. Being noticed by Lord Madara has thrilled Akatsuki, who leaped to Madara's side, claiming, Rosha knows you are still alive. Furthermore, he understands that Shinja Hashirama's strength is not solely attributed to the Rinnegan. Additionally, he claims to know who Black Zetsu's mother is and why she came to the ninja world. There is so much more. After revealing this, Black Zetsu stubbornly sought to eliminate Rosha, or else we wouldn't have been strung up and beaten. All of this he never disclosed to you. Chapter 81. All our traitors' love arrives like a whirlwind. Black Zetsu was caught off guard, utterly unprepared for Akatsuki's sudden strike. The narrative flows smoothly, succinctly conveying its essence, though some details remain unelaborated. A phase IQ and EQ ascend to a level akin to a cheat, transforming from a muddled, youthful boy into a somewhat cunning individual. Black Zetsu cannot fathom how a Fae could utter such words. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed as he reached for a Fae's head. But a Fae remained unflinching. The ninja world harbors numerous secret techniques, such as extracting memories from the deceased or the living, and Uchiha Madara happens to possess this ninjutsu. A Fae's physical structure differs from that of ordinary individuals, yet it lacks significant enhancements, even having fewer functions than an average person. An aggressive chakra invaded a Fae's sea of consciousness, probing his memories to ascertain whether he had fallen victim to genjutsu or undergone mental alterations. Afei offered no resistance. After a prolonged moment, Uchiha Madara withdrew his hand, his expression dark, eyes cast down towards Black Zetsu. Afei posed no issues, and his assertions indeed bore truth. Black Zetsu was peculiar, undeniably so, and had deceived him. Historically, Uchiha Madara had placed greater trust in Black Zetsu. Yet he held a substantial degree of faith in Afei as well. Black Zetsu had always maintained a calm demeanor, whereas Afei's personality was erratic, reminiscent of a child or, perhaps, the Navet of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara found himself viewing others through a distorted lens, harboring doubt. Black Zetsu's previous composure and decisiveness now appeared as masterful acting. The issue lay in the fact that Black Zetsu was indeed unclean, feeling the weight of scrutiny. Black Zetsu shuddered. It was over. The truth had been exposed, and even if he could salvage the situation, regaining Uchiha Madara's absolute trust was impossible. Without such trust, revealing his innermost thoughts at critical moments would be futile, rendering the resurrection of his mother meaningless. In an instant, the urge to flee surged within Black Zetsu, instinctively taking a step back. Intriguingly, Uchiha Madara mused. A murderous intent ignited. Black Zetsu's retreat spoke volumes. At the very least, he was not absolutely loyal. Uchiha Madara had always regarded Black Zetsu as an extension of his will, possessing unwavering loyalty. What should an utterly loyal subordinate do in such a scenario? At the very least, he ought to defend himself and clarify matters. Yet Black Zetsu did not. He stepped back, seeking to escape. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara utter those two words, Black Zetsu understood his predicament. He had thoroughly exposed himself, a step he should not have taken. What to do? The only option was to flee. The key to rescuing Kagaya lay in the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, necessitating the concurrent possession of Uchiha and Senju powers. Uchiha Madara, as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, was the prime candidate, though not the sole option. At the very least, in the original narrative, Obito could have served as Kagaya's sacrifice had he not acquired merely a fragment of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails chakra. Perhaps Obito was destined to become the sacrifice. But Black Zetsu intended to manipulate the situation, allowing Kagaya to return in a more formidable state. Realizing this, Black Zetsu decisively chose to vanish, transforming into a shadow that slipped away towards the stone wall above. The evidence was irrefutable. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara murmured, unleashing a fireball spanning 3 meters in diameter, hurtling towards the stone wall where Black Zetsu had retreated. The dark, damp cavern was instantly engulfed in heat waves, depleting the oxygen, causing Uchiha Madara to momentarily struggle to breathe. The wall was blasted open, revealing a large hole, yet Black Zetsu remained unscathed, at least not visibly harmed. Continuing his ascent, the fury of betrayal surged within Uchiha Madara. He should have anticipated this. Despite being a creation of his own, he could not replicate it. Though he had brought this life into existence, he could not destroy it. Thus, he resolved to try a different approach. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his gaze, channeling chakra from the outer path's golem, employing yin-yang release to conjure a black rod in his hand, which he hurled at Black Zetsu. Thud. The black rod embedded itself into the stone wall, piercing Black Zetsu. A slight pain pricked at Black Zetsu's heart, yet he remained unfazed, desperately continuing his escape upwards. It seemed that the truth-seeking orbs, Black Zetsu, and the black rod were of the same essence, yet they were fundamentally different. The truth-seeking orbs could only be wielded by one who commanded the powers of the 6 paths, possessing attributes of yin, yang, and the 5 elemental natures, encompassing the forces of all existence. Black Zetsu was not merely a product of yin-yang release. He possessed 7 chakra attributes, being Kagaya's third son, akin to an alternative truth-seeking orb, sacrificing destructive capability in exchange for cognitive function and survival instincts was his essence. Only the black rod was a product of yin-yang release, capable of disrupting chakra and restraining tailed beasts, thus proving somewhat effective against Black Zetsu, albeit insufficient to eliminate him. The concept of subverting the hierarchy was futile. Moreover, the attributes of yin-yang, yin-yang release, and yin-yang power are distinct concepts. Yin-yang release devoid of yin-yang power merely results in the crafting of a black rod. Only upon acquiring yin-yang power could one unleash the full potential of yin-yang release, such as manifesting eye techniques or creating tailed beasts. The black rod could not slay Black Zetsu, inciting Uchiha Madara's fury as he commanded the numerous white Zetsu hidden within the stone wall to pounce on Black Zetsu. Capturing this traitor was paramount. Lord Madara, Watch this. Afei exclaimed, lunging forth, only to be intercepted by several white Zetsu acting like stone golems. Black Zetsu, Dragon King Nike laughs. JPG. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan, having secretly gained control over several white Zetsu, which was now fortuitously advantageous. Realizing that some white Zetsu had slipped from his control, Uchiha Madara's heart sank. How could he be unable to control anything? It was one thing for Black Zetsu to not be his creation, but was white Zetsu also not? Were they all internal traitors? Farewell, Lord Madara. Once you perish, I shall return to collect your remains. As for those Rinnegan eyes, I shall graciously accept them. Upon reaching the surface, Black Zetsu uttered a harsh farewell. After masquerading as a fool for so many years, he finally felt a sense of relief. What next? A visit to the Hidden Leaf Village seemed prudent. To scout for promising Uchiha candidates. Without Indra's chakra, cultivating someone to the caliber of Uchiha Madara was nearly impossible. Yet, as long as they could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, it would suffice. Coupled with the power of Wood Release, collecting all tailed beasts to acquire the Rinnegan would allow him to shortcut to becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, serving as a suitable sacrifice. This would also eliminate the need for an additional step to revive Madara, thereby conserving effort. Just as Black Zetsu was about to turn and depart with Flare, he was suddenly enveloped by a descending bolt of lightning, the nearly seamless current coalescing into a prison. How painful. This is Senjutsu. A tingling sensation coursed through his body as Black Zetsu convulsed uncontrollably. Chapter 82. You hurt my heart. On a rainy night, Rosha stepped cautiously through the muddy debris, his black boots remaining untouched by filth. With a slight movement of his fingers, the lightning cage floated before him. Black Zetsu hurled himself into the gaps of the lightning cage, only to be met with a searing jolt, the currents incessantly coursing through him. In essence, this lightning cage was constructed from 6 electric barriers. It's you, Magnet Release Rosha. Black Zetsu ceased his resistance, abandoning futile struggles, glaring at Rosha with clenched teeth. Long time no see. Luo Sha smiled gently and waved his hand, closely observing the unique essence of Heiju. In this moment, how could Heiju not realize that both he and Baiju had never escaped Luo Sha's relentless pursuit? The so-called Baiju creating disturbances for Luo Sha through Wood Release was merely a fayade meticulously crafted by Luo Sha, aimed at tracking him down and locating Uchiha Madara. A chill crept into Heiju's heart. Beneath them lay Uchiha Madara, and Yin-Yang Release still posed some threat to him. Before him stood Luo Sha wielding magnetic release, a far greater peril than the pseudo-sage techniques. Had he just escaped from a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair? What should he do now? Heiju's mind raced as he sought a flaw in Luo Sha's defenses. Are you here to find Uchiha Madara? I advise you against meeting him. Even in his old age, you would not stand a chance against him. Without having witnessed his peak, you will never comprehend his true strength. Heiju spoke with calculated persuasion. Even though his identity had been revealed, he still wished to prevent Luo Sha from encountering Uchiha Madara, as Madara possessed knowledge that was still insufficient. The moment they met would only introduce further variables, complicating the situation, which Heiju believed would certainly hinder his future plans. You haven't even fought me yet, and you presume I will surely lose? Luo Sha pursed his lips, perhaps acknowledging that he might not emerge victorious. Yet he was resolute that he would not face defeat. He continued, moreover, it's not certain that we will engage in combat. Not certain of a confrontation? Heiju inwardly lamented, realizing this was an attempt at negotiation with Madara, aiming for mutual understanding to avert conflict. At this moment, the two individuals posing the greatest threat to him were joining forces. How could he possibly expect to thrive? Electromagnetic forces extended, probing for the vulnerable points connecting the ground beneath his feet to the cavern. Utilizing his mastery of advanced techniques, Luo Sha fashioned various metals into the semblance of a shovel and commenced his excavation. Since earlier, his score had been soaring dramatically. Akin to a thermometer plunged into hot water, now reaching an impressive 1,600 points. As a wise man once stated, one should pursue the retreating enemy with relentless courage, rather than seeking fame like the tyrant of old. Thus, it was imperative to capitalize on this momentum and propel his score to 2,000 points. With a resounding crash, the stone wall was breached in mere seconds, and a long-forgotten beam of light flooded the chamber as Luo Sha descended into the cavern. The abrupt shift in brightness compelled both Luo Sha and Uchiha Madara to instinctively squint, adjusting to their new surroundings while sizing each other up. Magnet Release Luo Sha? Uchiha Madara cautiously uttered Luo Sha's name, having previously been unaware of their earlier exchange with Heiju on the surface. Upon closer inspection, even the proud Madara whose gaze was fixated solely on Senja Hashirama, could not help but acknowledge that magnet-release Rosha was indeed a rather intriguing individual. At the very least, he was worthy of being remembered, his significance slightly surpassing that of the young Noki. I am here to negotiate, Uchiha Madara. Rosha, direct and unambiguous, articulated his intentions without the slightest hint of trepidation, even in the presence of one of the most formidable ninjas in the history of the ninja world. After all, he was merely an elderly recluse. Uchiha Madara remained silent, slightly raising his head, as the dark three-tomo within his crimson eyes pulsated with energy. As his mental prowess extended forward, it became disrupted just 3 inches from Rosha, thwarting the effects of the Sharingan-esque Genjutsu. Genjutsu, a manifestation of in release, is a technique activated through mental energy, typically utilizing chakra to interfere with the opponent's 5 senses, thereby ensnaring them in an illusion. For instance, visual genjutsu like Tsukuyami, auditory genjutsu like Mugen no Onkyo, and tactile genjutsu like Izanami. Essentially, there are 2 primary methods to break genjutsu. One can either disrupt the flow of their own chakra or allow another to do so, rendering a perfect Jinchuriki theoretically immune to such illusions. Just as he had begun to drift into slumber, the tailed beast within his mental realm roared, jolting him awake. Illustrating the concept. Perceiving the ripples forming on the electromagnetic barrier before him, Rosha smiled, remarking, "It appears that your Sharingan Genjutsu holds no sway over me." Genjutsu is a manifestation of mental energy. In simpler terms, it can be likened to brainwaves, akin to biological electromagnetic waves. Misaka Mikoto had once successfully used an electromagnetic barrier to repel Genjutsu, as electromagnetic forces are indeed a form of wave, yielding commendable results. In preparation for his encounter with Uchiha Madara, Rosha had devised numerous strategies. Firstly, he employed the electromagnetic barrier. Irrespective of whether the wave frequencies aligned or if the Genjutsu from Hokage and Toru Mijitsu no Index bore any resemblance, he prioritized implementation. Secondly, chakra. A fusion of cellular and mental power is capable of manipulating the chakra within an adversary's mind. However, at this moment, Rosha possessed not a trace of chakra within himself. He was merely a wielder of extraordinary abilities. As long as I remain impoverished, I shall not be minus 8,000. Thirdly, the vortex of starlit skies within his mind represented the fundamental essence. Rosha harbored reservations about whether foreign energies entering his brain would provoke a backlash from the starlit vortex. Nonetheless, when utilizing electromagnetic forces, the vortex itself would emit waves capable of disrupting invading mental fluctuations. Unexpectedly, the outermost electromagnetic barrier proved effective, granting him immense satisfaction. You are indeed remarkable, possessing the merit to engage in dialogue with me. Withdrawing his Sharingan Genjutsu, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, reflecting that non-Uchiha individuals entirely immune to Uchiha Genjutsu were, in his memory, limited to Hashirama alone. You two are commendable, otherwise, I would not have gone out of my way to seek your collaboration. Rosha pointed a finger skyward, manipulating the lightning cage below as it passed through the opening, landing before Uchiha Madara. As a token of our first encounter, I present this gift to you, hoping it meets your approval. Hello, Lord Madara. The black Zetsu within the cage gazed up at Uchiha Madara, uncertain of how to express itself. Having just delivered a fierce retort, it found itself ensnared, feeling quite despondent. You once mentioned your intention to claim my Rinnegan and retrieve my remains. Uchiha Madara fixated on black Zetsu, his once most trusted subordinate, now revealed as a double agent, a traitor. What emotions must he feel? Perhaps akin to Michael in The Godfather Part 2, who discovers that the betrayer within his family is none other than his own brother. Amidst the flickering lights and bustling crowd, Michael held his brother Fredo's face, kissing him with fervor, heartbrokenly exclaiming, "I know it was you. Fredo, you broke my heart, you broke my heart." Such sorrow was overwhelming. Before negotiations commenced, Uchiha Madara, unwilling to cast another glance at Black Zetsu, turned towards Rosha, his voice hoarse. "I wish to know everything about him, all the ways he deceived me. You must possess considerable knowledge." Chapter 83, Otsutsuki regarding the Otsutsuki clan. Rosha was not well versed in the past of Kaguya Otsutsuki, mainly due to the numerous plot holes in the later stages of Shippuden. The portrayal of Kaguya was insufficient, with the manga and anime series contradicting each other. Additionally, the movies and the less-than-stellar sequel, Boruto, rendered the Otsutsuki saga more convoluted than the intricate relationships found in a melodramatic Korean drama. Rosha could only rely on his own memories, reminiscing for a moment before eloquently recounting. "You know, the ninja world is actually a planet, right? Uchiha Madara nodded, as he was indeed aware of this fact. This planet is not particularly small, yet the ocean occupies at least 80% of its surface, rendering the ninja world continent akin to a solitary island adrift upon the vast sea. Have you ever contemplated the existence of other planets beyond the ninja world? Before Uchiha Madara could respond, Rosha continued his narrative. The story traces back several millennia. In the boundless cosmos, there exists a planet we shall refer to as the Tsutsuki planet, inhabited by beings known as the Tsutsuki people. While the specifics of Rosha's tale remained unclear, the mention of the Tsutsuki immediately alerted Kurizetsu, who sensed impending trouble. Rosha's knowledge of magnetic release likely surpassed his own. The hierarchy among the Tsutsuki was distinct, divided into nobility and commoners, with a significant disparity in power. For the sake of the narrative, let us momentarily disregard the commoners, for they play no part in this tale. This is merely Rosha's conjecture. In the fleeting moments of the plot, the Tsutsuki clan indeed boasted a multitude of members, their demeanor contrasting starkly with that of Kagaya and Tonari, resembling mass-produced figures rather than leaders. The Tsutsuki possessed a unique technique for cultivating the divine tree. By planting a divine tree, they could reap a fruit once it matured. Consuming the fruit of the divine tree would grant the Tsutsuki an evolution, transforming them into Super Tsutsuki. However, the divine tree, being divine in nature, required extraordinary nutrients. It demanded a living planet to sustain it through its essence. The Tsutsuki were reluctant to cultivate the divine tree on their own mother planet. Therefore, they selected a woman named Kagaya Tsutsuki and dispatched her to another planet, namely, the ninja world, with the divine tree in tow. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu comprehended that it referred to their mother, Kagaya, and these were matters even he was unaware of. Upon her arrival in the ninja world, Kagaya planted the divine tree and safeguarded it, anticipating the day when the fruit would ripen and the clan would send someone to retrieve it. However, the naive Kagaya fell in love with the emperor of the land of ancestors, during which she was also blessed by the people of the earth, and under the condition of abstinence, became pregnant with 2 children. The fruit of the divine tree soon matured, yet the clan's emissaries did not arrive as promised, and Kagaya found herself betrayed by the emperor of the land of ancestors. In her moment of despair, Kagaya consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring unparalleled power chakra and quelled the ensuing chaos. Thus, Kagaya was venerated by all in the ninja world as the goddess of the moon and the progenitor of chakra. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly, realizing this was the origin of chakra. Observing Kurizetsu's expression confirmed that Rosha's account bore an air of authenticity. However, Madara pondered, how does this relate to what I yearn to know? With a wave of his hand, Rosha signaled Uchiha Madara to remain silent and not to rush, for what was to come was of great significance. Years later, Kagaya Otsutsuki gave birth to 2 sons, whom she named Hagoromo and Himura. The elder son, Hagoromo, would become known as the Sage of 6 Paths, consumed by fear of the Otsutsuki clan due to her consumption of the fruit of the divine tree. Kagaya incessantly sent offerings to it. The divine tree absorbed the essence of humanity, producing a multitude of weapons for war, known as White Zetsu. At this juncture, one might begin to glean the truth. Uchiha Madara turned to gaze at the grotesque and indeterminate figure of the Outer Path Golem, contemplating for a moment before proclaiming, the Outer Path Golem is, in fact, the divine tree. The White Zetsu were not my creation, they were birthed by the golem. Rosha emitted a crisp snap of his fingers, correcting, close, but to be precise, the Outer Path's magical figure is merely the shell of the divine tree. Kagaya's 2 offspring were born with extraordinary powers. Hagoromo possesses the Rinnegan, while Himura wields the Tensegan. The people of the ninja world increasingly opposed Kagaya's methods, and at this juncture, Hagoromo and Himura chose to side with the populace, forsaking their mother and opting to confront Kagaya in battle. Such actions are beyond the capabilities of Rosha. He is but a toad of Myoboku Mountain. Haikyuu suddenly experienced a violent emotional upheaval, screaming in a frenzy. Were it not for the toad from Myoboku Mountain inciting Hagoromo and Himura, how could they betray their mother? Indeed, there exists a segment in the TV adaptation where, under the guidance and instigation of the Toad Sage from Myoboku Mountain, the 2 brothers learned to harness their powers and subsequently betrayed Kagaya. To protect Kagaya, the divine tree transformed into the 10 Tails. Kagaya absorbed the 10 Tails, becoming the original Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. However, the brothers were formidable in their own right. They engaged in combat with Kagaya for several months and ultimately triumphed, employing the 6 Paths Heavenly Star technique to seal her away. This heavenly star later became the moon. Afterward, Hagoromo extracted the power of the Ten Tails, becoming the second Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and divided it into 9 parts, transforming them into the 9-tailed beasts. The shell of the Ten Tails was sealed within the moon by Hagoromo. Uchiha Madara suddenly grasped the situation. Much of what Rosha recounted corresponded with the inscriptions on the clan's stone tablet. Certain unrecorded details, such as the Heavenly Star technique, were indeed authentic. A technique belonging to the Rinnegan, yet unknown to others. However, Uchiha Madara remained puzzled and glanced at the despondent Haikyuu, inquiring, what about him? Before being sealed, Kaguya secretly divided a portion of her power, resulting in a third child outside of Hagoromo and Himura, known as Haikyuu. For countless years, Haikyuu has tirelessly sought to resurrect Kaguya. Yet, to free Kaguya, one requires the Rinnegan and the power of the Ten Tails. Hagoromo's intentions, or rather the Sage of Six-Path strategies, were evidently insufficient. Thus, Haikyuu set his sights on the Sage's 2 sons, Ashura, who inherited the Sage's physical prowess, and Indra, who inherited the Sage's ocular abilities. The descendants of Indra and Ashura are the Uchiha and Senju clans. For millennia, their chakras have been reincarnating throughout the ninja world. And by the time of you and Hashirama, Haikyuu was convinced you possessed the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. Consequently, he altered the content of the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's territory, deliberately guiding you, and the outcome met his expectations. As the reincarnation of Indra, upon acquiring the power of Ashura's reincarnation, Hashirama, you awakened the Rinnegan, thus taking the initial step in the plan to resurrect Kaguya. From that point onward, you became dispensable. What mattered was the Rinnegan, not you. Your significance lay solely in the fact that only you or Hashirama could cultivate the Rinnegan. Chapter 84, Taro Ultraman. Now that the Rinnegan has manifested, Uchiha Madara's role in the resurrection of Kaguya becomes truly trivial. In the original narrative, even Obito, who is neither Ashura nor Indra's reincarnation, could still become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The distinction between him and the Sage of Six Paths lies in the incompleteness of his tailed beast power. Nevertheless, he could still serve as a vessel for Kaguya's revival, had it not been for the desire to bring Kaguya back with greater strength. It is likely that Haikyuu would not have employed such convoluted schemes. Of course, Rosha harbored an alternative speculation. The original final antagonist was intended to be Madara, and Kishimoto concocted an intricate narrative for the sequel, Boruto. However, since Kishimoto crafted this tale, Rosha could only interpret it within the confines of the plot. Thus, it is understood. I wish to know, can the infinite Tsukuyomi truly bring peace to the ninja world? Uchiha Madara nodded, then asked. All the connections have been untangled. Yet Uchiha Madara had other concerns. What of Kaguya? Now that he has unraveled Haikyuu's conspiracy, as long as he becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and remains vigilant against Haikyuu, or ensures Haikyuu's premature exit from the stage, he would have nothing to fear. But that may not be possible. Rosha shook his head and elucidated. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate illusion technique capable of ensnaring all individuals within a realm of fantasy. While it may bestow a semblance of false peace, it simultaneously possesses the potential to annihilate humanity. Those who immerse themselves in this illusory world will, in a mere blink of an eye, transform into white Zetsu, leading to the complete extinction of mankind. Do you deem such a deceptive piece to hold any significance? Rather than placing your hope in this mirage, it would be far more prudent to retrace the steps you and Hashirama Senju once took, making pivotal changes along the way. With overwhelming strength, one could exert dominance over the ninja world, ousting the feudal lords of the 5 great nations, thereby unifying the shinobi realm and becoming its sovereign. Subsequently, one could foster the welfare of the populace and reshape the ideologies of the ninja clans, which is undoubtedly more tangible than relying on the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara felt a stirring within. He had once entertained such thoughts, albeit not as profoundly as Rosha articulated. Initially, his aspiration was merely to unify the 5 great ninja villages. However, unable to surpass Hashirama in combat, and following the establishment of the 5 villages, Madara discerned the underlying truth. Peace is but a fleeting illusion. After Hashirama's demise, the flames of war would inevitably reignite. Moreover, due to Hashirama's distribution of tailed beasts, the intensity of the conflicts would surpass anything previously witnessed. Thus, Madara and Hashirama parted ways irrevocably. In truth, absolute peace does not, and should not, exist. Rosha raised his head and articulated, the history of humanity is intrinsically a spiral of contradictions. It perpetually revisits past events while simultaneously progressing forward. Competition is indispensable. without competition. Both humankind and any species would succumb to complacency, stagnating, or even regressing. War is merely one form of competition, albeit a rather brutal one. Our aim should not be to eradicate war entirely, but to keep it, or competition, within our controllable limits. In this manner, the shinobi world would witness no more sacrifices, and humanity could continue to advance. Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation, and after a long while, he had to concede that Rose's assertions held merit. Survival of the fittest prevails. Reasonable competition ought not to be dismissed. Thus, the notion of illusory peace bears no significance. One final inquiry. Uchiha Madara, with his swirling Sharingan, gazed towards the inscrutable Rosha and asked, "How do you possess such knowledge?" Kurizetsu also perked up, for the content Rosha spoke of was beyond even his comprehension. Clearly not something an inconspicuous red-haired shinobi from Sunagakure should know. It comes from a friend of mine. Rosha opened his arms with a smile and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. In addition to being a ninja of the Sand-Hidden Village, I am also a core member of the HOW organization. This organization attracts individuals of strength and potential, aiming to achieve mutual benefits through the exchange of interests. I, by fortunate coincidence, have met the criteria for core membership and received an invitation to join. Each of the other core members of the HOW organization possesses strength that rivals my own, with some even surpassing me by a significant margin. All that I know has been imparted to me by a core member named Taro." "HOW organization? Taro?" Uchiha Madara murmured with suspicion. Taro, such a common name. Indeed, Taro Ultraman, another core member of the HOW organization, ranks among the strongest of all core members. Rosha has once again embarked on a series of discussions with a friend, eloquently expounding upon the identity of Taro, Ultraman Taro, hailing from the distant M78 Nebula. Contrary to what one might assume, he is not a being of the shinobi realm. Within the M78 Nebula lies a realm known as the Land of Light, governed by a leader referred to as the King of Ultraman, who, in practice, remains largely uninvolved in affairs. Consequently, the Land of Light is managed by the commander of the Ultraman Defense Force, known as Ultraman Father, who upholds the principles of justice, opposing all forms of injustice throughout the cosmos. The Tsutsuki clan's actions of plundering the origins of other planets to cultivate the God Tree are vehemently condemned by the Land of Light. Thus, Ultraman Father dispatched his own son, the Prince of the Land of Light, Ultraman Taro, to address this matter. For millennia, Ultraman Taro has been engaged in a relentless struggle against the Tsutsuki clan, and it is precisely due to his existence that the clan has been unable to divert their attention to the shinobi realm and seize the fruits of the God Tree. Hiss. Kurizetsu gasped in astonishment, initially believing that the organization known as HOW is merely a minor faction within the shinobi world, only to discover the extent of their reach, including extraterrestrial beings. The Tsutsuki clan, which instilled fear in Kagayaheim, is surprisingly held at bay by Ultraman Taro alone. How formidable must the Land of Light, or indeed the HOW organization, be? It is noteworthy that Taro is not even one of the three paramount leaders of the HOW organization. If a single Ultraman Taro can contend with the entire Tsutsuki clan, how powerful must the trio of leaders, Deluo, Xiaoluo, and CR7, be? Uchiha Madara pondered briefly, observing Kurizetsu's expression, and found himself convinced by 8 or 9 parts. Setting aside the question of why the HOW organization would recruit Rosha as a core member, it is evident that there exists a connection between this organization and Ultraman Taro. Given the Tsutsuki clan's obsession with the God Tree's fruits, and the fear even Kagayaheim, who has consumed them, harbors, one must wonder why they have not ventured into the shinobi realm for thousands of years. Undoubtedly, they have been detained by Ultraman Taro. Indeed, Uchiha Madara contemplated another possibility. The Tsutsuki clan might be in a state of retreat, pursued relentlessly by Ultraman Taro. If they were not preoccupied, how could they forsake the fruit of the shinobi realm? It is also conceivable that they did send emissaries, yet they were intercepted by the HOW organization or Ultraman Taro, preventing their arrival in the shinobi realm. Regardless, the Tsutsuki clan must be at a disadvantage in their confrontations with Ultraman Taro. As Uchiha Madara indulged in this train of thought, he felt he was approaching the truth, how terrifying the HOW organization truly is. What, then, is your objective? Uchiha Madara inquired softly. Join our HOW organization and unite with me to bring harmony to the entire shinobi realm. Rosha extended a friendly hand, inviting him. Chapter 85. Uchiha Obito. I have seen through everything. Uchiha Obito pondered the possibility of joining the HOW organization. It was not necessary to fight alone. Once He had allied with Senju Hashirama, but their differing ideologies had ultimately led them to part ways. In retrospect, Luo Sha's philosophy regarding magnet release seemed far superior to his own, possessing a greater feasibility than Hashirama's impractical notions, thus leaving open the potential for collaboration. Even if Obito held confidence in his peak abilities, capable of overwhelming the shinobi world, a confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan would not be out of the question. However, the Otsutsuki clan warranted careful consideration. It is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shelter. Gazing into Luo Sha's sincere eyes, Uchiha Obito was about to extend his hand, when suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned solemn. A smirk formed on his lips as he questioned. Even if Ultraman Taro is restrained by the Otsutsuki clan, he would undoubtedly find time to visit the shinobi world. Besides, such trivial matters in the shinobi world would hardly warrant the attention of Ultraman Taro, would they? Therefore, Luo Sha, you are deceiving me. Rosa's heart quivered, yet his countenance remained unchanged. How to respond now that his boastful facade had been unmasked? Should he consider eliminating Uchiha Madara on the spot? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's aura surged, as if he could see through everything. With a single finger directed at Rosa, he proclaimed in a tone reminiscent of an undeniable truth. Even though your disguise appears flawless, you have nonetheless revealed a flaw. A truly elevated and powerful being, even when observing the affairs below, would refrain from excessive intervention unless the situation has spiraled beyond control. Therefore, magnet release Rosa, you are lying. The desire to dominate the shinobi world and unify the 5 great nations does not stem from the HAO organization, but rather from your personal ambitions. As a core member, the HAO organization merely grants you tacit support. I, Uchiha Madara, have seen through it all. Magnet release Rosa is wielding a mere feather as if it were a decree, acting in his own interest under the guise of the HAO organization. While the HAO organization may still offer support, the two concepts are distinctly different. The former represents public duties, while the latter pertains to personal endeavors. Ah, what a false alarm. Clap, clap, clap. Rosa could not help but applaud Uchiha Obito's conjecture, expressing admiration. Remarkable, truly worthy of the legendary Uchiha Obito, who sees through even my innermost thoughts. Indeed, unifying the ninja world is not the strategy of the co-organization, it is merely my personal ambition. I have merely exchanged other interests to enlist the aid of several core members within the ninja realm to assist me in accomplishing this endeavor. In other words, this could also be considered the will of the co-organization, as several core members have chosen to align themselves with me. The remaining core members, not currently in the ninja world, will also lend me a helping hand within their means, such as restraining the Otsutsuki clan. Luo Sha gradually comprehended the current state of Uchiha Madara, an entanglement of complexities. What was initially a questioning of the authenticity of the HAO organization has transformed into a skepticism regarding the veracity of unifying the ninja world. He has willingly immersed himself into the fray, grappling with a deceptive identity. His stooped back now stands straight, and the gnarled wrinkles upon his skin resemble the roots of an ancient tree, yet they cannot obscure Uchiha Madara's formidable spirit, as astute as I am. Uchiha Madara gazed down at Luo Sha, stating calmly, "Thus, your invitation for me to join the HAO organization and unite the ninja world is merely a farce. You merely wish for me to serve your ambitions and fulfill your personal interests. Do not speak in such a manner." As Luo Sha smiled, he waved his hand to reveal a subtle opening. "Although I lack the authority to directly recommend you as a core member, I can, alongside several other core members, jointly endorse you to the leader. Such endorsements typically have a high chance of success. Your assistance in unifying the shinobi world also serves to further your own aspirations. With my recommendation, you could join the HAO organization, creating a mutually beneficial alliance. How delightful that would be. I had initially hoped that our relationship could lean more towards sentiment, but it seems it has ultimately devolved into a mere transaction. How may I assist you?" Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment before inquiring. Recognizing that this matter posed no detriment to him, "I request the temporary use of the Rinnegan and Nagato. Nagato would serve as an invaluable asset, and when the time is ripe, I shall resurrect you in your prime state and return the Rinnegan to you. At that juncture, you shall aid me, and I shall endorse you. Until then, I implore you not to forcibly utilize the hidden techniques within the Rinnegan." Luo Sha eloquently articulated that Chamin is a remarkably high-quality mine that cannot be abandoned at this juncture. Additionally, enlisting Uchiha Madara as an ally would be advantageous for amassing points. Viewed superficially, it may seem that Uchiha Madara stands on equal footing with him. However, he is, in fact, being cleverly deceived. If his various identities, Tai Luo, De Luo, and Xiao Luo, cannot suppress Uchiha Madara, he must adopt a different guise. There will always be a way to dupe him. This maneuver involves exchanging future benefits for immediate gains, akin to a futures contract. First, one must paint an enticing picture before proceeding. When is the opportune moment? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, inquiring, for this matter cannot be taken lightly. When I acquire a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes, he replied. Luo Sha responded. Nagato possesses considerable talent, yet his abilities remain insufficient to harness the full power of the Rinnegan. However, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan should present no challenge. Once I acquire the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, I shall seek an individual capable of employing the outer path, samsara technique, to resurrect you. At that time, we shall join forces once more. Though Nagato cannot fully unleash the might of the Rinnegan, substituting it with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan should pose little difficulty. Moreover, a change in ocular power will undoubtedly alter the course of events, yielding another point of merit for our plan. It is a commendable proposal. I believe that with your skills, it will not be long before you secure an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Madara nodded, unfazed by Luo Sha's knowledge of the samsara technique. As he was already aware of the Otsutsuki clan's matters, this was merely the final piece of the puzzle. The transplanting of the Sharingan from non-Uchiha individuals results in a significant loss of potency, yet Nagato is an exception. He is of the Uzumaki clan, half-sage in nature. Even Obito, who awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, could only sustain a single Rinnegan, whereas Nagato managed to endure the consumption of both. What can the eternal eyes of the crickets possibly signify? Nonetheless, I possess differing opinions regarding our collaboration. Uchiha Madara turned away, his presence growing more imposing with each step. After 9 strides, the frailty of age dissipated, and the once dreary figure of Uchiha Madara, who had dominated the ninja world and ended the era of chaos, seemingly returned. Severing the tether to the outer path's golem, Uchiha Madara grasped his scythe and the Uchiha fan, turning to gaze down upon Luo Sha with an air of superiority, declaring, "Shall it be you who assists me, or I who aids you?" I believe this warrants a renewed discussion. According to Black Zetsu and Toby, you have risen to prominence in a remarkably short span, achieving the strength you possess now. I surmise that with the support of the Hao organization, your power will continue to soar, leaving the majority of the ninja world far behind. However, I, Uchiha Madara, do not fall into that category. If you cannot even overcome the current me, how could you expect my assistance? Luo Sha let out a soft sigh, realizing that a battle was inevitable. It was predictable that after this confrontation, regardless of victory or defeat, Uchiha Madara would withdraw. If he did not change his mind, he would have to resurrect Uchiha Madara in the future, and at that time, they would likely face each other once more. It was clear that merely boasting could not secure Uchiha Madara's allegiance. A battle was essential, whether in his elder years or at the peak of his power. Madara would not easily submit. I always knew it wouldn't be that simple. However, defeating you at this moment is not a daunting task for me. Luo Sha spoke calmly, noting that within just a few exchanged words, his points had already surged past 1,600, and upon conclusion, he was certain they would exceed 2,000. With profit in sight, this battle was worth engaging. A kunai soared from beneath his cloak, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous crack, transforming into a projectile aimed at Uchiha Madara as Luo Sha executed a surprise attack. With a swift motion, Madara raised the Uchiha fire fan, deflecting the electromagnetic blast. The kunai struck the fan's surface, leaving only a faint white mark. With a clang, the kunai fell to the ground, prompting Luo Sha to squint slightly. The Uchiha fire fan was a treasured heirloom of the Uchiha clan, possessing the ability to manipulate fire release through wind release, as well as the capacity to rebound attacks. In the original narrative, Madara had previously used it to reflect a miniature-tailed beast bomb from Naruto, presumably by disassembling the technique into chakra and then converting it into wind release to send it back. It was speculated that the fan was crafted from the branches of the divine tree, both in its resilience and its ability to absorb chakra, aligning perfectly with this theory. Furthermore, the fan allowed for deductions regarding the tree's hardness, indicating that it could not be easily pierced by a mere electromagnetic cannon. A commendable assault, potent and swift. Requiring no hand seals, with this single technique, one could easily overwhelm the majority of shinobi. Yet, to claim victory over me, one must still prove their worth. The 3 Tomo in Madara's eyes swirled as he casually regarded the electromagnetic blast, showing no concern. Indeed, a formidable adversary, at least in the realm of bravado. Luo Sha had to concede he had encountered a worthy opponent today. Merely exchanging pleasantries. Why the need for such tension? Luo Sha chuckled lightly, contemplating a strategy to ensure he did not fall short in the display of prowess. An exchange of greetings? Very well, I shall partake as well. Madara nodded, his fingers shifting atop the fan's handle, as an immense wave of chakra surged forth from him, unleashing a fireball with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Even in the twilight of his heroism, Uchiha Madara remained an unstoppable force, effortlessly wielding fire release ninjutsu. A mere C-rank technique from him could surpass the typical might of an A-rank technique. The great fireball emanated a searing wave of heat, consuming the oxygen within the cavern, trailing a fiery tail as it surged toward Luo Sha. Fortunately, Luo Sha had previously opened a skylight in the cave to enhance air circulation. Otherwise, should Madara employ more techniques, both combatants would surely suffocate within. The chakra of Rosha surged forth, transforming into a golden sand shield that stood defiantly before him, successfully intercepting Uchiha Madara's colossal fireball. The temperature of the golden shield steadily escalated, hinting at an impending meltdown. Rosha could not help but internally commend the prowess of Uchiha Madara. The melting point of gold is approximately 1060 degrees Celsius, while that of sand is even higher, nearing 1600 degrees before it succumbs to melting. Thus far, he had witnessed only 3 entities capable of melting golden sand or various metals. The first was Yakura, a user of Scorch Release. The second was Old Purple, a wielder of Melt Release, and the third was his own technique, the 9 Heavens Responding Thunderous Transformation. Ordinary fire release techniques could not possibly reach such elevated temperatures. Ninjas typically prioritize lethality, as a fire at 600 degrees is sufficient to eliminate adversaries, rendering it unnecessary to escalate to 900 degrees. Uchiha Madara's casual fireball was not only astonishingly large, but also surpassed the temperatures produced by ordinary ninjas significantly. Unfazed by the fireball's interception, Uchiha Madara believed that anyone lacking such basic abilities was unworthy of standing before him. With a slight bend of his legs, he unleashed a powerful thrust, wielding his scythe to cleave towards Rosha's neck. The golden sand shield was forcefully severed, as this fluidic substance inherently possessed limited resistance to physical assaults. Rosha extended his hand, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as he grasped the sharp edge of the scythe, mocking, Uchiha Madara, is this the extent of your prowess? Madara, impressed, remarked that he had anticipated Rosha would employ a different method to counter this strike, yet he was taken aback by Rosha's audacity to confront it barehanded. As a formidable entity within the ninja realm, Madara's physical prowess was not to be underestimated. He was capable of matching the legendary Hashirama Senju, who possessed sage abilities. In terms of pure taijutsu, the only one likely to surpass Uchiha Madara would be Might Guy. Even the most formidable muscle-bound warriors from the hidden cloud village would scarcely qualify. The battlefield rose to the occasion, and even in his advanced years, he still exhibited remarkable strength and explosive power under the fleeting glow of vitality. Thanks to the previous enhancement of electromagnetic force, Luo Sha was able to wield a blade with bare hands, experiencing a comprehensive elevation of his cellular structure and physical strength. Luo Sha was acutely aware that in order to subdue Uchiha Madara, he must overpower him in every conceivable aspect, ensuring that no overt weakness was displayed. With a forceful twist of his wrist, he deflected the scythe, then raised his knee to strike at Madara's chin, only to have it thwarted by Madara's raised hand. He remained unperturbed. Swiftly retreating, he propelled himself upward, leaping through the skylight into the outside world, calmly stating, "The space is too confined here. Let us find another venue for our battle." Uchiha Madara glanced up at the skylight and unleashed another great fireball, expanding the opening further, and then launched himself in pursuit of Luo Sha. As he emerged halfway through the opening, he suddenly felt a shadow descend upon him, obscuring his vision as it enveloped the entrance. The corners of Luo Sha's mouth curled upward, as the brightness within and outside the cave was inconsistent, demanding a moment of adaptation for his eyes due to the sudden change in environment. Even with the enhanced adaptability of the Sharingan, the earlier emergence of his double could seize the initiative. It is only by exploiting every detail to its fullest that one can achieve the utmost display of prowess. You may only see my might, but have you ever considered the immense effort I expended to project such an image? Chakra surged forth, transforming into a colossal golden fist aimed at Uchiha Obito, compelling him to return whence he came. Uchiha Obito raised the fan of flames, successfully blocking the golden fist. As the fan's effect activated, decomposing the chakra that constituted the golden sand. The Uchiha countered. Chakra surged, and a commendable wind release emanated from the fan, colliding with the golden fist and inflicting numerous wounds, yet they soon vanished into nothingness. It was due to this gust of wind that Uchiha Obito was pushed back into the cave by the recoil and the force of the colossal fist. He executed a somersault upon landing, brushing off the debris from his body. Within the confines of the lightning cage, Kurizetsu gazed in bewilderment. Was Uchiha Obito truly being suppressed? This should not be the case. Even in his elder state, Uchiha Obito should be beyond the comparison of ordinary shadow-level warriors. Chapter 87. The 3 Tomo Activate Susanoo. Chapter 3. Subscription Request. Noticing Uchiha Obito's intent to speak, Rosha leisurely approached the cave's entrance, pointing a finger at him, and said with indifference, "Are you suggesting that mere gravel pales in comparison to you?" This phrase echoed Obito's words upon his resurrection when he first encountered the second Hokage, cleverly flipping the script on him. Moreover, Obito's gesture of brushing off the debris was notably reminiscent of a scene in the original plot where he showcased his daughter, Hanabi. The pretender's act, in a sense, avenged his daughter in advance. Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Ahahaha. Though I did not intend to utter those words, I must concede, Rosha of Magnet Release, we are kindred spirits. I eagerly anticipate collaborating with you upon my revival. You are a far superior ally compared to Hashirama. Mutual admiration blossomed, yet he added, you must showcase greater prowess. The prophecy had faltered, yet Rosha remained unfazed, calmly stating, at this moment, you should be experiencing a fleeting resurgence. Without the outer path's golem sustaining your vitality, your time is limited. Thus, strive, battle, and struggle to prove your worth. If you cannot surpass my expectations of Nagato, I shall not take the unnecessary step of resurrecting you. Uchiha Obito bore no grievances towards being outshone by the youth. After all, kings of pretense appreciate one another, fostering mutual growth and development. Then let it be as you wish. I have approximately 5 minutes left, so do not let me end your existence. Joining his hands to form a seal, Uchiha Obito softly intoned, fire release, great fire annihilation. He then soared skyward, leaping through the cave's entrance, as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted into an expansive inferno, engulfing Rosha. The flames, escalating in scale, stretched for dozens of meters, soaring into the heavens, incinerating the trees and slumbering creatures within the forest in an instant. The vaporized rain mingled with the dense smoke from the burning trees, swirling above the forest, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Flames consumed the mountain, while the police station at its base remained oblivious. A wisp of smoke rising from the summit could result in hefty fines. As a conscientious young individual dedicated to environmental preservation, Rosha could not remain indifferent to Uchiha Madara's destructive actions against nature. He summoned a shield of sand to isolate the flames, preventing them from reaching him. Several electromagnetic projectiles were launched, targeting the confined Uchiha Madara, seizing the opportunity to strike. With a swift motion of his fan of flames, Madara deflected the projectiles, the recoil propelling him diagonally upward, where he scoffed. I have already stated that at this level of technique, you lack the qualification to defeat me. Before he could complete his statement, Rosha, wielding the Kusanagi sword, ascended through the sea of fire, electric arcs dancing around the blade as he aimed to cleave Madara's hand gripping the handle of the fan. How devious, Madara thought, slightly shifting the fan to block the blade while preparing to unleash the Uchiha's rebounding technique. The fan could absorb the enemy's chakra and convert it into wind release to rebound, albeit requiring some chakra from the wielder, yet it remained quite effective. The electric arcs on the Kusanagi sword were not composed of chakra. What else could they be? A mere tenth of a second later, the familiar wave he had encountered countless times did not emanate from the fan, leaving Madara in shock. Not chakra? He pondered before being struck and propelled away, tracing a trajectory through the sky before descending into the distant forest. In contrast to Madara, Rosha possessed the ability to fly, albeit with limited agility, which he considered a slight advantage. Halting his descent and utilizing the sand beneath him, Rosha hovered in midair, gazing into the distance. After calculating Madara's landing point, he summoned electromagnetic forces, emulating Prince Vegeta's combat style. High-voltage currents formed in his palms, slicing through the air toward Madara's anticipated landing site. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of electricity cascaded down, crashing into the forest, igniting trees and creating precious thunderwood, casting flames into the air. Rosha unwittingly became an indirect arsonist. Madara, evading the lightning in the woods, was once again astonished. Such powerful lightning release was rare even in his era. It seemed the red-haired youth concealed his true capabilities. After several evasions, Madara, undeterred, activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly as he released chakra externally. In mere moments, a half-blue skeleton formed around him, originating from his ribs, arms, and skull. This was the ultimate ocular technique, Susanoo, residing within the kaleidoscope Sharingan, embodying both offense and defense. No entity in the Naruto universe, including Kaguya Otsutsuki, could rival the absurdity of Uchiha Madara. Despite not being a sage, he possessed chakra comparable to that of Hashirama Senju. Even after his resurrection, devoid of both Rinnegan and Sharingan, he could manifest the Susanoo, a technique exclusive to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could Sasuke, whose vitality was waning, withstand such overwhelming power? The electric currents battered against the initial form of Susanoo, creating ripples that incessantly drained Madara's chakra. Furrowing his brow, Madara mused. This dying individual possesses less than half of his peak chakra. Is this rudimentary Susanoo nearly at its limit? However, it should suffice. Now, let the red-haired youth experience the true power of the Uchiha. The skeletal form swung its arms to clear the trees, eliminating any obstacles in Madara's path. He stepped forward, his hands rapidly forming seals as he murmured, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." The exact rank was unclear. Yet any fire technique unleashed by Uchiha Madara could be tentatively classified as S-rank. In the original narrative, Madara had utilized this technique twice with remarkable success, far surpassing the Great Fireball. The first instance subdued the 5 Kage, while the second was employed against Tsunade, refined to its zenith. Its range was not as expansive as the Great Fire Annihilation, but its temperature was vastly superior, manifesting as a searing crimson pillar of flame that surged toward Rosha in the sky. Upon witnessing Madara's Susanoo, Rosha had already prepared himself. Fully aware of the impending confrontation,